When the man woke up, he found that all 28 stunningly beautiful girls in his class were trapped in a spaceship. He looked out the window and found that there was a vast grassland outside and a forest in the distance. At this moment, all the girls looked at the counselor. "Teacher, have we been captured by the trisolar ants?" Before Qin Hao could process the explosive scene before him, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resounded in everyone's minds. Humanity worldwide is forced into a survival game on an interstellar spaceship. 30 days later, an extreme cold storm will strike, and those stranded will be instantly eliminated. Everyone present was shocked. A girl said timidly, "Are we not going to be able to go back?" Qin Hao was equally shocked, muttering to himself, "What kind of being would use so many lives as a game?" Just as Qin Hao was in a daze, a clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang in his mind. Host's soul traits detected as compatible. Binding successful. This system is a lottery system for entries every 7 days. Qin Hao's body trembled. He hadn't expected such a treasure. New player reward. 3 free draws. System, give me a lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You've won the gold level keyword. Copy. You can choose a copy target once every 7 days. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the keyword, Eye of True Sight. It allows you to see things that ordinary people cannot. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the keyword, Danger Perception. You can sense danger in advance. Qin Hao is overjoyed. Great. Fantastic. Now that the spaceship's survival strategy has been activated, his copying ability will undoubtedly be a great help in his future survival. Spaceship A10001. Please select a captain. The captain will manage the spaceship and the player. Everyone heard the mechanical voice. Was the spaceship choosing a captain? Many people immediately felt a sense of anticipation. Player Qin Hao is the first to open his eyes. Congratulations to Qin Hao on becoming the captain of spaceship A10001. Qin Hao, being the first to open his eyes and the strongest man on the ship, naturally became a captain. Some of the girls breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine that Qin Hao was the captain. If other girls in the class were to take the position, they wouldn't be so keen. After all, girls are incredibly shrewd. If they happen to accidentally encounter someone like the chairman of a certain book company, then they're really doomed. At that moment, a holographic projection screen appeared in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao raised his right hand and pressed it, authorizing the operation successfully. Qin Hao discovered that his already strong physique, after being doubled, gave him strength comparable to a boxing champion. The women all heard the spaceship's announcement, and they were filled with a mixture of envy and fear. If they displeased the captain and were expelled from the spaceship, they would be doomed. Student counselor Li Mengmeng blinked. Qin Hao now wielded so much power. She was determined to cling to him tightly. When Qin Hao was feeling down, he would often go to her, his mental health counselor, and she had sent him many photos of herself in black and white stockings. Now she can use this relationship to get closer to him. In the future, if she gets anything good, she'll be the first to get Qin Hao's share. Just then, some of the girls in the class suddenly showed joy, seemingly having awakened their talents. Everyone looked over, and there stood Zhao Zihan, who had the biggest temper in the whole class. She skipped and hopped, saying, "I've awakened a healing talent. From now on, if anyone gets injured, I'll be the one to heal them." Wow, Zihan has awakened her healer talent. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Give me a heal first. The Youth League branch secretary, Chun Xiao, and Zhao Zihan have a good relationship and are very good friends. At this moment, they couldn't help but tease each other. Great, my talent is tailoring. I can make clothes. I can turn wood, iron blocks, and other materials into weapons. The girls chattered excitedly. At the same time, Qin Hao awakened his talent, called tenfold amplification. Once activated, it will increase combat power and defense attributes tenfold, making it a powerful combat talent. Counselor Rao Shuqing also smiled and said, "It seems that I have awakened a precognitive ability, and I can make some judgments about what will happen next in advance." Wow. Counselor, have you awakened your talent as a diviner? That's amazing. Li Mengmeng exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hao watched as they each revealed their talents and nodded to himself. The fact that so many people have awakened their talents also gives them better protection in this post-apocalyptic world.
Qin Hao, what talent have you awakened? Li Mengmeng asked Qin Hao. All the women also turned their gazes to Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled and said, I've awakened the copying function. He knew the copying function couldn't be hidden, so he simply said it outright. As for abilities like true sight, Qin Hao chose to conceal them. Wow, if we find food in the future, won't we be able to replicate it infinitely? A girl exclaimed excitedly. Qin Hao replied with a smile. There are still limitations. It's not that exaggerated. Then, Qin Hao looked at a girl with a cold expression. Her name was Lung Shi, the class monitor, and also the class beauty. Qin Hao asked, Lung Shi, what talent have you awakened? Lung Shi immediately felt uncomfortable at Qin Hao's question. She didn't know if Qin Hao was looking at her on purpose or simply wanted to ask her what talent she had awakened. Lung Shi replied, My talent is the ability to turn water into ice, and I have the power to freeze things. Wow, no wonder she's our ice queen. Lung Shi, she really is cold. A girl teased. Attention, the spaceship is about to dock at the Kepler planet's green forest grassland. We will arrive at 8 p.m. and have 10 hours for exploration. We will depart promptly at 6 p.m. tonight. As the mechanical sound rang out, everyone immediately became extremely alert. It was time to race against time. Counselor Rao Shuqing said, Now that there's a newbie protection period, we need to find as many supplies as possible. I think those of us with awakened talents can go out, and having too many people would also hinder our operations, Chun Xiao said after thinking for a moment. Qin Hao thought about it, and agreed that it was indeed the right thing to do. Otherwise, there would be too many people, including some who were just burdens, which would be detrimental to their exploration and in-depth understanding. Many people were already disappointed because they hadn't awakened their talents, and now that they saw Qin Hao and the others weren't going to take them along, they felt even more useless. Meng Yao, you have good talent. Why don't you come along? Qin Hao looked at Lin Meng Yao, feeling that her beast-taming talent might be very useful. Qin Hao, I need to go to the toilet. I can't hold it in anymore. Suddenly, a hurried voice came out, and the speaker was Sun Yan. Her legs were trembling, and her pretty face was flushed. She had probably been holding her urine, which was why she hadn't spoken until now. Qin Hao, I want to go too. Captain, me too. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. It turned out so many people wanted to use the restroom. However, the spaceship has not yet been upgraded, and many functions are still locked, so for now, we can only solve these problems outside. Qin Hao nodded and said, Then everyone go down to the restroom first. It's near the spaceship, but I have to keep an eye on things. What? Qin Hao, you pervert. Yeah, Qin Hao, how could you peek? The women all expressed their dissatisfaction. What do you mean I was spying? I was doing this to ensure everyone's safety. Hurry up and go back. We still need to find resources. Qin Hao chuckled. Are you kidding me? What do you mean by peeping? He's looking openly. No way, this is too embarrassing. Finally, everyone had to accept the fact. I can't take it anymore. I'm going first. Sun Yan couldn't hold back any longer and quickly ran off the spaceship. After she disembarked, several other girls followed her off the spaceship. Qin Hao naturally followed, as he needed to patrol the surroundings to ensure everyone's safety. Currently, this area seems to be a safe zone, and with a 3-day protection period, there's not much to worry about encountering danger. Then, Qin Hao opened the spaceship's control panel. Since binding with this spaceship, it had functioned like a system and could be accessed at any time. Unfortunately, this spaceship has probably been weakened by the Heavenly Tao. Its weapons and shield functions will likely need to be upgraded before they can be used. Items needed to upgrade your spaceship. 5 energy cores, 50 iron blocks, 50 wood. Qin Hao frowned. He could understand the iron block and the wood, but this energy core left him completely baffled. He shared the news with everyone, urging them to keep an eye out. Finally, after discussion among the group, the trip involved a total of 6 people. Qin Hao, Rao Shuqing, Lin Meng Yao, Zhao Zihan, Ling Xiaoke, and Lu Xuan. Rao Shuqing began to work. She first closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, and then pointed in a direction and spoke. That area is somewhat dangerous, but the resources seem to be concentrated there. If we go elsewhere, we'll probably find nothing. The direction she pointed was precisely where the forest was located. They were currently in a vast, lush green grassland. In the distance lay a forest, exuding a strong sense of primitiveness. Do you know what kind of danger it is? Ling Xiaoke asked, somewhat frightened. Rao Shuqing closed her eyes again. I will continue with my prophecy. The danger there seems to be two wandering, low-level zombies. How terrifying, exclaimed Zhao Zihan, the nanny. This is still the newbie protection period. If a horde of zombies appears in 3 days, we're doomed. Rao Shuqing continued. In my prophecy, those two low-level zombies seem to be very weak. Qin Hao should be able to defeat them with a weapon. Qin Hao nodded and said, time is of the essence, so let's set off immediately. I'll be your henchman. In fact, Qin Hao had just used his danger perception to sense that direction and found that the threat was not great. Don't you guys think we look like cavemen? Lu Shuang pouted as she made a weapon. This is true survival, living from nothing to something. Just when everyone was worried about food and water. A beautiful little bird suddenly flew over, its target being Lin Mingyao. Lin Mingyao blinked her bright eyes and naturally extended her slender right hand, letting the little bird perch on the back of her hand. The scene was absolutely stunning. The beautiful young woman looked like a celestial being. Qin Hao and the others were also quite amazed. Qin Hao suddenly thought of something and said, Mingyao, can you ask it if there's any water nearby? In a survival game, water is crucial. But they also can't stray too far from the spaceship. Otherwise, if they fall behind, they're truly doomed. After a long silence, Lin Mingyao said helplessly, Captain, the little bird said there is no water source nearby, not even a small river. Qin Hao and the others were somewhat surprised. Was there really no water source in this place? How then did these plants grow? What should we do, Qin Hao? This place seems very strange. There isn't even a water source, Zhao Zihan said worriedly. Without water, everyone would die of thirst. At this moment, they were all quite thirsty. Qin Hao thought about it and realized that even without rivers, plants could still survive thanks to rainfall and underground rivers. But it's much harder for animals to survive. Since there are animals here, there must be other places where they can drink water. Maybe this little bird is just a bit slow. Mingyao, let it lead us to where it drinks water. Lin Mingyao nodded and then said to the little bird, Little darling, you must have a place to drink water, right? Take us there. Lin Mingyao's beast-taming talent began to take effect. The bird uttered a few words in its own language, then assumed a posture as if preparing to take off. Qin Hao was immediately bewildered. He couldn't understand a word it said. Back on Earth, he was extremely averse to the bird language he learned in class, knew absolutely nothing about it, and his foreign language grades were the worst. Then, the group followed the bird and headed in one direction. Soon after, Lin Mingyao stopped, and the little bird seemed to have finally reached its destination. Mingyao, have we arrived? Where's the place where the birds drink water? Qin Hao also realized that Lin Mingyao was genuinely socially awkward, didn't like to talk, and was truly shy. Ling Xiaoke and the others also began to observe their surroundings, but apart from the trees being slightly larger, they did not see any small rivers or ponds. Zhao Zihan also frowned. It seemed there was nowhere to get a drink of water here. Qin Hao thought about it, and felt that since the little bird had brought them here, there must be a reason for it. He looked around, finally fixing his gaze on the large trees. If he wasn't mistaken, the water source should be stored within the trees, because these trees were just too big. At this moment, Lin Mingyao also answered Qin Hao's question in a timely manner. She said, Yes, Captain, we've arrived. The birds drink water in these trees. Qin Hao nodded. These trees were indeed different from the trees they had seen at the beginning. They looked a lot like breadfruit trees. Then they saw the birds fly to the top of the trees and start drinking water. The trees varied in height, making it easy for them to reach the water. Qin Hao said to Lu Shuang, it's time for you to put your talent to use. They had collected quite a few sharp stones and pieces of wood earlier. This would be perfect for Lu Shuang, who has a talent for weapon crafting, to make a stone axe. Lu Shuang nodded and then began to use her talent. In no time, a stone axe was completed and it looked quite impressive. Qin Hao stared at the sharp stone axe, somewhat astonished. Qin Hao naturally took the axe and activated his innate true sight. Immediately, a message appeared before his eyes. As expected of the eye of true sight, it can see in such detail, hitting the weak point without wasting water. Qin Hao told the women to disperse, then swung his axe and began chopping. In just a few strokes, he cleaved through the tree, revealing the water source stored inside. Zhao Zihan jumped for joy, and Ling Xiaoke, no longer caring about being reserved, directly drank the water with her mouth. After the two finished drinking, Qin Hao looked at Lin Mingyao and said with a smile, Mingyao, are you thirsty? Go and drink up. You deserve the most credit. Lin Mingyao was flattered by the praise from Qin Hao and the others, her heart pounding like a deer. She said shyly, "Actually, it's nothing. Lu Shuang and Qin Hao deserve more credit. They should drink first." She felt that without Lu Shuang making the stone axe and the powerful Qin Hao cutting down the trees, they wouldn't have been able to get water so quickly. Qin Hao didn't mince words and immediately started drinking water. Afterwards, Lin Mingyao and the others also gradually finished drinking. Qin Hao actually possesses two spaces. One is the captain's system space, but is somewhat limited and should gradually expand as the spaceship is upgraded. The other was the system space, which was incredibly vast and almost endless. He didn't hesitate to collect the water into the system space. He then collected the water from the other large trees into the system space, leaving only one very short sapling uncollected. Let's leave this water for the other small animals. There are more than 30 trees here that can store water, and even the smallest tree can hold several hundred liters of water. The largest tree could probably store over 100,000 liters of water. His system space probably already contained over 2 million liters of water. Even if a normal person only drinks 1 liter water a day, there are only 30 people on their spaceship, so that amount of water would be enough to last 2 lifetimes. Just then, Rao Shuqing suddenly frowned and said, "Be careful. There seems to be danger behind us." Zhao Zihan and the others were immediately terrified. Rao Shuqing possessed prophetic abilities. Her judgment should not be wrong. Qin Hao also became serious, because in his sense of danger, he also detected a zombie approaching. Just then, a zombie suddenly burst out of the bushes, its head raised, howling as it pounced on the group. Seeing the charging zombie, Qin Hao immediately activated his true sight. Based on his true sight combined with his own abilities, he could easily kill it with a single axe strike. A deep, hoarse voice came, and the zombie raised its head and staggered toward Qin Hao, tried to tear him apart. Qin Hao reacted quickly, taking a step back to create distance, and then swung his axe fiercely at the zombie's head. After being enhanced, Qin Hao's strength and speed were both improved. With this one axe strike, the zombie was instantly killed. Zombie loot rewards: 1 energy core, 20 fabric, 10 toast breads, 1 bronze treasure chest. Chapter 7. Do you need me to carry you? Slaughtering the cow. As Qin Hao instantly killed the monster, the girls were all stunned, their eyes wide, and they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Some praised him for being too fierce, while others called him Captain. "You're awesome." Qin Hao was in a good mood listening to the crowd's compliments, and then he discovered that the monster had dropped energy cores needed to upgrade his spaceship. He then realized that to obtain the energy core, he had to kill the monster. On the other side, Zhao Zihan also found bread, but there wasn't much, only 10 pieces in total. In this post-apocalyptic survival environment, food and water are undoubtedly the most precious things. Qin Hao quickly made a distribution. All the fabrics were given to Ling Xiaoke, while he kept the energy cores and treasure chests. He then had everyone eat a piece of bread to replenish their energy, so they could continue collecting supplies. No one objected, and after they finished eating, Ling Xiaoke continued making clothes. Qin Hao then activated his true sight and began searching for the wood needed to upgrade his spaceship. He discovered that ordinary trees could be cut down to obtain wood, so he chose some trees that were easy to cut. Soon, Ling Xiaoke made several more stone axes, and several girls joined in chopping down trees. After working for a long time, Qin Hao looked at the extra 2,000 pieces of wood in his backpack and finally stopped, satisfied. Then, he said to Lin Mingyao, "Mingyao, have the little bird lead us to a place with fruit." Lin Mingyao nodded and immediately began communicating with the little bird. Qin Hao then looked at Ling Xiaoke. She had sprained her ankle earlier and was clearly having difficulty walking, so he asked her if she could still walk, and if not, he could carry her on his back. Ling Xiaoke felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that if she actually climbed onto Qin Hao's back, she would become even more nervous, but if she didn't, she was afraid of slowing down everyone's efforts to gather supplies. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed and jumped onto Qin Hao's back. Feeling his strong body and aura, Ling Xiaoke blushed slightly and whispered that he was really strong. Qin Hao smiled and agreed. Ling Xiaoke was short and light, so carrying her was almost effortless. Zhao Zihan and Rao Shuqing, who were standing nearby, were taken aback. Zhao Zihan, in particular, immediately realized that she was the wet nurse, so wouldn't she be able to leave after a little treatment? She quickly stepped forward and said, "Xiaoke, let me treat you, and you'll be able to leave right away." After speaking, he used his talent to heal Ling Xiaoke's foot injury. Although Ling Xiaoke was somewhat disappointed, she could only get off Qin Hao's back. Afterwards, the group continued on their way, and led by the little bird, they arrived at a grove of wild peach trees. The tree was laden with wild peaches, and the group's eyes lit up. They immediately started eating and picking, eventually harvesting a full 600 wild peaches. Zhao Zihan ate with a blissful expression, repeatedly praising Lin Mingyao for being so amazing. In this survival game, being able to eat fresh peaches is like finding a treasure. Qin Hao was also very happy and kissed Lin Mingyao on the cheek, praising her as the team's lucky star. Lin Mingyao blushed instantly and dared not look up. She was both happy that she had finally come in handy and too shy to do anything about it, never expecting Qin Hao to suddenly kiss her. Zhao Zihan and Ling Xiaoke exchanged bewildered glances. Zhao Zihan couldn't help but mutter that Qin Hao was bullying her, while Ling Xiaoke also felt indignant on Lin Mingyao's behalf, thinking that he knew Mingyao was shy and still acted this way. A strange thought popped into Ling Xiaoke's mind again. Qin Hao just carried her on his back, so why was he kissing Lin Mingyao instead? Seeing Lin Mingyao blushing and not resisting, Qin Hao felt even better. This is a reward for Mingyao, right? Lin Mingyao nodded softly in agreement. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything more. Qin Hao then instructed Lin Mingyao to continue asking the little bird to lead the way to find animals like cattle and sheep. He kept his true sight active throughout the journey and soon discovered something unusual. A seemingly ordinary rock might be hiding a treasure chest. Without true sight, an ordinary person would have completely overlooked it even if they passed by. Without a word, Qin Hao swung his stone axe and began to chop. The axe crafted by Lu Shuang was quite powerful, splitting the stone in two with a single blow. After the stone shattered, a treasure chest appeared before everyone. The system notified him that he had obtained a silver treasure chest. Rao Shuqing, Lin Mingyao, and the others were stunned once again. Breaking a rock and getting a treasure chest. This luck was simply outrageous, practically cheating. Qin Hao simply smiled faintly, said something about basic procedures, and told everyone to keep following. After walking a while longer, Lin Mingyao suddenly stopped. Qin Hao looked in the direction she was looking and, sure enough, saw 4 cows grazing in the distance. He lowered his voice and instructed the women to surround the bull from a distance to prevent it from being frightened and escaping, while he prepared to launch a direct attack. Lu Shuang had previously made several axes, and Rao Shuqing and the others also had weapons, giving them some fighting ability. The group nodded and did as instructed. Zhao Zihan worriedly reminded him to be careful, as bulls can be very ferocious when charging. Qin Hao agreed, but didn't take it too seriously. His enhanced speed and strength already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Upon approaching, he swiftly dispatched all 4 cows with a few axe blows and stored them in his system space. The system notification read, "Acquired 4 cows." Qin Hao glanced at the little bird that had led the way and casually remarked, "Why don't we kill it too and roast it when we get back?" Lin Mingyao panicked and pitifully pleaded for the bird, saying it had helped everyone so much and shouldn't be killed. Seeing her continued pleas, Qin Hao finally abandoned the idea. Otherwise, given his personality, he probably would have cleaned it up immediately. Qin Hao glanced at the time, then, without further delay, immediately led everyone back to the spaceship. Just then, a system notification sounded. Spaceship A-1001 will take off in 1 hour. Players who haven't boarded, you will have to say goodbye to this world. Chapter 8. Giving everyone a shower, spaceship takeoff. Due to the time crunch, Qin Hao led everyone on a brisk walk, almost running, towards the spaceship. Several girls couldn't keep up, and soon some members of the group began to fall behind. Qin Hao could only carry them in turns for a while. At this moment, Lin Mingyao was lying on his back, while Ling Xiaoke and Zhao Zihan were being carried forward by him, one on each side. Although it was hard work, he was surrounded by beautiful women, so it wasn't a bad deal. Several girls, panting, asked if the spaceship was almost there. Qin Hao glanced ahead and smiled, saying it would only take about 2.5 minutes to reach. Ling Xiaoke then asked how much time was left before the spaceship took off. Qin Hao glanced at the time and told them they had more than half an hour left. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Zihan complained between breaths. "Since we still have so much time, why did Qin Hao make us run so fast? He almost exhausted me." Lin Mingyao whispered an explanation for Qin Hao, saying that he probably wanted to allow extra time in case something unexpected happened on the way, so he wouldn't get stuck. Qin Hao nodded, feeling that Lin Mingyao understood him best. He casually teased Zhao Zihan, saying she was all looks and no brains, and that Meng Yao was much smarter. Zhao Zihan was immediately furious, and even more surprised that the usually shy Lin Mengyao would start speaking up for Qin Hao. She couldn't help but accuse Lin Mengyao of siding with outsiders. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengyao immediately reverted to her shy demeanor and whispered an apology to Zhao Zihan. As the group drew closer to the spaceship, cheers could be heard from inside. The girls chattered excitedly. Qin Hao and the others were finally back. They had been worried about whether the others had encountered any danger. Although they had obtained 20 pieces of cloth from killing the zombies, the materials were still far from enough to prepare clothing for 30 people. Student counselor Li Mengmeng was the first to run out, excitedly shouting that the captain was finally back and asking if their journey had been smooth. Qin Hao coughed, indicating that everything had gone well. Shortly afterward, the entire spaceship began to take off. Chapter 9. Call me Brother Qin Hao. Sun Yin opens the treasure chest. Ling Xiaoke felt that Qin Hao's reaction was a little strange, but she didn't think much of it. After a long day of running around, she was exhausted, so she found a spot in a corner of the spaceship to rest. The most beautiful girl in the college, Sun Yin, looked at Zhao Zihan and asked if they had encountered any danger on their trip. The other girls immediately perked up their ears. After all, they might all have to face the outside world soon. Zhao Zihan's smile faded, and she said seriously, although we're still in the protection period, it's not safe outside. We've actually encountered a zombie. If we get scratched, we could get infected with a virus and even turn into new zombies. What's more troublesome is that her healing abilities aren't yet sufficient to eliminate the zombie virus. Zhao Zihan briefly recounted what had happened, and the women listened with trepidation, feeling a chill run down their spines just thinking about it. If they were really sent out, the consequences of them being accidentally touched by zombies would be unbearable. Some people couldn't help but sigh. This is really too dangerous, and Qin Hao and his team are having a hard time. At this moment, Li Mingming skipped over to Qin Hao and asked expectantly, Brother Qin Hao, have you found water? I'm dying of thirst. The other girls also looked over, each one like a little animal waiting to be fed. Rao Shuqing and the others had already drunk water and eaten outside, so their symptoms weren't as intense. But the girls left inside the spaceship were hungry and thirsty, and only then did they truly experience the cruelty of survival. Qin Hao smiled and said that this time it was all thanks to Lin Mengyao. There was plenty of water and food. The women breathed a sigh of relief and praised Qin Hao, saying he was truly capable and worthy of being the captain. Qin Hao waved his hand to interrupt them, saying that if anyone should thank someone, it should be Lin Mengyao, as it was mainly thanks to her that they were able to get water and food. Ling Xiaoke also contributed a lot in making the clothes, and the counselor, Zhao Zihan, and Lu Shuang each deserve credit. He didn't take all the credit for himself. After hearing this, the women genuinely praised Lin Mengyao and the others, and the atmosphere finally relaxed a lot. Then Qin Hao smiled and looked at the women, saying that anyone who wanted water could just drink it with their mouth. However, he added a condition. Everyone had to call him Brother Qin Hao. This immediately caused an uproar. Some immediately wondered if this was a test of obedience. Now she's just calling him brother, but next time will she have to completely submit to his power? Li Mengmeng, on the other hand, didn't hesitate at all. She already thought Qin Hao was powerful and had long planned to cling to this powerful figure. So the first person raised their hand and said, Brother Qin Hao, I want a drink. The next second, everyone saw clear water suddenly appear in Qin Hao's right hand and flow into Li Mengmeng's mouth. Li Mengmeng initially enjoyed her drink, but soon begged for mercy, saying she had drunk too much and was already full. Sun Yin was also very thirsty, and after thinking for a moment, she figured it wouldn't hurt to shout, so she spoke up. Brother Qin Hao, I want some water too. She quickly finished drinking as well. Qin Hao looked at the girls behind him who were still hesitating and couldn't help but find it amusing. He knew some of them were rather conservative and too embarrassed to speak up. He then laughed and said he was just teasing them, and it was fine if they didn't shout. Some of the girls breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Qin Hao fed everyone else, and then distributed peaches, toast, and compressed biscuits so that everyone could fill their stomachs first. Once the food and drink issues were resolved, Qin Hao took out 2 treasure chests and asked the women with a smile, which of you is the luckiest person at drawing cards? He still believed in luck. After all, some people just happen to get good things. Moreover, his copying ability doesn't seem to be able to directly copy treasure chests. He can only copy them after the chest contains items. Previously, when water and food weren't extremely scarce, he wasn't in a hurry to use the ability, which only lasts once every 7 days. In the crowd, Sun Yin thought for a moment and said that she should count. Back then, she got 7 Thunder Generals in 10 consecutive draws, instantly reaching full strength. Even with the odds of being a king, she got 2 Glory Crystals in her first 5 draw. Upon hearing this, the women gasped in astonishment. Some even suspected Sun Yin might be a hacker. Otherwise, such luck was simply too outrageous. Sun Yin continued, saying that her awakened talent was simply luck. If used to open treasure chests, it seems like a rare item is guaranteed to appear once in 10 tries. Qin Hao didn't hesitate after hearing this and directly handed the bronze treasure chest to Sun Yin. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Sun Yin opened the chest. The treasure chest contained a 6-piece seasoning set, 20 compressed biscuits, 30 iron blocks, and a bottle of rare physique enhancement liquid. Rao Shuqing and the others were dumbfounded. Getting rare items on their very first treasure chest was simply unbelievable. Sun Yin's luck was off the charts. The physique enhancement liquid is clearly no ordinary substance, judging from its name alone. Qin Hao took a look with his true sight and discovered that the first time he took it, it could double his physique, but the effect would weaken as his physique grew stronger. Everyone was immediately astonished. The captain's physique enhancement had only doubled, but this enhancement liquid had directly doubled it. It was definitely a valuable item. Qin Hao immediately instructed Sun Yin to continue opening the silver treasure chests. Sun Yin nodded, and under the tense yet expectant gazes of everyone, reached out and opened the second chest. This time, the chest contained 20 energy cores, 20 rare upgrade fragments, a precious talent stone, and a map to a top-tier extreme cold storm chest. Everyone was stunned again. Just looking at these labels, you could tell the value was considerable. Ordinary people could never have such a high drop rate when opening boxes. Even if Sun Yin had a knack for luck, it was still ridiculously high. Especially since even top-tier items were dropped, things that should theoretically only be obtainable from higher-grade treasure chests. Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch Sun Yin with his fair and beautiful legs, saying she was absolutely amazing, a true treasure. He'd really struck gold this time. Not only was Sun Yin beautiful, but her long legs were also incredibly eye-catching, and her luck was ridiculously strong. Qin Hao was already looking forward to her getting even more amazing items from future treasure chests. Chapter 10, Beef, Distribute Physique en Ossements Liquide. Upgrade Fragment. Essential for spaceship upgrade to LV.3, Talent Stone. After fusion and use, randomly grants 1 low-level talent. Arctic Storm Treasure Chest Map. Marks all treasure chests located in the Arctic Storm area 30 days from now. Qin Hao looked at the rewards before him and couldn't help but swallow hard. Sun Yin's luck was simply outrageous. She actually got such good stuff. He briefly explained the functions of the items, and the women were all pleasantly surprised. They knew very well how important talent was, and now they even had talent stones. More importantly, the map of the extreme cold storm treasure chest marked its location 30 days later. If they can hold out until then, they'll definitely make a fortune. Rao Shuqing and the others cheered, smiles finally appearing on their faces. Qin Hao didn't delay, immediately storing these items into his system space, preparing to distribute them later. After a moment's thought, he decided to use his 7-day replication ability on the physique enhancement fluid. Water and food were not currently lacking. What truly needed improvement was the team's overall survivability. The body-strengthening fluid is incredibly effective. As long as the girl's physical fitness improves, they won't easily experience sprains, exhaustion, or being unable to run when they go out exploring with him. Qin Hao knew very well that his individual strength alone was not enough. To go further in the post-apocalyptic survival game, the real key was for the team to become stronger as a whole. Without further hesitation, he silently recited the command to copy the physique enhancement fluid. A system notification quickly appeared. Currently, the rare item physique enhancement fluid can be copied, with a progress rate of 10,000 copies per day. Fluid in the system space began to replicate continuously. Seeing the quantity increase, Qin Hao felt much more at ease. Then, he took out a cow and asked everyone if anyone had fire-making talent, preparing to roast beef. The group of people looked at each other, but no one spoke up. At this moment, Li Mengmeng raised her hand and said softly, "Brother Qin Hao, I don't have the talent to start a fire, but I do have the talent to cook." Qin Hao became interested and asked her what kind of cooking she did. Li Mingming explained that she could transform ingredients into finished dishes she imagined, as long as she had enough ingredients. For example, if you gave her beef, she could make stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. Upon hearing this, all the women gasped. This talent didn't sound like a combat ability, but in the apocalypse, it was incredibly useful. Being able to eat a hot and delicious meal of beef in this environment was a true luxury. The class monitor, Qin Hao, couldn't help but tease Li Mingming, saying that she often cosplayed as a little cook, which might have awakened her culinary talent. Li Mingming immediately denied it, but her guilty little expression still made Qin Hao glance at her a few more times. Qin Hao didn't think much of it, and immediately took out a 6-piece seasoning set. It contained peanut oil, balsamic vinegar, soy sauce, salt, MSG, and oyster sauce. With these, the taste wouldn't be bad. He handed the seasonings to Li Mingming, asking her to try and make something delicious. Rao Shuqing quickly suggested that they could make the steak first, pan-fry it until it was fragrant, and that side dishes were optional. Longshire nodded secretly, thinking that her counselor really knew how to eat. The other girls also got excited. Some wanted braised beef brisket, others wanted hot pot with tripe, and still others specifically requested stir-fried beef with yellow peppers. Li Mingming was overwhelmed by the choices, but her talent was undeniable. With beef and a 6-piece seasoning set at her disposal, she should be able to conjure up quite a few dishes. She activated her talent on the beef and seasonings, and a soft light quickly shone forth. Before long, pieces of steak appeared in the wooden bowls that Lu Shuang had prepared in advance. It turned out that Qin Hao had already had Lu Shuang use her talent to make the bowls and chopsticks before she even started. The women stared wide-eyed at the steak that had appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Zihan, looking at the still slightly pink steak, unsure of its doneness, couldn't help but ask, "Mingming, is this steak cooked? I don't want to be a caveman eating raw meat and drinking blood." Li Mingming immediately replied in an exaggerated tone, "It's ripe. It'll get old if we don't eat it soon." Qin Hao also added with a smile, "It'll turn into charcoal if we don't eat it soon." The women were immediately at a loss for words, and the atmosphere in the spaceship instantly became much more relaxed. Soon, dishes such as stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, stewed beef, and tripe appeared one after another. Everyone was stunned and praised Li Mingming's talent, saying that she could actually turn ingredients into finished delicacies. Li Mingming was beaming with joy at the compliments, though she said, "Don't praise me anymore. I'll be embarrassed." But her smug little expression was impossible to hide. Qin Hao, smelling the fragrant beef, couldn't resist either and immediately urged everyone to dig in. The girls immediately crowded around, and the moment they tasted the beef, they were all incredibly happy. Zhao Zihan and the others ate while marveling that being able to eat such delicious food in this post-apocalyptic environment was like a dream. At this moment, Qin Hao opened his attribute panel. Looking at the panel, Qin Hao made a judgment. If he continued to consume the physique enhancement fluid, he might reach the human limit or even break through to the next evolutionary breakthrough. This time, however, he didn't think only of himself. He took out 60 doses of physique enhancement fluid, handed them to Rao Shuqing, and said to everyone, "Next, everyone absorb the physique enhancement fluid and become stronger together." He told everyone that there would be no pretty faces in the team in the future. Everyone would have to play a role. Only by improving overall strength could everyone survive longer in the post-apocalyptic survival game. Rao Shuqing and the others stared at Qin Hao, speechless for a moment. They all knew that such a valuable substance as the physique enhancement fluid would likely have been monopolized by anyone else. Qin Hao is not only highly capable and has excellent judgment, but he is also willing to consider the needs of the entire team. Some girls are already unconsciously looking at him with unusual emotions. Of course, some people were utterly shocked. They had just said there were limitations to copying, and now they produced 60 doses of physique enhancement fluid. This ability was practically cheating. However, they only thought about it. The stronger Qin Hao's replication talent, the more advantageous it would be for them. Following someone like that would greatly increase their chances of surviving the apocalypse. Chapter 11. Physical Enhancement, World Channel. Each of the girls received 2 doses of the physical enhancement liquid. Qin Hao didn't rush them to use it. "I'll absorb 1 dose first to see if there are any side effects. You guys wait a bit." Lin Mingyao and the others nodded obediently. Qin Hao took it first, and the next second, he clearly felt his body undergo a dramatic transformation. His cells metabolized wildly, and his physique was constantly strengthening. This change was almost earth-shattering, especially in that all aspects of his physical abilities were greatly enhanced. Qin Hao had initially worried that with so many girls on the spaceship, he wouldn't be able to handle it, but now that his physique had surged, he was completely relieved. He carefully assessed the situation and found that the effect was indeed similar to what the eye of true sight had indicated, with his physique increasing by 2 times. He then took a second dose of the enhancement fluid. However, the effect was significantly weaker the second time, only increasing the effect by about half. At this rate, a third dose would probably have almost no effect. After the enhancement was completed, impurities and toxins began to seep out from Qin Hao's skin. Although he looked dirty, his body seemed to have been cleansed and refreshed, and he exuded a strong hormonal aura. He simply took off his clothes and washed himself clean with water. At this moment, Qin Hao felt full of power, as if he could kill a tiger with a single punch. If he activated the tenfold amplification, he would be practically indistinguishable from Superman. Soon, the women began to take the physique-enhancing liquid one after another. As the drug took effect, their physical abilities were greatly improved. Qin Hao observed this and felt that in the future, when encountering danger, the situation of everyone holding them back would no longer occur. However, after the intensification, many girls also expelled impurities, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Student counselor Li Mengmeng whispered, "Brother Qin Hao, I want to take a shower." Actually, it wasn't just her. The other girls had the same thought. Qin Hao added, "It's all right, as the captain. I've already opened the sewers." He spoke seriously, but he was secretly overjoyed, hoping they would agree soon. Rao Shuqing bit her lips shyly and whispered a reminder. "Qin Hao, you can't peek. You have to turn your head away. I'm your teacher." The other girls quickly echoed, saying they would feel embarrassed. Qin Hao frowned and urged, "Hurry up, stop dawdling. After you guys are done washing, I still need to upgrade the spaceship." Qin Hao released a stream of water from his right hand, splashing it down. The whole process was pure torture for him. He couldn't control his temper at all. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Who could withstand this kind of scene? But since he was the one who suggested it, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Finally, all the women finished washing. Kong Linger immediately used her talent to purify everyone's bodies and clothes. She also cleaned up the dirty water on the ground. The air inside the spaceship immediately felt much fresher. Li Mengmeng and the others praised Kong Linger, saying her purification ability was very useful. At this moment, Kong Linger walked up to Qin Hao and said earnestly, "Captain, you should have plenty of water. It would be troublesome to purify it bucket by bucket. I can expend a lot of my innate power to condense a single drop of purification liquid for you." She explained that simply dripping the purification liquid into the water source would purify the entire body of water. Qin Hao was somewhat tempted after hearing this, so he readily accepted. He dripped the purification liquid into the water source in his system space. With a flash of light, the water instantly became clear, sweet, and clean, turning into high-quality, unpolluted water. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Linger, you have quite a talent." Kong Linger was pleased by the praise and looked at him seriously, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, Captain. I feel like there's some evil fire in your mind. Do you need me to purify it for you?" Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and asked her with a smile how she planned to purify it. Kong Linger, clearly naive and inexperienced, didn't catch the teasing at all and honestly replied, "If I use my talent on you with my hand, you could be purified." Qin Hao waved his hand and laughed. "No need for that, thank you." Just then, a holographic projection screen of the spaceship appeared in front of him. Qin Hao checked the upgrade materials and found that they were only missing 19 iron blocks, as their location seemed to be iron deficient. The screen displays the following items required to upgrade the spaceship. 5 energy cores, currently 21, 50 iron blocks, currently 31, and 50 portions of wood, currently 2010. Qin Hao decided to open the world channel to see if he could trade iron blocks with other captains. The channel was divided into regional channels and personal channels. He saw that he was in the Endless Starfield Region 1 and the Level 1 Blue Star region. Qin Hao roughly judged that the Blue Star region should be Earth. As for what Level 1 represented, whether it was a level of civilization or something else, he couldn't figure it out for the time being and could only put it aside. Meanwhile, the world channel was already in complete chaos. Someone claiming to be a wealthy man from Beijing asked for food and drink, promising hundreds of millions as a reward if he could return. Soon, others mocked him, saying it was impossible to go back now, and hundreds of millions were nothing but worthless paper. Some people were asking for cloth, willing to trade it for wood, because relying solely on leaves for shelter was uncomfortable. Qin Hao stared in disbelief, and Rao Shuqing and the others also came over to look, only to be equally stunned by the content on the channel. In this survival game, water and food had become the most crucial things. To survive, many people are even willing to abandon their dignity and pride. The women felt incredibly fortunate to be on the same spaceship as Qin Hao. It was because of his efforts and everyone else's hard work that they hadn't been reduced to groveling for a sip of water and food. Chapter 12. Spaceship Upgrade Unlocks Laser. On the holographic screen, the chat area remained lively. Someone tried to trade photos for food, only to be immediately ridiculed for being naive. Only 2 days into the apocalypse, food had already become the most scarce commodity. Strangers were unlikely to share, and even one's closest relatives might not be willing to share. Reality is cruel. After the disaster struck, the darkness in people's hearts was magnified, sometimes even more terrifying than zombies. In the chat area, the situations of various spaceships began to be revealed, with male ships asking females to join, and female ships complaining about their dangerous situations. Standing beside Qin Hao were Rao Shuqing, Zhao Zihan, Sun Yan, Ling Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, and others. They looked at the messages on the screen, their expressions grim. On the surface, they seemed to be chatting easily, but behind the scenes, many of them had likely encountered terrible things. Qin Hao secretly rejoiced. People often say that there are many beautiful girls in Chinese language, education, and design majors, which was why he applied to these fields. He ended up being admitted to a design institute, and his class was indeed full of pretty girls. Now, this spaceship is mostly filled with familiar classmates. The group continued scrolling, and new trade messages appeared in the chat area. Someone had been teleported to a cotton field, had cotton but no water, and offered to trade cotton for water. Immediately, someone else thought it wasn't worth it, arguing that water was far more important than clothes in the apocalypse. However, some warned that an extreme cold storm would arrive in a month, and without warm clothing, people could freeze to death. Upon seeing this, Qin Hao immediately realized that the disasters faced by different regions might be different, and their endless Starfield Zone 1 was facing extreme cold in the future. Soon, a transaction message popped up. 100 grams of cotton for 500 milliliters of water, 100 sets in total. Qin Hao didn't hesitate and exchanged them all. Rao Shuqing and the others had no objections either, since they had just obtained a large amount of water and were not short of water for the time being. Qin Hao knew very well that since the extreme cold storm would arrive in a month, anything that could keep him warm was essential. Cotton might seem insignificant now, but it could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Just then, someone in the chat area started offering high prices for upgrade fragments. They were even willing to trade iron blocks, wood, and energy cores. Someone recognized him as the first person to upgrade their spaceship, and couldn't help but guess that he was already preparing for a second upgrade. Seeing this, Qin Hao realized that the others were progressing quite quickly. He immediately said to Rao Shuqing, "We can't fall behind. Instructor, you keep an eye on the trading information and exchange for suitable iron blocks as soon as you find them. We can also collect cloth and food and prepare some stones as well. It's best to trade with water and keep the wood for now." They currently have 2.4 million liters of water, a considerable reserve, but only a little over 2,000 pieces of timber, which they need to save for later construction. As a teacher, and given administrator privileges by Qin Hao, Rao Shuqing is best suited to lead the girls in monitoring the transactions. The physique enhancement fluid could be used to trade for items. It was far more valuable, making it a waste to exchange it for iron blocks. Rao Shuqing nodded in agreement, then led the other women to stand guard in front of the holographic screen, ready to act immediately once a suitable deal appeared. Qin Hao then began to examine the spaceship's functions. Besides being able to build water tanks, the spaceship also had a bed-building function unlocked. He planned to build a water tank first, to facilitate everyone's daily water needs and also for future transactions. A simple water reservoir required 20 stones, each 1 meter square. Qin Hao chose to build it directly, and soon, a rudimentary water reservoir took shape inside the spaceship. He then filled it with water for everyone to use. Next, he looked at the wooden bed option. A simple wooden bed required 20 pieces of wood. The spaceship was originally only 10 meters in diameter, with limited space, so it couldn't fit too many beds at most. Qin Hao calculated and built 7 directly. The next second, 7 wooden beds appeared out of thin air. The girls were immediately excited. Before, when they were tired, they could only rest against the cold, hard walls of the spaceship, which was far from comfortable. Now, finally having beds, even if they were just simple wooden beds, was a pleasant surprise. Qin Hao smiled and told them to put the bed together so they would have a place to rest that night. He also told Lu Shuang that if the bed wasn't suitable, she could use her weapon-making talent to adjust it. Now that these girls had all drunk the physique enhancement fluid, Qin Hao didn't need to do many things himself. Qin Hao also intended for everyone to participate. Survival in the apocalypse isn't something one person can achieve alone. Only by forming a team can they survive longer in the coming crises. The girls readily agreed, though some looked slightly uncomfortable upon hearing they would be sleeping together that night. Chen Xiao quickly stepped forward to call on everyone to help. She had always been good at organizing activities in class, and Li Mengmeng, Zhao Zihan, and others also joined in. Lin Mingyao, who had been huddled in the corner, nodded like a chick pecking at rice and ran over to help. The spaceship bustled with activity as beds were moved into suitable positions, finally bringing a touch of life to the previously empty and cold space. Just then, Rao Shuqing, watching from the holographic screen, exclaimed with delight, "Qin Hao, we've got enough iron blocks." There was a lot of iron trading in the hall. They were quick-witted and used the water in the reservoir to exchange for enough iron in a short time. They not only collected the 150 iron needed for the upgrade, but also got some extra food and stones. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately went over to check. The upgrade requirements were all met. 21 energy cores, 150 iron blocks, and over 2,000 pieces of wood. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. A slight tremor followed. A moment later, a notification popped up indicating that the upgrade was complete. Spaceship A-1001 had officially been upgraded to level 2, and its internal space had expanded from the original cramped state to a large space with a diameter of 30 meters and a central core height of 4 meters. The attributes on the panel have also changed significantly. The spaceship's defense has been upgraded to withstand the claws of zombies below level 2. Its durability remains at 98%, and its energy at 94%, enough to keep it operational until the extreme cold storm a month from now. More importantly, the spaceship unlocked 10 low-level laser weapons. Although each weapon's attack power wasn't particularly impressive, taking about 10 seconds to kill a low-level zombie. With the addition of extra energy cores, one energy core could sustain the ship for 10 minutes at full power. Qin Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of this change. With only 10 lasers, they already possessed combat capability. If they could equip themselves with 360 in the future, the spaceship's firepower alone would likely be enough to withstand a zombie horde. In addition, the spaceship has unlocked an automatic pickup function within a 10-meter range, automatically storing dropped items into the system space. The system space has also been increased from 5 cubic meters to 8 cubic meters. Although this isn't particularly crucial for Qin Hao, it's convenient enough to coordinate with automatic pickup and trading of supplies. Chapter 13. The first level 3 spaceship, rest time. Wow, the spaceship is bigger. It's finally not cramped anymore. After the upgrade, the interior space was noticeably more spacious. Qin Hao casually checked the requirements for the next upgrade, and as soon as he glanced at it, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He had almost gathered all the necessary materials. Upgrading to level 3 required an energy core, upgrade fragments, iron blocks, and wood. While the iron blocks and wood were more of a formality, the real key items were the energy core and upgrade fragments, which could only be obtained by killing monsters or finding treasure chests. Qin Hao quickly made a judgment. Rather than saying the spaceship was being upgraded, it was more accurate to say it was already incredibly powerful, and this was simply a matter of unlocking its original function step by step. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. The next second, a system notification sounded, and the spaceship began its upgrade. Immediately afterward, a district-wide announcement came. Spaceship A-1001 had successfully upgraded, becoming the first level 3 spaceship in District 1, and was rewarded with a silver treasure chest and the privilege of arriving at the next destination 20 minutes early. Qin Hao looked at the announcement thoughtfully. He had leveled up twice in a row, directly becoming the first level 3 spaceship in the entire district. While some might have already taken a lead in level 2 spaceships, he was the first to reach level 3. Just then, the spaceship shook violently, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. The girls on board screamed in alarm. Li Mengmeng, terrified, threw herself at Qin Hao, clinging to him tightly, and asked frantically, "Captain, are we going to crash?" Ling Xiaoka clung to his leg, extremely nervous. "Captain, I don't want the plane to crash. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated, and could only reassure everyone. Don't panic. This is normal noise during the spaceship upgrade. The girls calmed down a bit, but were still quite frightened. Someone asked in surprise, didn't we just upgrade once? How come we upgraded again? And with such a big commotion this time? Qin Hao looked at Sun Yin and said with a smile, thanks to Yin Yin's good luck, we got upgrade fragment from the silver treasure chest. Now we're the first level 3 spaceship in Zone 1, and we even got an extra silver treasure chest as a reward. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The level 3 spaceship had arrived too quickly, and more importantly, it was the first of its kind in the entire region, making it a completely different story. Qin Hao then checked the upgraded spaceship's information. Now, the spaceship had reached level 3, with its internal space diameter expanded to 50 meters, its core height to 5 meters, and its system space increased to 12 grids. Defense and durability have also been enhanced, allowing it to withstand the claws and scratches of zombies below level 2 and endure zombie attacks for about half a day. Energy reserves are also sufficient to sustain the spaceship until the extreme cold storm a month later. More importantly, the spaceship shields are activated, and 50 low-level laser weapons have been unlocked. Although it requires additional energy cores, it provides sustained output when firing at full power. In addition, the ship has gained an extra crossbow turret, and its automatic pickup range has been increased to 30 meters, allowing it to automatically collect dropped items. As for the warp drive function, it is still not unlocked. After Qin Hao told the women about these changes, they were once again stunned. Some couldn't help but praise his skill, while others were relieved that even if they encountered zombie attacks in the future, they wouldn't be as afraid as before. Rao Shuqing was also moved. After the spaceship was upgraded to level 3, its safety had significantly improved. Once the 3-day protection period ended, they would at least have a greater guarantee of survival. Li Mingming blinked, her admiration for Qin Hao growing even stronger. She had made up her mind to cling tightly to Qin Hao's coattails from now on. Qin Hao then glanced at the upgrade requirements for the level 4 spaceship. It required 40 energy cores, 40 upgrade fragments, 40 portions of refined iron, and 1 spaceship heart. Compared to before, the difficulty had increased significantly. He then opened the Blue Star channel. The channel was already buzzing with excitement due to the region-wide announcement, with many speculating about which powerful player had quietly upgraded to a level 3 spaceship. Some asked for help, some complained of hunger, and others recognized him as the first player to upgrade to a level 2 spaceship. One of the men, calling himself a Special Forces soldier, spoke up, saying they had killed several zombies but hadn't found the upgrade fragments and wanted to know where to get them. Qin Hao was somewhat surprised by this message. The fact that they could kill several zombies meant they were clearly quite strong. They might actually be a whole ship full of Special Forces soldiers. He casually chose a screen name, Great Wall Watcher, and replied, "Want to know? Offer something in return." Information asymmetry is crucial in this environment, and Qin Hao certainly wouldn't tell anyone for nothing. Soon, the Special Forces soldier requested to add him as a friend. After Qin Hao accepted, the soldier proposed exchanging 20 pieces of fabric and 20 servings of instant noodles for the information. Qin Hao immediately raised the price, asking for 30 sets of cloth and 30 servings of instant noodles. The other party remained silent for a moment before finally agreeing to the deal. After the trade was established, Qin Hao only sent one message. Upgrade fragments can be obtained by lucky players from silver treasure chests. After the trade was completed, the Special Forces soldier immediately expressed his gratitude and realized they had been going in the wrong direction. Since the zombies weren't dropping anything, it was time to change tactics and focus on finding treasure chests. Qin Hao politely replied that helping one's fellow human was the right thing to do, but he knew in his heart that the other party would find out about this sooner or later. Exchanging supplies now was already a good deal. Moreover, he had also gained the privilege of arriving at the next stop 20 minutes earlier. If the first stop in 3 days really is the map where we rendezvous with other spaceships, then he can definitely plunder it first. Qin Hao glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. The spaceship would dock at the next stop at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and they needed to be well rested so they could thoroughly plunder the supplies then. So he said to the girls, "Go to bed and rest. We'll be at the next stop at 8 tomorrow." Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, Lin Mingyao, Zhao Zihan, and the others stared at the large bed, momentarily stunned. Were they really going to sleep with Qin Hao tonight? Qin Hao didn't think much of it, and simply lay down in the middle of the bed. The spaceship is now at level 3, which would allow for the construction of individual rooms, but it's too late. and he's too lazy to bother. Li Mingming immediately chimed in, Yeah, don't waste time. Let's go to sleep. No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly lay down to Qin Hao's left. The other women were stunned. Wow, that was incredibly fast. Before they could react, another figure darted to Qin Hao's right. Everyone looked closely and saw it was none other than the school beauty, Lin Mingyao. Sun Yan was stunned. What happened to her shy and timid demeanor? Lin Mingyao blushed under everyone's gaze and could only whisper, I'm scared to sleep alone. Sleeping with the captain makes me feel safe. Chapter 14. Sleeping, next stop, Deep Blue Ocean. Everyone else stared wide-eyed. Qin Hao was so popular now. If you weren't quick enough, you wouldn't get a spot. Ling Xiaoke quickly chose a spot close to him. Knowing that her figure and looks weren't the most outstanding, she had to be proactive. Wearing a light pink dress and white stockings, she quietly moved to sit below Qin Hao. Counselor Rao Shuqing blushed and lay down on top of Qin Hao, explaining softly, I'm afraid of the cold, and Qin Hao is a boy, so he should be warmer. Her heart was racing, as if she had finally made up her mind. There were too many girls here, all a few years younger than her. If she didn't take the initiative, she probably wouldn't have a chance to complete her system task. Qin Hao turned his head and glanced at her, almost startled, thinking Rao Shuqing was about to sleep on top of him. Fortunately, there was some distance between them, and he could only see her delicate pink feet, which exuded a mature older sister aura. Class monitor Lung sure stood there stunned, not expecting even the counselor to abandon her reserve. Her face remained cold, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to back down and simply found a spot on the edge of the bed to lie down. The class monitor, Chen Xiao, lay down next to Li Mingming. The two had a good relationship. Soon, a group of girls spread out around Qin Hao, forming a circle around him. Qin Hao could barely suppress a smile. The scene he'd only ever dreamed of had actually come true. He was sleeping amidst a group of stunningly beautiful women, a full 29 of them. It was unbelievable. He turned off the spaceship's lights, reminding everyone to get some rest, and that they'd continue scavenging for supplies at 8 the next morning. With the protection period still in effect, this was probably one of the rare days in this survival game where they could sleep peacefully. Once the 3-day protection period is over, everyone must remain vigilant. To be on the safe side, Qin Hao had already arranged for 2 night owls to take turns on duty to prevent any accidents from happening at night. Hearing this, the women all felt a pang of emotion. Who knows how chaotic the berserk state will become in 7 days? Perhaps in 3 days, everyone will start to live in fear. Some whispered good night, others called him captain. After the lights were completely turned off, the women gradually quieted down, leaving only soft breathing in the spaceship. Qin Hao naturally stretched out his hands and placed them under Li Mingming's and Lin Mingyao's heads respectively. Li Mingming was bold and readily accepted, but Lin Mingyao was extremely nervous, her cheeks burning. She was hesitant to move, her mind a jumbled mess. The captain was holding her like this, with so many people around. If they were discovered, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Yet, a sense of security slowly eased her tension. Just then, Li Mingming quietly turned and moved closer to Qin Hao. Qin Hao's spirits lifted instantly, thinking to himself, this girl looks petite, but I didn't expect her to be so well endowed. Li Mingming leaned close to his ear and whispered that she liked him, adding that she had even styled her hair in pigtails today. Qin Hao swallowed hard and whispered that he loved it. She was very bold, yet afraid of being discovered, so she moved very cautiously the whole time. Qin Hao was itching to flirt with her, but he also knew there were too many people around, and it was impossible for him to actually do anything inappropriate. Li Mingming blushed and reminded him that this was the only way to cool him down, and he shouldn't think about anything more outrageous. Qin Hao then regretted it a little. If he had built a room first last night, things wouldn't have been so inconvenient. Chen Xiao mumbled sleepily, telling Mingming not to move around and disturb her sleep. Lin Mingyao also vaguely sensed something was wrong, but she felt too safe leaning against Qin Hao's arm and eventually fell asleep. Li Mingming quietly got up to wash her hands and rinse her mouth, feeling a little smug. Once she had her own room, she could be more proactive and no one would necessarily be able to beat her then. The next day, around 7 o'clock, the girls gradually woke up. Having finally had a good night's sleep, everyone was in good spirits. Lin Mingyao was the first to notice something amiss, sensing a strange smell around her, but she didn't say anything. Ling Xiaoke also noticed something was wrong. There seemed to be something on her face. Soon, several girls started whispering, saying the smell was strange, not like saliva, but rather a bit fishy. Qin Hao and Li Mingming immediately felt a little guilty. Qin Hao was speechless for a moment, then quickly got up and found Kong Linger, saying that he had sweated after waking up and felt sticky, asking her to help clean himself up. Kong Linger was somewhat suspicious, but being obedient, she didn't think in that direction at all and simply nodded to complete the purification for Qin Hao. Just as she finished, the spaceship's announcement suddenly sounded. The system notification stated that the spaceship would be docking at its next stop, the deep blue ocean, in 1 hour. Players were advised to prepare in advance and collect as many resources as possible. Qin Hao listened thoughtfully. He guessed that supplies would likely dwindle after the 3-day protection period ended, so they had to scavenge as much as possible at each stop. Just then, Rao Shuqing walked over, blushing, saying she needed to use the restroom. She had clearly been holding it in for a long time. Qin Hao then remembered that he had been in such a rush to sleep last night that he had forgotten to build a toilet. He sniffed around, relieved that no one had wet the bed yet, otherwise the scene would have been incredibly awkward. He then opened the spaceship's construction interface, found a simple toilet, and realized it only required 5 iron blocks, 5 pieces of wood, and 5 stones. Qin Hao immediately built 2. If there had only been 1, the girls would have dawdled and waited in line for ages. The girls were immediately delighted with the toilet's appearance. Rao Shuqing rushed in first, genuinely afraid of embarrassing herself in public if she was even a step later. After resolving the toilet issue, Qin Hao began constructing rooms. Since the rooms only required wood, he built over 100 small rooms around the hall for everyone to sleep in and for storing supplies. Looking at these rooms, Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh. He had been careless last night. He then looked out the window and found that it was no longer dark outside, but the spaceship was slowly sailing on the sea. It seemed the system was right. The next stop was indeed the ocean. Qin Hao began to consider how many people to take on this ocean expedition. Sun Yin, Lung Shi, and the others also saw the scene outside. Sun Yin was somewhat worried. The ocean was the most dangerous place, and there might be sharks in it. Qin Hao nodded, saying there should be some. However, with his current physical strength, he wasn't afraid of sharks at all. If he were to add a 10-fold boost, even Orcus might not be of any use. Lung Shi thought for a moment and suggested that those who stayed behind on the spaceship shouldn't be idle. Perhaps they could go fishing. Lu Shuang immediately replied that as long as she had wood and iron blocks, she could make fishing rods. Qin Hao handed the materials to Lu Shuang, then looked at Sun Yin and the others, smiling as he reminded them not to be empty shells, those who failed to catch anything. He explained that if they couldn't catch any fish here, there was no market to buy them. This remark amused the women. They had seen videos of anglers secretly buying fish after failing to catch anything, and they never imagined it would be useful in a survival game. Chapter 15. Deep Blue Ocean, Mengyao Fishing. Those who are willing will take the bait. The spaceship is about to arrive at the Deep Blue Ocean. You will have 10 hours to collect supplies. We will take off promptly at 6 p.m. Players who do not make it onto the ship say goodbye to this world. After the notification sounded, Qin Hao immediately gathered the women to discuss how many people should be sent out for this mission. The next stop was the Deep Blue Ocean. More terrifying than the sharks on the surface were the unknown dangers lurking beneath. Qin Hao had expected the girls to be scared, but to his surprise, as soon as he asked, someone immediately volunteered. One after another. The atmosphere was much more positive than he had anticipated. Since they were a team, no one wanted to remain a liability. Even if no one explicitly says it, and no one contributes anything, it still makes them feel uneasy. Qin Hao reminded everyone that although the 3-day protection period could reduce the risk, the Deep Blue Ocean was still not safe. After discussion, the team decided to opt for the safest option. He would personally lead the team to ensure safety. Adding to the group are the prophet Rao Shuqing, the healer Zhao Zihan, the ice-frozen Lung Shi, the beast-taming talent Lin Mengyao, the weapon-wielding talent Lu Shuang, and the purification talent Kong Linga, making a total of 7. Too many people would be troublesome, so those who stay behind were responsible for guarding the ship. His physique enhancement fluid had already been distributed to everyone. These girls were destined to be anything but useless. Now, having them in charge of logistics and fishing ensures everyone finds their place. Qin Hao also granted Sun Yin and Li Mingming's spaceship administrator privileges, allowing them free access to the spaceship and activation of its protective mechanisms, ensuring greater safety. Lu Shuang smiled and took out a dozen fishing rods, encouraging those who stayed behind to fish. She also made some wooden boats, as Qin Hao had instructed, leaving some on the spaceship as spares, and the rest with Qin Hao. Li Mingming didn't feel useless. As the class's psychological counselor, she was lively and good at calming everyone down. She had decided to take charge of logistics. Whoever brought back food would be responsible for cooking. She sweetly reminded Qin Hao and the others to return safely, then turned to comfort the sisters who couldn't go, saying there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The class monitor, Qin Hao, also stepped forward to calm everyone down, inviting them to go fishing to prove their skills. With Vice Class Monitor Sun Yin, Class Monitor Qin Hao, and Psychological Counselor Li Mengmeng around, Qin Hao felt much more relaxed. He left the instant noodles and some food behind, then led Rao Shuqing and the others away from the spaceship. Just then, the spaceship arrived at its destination. As they stepped out of the hatch, they were greeted by a vast expanse of azure sea, its surface shimmering and sparkling. Waves lapped against the hull, bringing a refreshing sea breeze. This truly lived up to its name as a deep-sea station. Zhao Zihan took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh with relief. The seven boarded a simple wooden boat and rowed in the direction Rao Shuqing had divined. Rao Shuqing's divination indicated that the direction seemed dangerous, but it might also contain a treasure chest. Qin Hao did not back down. He was very confident in his strength. If he activated his tenfold amplification, even a killer whale might not be able to withstand a single punch from him. As the boat glided across the sea, Kong Linger sat on the side, her two delicate pink feet lightly touching the water. She looked so pure and otherworldly that the others were momentarily stunned. Zhao Zihan couldn't help but tease her, saying that Linger looked so ethereal that if he were a boy, he would definitely drink up all the seawater. Qin Hao's face darkened upon hearing this, but he silently denied it in his mind, saying that at most she would only drink a little of the seawater around her. Kong Linger looked on with a face full of question marks, pouting and asking if they should purify Zhao Zihan's head. Lu Shuang suddenly thought it was feasible. Since Kong Linger could purify, the purified seawater might be sold for a high price. Zhao Zihan immediately objected, saying they couldn't just reward those people for nothing. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. These people were all quite the troublemakers. Only Leng Shi remained silent like an ice queen. Lin Mingyao was also shy and quiet, and Rao Shuqing continued her divination without interrupting. Just then, a small yellow croaker suddenly leaped out of the sea and jumped directly onto their wooden boat. It even hopped straight towards Lin Mingyao. Qin Hao was stunned. This wasn't fishing. The fish had clearly taken the bait itself. There wasn't a fish in sight nearby. This little yellow croaker had most likely been attracted from afar by Lin Mingyao's talent. Zhao Zihan's eyes lit up at the sight, and she immediately shouted that there was fish to eat, jokingly saying that this was Mingyao fishing, and those who wanted to take the bait would. Lu Shuang sighed and complained that all she knew was eating. She was such a glutton. However, Lu Shuang also understood that with Lin Mingyao's talent for taming animals, once the first animal appeared, more marine creatures would likely follow. When Lin Mingyao saw the little yellow croaker swimming towards her, she wasn't afraid at all. She quickly picked it up with both hands and gently put it back into the water. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao, the little yellow croaker wagged its tail and shook its head, seemingly very happy. Lin Mingyao said to it, "Good boy, don't be so reckless next time. Can you take me to your home?" She knew in her heart that Qin Hao probably also wanted the little yellow croaker to lead the way to the location of the fish school. If they really managed to catch all the fish in one net, she at least had to save this little yellow croaker's life. Chapter 16. Catching a school of yellow croakers. No emotions? Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Mingyao, you really are my confidant." Rao Shuqing couldn't help but admire her. Lin Mingyao's talent was truly outrageous. As long as she came into contact with small animals, she could almost grasp the situation in the vicinity. In comparison, although Rao Shuqing's precognitive abilities were also strong, allowing her to sense danger and the number of treasure chests in advance, her brilliance was overshadowed by Lin Mingyao. So the group simply followed her lead, guided by the little yellow fish heading in one direction. On the boat, the class beauty, Leng Shi, sat serenely by the side, as aloof as a painting. She casually brushed across the sea surface, and the next second, the seawater touched by her fingertips slowly condensed into white frost, then froze into ice. Zhao Zihan and the others were stunned. No one had expected that her talent, which they thought could only be used to freeze food and drinks, would be so powerful. Zhao Zihan exclaimed, "If she froze the road ahead, wouldn't we be trapped and die at sea?" Lu Shuang couldn't help but praise her skill, and Kong Linger even thought that if Leng Shi could freeze people during combat, she would be perfectly suited for fighting. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao blurted out that she might be able to freeze herself like Zhang Ji in the game and then launch herself to knock down enemies. Everyone burst into laughter, except for Lung Shi, who stared coldly at Qin Hao. "Captain, if you keep making fun of me, I'll freeze you and throw you into the sea." Qin Hao wasn't afraid, of course. With his tenfold amplification, he could easily smash you open even if you were frozen. It was Lung Shi's icy demeanor that piqued his interest. He looked at her and smiled. "A rose with thorns? I like that." Lung Shi then realized she might have gone too far with her words. Qin Hao was, after all, the captain. If he held a grudge, she wouldn't get away with it. So she immediately bowed her head and apologized. "Captain, I'm sorry, I misspoke just now." Qin Hao waved his hand, not really holding a grudge against her, and casually said, "Come over here and give me a shoulder massage, and I'll forgive you." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang and the others gasped. Only Qin Hao would dare to speak to Lung Shi like that. Zhao Zihan, always eager for drama, knew that Lung Shi was usually aloof and distant, and as the class monitor, she was generally feared by the girls. Furthermore, Lung Shi's family background was not simple. It was rumored to be a large conglomerate that had transitioned from organized crime to legitimate business, holding a high position in Jinling. Although she never abused her power or mentioned these things, everyone still harbored some apprehension. Lung Shi gritted her teeth in anger, but had to face reality and could only walk behind Qin Hao to massage his shoulders. Qin Hao even deliberately instructed, "Not enough pressure, use more force." Lung Shi suppressed her anger and could only do as he asked. Just then, Qin Hao's expression changed, and he noticed that the small yellow croaker leading the way had stopped. Lin Mingyao nodded and said that the school of small yellow croakers was right below their boat. Looking out into the sea, they saw a large group of small yellow croakers swimming close to the seabed near the sandy bottom, about 40 meters deep. Rao Shuqing and the others immediately became excited. Instead of relying on fishing and hoping for luck, they decided to go down and catch them directly. Lin Mingyao looked at the small yellow croaker that had led the way, feeling a little reluctant, and said to Qin Hao, "Captain, this scene might be too cruel for it. I'll keep it on a boat for now and release it later." Rao Shuqing sighed after hearing this, thinking how kind the child was, truly a good student. Qin Hao nodded in agreement, secretly thinking Lin Mingyao was quite a character. He quickly devised a plan to catch as many fish as possible in one fell swoop. Qin Hao looked at Lung Shi and asked if she could swim. Lung Shi nodded, saying that she not only could, but was quite good at it. Qin Hao was relieved to hear this, and immediately took her hand, leading her into the sea. After his physical enhancement, his lung capacity had increased significantly. On Earth, even a diving champion probably couldn't match it. Lung Shi had also taken the physical enhancement fluid, so she was naturally much stronger than before. Lung Shi resisted being held hands by him, but being underwater, she couldn't say much and could only follow in silence. As they approached the school of fish, Qin Hao gestured for her to try freezing the area to see if she could trap the small yellow croakers inside. Lung Shi nodded and activated her talent with both hands. A bone-chilling cold rapidly spread outwards, then the two streams of cold air quickly merged. In the blink of an eye, everything in its path froze. Large numbers of small yellow croakers were trapped in the ice, thrashing about frantically, but unable to escape. Qin Hao was overjoyed at the sight. There were probably tens of thousands of fish within a 40 to 50 meter radius. This was a huge windfall. In his excitement, he kissed Lung Shi on her beautiful face. Sure, you're amazing. We're rich." Lung Shi was stunned for a moment, but didn't speak, seemingly agreeing. Seeing her lack of reaction, Qin Hao assumed she was dissatisfied with the reward and slapped her on the buttocks again. The crisp sound rang out, and Lung Shi instantly felt ashamed and angry, her eyes almost reddening. She angrily questioned Qin Hao why he hit her, accusing him of bullying her. Qin Hao explained with a smile that this was a reward. Lung Shi was furious, and after a long pause, she finally managed to say, "If you hit me again, I'll cry." Qin Hao was a little embarrassed, looking at Lung Shi, who was soaking wet, exhausted, and annoyed. Remembering that she was a major contributor this time, he didn't tease her any further. After a while, Lung Shi said softly that she wanted to go back and rest. Having just used her talent extensively, she was quite exhausted and dared not be alone with Qin Hao any longer. Qin Hao nodded, telling her to go back first, and that he would take care of the rest. Lung Shi slowly rose to the surface and left, while Qin Hao watched the huge ice sheet that was slowly rising due to its low density. He then dove down to support it and swam toward the surface. Rao Shuqing and the others on the ship were still waiting anxiously. Soon, they saw Lung Shi, whose complexion was not good, swim to the surface first, but Qin Hao was nowhere to be seen, and their hearts tightened. Before they could ask anything, a huge shadow suddenly appeared below the surface. Then a colossal iceberg-like object slowly rose from the seabed. Chapter 17, A bountiful harvest of yellow croaker, chasing tuna. Zhao Zihan exclaimed in surprise, completely baffled as to how an entire glacier could suddenly float on the sea surface. Rao Shuqing was also stunned, her cherry lips slightly agape, her face filled with shock. Soon, the women saw Qin Hao's figure appear beneath the ice. He was actually dragging that huge piece of ice, swimming all the way up from the seabed. This scene sent gasps through everyone. Such power was simply inhuman. Even Xiang Yu lifting the cauldron might not have been as exaggerated. Qin Hao surfaced, laughing and shouting, "A bumper harvest of yellow croaker." All the small yellow croakers in the ice had frozen to death, and Qin Hao casually stored them in his system space. After all, the system space couldn't store living creatures, so freezing them to death was actually a good thing. The notification appeared quickly. He had caught over 10,000 small yellow croakers. Zhao Zihan was overjoyed, repeatedly praising their skill. So many small yellow croakers would be enough for everyone to eat for a long time. The girls finally understood why Qin Hao had brought Lung Shi along. Although Lung Shi's talent seemed simple, when it came to fishing at sea, it was practically divine. Qin Hao initially wanted to continue fishing, but when he turned around, he saw that Lung Shi's face was pale and she looked extremely weak. Clearly, the large-scale freezing attack had taken a heavy toll on her. He mentally asked the system if there was anything that could replenish her talent energy. The system quickly provided an answer. Energy cores could not only power the spaceship, but also rapidly replenish a player's talent energy. Qin Hao hadn't expected energy cores to be so precious. He immediately took out several and handed them to Lung Shi, telling her that they could restore her talent energy. Lung Shi took the energy core, smaller than an egg and resembling a diamond, and was momentarily unsure how to use it. Qin Hao reminded her to sense it with her heart and absorb it using her talent. Lung Shi nodded and tried to sense it. She was soon surprised to find a thin stream of energy slowly flowing into her body, silently repairing her depletion and fatigue. She whispered, "It really works. I feel much better." The other girls also noticed the difference and realized that the energy core was not just fuel, but also a rare treasure. At this moment, Kong Linger stepped forward and used her purification talent to remove the negative status effects from Lung Shi. The fatigue that had enveloped Lung Shi quickly dissipated, and she soon recovered. The girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mingyao then asked Qin Hao hesitantly whether they should continue to let the little yellow croaker lead the way to find other schools of fish. It should be very familiar with this area of the sea. Qin Hao was somewhat tempted, but still asked, "We just wiped out its entire school of fish. Is it still willing to lead the way?" Lin Mingyao explained that the little yellow croaker didn't know the school was gone, and it considered itself the holy maiden. This sense of identity seemed to override everything else. Lu Shuang couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of being the holy maiden of the beast-taming sect. If she were a boy, she'd probably willingly follow Lin Mingyao too. Zhao Zihan's lips twitched. She thought that was a bit of an exaggeration, but she couldn't help feeling envious. Lin Mingyao had a perfect figure, outstanding looks, and elegant demeanor. She was almost flawless. Qin Hao was also amused by them, and then said to Lin Mingyao, "Okay, let's continue leading the way. It doesn't necessarily have to be yellow croaker. We can see if there are any other schools of fish." Hearing this, Rao Shuqing and the others immediately perked up. If they could catch other fish, the variety of food they would have later would be even greater. Next, they successfully found another group of yellow croakers, numbering over 10,000. Afterwards, they caught another batch of ribbon fish, several thousand in total, a truly astonishing haul. However, after continuously using her talent, even though Lung Shi had absorbed 3 energy cores, her body was still extremely weak. Qin Hao didn't force her and decided to stop for the time being. Just then, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the commotion beneath the boat. The previously calm sea surface suddenly rippled. Qin Hao stared intently and saw a group of great white sharks chasing a large school of bluefin tuna in the distance. The tuna were quite large, desperately trying to escape through the water. But facing the ferocious great white sharks, Any that strayed would be instantly torn apart and killed. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Bluefin tuna were valuable, and with the school not yet completely scattered, it was the perfect opportunity to catch them. If they delay any longer and the sharks scatter, they'll be hard to catch again. He immediately looked at Lin Mingyao and asked if she could control the shark. If he could ride the shark and catch up, he could hunt the tuna. Lin Mingyao used her innate perception to say, "Captain, I can ride the shark without a problem. But if you also want to ride, you can't be too far away from me, otherwise the shark might go out of control." Sharks are inherently ferocious and difficult to tame completely. If they're too far from Lin Mingyao, her talent might not be able to suppress them. Qin Hao, however, didn't care at all and said with a smile, "Just let them come over. If they're not obedient, I'll give them a couple of punches and they'll behave. Remember to pick the two strongest ones." With his strength, even a great white shark wouldn't be able to withstand a real fight. Moreover, he had a tenfold boost, so he wasn't worried about anything going wrong. Lin Mingyao obediently nodded and immediately extended her right hand to unleash her talent. She hummed softly, her voice as melodious as a fairy's song, and began to summon the nearby great white sharks. While she was summoning, Qin Hao instructed Rao Shuqing and the others that he and Lin Mingyao would go out to catch tuna later, while the rest of them would stay on the boat to rest and wait. Rao Shuqing nodded and reminded them to be careful. Zhao Zihan also reminded them with concern not to go too far, as the sea was boundless and getting lost would be troublesome. Qin Hao nodded to indicate that everything would be all right. Lung sure wanted to go with them, but he stopped her. Her priority now was to rest. Catching tuna was enough for him and Lin Mingyao. Before long, two great white sharks swam straight to the boat and, surprisingly, wriggled and waited for them to board. Qin Hao was somewhat surprised by their obedient behavior. Speed was of the essence, so he and Lin Mingyao immediately mounted the great white sharks and chased after the school of bluefin tuna. The whole process seemed complicated, but it only took about 10 seconds. In the distance, the bluefin tuna was still desperately trying to escape, and Qin Hao almost drooled. He patted the great white shark beneath him, urging it to speed up. He deliberately threatened, "If you don't hurry up, I'll make sure Mingyao never talks to you again." As if it understood, the great white shark swam even harder, and its speed suddenly increased, rushing towards the school of tuna ahead underwater. Chapter 18. Tuna in Hand. Qin Hao is my father. Riding on the back of the great white shark, Qin Hao couldn't help but exclaim with exhilaration. The speed was so fast it felt like he was flying. Perhaps only with his tenfold amplification could he slightly outpace it. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyao wasn't idle either. As the holy maiden of the beast-taming sect, she was using her long-range talent to try and command the school of tuna ahead to stop. However, the tuna were being chased by a great white shark, desperately fleeing for their lives. Coupled with the distance, Lin Mingyao's control wasn't entirely effective, only briefly slowing the fish's pace. Qin Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately encouraged them. "You've got it. Mingyao, keep it up." Hearing his words, Lin Mingyao's spirits lifted instantly. She didn't want to fail in front of the captain, and she wanted to prove herself useful to the team. The next moment, her expression turned serious, and she exuded a powerful aura, as if a true queen had descended. "In the name of the king, I command you, halt." As soon as she finished speaking, the group of bluefin tuna in front of her seemed to be suppressed by her bloodline. A deep fear surged within their souls, and they actually gave up trying to escape, stopping in the seawater. Qin Hao was overjoyed and shouted with a smile, "Welcome your king." In his eyes, Lin Mingyao was their king, so Qin Hao was naturally almost the same. After all, he had long planned to bring Lin Mingyao into his ranks sooner or later. However, the great white sharks didn't understand any of this. Seeing the tuna stop, they immediately tried to bite it. Qin Hao immediately shouted, "Dare to touch my fish, and I'll kill you all too." But his threat had no effect on the great white sharks. It was only after Lin Mingyao spoke up to stop them that they obediently stopped. Qin Hao looked at the school of fish in front of him, his heart filled with joy. These large bluefin tuna averaged about 3 meters long, each weighing at least 300 kilograms, and there were at least 70 or 80 of them in front of her. A rough calculation showed that their total weight probably exceeded 20,000 kilograms. If some of the tuna hadn't swum too fast, and Lin Mingyao hadn't had time to control them all, the harvest would have been even greater. To prevent them from escaping again, Qin Hao activated his tenfold power boost and charged forward, punching each tuna in the head. His strength was already astonishing, but amplified, it became even more exaggerated. Each punch knocked the tuna unconscious. He then stored all these large creatures in his system space. Obtained large bluefin tuna X-79. Qin Hao sighed again, marveling at how useful the system space was. If it were the storage space of a spaceship, it simply couldn't hold all this good stuff. After collecting the spoils, he smiled at Lin Mingyao. Great job, Mingyao. Let's go back. Lin Mingyao nodded obediently. Okay, sure. Then, the two prepared to return. But Qin Hao hadn't expected to encounter another enormous orca halfway through their journey. The orca, black and white in color and massive in size, was charging towards them at incredible speed. As it drew closer, the surrounding great white sharks panicked, scattering in all directions. Qin Hao's eyelids twitched. This creature was simply too big. If it rammed into them, it would likely be a fatal blow. He knew that orcas were practically apex predators in the ocean, with few natural enemies. Even great white sharks would be beaten and forced to flee. Holy crap, it's coming for me. Qin Hao was slightly startled, unsure if he could withstand it with his current strength. However, he quickly realized that the orca had shifted its direction. Its target wasn't him, but Lin Mingyao. This is normal. Lin Mingyao is the holy maiden of the beast-taming sect, so it's not surprising that she could attract the attention of such a sea overlord. On the other side, Lin Mingyao, seeing the charging orca, wasn't afraid at all. Instead, her eyes lit up, and she happily greeted it. Wow, what a cute thing. The great white shark at her feet, however, was not happy and became quite restless. Hit by an orca, it would probably break several bones. Lin Mingyao had no choice but to say, then you go first, great white, I'll play with little whale for a while. The great white shark was overjoyed and immediately ran away. Lin Mingyao then easily climbed onto the orca's back, hugging the enormous creature, looking very happy. Qin Hao watched this scene and nodded secretly. Putting aside the possibility of hitting someone, this chubby orca was indeed quite cute. As long as it didn't bump into him, it was even cuter. Lin Mingyao waved to him. Captain, come over here. This orca is so much fun. Qin Hao also swam over, ready to tease the big guy. This orca was at least 10 meters long, and just getting close to it was intimidating. To his surprise, the orca only allowed Lin Mingyao to ride on it, refusing to let him get on. As soon as he approached, the orca backed away, clearly refusing. Qin Hao chuckled. You big orca, are you itching for a beating? Lin Mingyao quickly tried to communicate with the orca, persuading it not to be so stingy and to let Qin Hao play along. The orca exhaled a string of bubbles and made a deep sound, as if in response to her. After listening, Lin Mingyao turned to Qin Hao and said, Captain, it said their royal family wants to invite me as a guest, but I can't bring anyone else. Qin Hao seemed thoughtful. It seems that Lin Mingyao's status as a saintess is indeed somewhat special, as even the so-called orca royal family would take the initiative to invite her. He said, then you go by yourself. I'll protect you outside the royal palace. But Lin Mingyao immediately objected. She said seriously to the orca, he has to go too. Otherwise I won't go, because he's important to me. After a while, she looked at Qin Hao again. It asked the captain what he is to me. How should I answer? Qin Hao's mind raced, and he quickly said with a serious expression, just say, I'm your father. What? Lin Mingyao stared at him blankly, her face flushing red. She really hadn't expected the captain to tell her to say that. But then she thought again, realizing she must have misunderstood. Only by using this connection could they possibly get the orca to agree to take Qin Hao along. Moreover, since the orca royal family had invited her as a guest, there might be delicious food to share with the captain. Thinking of this, Lin Mingyao blushed and said to the orca, Little whale, he's my dad. Qin Hao's my dad. You must take him with you. After saying that, her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Perhaps to make her performance more convincing, Lin Mingyao looked shyly at Qin Hao and called out softly, Daddy. Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat. This Lin Mingyao was simply a little devil. He tried to remain calm and replied, Yes, Daddy's here. Instantly, Lin Mingyao's face turned even redder, almost as if she could squeeze water out of it. Chapter 19, The Excessive Blue Spirit Fruit, a Shocking Fact. On the Azure Sea, a massive black and white orca was cutting through the waves. Qin Hao and Lin Mingyao sat on its back, leisurely enjoying the scenery, when the orca suddenly accelerated, as if rushing to some destination. With the sudden increase in speed, Qin Hao instinctively grabbed Lin Mingyao's slender waist, feigning surprise. Why is this orca swimming so fast all of a sudden? Actually, he could easily keep up at that speed, but he held on tighter under the pretext of safety. Lin Mingyao felt weak in his arms, and her face turned red. She could only whisper that the little orca was naughty. Qin Hao chuckled when he heard this, and asked if the orca was naughty or not, while his hands kept moving upwards. Lin Mingyao was incredibly embarrassed, yet dared not resist. Qin Hao explained earnestly that he was simply afraid of falling and needed to find a safe place to hold on. Lin Mingyao could only nod, unsure whether he was acting for her safety or deliberately taking advantage of her. Qin Hao, seeing her shy expression, was in a good mood. He then turned his attention back to the orca, noticing its increasing speed and wondering if it was taking them somewhere very far. No sooner had he spoken than the orca plunged into the sea, carrying the two of them deeper into the water. It was even faster underwater, its massive body slamming through the water, small fish having no chance to dodge and being sent flying. Qin Hao was somewhat astonished, feeling as if he were riding in an underwater heavy truck. However, he quickly realized another problem. Although his physique had become stronger and he could endure underwater for a long time, he was not a god after all, and the water pressure and lack of oxygen in the deep sea were still troublesome. Fortunately, after swimming for a long time, the orca finally reached a shallower area on the seabed. Upon arriving, Qin Hao's eyes widened in shock, for he spotted a blue whale lying quietly not far away. Even more astonishing, several larger whales were present beside it. The blue whale appeared to be 40 meters long. While the larger creatures were likely close to 100 meters, their exaggerated size chilling. Various whales of different sizes were gathered around. Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh softly, wondering where this place was. Could this be the whale royal family the orcas had mentioned? Compared to these giant beasts, the orcas they were riding seemed rather small. Qin Hao swallowed hard, feeling somewhat uncertain. Even with his tenfold amplification, he wasn't sure if he could defeat such a colossal creature. If it went berserk, he might actually be swallowed whole. In contrast, Lin Mingyao seemed much calmer and even took the initiative to introduce him to the largest type of whale, called the sky-swallowing whale. She said that perhaps it was because it was so large that it had the name heaven-swallowing whale, as if it wanted to swallow even the sky. Qin Hao was speechless, but he couldn't refute it. Just then, the whale pod below emitted a deep, long whale call, as if greeting Lin Mingyao. Then, two small whales carrying fruit swam towards the two of them. Qin Hao immediately activated his true sight to investigate. The fruit before him was called the blue spirit fruit, a unique product of the ocean, extremely rare to bear. Eating it would allow one to completely adapt to the marine environment, impervious to high pressure and oxygen deficiency, and would also strengthen the body, though it might cause some dizziness. Seeing these effects, Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat. This is truly a treasure. I never expected to receive such a precious item for free after visiting the whale clan's royal family. Although Lin Mingyao didn't know what kind of fruit it was, she still took it and ate it directly. Qin Hao, seeing this, was both amused and exasperated, asking her if she wasn't afraid it was poisonous. Lin Mingyao, while eating the sweet fruit, said that she didn't think these whales would harm her. Moreover, the high pressure was too uncomfortable, and this fruit seemed to be able to solve it. Qin Hao had to admit that her intuition was quite accurate, so he also ate the blue spirit fruit. After the fruit entered his stomach, he immediately felt his bodily functions begin to evolve continuously. The uncomfortable water pressure quickly disappeared, his lungs also changed, and the problem of lack of oxygen was completely solved. Qin Hao secretly praised it, thinking, this is indeed a treasure. He then saw Lin Mingyao communicating with the blue whale and the sky-swallowing whale, their calls rising and falling, but he couldn't understand a word and could only watch from the sidelines. Soon, Lin Mingyao brought him some shocking news. She told Qin Hao that the devouring whale claimed it wasn't native to this planet, but rather transported there from another world by some unknown entity. Originally, on their home planet, the devouring whales had been massacred and were on the verge of extinction. Later, a mysterious entity appeared, took away the few remaining devouring whales, and preserved them. Although they were anesthetized during the process, the sky-swallowing whales still remembered some of the events. This one in front of them had lived for over 400 years and possessed a certain level of intelligence, which was why it could tell Lin Mingyao these things. Qin Hao listened, his face filled with disbelief. Several sky-swallowing whales, each hundreds of meters long. What on earth could transport them from another planet to here? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A spaceship. If a super-large spaceship existed, it might indeed be possible. But the question was, Did the other side bring the sky-swallowing whale here to protect an endangered species, or to treat this planet as their private playground? Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately told Lin Mingyao seriously that this place was not safe to stay. Lin Mingyao understood his concerns, but still asked him for another favor. A huge weapon was stuck in the blue whale's body, and the devouring whale hoped they could help pull it out so that the blue whale could eat fruit to recover. These whales, though powerful, clearly didn't know how to treat such wounds. Qin Hao nodded in agreement and swam closer to the blue whale, only then realizing that the so-called weapon was actually a huge harpoon, a full meter long, deeply embedded in the blue whale's flesh, with even a rope broken. Qin Hao immediately activated tenfold amplification, grabbed the harpoon gun, and pulled hard. As the gun detached from flesh, the blue whale let out a low, painful cry, so loud it made Qin Hao's eardrums ache. Lin Mingyao, however, happily told him that although the blue whale cried out in pain, it was actually thanking him. Chapter 20. The small boat sways, creating ripples. Qin Hao nodded, surprised that these sea beasts, which were not very intelligent, actually knew how to repay kindness. What surprised him even more was that the blue whale, impaled by the massive harpoon, had actually survived. It was simply unbelievable. Perhaps it had consumed some rare and precious herbs, giving it an extraordinary constitution. Obtained whaling gun 1. Qin Hao didn't dwell on it. The most important thing right now was to get away from the whales as quickly as possible. Even if they weren't hostile now, staying among such enormous creatures was never truly safe. He looked at Lin Mingyao, who immediately understood and exchanged a few words with the whale. Qin Hao then said, "Okay, let's go now." But just as they were about to leave, the giant whale suddenly opened its massive mouth and spat out 3 treasure chests, which it presented to Lin Mingyao. Qin Hao's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the 3 treasure chests. One was a bronze chest, and the other 2 were actually silver chests. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Goodness, boss whale, you've swallowed all the treasure chests on this map, haven't you? Then I won't be polite." Last time in the Songlin Plains, he searched for so long, only finding 1 treasure chest with the help of true sight, which shows how well these things were hidden. Now that the whale has delivered 3 at once, Qin Hao is naturally overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, several whales brought 3 sections of kiwi fruit branches, each with 6 or 7 fruits hanging on it, and gave them to Lin Mingyao. These are mostly exotic fruits that can be eaten in the sea, gifts that the whales specially offered to this saint. Qin Hao immediately used his true sight to investigate. Mind-boosting fruit. It can enhance mental alertness after consumption, but a side effect is temporary drowsiness. Talent fruit. Enhances the user's talent and increases their level. The side effect is a temporary increase in body temperature. Pistachios. They can relax the mind and body and have the side effect of accelerating hormone secretion. After reading the introduction, Qin Hao's face lit up with joy. Each of the 3 fruits had its uses, especially the concentration fruit and the talent fruit, which particularly appealed to him. If his talent could be enhanced, his tenfold boost might allow him to become even stronger. Just then, Lin Mingyao suddenly whispered, "Captain, I'm so hot." Qin Hao turned his head and saw that Lin Mingyao's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were watery, and her body temperature was obviously high. She was not in a good state. He looked at the fruit branches again and immediately noticed that one of each type of fruit was missing. Clearly, while he was checking the information, Lin Mingyao, feeling a bit hungry, ate the fruit as a snack. Qin Hao held her shoulders, both amused and exasperated, and said, "Little Mingyao, why are you eating kiwis like candy? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? These fruits are indeed amazing, but no one can predict what might happen if we eat them all at once. Moreover, these were brought by whales. Just because they find them delicious doesn't mean they're suitable for humans." Lin Mingyao shook her head shyly. "It's nothing, I'm just a little hot." She felt a little panicked. The whale probably wouldn't harm her. The problem likely lay in the fruit side effects. But as she looked at Qin Hao, her mind became increasingly confused. She thought Qin Hao was truly a good person, strong, intelligent, and always able to lead everyone to survival in times of crisis. After arriving in the survival world, it was Qin Hao who helped her gradually regain her confidence and also gave her someone to rely on in the midst of the chaos. But Lin Mingyao was also very disappointed. She always felt that she was not good enough for Qin Hao. Back on Earth, her parents always hoped she could support the Lin family and learn to socialize and socialize. But she was shy and spoke timidly, and no matter what she did, she couldn't learn, which made her increasingly insecure. Now that she has awakened the Hawan system, she clearly has the opportunity to become stronger, but she can't seem to overcome the mental hurdle. She wants to work hard, but the more she thinks about it, the more useless she feels. Qin Hao saw her face getting redder and became worried. He reached out and touched her forehead, and sure enough, it was burning hot. He immediately said, "Meng Yao, something's not right with you. Let's go back first and find Kong Linger to help you purify yourself." Lin Meng Yao shook her head groggily, in nothing. She actually cherished the time she spent alone with Qin Hao. If she went back, she would probably hide in a corner again, afraid to approach anyone. Qin Hao gently hugged her and sighed helplessly. "Now you're feeling unwell after eating kiwis like that?" Lin Meng Yao leaned against him, feeling his warmth, and trembled slightly. The side effects of the fruit continued to kick in, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she kissed Qin Hao. After the kiss, she panicked instantly. How could she have done that? She had actually kissed the captain while she was still disoriented. Qin Hao was already flustered by her teasing, and this was like a spark falling into dry tinder. Looking at the shy Lin Meng Yao in front of him, he no longer pretended to be indifferent and directly lowered his head to respond to her. Lin Meng Yao trembled slightly, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Qin Hao, actually I like you." Qin Hao didn't immediately lose control. Instead, he looked at her and asked, "Meng Yao, I don't want to take advantage of you. Are you sure you're conscious and not affected by the fruit?" He then used his true sight to scan Lin Meng Yao's information. Name, Lin Meng Yao. Awakened talent, beast taming. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Size, D. Number of users charging, 0. Lin Meng Yao blushed and nodded, whispering, "Brother Qin Hao, don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. I'll be happy as long as you spend time with me occasionally." She knew very well that someone like Qin Hao would never lack girls. She didn't dare to ask for too much. She only hoped that she could have a place in his heart. Seeing her earnest expression, Qin Hao's heart softened. Since Lin Meng Yao had already put it this way, it would seem hypocritical for him to back down. He was a little flustered because he hadn't prepared anything. Fortunately, Lin Meng Yao told him that there shouldn't be any major problems. At this moment, the orca dragged them towards the shore. It's likely Lin Meng Yao had given prior notice, as staying in the sea is ultimately inconvenient. The sea calmed down, and the small boat bobbed gently with the waves. Lin Meng Yao lay on the boat, and Qin Hao and she locked eyes, an ambiguous atmosphere filling the air. The deep blue sea reflected the faint light, and the wind blew across the ship's side, creating ripples and circles. After an unknown amount of time, the sea breeze gradually calmed down. 69 minutes later, Lin Meng Yao finally fell into a deep sleep, soothed by Qin Hao. Chapter 21. Back to the spaceship, the twin sisters. An hour passed, and Lin Meng Yao seemed to have undergone a transformation. Qin Hao's physical strength was too great. Even though her physique had been enhanced, she still couldn't hold on and eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. Qin Hao looked refreshed and had a satisfied smile on his face, but Lin Meng Yao was suffering. He didn't linger any longer, as the two of them had spent too much time outside and needed to return as soon as possible. At that moment, a system notification sounded, informing players that the spaceship would take off precisely in 1 hour, and all players needed to time their actions correctly. Qin Hao immediately began paddling, heading towards the spaceship. It was a pity Lin Meng Yao was asleep, otherwise she could have used the orca to take the two of them back. Qin Hao rowed for a short while before spotting Rao Shuqing's boat. The distance between them wasn't far. Rao Shuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Qin Hao appear. After all, this was a survival game, and they had been worried that the two of them might be in danger. But when the women saw Lin Meng Yao on the boat, their expressions changed instantly. Lin Meng Yao lay unconscious on the boat, covered in sweat and with a flushed face. The other women hurriedly asked her why she had fainted and what had happened. Qin Hao could only feign apology and explain that he hadn't protected Lin Meng Yao well, causing her to participate in the battle as well. Lin Meng Yao was exhausted after the battle, which was why she had fallen asleep. She would be fine after a rest. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't very well tell everyone that he was the one who had tormented Lin Meng Yao until she fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Zihan and Lu Shuang were both startled when they heard this. They hadn't expected those tuna to be so troublesome. Even with Qin Hao's strength, combined with Lin Meng Yao's enhanced physique and beast-taming talent, they almost got into trouble. Thinking about this, the group couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Zhao Zihan quickly stepped forward to treat Lin Mingyao, and Kong Linger also helped purify her. This usually quiet school beauty had helped everyone so much in their struggle for survival, so all the girls cared about her. Not long after, Lin Mingyao slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw everyone, she immediately remembered what had just happened and was so ashamed that she wanted to pretend to be asleep again. The women asked her with concern if she was all right. Lin Mingyao, like a kitten caught stealing fish, hurriedly said that she was fine, that she just needed to rest for a while, and that everyone should not worry about her. Rao Shuqing felt that Lin Mingyao was acting strangely. This usually well-behaved and shy student seemed like a completely different person at this moment. However, seeing that she was all right, Rao Shuqing didn't press the matter further. At this moment, Kong Linger looked at Qin Hao and asked in confusion if they had been not far apart just now, because she seemed to have heard Lin Mingyao calling for help and even crying. Kong Linger was pure of heart, and her hearing was more acute than most. She vaguely heard some embarrassing sounds, but she didn't know what the two were doing. She subconsciously ruled out that possibility. After all, Lin Mingyao was so shy, and this wasn't a room. Qin Hao gave an awkward laugh, and could only give a vague reply. He then realized that the two ships might not actually be that far apart. If they got any closer, the situation would be far too awkward. He immediately changed the subject, urging everyone to return to the spaceship first. There was still some time before takeoff, but danger could arise at any moment at sea, so it would be safer to get back to the vicinity of the spaceship as soon as possible. The women didn't press the matter further. After recovering somewhat, Lin Mingyao summoned a passing mako shark and had it act as a ferryman, pulling everyone towards the spaceship. Half an hour before the spaceship's takeoff, Qin Hao and his group finally arrived nearby. Seeing the enormous spaceship in the distance, the girls inside breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mingming sweetly called out to Qin Hao, while the other girls chimed in, saying that the teacher and the captain had finally returned. Every time Qin Hao and the others went out, they were filled with anxiety, fearing something might happen. Thankfully, it didn't stop at the last minute this time, otherwise it would have been terrifying. Qin Hao looked at the group of beautiful women and asked them with a smile if they had caught any fish. The women immediately began reporting their catch. Most had caught something, but a few were unlucky and didn't catch a single fish. Sun Yan was the luckiest among them. Sun Yan not only caught a lot of fish, but also a bronze treasure chest. Qin Hao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, and he showered Sun Yan with praise. Then, he scanned the crowd and jokingly said that anyone who hadn't caught a fish should step forward, or he would spank them as punishment, or they wouldn't get any food. Several girls who hadn't caught any fish immediately started yelling, begging the captain to let them go. Qin had only meant to tease them, but unexpectedly, two of them actually obediently stuck out their butts and waited to be beaten. The two girls whispered, asking the captain to be gentle, as they were afraid of hurting them. Qin Hao was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the two girls were actually twin sisters from his class. The older sister's name is by Ruashi, and the younger sister's name is by Ruyao. Qin Hao was immediately delighted, not expecting these two sisters to be so obedient. Since they were all prepared, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. The next second, taking advantage of his sister by Ruyao's inattention, Qin Hao slapped her across the face. A crisp sound rang out, and the surroundings instantly fell silent as all the women stared wide-eyed. Bai Ruoyao screamed, clutching her bottom, saying it hurt like it was on fire. Bai Ruashi also clutched her bottom, angrily scolding her sister for being so stupid, actually obeying her. It turned out that Bai Ruoyao was afraid of Qin Hao's harsher punishment, so she dragged her older sister along to be beaten. Qin Hao was stunned, though. He was clearly beating the younger sister, so why was the older sister also covering her bottom? Could it be that these twins had some kind of telepathic connection? Chapter 22, A Cruel Corner, General Yuan. Qin Hao suddenly remembered a rumor that some twin sisters were of one mind, sharing happiness and hardship. He looked at Bai Ruashi and said, "You were the one who hit your sister just now. Now it's your turn." Bai Ruashi's face turned pale instantly, feeling both angry and aggrieved. Her sister had just been hit, and she herself had inexplicably felt a pang of pain. Now, it was her turn to be hit. She couldn't help but complain that her younger sister was too silly. Just like last time when the captain asked everyone to call him Captain Brother. It was just a joke, but Bai Ruoyao took it seriously. But Qin Hao had already called her name, so Bai Ruashi had no choice but to comply. The next second, there was another sharp smack, and the twin sisters simultaneously covered their bottoms, standing pitifully to the side. Bai Royale said with tears in her eyes, "The captain is punishing us. Please don't stop feeding us, or Royale will go hungry." Qin Hao then realized that what this girl was most worried about was not having food, which explained why she had been so obedient earlier. He couldn't help but smile and said that since they were so well behaved, he would let them eat more later. The remaining girls were still standing there, thinking they were going to get beaten up too. Qin Hao, however, had already lost interest and waved his hand, saying, "I was just kidding. Everyone, take out your spoils and let's see." The girls on the boat caught nearly 30 fish of various sizes, almost half of which were caught by Sun Yan. Her luck was outrageous. More importantly, she also caught a bronze treasure chest. Qin Hao's haul was even more impressive. Over 20,000 small yellow croakers, 5 spotted fish, 3 unidentified fish, 7,000 ribbon fish, 79 large bluefin tuna, 1 bronze treasure chest, 2 silver treasure chests, 1 whaling gun, and special supplies such as concentration fruit, talent fruit, and happy fruit. This trip was incredibly successful. There are no zombies in the sea, so it was generally safe. The real threats were only sharks and whales. But with Lin Mingyao there, they were mostly suppressed. When Qin Hao revealed his haul, all the women were stunned. No one had expected that such a short operation would bring back so many supplies. It was like becoming rich overnight. After hearing Qin Hao and the others' experiences, they looked at Lin Mingyao and Lung Shi with even more admiration. They also admired Qin Hao's judgment even more. Not only was he strong himself, but he also had an excellent ability to choose people. This bumper harvest is a great start for the whole team. Otherwise, once the 3-day protection period is over, water and food will only become more difficult to find. Qin Hao beckoned Li Mengmeng over and asked her, the little cook, to start preparing food. Li Mengmeng agreed and immediately got to work, preparing to make grilled fish, steamed fish, fried fish, and fish soup. Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the atmosphere gradually stabilize. Now that there was water and food, and with him, Rao Shuqing, Li Mengmeng, and the Youth League secretary maintaining order, there was no chaos on the boat. To survive in the apocalypse, internal unity is essential. So far, at least, this team has done a good job, with almost no dissenting voices. Just then, a notification sounded, announcing that the spaceship was about to take off and head to the next location. After the countdown ended, the spaceship ascended again. Finally, everyone got to eat hot food. Their food selection was quite varied, including various kinds of fish, beef, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, wild peaches, and toast. Taking advantage of the free time, Qin Hao opened the Blue Star channel, but the messages inside were still chaotic. Some boasted about rising to power after the collapse of order, while others mocked him, saying he was just being exploited in a different way. The channel was filled with jeers, with some even claiming their boss was a man and had been thrown to the wolves. Rao Shuqing and the other girls turned pale. They finally realized that when the original rules disappeared, the darkness in people's hearts would be magnified infinitely. In this survival game, cruel things would be commonplace. Lung Shi glanced at Qin Hao, feeling somewhat relieved. At least Qin Hao, though somewhat lecherous, still maintained his principles, making him far better than those completely out of control outside. Soon, a person named General Yuan appeared in the channel. He said that a meeting point should appear in Zone 1 in 3 days, and if there was an opportunity, he would recruit talented people. These words immediately drew responses from many, who expressed their willingness to follow General Yuan. Clearly, many knew that 3 days later was a crucial juncture and had already begun making preparations. Some people even took the opportunity to trade food and their bodies, sparking a heated discussion in the channel. Some mocked, while others reminded everyone not to easily give away the resources they had worked so hard to collect. At this moment, a person nicknamed Spectator asked, saying that he was also from Server 1 and wanted to know if the Great Wall Watcher was online and if he was recruiting. He remembered that Great Wall Watcher was the first person in Server 1 to upgrade to a level 3 spaceship, and following him would definitely be more promising. Qin Hao chuckled, guessing that everyone was back from collecting supplies and taking the opportunity to chat in the public channel. So he sent a message, "Sorry, only accepting beautiful women." The onlookers immediately broke down, saying that gender didn't need to be so strictly defined, and that they could even sell their buttocks and have the talent of breathing fire. Qin Hao shook his head immediately. He didn't have that kind of hobby. His spaceship only accommodated beautiful women. Soon, The Special Forces soldier also sent a message, saying that he and his 30 rough-looking men had searched for a long time and finally managed to get their hands on a silver treasure chest, but they didn't get any upgrade fragments and even lost one of their comrades in the process. Although they did get a rare gauntlet. He wanted to exchange the gauntlet and supplies for upgrade fragments from Qin Hao. Qin Hao replied that he didn't have any upgrade fragments left either. Even if he did, he would keep them for himself. Besides, he still had a few treasure chests he planned to save for Sun Yin to open together. However, he was somewhat surprised. These Special Forces soldiers were indeed fierce, perhaps operating in a single line, scavenging resources across the entire map. But once someone was separated from their unit and encountered danger, they would be almost impossible to defend themselves against. After all, a 3-day protection period does not guarantee absolute safety. Not long after, someone else approached Qin Hao. The person claimed to be from the Assistance Alliance, stating that Qin Hao was quite capable and asking if he would like to join the organization. They said that some people might meet in 3 days and could look after each other. Qin Hao seemed thoughtful. He hadn't expected that people would start forming factions and trying to survive together so quickly. However, he had no intention of joining for the time being and politely declined the offer. After watching for a while longer, Qin Hao closed the Blue Star channel. He noticed that the girls around him didn't look too good. Clearly, the content on the channel had frightened them. Qin Hao comforted them, saying, "Don't worry too much, everyone. I will do my best to protect you and help you survive in this apocalypse." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, he told them to go back to their rooms and rest. He said they would have to keep working hard tomorrow. In this cruel world, no one could afford to slack off. Chapter 23. Li Mingming returns after queuing to offer warmth. The girls nodded obediently and went back to their rooms to rest. Qin Hao also returned to his room, intending to go to bed early, since he would be going out to search for supplies again at 8 o'clock the next morning. Soon, the lights inside the spaceship went out one by one. Just when all the women thought the night would pass quietly, a petite figure quietly opened the door and tiptoed towards Qin Hao's room. This person was none other than Li Mingming. Her heart was pounding the whole way, and she was as careful as a thief, afraid of disturbing anyone. After arriving at the door, she quickly slipped into the room, threw herself on Qin Hao's bed, buried herself in his arms, and said softly, "Brother Qin Hao, I missed you." Just as Qin Hao's heart was stirred by her charm, a soft knock came at the door. Li Mingming panicked instantly and, without thinking, crawled under the bed. The door was carefully pushed open, and Ling Xiaoke walked in. Her voice was soft and sweet as she hugged Qin Hao, saying she was scared to be alone and wanted to sleep with him. Li Mingming, who was under the bed, was startled, not expecting this little devil to come too. Qin Hao was speechless when footsteps sounded outside again. Ling Xiaoke was startled and tried to hide under the bed. In the chaos, Zhao Zihan entered the room. She immediately leaned against Qin Hao and scolded him for not saying anything. Qin Hao was so crowded he could barely breathe, and he felt even more frustrated. If they were going to come, they should have come one at a time. Why did 3 of them have to come at once? At this rate, he probably wouldn't be able to keep any of them. Just as he was feeling melancholy, the knocking sounded again. Qin Hao and the others under the bed were all stunned. None of them had expected anyone else to come. Under the bed, Li Mingming tightly covered Ling Xiaoke's mouth, afraid she would make a sound. Ling Xiaoke was also shocked. Li Mingming was hiding under the bed, Zhao Zihan was on the bed, and now there was another one outside. This scene was really too outrageous. A mature voice came from outside the door. "Qin Hao, are you there? I'm coming in." Everyone immediately recognized that it was Counselor Rao Shuqing. Rao Shuqing pushed open the door and entered, her face showing nervousness and shyness. She went to Qin Hao's side and whispered that the teacher was afraid of the cold and wanted to sleep with him. She was really going all out. Qin Hao was the only boy on the spaceship, and she made up her mind to activate the system, obtain rewards, and take care of the group. Qin Hao swallowed hard, inwardly cursing his luck. A little girl, a soft-spoken girl, Zhao Zihan, and now a mature woman. It was like a line of benevolent benefactors. But the problem was, how did they all end up together? The group was almost enough to form a mahjong table. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, a muffled groan suddenly came from under the bed. "Ugh, I can't breathe." It turned out that Li Mingming was covering Ling Xiaoke while also holding Zhao Zihan down. As a result, she covered her too tightly, and Zhao Zihan couldn't hold it in any longer and could only struggle and make a sound. Although Rao Shuqing couldn't hear clearly, she still sensed something was wrong. She bent down and looked under the bed, instantly seeing several delicate-looking girls. She froze on the spot, her mind going completely blank. "Good evening, counselor." "Hello, teacher." Hearing the students' awkward greetings, Rao Shuqing wished she could disappear on the spot. She stammered that she was sleepwalking and then turned and fled the room. Li Mengmeng forced a smile and said she had gone to the restroom but got lost. Ling Xiaoke and Zhao Zihan didn't dare linger and quickly ran back to their room. They came quickly and left quickly. Qin Hao looked at the now empty room, speechless, and could only sigh inwardly. If you're going to come, you should at least come one person a day. He thought the night would end like this, but something unexpected happened. Li Mengmeng, that little girl, was quite bold. After everyone else had returned to their rooms, she quietly went back the way she came. Li Mengmeng's heart was pounding, but she still gritted her teeth and went inside. She knew Qin Hao was in high demand right now. So many people were already lining up to offer their help on the second day. If she didn't take the initiative, she'd probably be relegated to the back of the line later. Actually, her relationship with Qin Hao had been somewhat ambiguous before. She had always liked him, otherwise she wouldn't have frequently sent him photos of herself in black and white stockings. Now, given this connection, she naturally didn't want to fall behind. She said softly, "Brother Qin Hao, I know you're upset, so Mengmeng came back especially for you." Qin Hao wasted no more time and pulled her into his arms. Li Mengmeng, with her twin ponytails, was petite and adorable, and system information appeared before him. Name, Li Mengmeng. Awakened talent, cooking. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Size, C. Number of users charging, 0. Looking at this little girl who seemed to have a built-in buff, Qin Hao lowered his head and kissed her. Li Mengmeng trembled slightly, and soon only the sound of her suppressed breathing filled the room. The night was exceptionally quiet, yet within this stillness, it was as if a storm was quietly passing by. An hour later, Li Mengmeng leaned against Qin Hao and whispered, "Brother Qin Hao, it's not a safe period. You could get pregnant if you do this." She said that, but she wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she was very excited. She felt that she had finally gotten the upper hand, and who could be faster than her? From now on, she would be the boss, and the other girls would only be in line. Unfortunately, Li Mengmeng had no idea what it meant for divine intervention to happen. She thought she had the upper hand, but little did she know that someone had already intercepted her from the shadows. Qin Hao had no worries either. With the system by his side, he was confident he had the ability to take good care of the women. Besides, Li Mengmeng was mainly in charge of logistics, so even if something unexpected happened, he could handle it. Just as the two were speaking in hushed tones, a young girl with dazed eyes slowly straightened her clothes and left Qin Hao's room. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily, as if she had just done something wrong. "Captain, I'm sorry," a delicate and soft voice rang out. She gently tapped her fingers, her face full of shame. The captain has sacrificed so much for everyone. How could she do such a thing to him? Thinking of this, she was so ashamed that she didn't dare to look back, and hurriedly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 24. I'll treat you to milk. Endless desert arrival. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Qin Hao woke up feeling refreshed. Given his current physical condition, not sleeping wouldn't have made much of a difference, but after a restless night, he still felt invigorated. He stepped out of the room and looked out the window. The once pitch-black scenery had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of yellow sand. The spaceship seemed to have entered a desert, a place of desolation and death, devoid of any sign of life. Qin Hao frowned slightly. The third day was in the desert, which was no good. Water was scarce in the desert. Food was even harder to find, and the danger would only increase if a sandstorm or quicksand occurred. Before long, the other girls woke up one after another, and upon seeing the scene outside the window, they immediately became nervous. Some were worried about a sandstorm. Others were afraid of quicksand, and their chattering was clearly filled with unease. Rao Shuqing, Zhao Zihan, and Ling Xiaoke also came out one after another. Upon seeing each other, they couldn't help but recall what happened last night, and their expressions became somewhat unnatural. The girl next to them sensed the strange atmosphere, and her gaze immediately became subtle. Zhao Zihan looked around and asked Qin Hao, "Captain, where's Li Mengmeng? Let her come out and cook. Everyone's getting hungry." Qin Hao coughed lightly and said that Li Mengmeng was too tired from cooking last night and was still resting, so she should sleep a little longer. Anyway, there was still enough food, so there was no need to wake her up today. Zhao Zihan nodded in agreement. but a hint of suspicion lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder if Li Mengmeng had secretly slipped back last night. But then, remembering that everyone was afraid of being caught off guard, she quickly dismissed the idea. Just then, the spaceship's announcement came on. The spaceship is about to arrive at the endless desert. Players have 10 hours to collect supplies. It will take off promptly at 6 p.m. Those who fail to board the ship will remain in this world forever. Everyone immediately understood that it was time to leave at 8 o'clock again. Qin Hao glanced around and noticed that Lin Mengyao was missing. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That girl could really sleep. He went straight to Lin Mengyao's room, pushed open the door, and went in. Lin Mengyao was still asleep on her side. Qin Hao went over and patted her. The crisp sound woke Lin Mengyao up groggily, and she pouted, complaining that the captain was bullying her so early in the morning. Compared to before, she was noticeably more cheerful. Looking at her pure and lovely appearance, Qin Hao's heart stirred, and he leaned down and whispered, "Of course, I'm treating my Mengyao baby to breakfast." Lin Mengyao blinked and asked what she wanted to eat. Qin Hao smiled and said he would treat her to milk. He immediately cut her off. Half an hour later, Qin Hao finished tidying up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said to Lin Mengyao, "You helped a lot the other day, so get some rest today." Lin Mengyao's talent is indeed remarkable, but she has been quite exhausted these past 2 days. Qin Hao decided to let both Lin Mengyao and Li Mengmeng rest for a day, partly to take care of them, but also with his own selfish motives. At this moment, Su Jiejia, the class's life committee member, came over with food and asked Qin Hao in confusion why he had come out of Lin Mengyao's room. Qin Hao explained seriously that as the captain, he had an obligation to visit the weak crew members. Su Jiejia believed him and prepared to go in to deliver the food. Qin Hao quickly stopped her, saying that Lin Mengyao had already eaten and there was no need to deliver anymore. Su Jiejia nodded and turned to deliver food to the next classmate. Qin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mengyao wasn't ready yet. If Su Jiejia saw her, she'd probably be incredibly embarrassed. Afterwards, Qin Hao went to the hall and began discussing the personnel arrangements for the endless desert instance with everyone. He directly stated that he, Counselor Rao Shuqing, Zhao Zihan, and Lu Shuang would still definitely go. He then asked the others if anyone had a talent suitable for the desert. One girl mentioned that Lin Mengyao's abilities should also be useful in the desert. Qin Hao, however, seriously stated that Lin Mengyao had worked too hard these past 2 days and needed to rest today. No one said anything more. After all, Lin Mengyao had made great contributions to the team, and anyone who dared to speak up at this time would definitely be criticized by the others. After a moment's thought, Long Shi raised her hand and said that the desert was too hot, and she could go with them to help make ice to cool them down. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. The desert environment was harsh, and even if everyone's physical condition improved, they couldn't underestimate the high temperatures. At this moment, Qin Hao noticed Lin Mengyao tiptoeing to the sink to brush her teeth, clearly afraid of disturbing everyone. He was somewhat amused and exasperated. Lin Mengyao, however, was deeply touched to hear that Qin Hao had arranged for her to rest, feeling that he was truly taking good care of her. Ling Xiaoke also spoke up, saying she could go and collect materials to prepare for future warmth. She also reminded everyone that it would be best to make the shoes first. Qin Hao then noticed that the women were still barefoot. Their first stop was grassland, and the second was the sea. The spaceship's interior was clean and dust-free, and with their improved physical abilities, no one had noticed anything wrong. Furthermore, in survival games, girls are often hesitant to make too many demands. If they want shoes today, will they want cosmetics tomorrow? Nobody wants to appear delicate. Qin Hao nodded seriously, indicating that shoes were a must, and everyone would have to wear shoes when going out, except inside the spaceship. He would not let anyone get away with going out barefoot. He spoke sternly, and the women quickly nodded in agreement. Qin Hao was then satisfied. Moreover, they might encounter other spaceships 3 days later, and he certainly wouldn't allow the girls on his ship to go out barefoot. In the following time, Ling Xiaoke focused on making shoes and quickly distributed them to everyone. Once they reached the desert, they only needed to collect some usable materials to prepare for what was to come. Not long after, the spaceship experienced a slight tremor, finally arriving at its destination. Qin Hao led Rao Shuqing and the others out of the hatch, where a wave of heat immediately washed over them. As soon as Ling Xiaoke and the others stepped into the desert, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The temperature here was frighteningly high, and the air was so dry that it made their mouths parched, as if they would melt if they stayed any longer. Chapter 25 Desert Python. cut it into mincemeat. The scorching heat made it hard for everyone to breathe, and the sand beneath their feet felt like a red-hot iron plate. Zhao Zihan couldn't help but praise Ling Xiaoke. It's a good thing you made the shoes, otherwise my feet would have suffered terribly. The other girls nodded in agreement. Ling Xiaoke had not only made the shoes, but also the long-sleeved shirts and trousers they wore, which were extremely useful in this environment. Feeling pleased with herself after being praised by everyone, she even thought about making more beautiful clothes for Zhao Zihan in the future. Qin Hao nodded in agreement, but then frowned and sighed. If only we had a bottle of Coke right now, plus Long Shi's ice, a chilled Coke would probably make it less hot. Rao Shuqing and the others were speechless. Of course they wanted to, but in this post-apocalyptic survival environment, drinks were not so easy to come by, unless they could actually enter the city in the future. At this moment, Rao Shuqing began to perform divination. The previous 2 times, Lin Mingyao's talent was so dazzling that it overshadowed her presence to some extent. This time, she also wanted to prove what true top-tier talent really was. She quickly gave her answer. According to my prophet, keep going west. There are treasure chests and good things there, but it is also accompanied by danger. She activated the prophecy again, and after a while, her face turned slightly pale. It's a former desert python, quite powerful, much stronger than the previous zombies. Rao Shuqing looked at Qin Hao, unsure of herself. If Qin Hao couldn't win, it would be best not to go that way. But Qin Hao was no longer the same person he used to be. His strength had increased dramatically. In addition, Lu Shuang forged many weapons from iron blocks. Qin Hao wielded a large cleaver, while the girls used swords. Thanks to Lu Shuang's talent, these weapons were not only incredibly hard, but also as sharp as divine weapons. Qin Hao thought it was just a giant python that had become a spirit. If he really ran into it, he could chop it into mincemeat in a few strokes. He opened the panel and glanced at it. Name, Qin Hao. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Combat strength, capable of defeating top-tier level 1 monsters. Talent, tenfold amplification. Entries, copying, eye of true sight, danger sense. Seeing the combat power indicator, Qin Hao was slightly taken aback. He had to understand that this was his strength before activating the tenfold boost. If he truly maximized the tenfold boost, even level 2 monsters would be rendered helpless. So he said directly, "Let's go, I'll go and have a look at it." The group of 6 headed west and walked for a long time before finally arriving at a valley. In the distance, a huge desert python was coiled up in the valley. It was at least 6 meters long and had a thick body. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. That was clearly its lair. Ling Xiaoke and the others immediately tensed up. What a huge snake! How terrifying! It feels like it could swallow a person whole. Ling Xiaoke, terrified, clung to Qin Hao's arm, looking like a timid little woman. Seeing this, Zhao Zihan also snuggled up to her. Qin Hao was speechless, thinking to himself, "Don't force me to deal with them now." Rao Shuqing watched this scene with a sense of helplessness. These bad students were shameless, actually trying to steal her man. If only they were all as well-behaved as Lin Mingyao. Qin Hao didn't delay and immediately activated his true sight eye. A giant desert python, seemingly possessing supernatural powers, has been discovered. It has the strength of a mid-level level 1 monster. A single swipe of its tail can kill an average adult. It can constrict a mid-level level 1 player to death. Its weakness lies in its vital spot. A bronze treasure chest has been found, located 1 meter below the giant python's lair. Qin Hao nodded secretly. This python was indeed quite powerful. Its coiling ability was most likely its strength. However, he remained calm, gripping his sharp broadsword, ready to seize any opportunity to strike. Zhao Zihan and the others gripped their long swords, ready to provide support at any moment. They would immediately surround Qin Hao if he fell into a disadvantageous position. Rao Shuqing, meanwhile, drew her bow and arrow, knocked an iron arrow, and fixed her gaze on the python. Hiss hiss. The giant desert python flicked its tongue as it slithered back and forth in the valley. In fact, it had already sensed Qin Hao and the others' presence even before they got close. Normally, if any animal dared to trespass into its territory, it would have swallowed it whole. But this time, it sensed danger from the human, so it hesitated to act. But in the end, hunger overwhelmed reason. The python suddenly lunged out, its speed astonishing, even faster than a cheetah. Its target wasn't Qin Hao, but Ling Xiaoke behind him. It clearly intended to bypass the most dangerous person, snatch a weaker one first, eat it, and run. Ling Xiaoka screamed in fright. "It's coming at me! Qin Hao, help me!" She hadn't expected the python to be so clever, even knowing to avoid Qin Hao. The python opened its gaping maw, its foul-smelling fangs glistening with sap, as if it could swallow a person whole. Qin Hao, of course, wouldn't let it succeed. He suddenly accelerated, instantly blocking in front of Ling Xiaoka, and slashed down with his sword. Brush! To Qin Hao's surprise, the python was incredibly slippery and managed to dodge the attack, turning and circling around to continue charging towards Lung Shi behind it. Ling Xiaoka hurriedly shouted, Sure, be careful. It's heading straight for you." The enormous snake's body was over 6 meters long, and its gaping maw drew ever closer, causing Lung Shi's expression to change. Although she was frightened, she gripped her sword tightly and forced herself into a fighting stance. She shouted coldly, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill you with my sword." Qin Hao's eyes turned cold, and he shouted angrily, "You've really given yourself a hard time." This python, relying on its speed and agility, dared to provoke him repeatedly in front of him. He immediately activated his tenfold amplification to the maximum, moving as fast as lightning and instantly appearing in front of the giant python. The next second, Qin Hao swung his sword down fiercely. Puff! The python had no time to dodge. Its massive body was cleaved in two by Qin Hao's blade. Immediately afterward, he aimed for its vital spot and slashed repeatedly. In just a few breaths, Qin Hao had chopped the once ferocious desert python into minced meat. Zhao Zihan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The python was so fast and so big that it had really frightened them. People are naturally afraid of cold-blooded animals, let alone those who had rarely experienced such a situation. Qin Hao looked at Ling Xiaoka and Lung Shi and asked, "Did I scare you?" The two quickly shook their heads. No. Lung Shi's emotions gradually calmed down. She was really terrified just now, but luckily Qin Hao intervened in time and killed the giant python. Her gaze towards Qin Hao held a more complex expression. This guy might be a bit wicked, but he was reliable in crucial moments, always standing up to protect them. But the thought of Qin Hao spanking her brought a blush to Lung Shi's face. She couldn't forget that feeling, and sometimes she would even think about it when she tried to sleep at night. She muttered to herself, "What a scoundrel, humph." Chapter 26 Desert Wolf Pack, Terrifying Two-Legged Beasts. In fact, even Lung Shi herself didn't realize that her heart, which was as cold as an iceberg, was being melted little by little. Qin Hao also saw the system notification. After killing the desert python, he obtained an energy core and 10 pieces of refined iron. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, his danger perception suddenly issued a warning. Something is approaching. Qin Hao immediately looked around and, after careful observation, quickly spotted a desert wolf lurking behind a sand dune not far away. It lowered its body and silently approached. He frowned. Wolves are social animals. Finding one means there's likely a whole pack nearby. Qin Hao immediately told the women what had happened. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed. No one had expected that there would be wolves in this desert, and that they could survive in such harsh conditions. Their fighting ability must be considerable. Without hesitation, Qin Hao said in a deep voice, "I'll collect the treasure chest first, and then retreat to the spaceship immediately." After saying that, he rushed into the giant python's lair, took the bronze treasure chest inside, and then led Rao Shuqing, Zhao Zihan, Lung Shi, Ling Xiaoka, and Lu Shuang towards the spaceship. But they had only run a short distance when Rao Shuqing cried out in alarm, "Qin Hao, we're surrounded." Looking around, they saw more and more desert wolves emerging from the sand dunes in the distance. They were converging from different directions, especially from the rear, where their numbers were the largest, almost blocking their retreat. A deep wolf howl echoed through the desert, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Qin Hao remained relatively calm. He wasn't afraid of the wolves, but he was worried about the girls. After observing them, he realized that most of the desert wolves were just ordinary wild animals. The only truly intelligent one was the wolf king hiding in the rear, directing the attack. These desert wolves looked thinner than the steppe wolves, but were clearly more ferocious and better able to endure hunger and thirst. The women gripped their weapons tightly, feeling a bit nervous. During the retreat, the wolf pack completely rallied, numbering about a dozen. The alpha wolf gradually appeared at the rear, clearly directing the pack's movements. 2 more wolves pounced on the python's carcass, tearing at it frantically, a truly gruesome scene. Qin Hao stared at it for a moment, then suddenly paused. Only a dozen or so wolves. Then why are they running? He stopped and couldn't help but say, desert resources are limited, and there seem to be only a dozen or so of them. They're not going anywhere. Zhao Zihan looked puzzled. Captain, if we don't run, are we just going to wait to die? Qin Hao was speechless for a moment and said directly, it's just a dozen or so wolves. Let's fight back and kill them. He had initially thought there would be dozens or even hundreds of wolves, so he naturally planned to retreat. He never expected that a mere dozen or so would dare to attack them. Their audacity was truly astounding. Zhao Zihan was both angry and aggrieved by his words, and gritted her teeth and said, Captain, please don't scold me. Ling Xiaoke and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Rao Shuqing quickly calmed down and nodded to Qin Hao. Then you take charge. Qin Hao quickly assessed the situation and said, these are mostly ordinary wolves, except for the Wolf King, which has become a spirit, probably a low-level level one. You have all taken the physique enhancement fluid, so your physical abilities are sufficient, and you also have weapons, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Humans stand at the top of the food chain because they use tools. Ordinary two-legged creatures may be nothing to wild beasts, but once they pick up weapons, the situation changes completely. Qin Hao looked at the women and reminded them, the most important thing is not to chicken out. Follow me and charge, kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped his large machete and charged towards the wolf pack. Rao Shuqing, Zhao Zihan, Leng Shi, Ling Xiaoke, and Lu Shuang gritted their teeth and followed. They knew they couldn't keep hiding behind Qin Hao. They had to face the danger themselves at this time. When the Wolf King saw that these two-legged creatures not only did not flee, but instead charged at him, he became extremely ferocious, raised his head and let out a wolf howl, commanding the pack to attack. The next second, the wolves pounced on them. Qin Hao charged ahead, seized the opportunity, and cleaved a desert wolf in two with a single stroke. Immediately afterward, the two wolves bit at his legs. He kicked the left wolf away, nearly killing it, and then turned his blade to kill the right wolf. Before the wolf, which had been kicked unconscious, could even struggle to its feet, Qin Hao had already stomped on its head, shattering its skull. He was like a humanoid fighting machine, incredibly fierce, and in a blink of an eye, he had cut through the front ranks of the wolf pack. This scene terrified the Wolf King. It couldn't understand why this two-legged creature was so fierce, even more ferocious than a wild beast. Meanwhile, the girls gradually overcame their fear and began to fight the desert wolves head-on. Although they lacked experience, the enhancement from the physical strengthening fluid was obvious, and coupled with their weapon advantage, they gained the upper hand overall. Rao Shuqing performed the most steadily. After dodging a wolf's attack, she kicked it to the ground and then beheaded it with her sword, becoming the first girl to complete the kill. With her taking the lead, the others gradually found their rhythm and began to make contributions. Lu Shuang was in a slightly worse state. She was attacked by 3 wolves at the same time. Her left leg was bitten, and her right thigh was scratched with a long gash. But she did not break down. Instead, she gritted her teeth and persevered, refusing to retreat. Fortunately, Qin Hao came to her aid in time, and together they killed all 3 wolves. After Zhao Zihan killed a wolf, she suddenly noticed Leng Shi's side and exclaimed in surprise, Sure, you're very talented. Leng Shi imbued her talent into the sword, condensing it into an ice sword, significantly increasing its power. Her movements were fluid. She faced 2 desert wolves alone and killed them without sustaining a scratch. Qin Hao couldn't help but take another look. Leng Shi's talent was indeed being used quite well. She could definitely be given special attention and nurtured in the future. Before long, the group had dealt with all dozen or so desert wolves. The girls looked at the wolf carcasses scattered on the ground, feeling both nervous and excited. This was their first real face-to-face battle with dangerous creatures, and they had won decisively. Zhao Zihan couldn't help but marvel at how capable they had become. Someone like Leng Shi, in her current state, could easily handle several wolves by herself. This battle greatly boosted the women's confidence and marked a true transformation for them. Qin Hao observed this and nodded secretly. It seemed that he would have to train all the girls on the spaceship when he had the chance, instead of letting them always hide in the back. Just then, he looked into the distance, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Seeing that things were not going well, the Wolf King turned and ran away. Qin Hao snorted coldly. Trying to run away? He instantly unleashed his speed, skimming across the sand as he sped away, catching up with the Wolf King in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a flash of light fell, and the Wolf King was instantly killed by his blade. Daring to provoke two-legged creatures wielding weapons. These desert wolves clearly don't know the meaning of death. Chapter 27 Return to the spaceship. Protection period ends. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a level 1 low-level desert wolf. You have obtained 1 energy core and 50 pieces of cloth as a drop item. As soon as the notification sound ended, Qin Hao immediately turned around to check on the women's condition and urged the injured to go to Zhao Zihan for treatment. Lu Shuang and Ling Xiaoke quickly ran over. Lu Shuang was more seriously injured, having been bitten and clawed, while Ling Xiaoke was only scratched. Zhao Zihan quickly ran forward, grabbed their hands, and activated her talent, comforting them and telling them not to be afraid. Lu Shuang stubbornly insisted that she didn't feel any pain after her body was strengthened, while Ling Xiaoke was unconvinced, shouting that she had just slain a pack of wolves with her sword, proving herself to be a true female lead. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He patted Ling Xiaoke on the shoulder, laughing that she would have been terrified if he hadn't kept things calm. Ling Xiaoke blushed and muttered that he shouldn't have said anything if he couldn't speak properly, but she couldn't help but wonder if this guy was deliberately taking advantage of her. Seeing that everyone was all right, Rao Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, under Zhao Zihan's treatment, everyone's injuries were fully healed, and the surprise attack was weathered without major incident. Qin Hao then walked over to Leng Shi, put his arm around her shoulder, pulled her closer, and whispered praise for her good performance today. He then reminded her that she should practice archery more in the future, integrating her ice talent into her arrows, and truly become an ice archer. He spoke with a straight face, but Leng Shi felt extremely uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask him why he had to hug her while he was talking. She always felt that Qin Hao was taking advantage of the situation. After all, this guy used to stare at several pretty girls in the class, and he hadn't even spared the counselor. Qin Hao feigned innocence, saying he was seriously teaching her, then casually added that she smelled nice. Leng Shi was immediately both embarrassed and angry. With so many people present, how dare he flirt with her? Seeing that things were going well, Qin Hao immediately released Leng Shi and put his arm around Ling Xiaoke's shoulder, muttering that it was just a shoulder pat. Ling Xiaoke obediently nodded, saying that Brother Qin Hao could not only pat her, but also give her. She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence, quickly coughing to cover it up. Qin Hao pressed her for an answer, but Ling Xiaoke stammered and refused to speak. Rao Shuqing and the others all looked over. After all, they knew this little girl was capable of crawling under the bed. Leng Shi watched as Qin Hao's hand, which had been on her shoulder, suddenly left, and felt a strange emptiness in her heart. That feeling of being neither close nor distant made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable, but she didn't show it. Qin Hao stopped teasing them and reminded everyone that there was still enough time to continue searching for supplies. The group quickly set off again, expanding their search area, while Leng Shi created ice blocks to cool the team down and alleviate the desert heat. In the time that followed, they didn't find many supplies and instead encountered several more monsters. Qin Hao intended to hone the team's skills, so he didn't participate in the later battles much, instead letting the women coordinate the attacks. The results were obvious. The women's courage and combat experience improved significantly. They killed a total of 8 more level 1 low-level monsters, and Qin Hao successfully obtained 8 energy cores. With time running out, the team hurried back. Zhao Zihan smiled and said that although the process was dangerous, it went relatively smoothly overall. Ling Xiaoke nodded in relief. At least they hadn't encountered any disasters like sandstorms or quicksand. Rao Shuqing was quite excited, laughing and saying that the monsters were actually easier to defeat. She even started to enjoy the feeling of grinding monsters and just wanted to become stronger so that she could kill more monsters in the future. But as she spoke, she remembered her Hahuan system. To truly become stronger, she needed to activate the system, but the condition was having that kind of thing with Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao was her student, and this made it impossible for her to get over it. Qin Hao could also see that the training they received in the later battles was indeed effective. As long as they gradually adapted to combat, the team's overall strength would increase. Finally, with half an hour left before the spaceship's takeoff, Qin Hao and his group returned to the vicinity of the spaceship. The spaceship will take off in half an hour. Those who didn't make it on board will have to say goodbye to this world. The women on the spaceship smiled when they saw them return safely. Looming was the most enthusiastic. She skipped and hopped forward, sweetly calling Qin Hao brother, saying she missed him, and even kissed him in front of everyone. This kiss seemed to be a declaration of ownership, as if telling everyone else that Qin Hao belonged to her, and anyone who wanted to take his place could only wait. Qin Hao pinched her little face, laughing at her mischievousness, but in his heart he found the little girl's coquettish manner incredibly cute. Lin Mingyao had actually followed them out, but after seeing that Qin Hao was safe and sound, she didn't say much, just stood by and secretly smiled to herself. Once everyone returned to the spaceship, Zhao Zihan immediately began to vividly recount her experiences outside, describing the big bad wolf and the giant abyss python. Her description terrified the girls on the ship, as if they had witnessed those dangerous scenes firsthand. Qin Hao briefly reported on their find. They had only found a little food, but the truly valuable items were 10 energy cores. The women weren't disappointed, as they had already collected enough food over the past 2 days to last a long time. Spaceship is about to take off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the spaceship broadcast its cold announcement once again. Attention, attention. The new player protection period has ended after the spaceship takes off. The spaceship may dock at a station at any time, or it may dock simultaneously with other spaceships. The nights will be especially dangerous from now on. Players, try your best to survive. As soon as the voice faded, the cabin fell silent. The mechanical system notification weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a stone. The new player protection period has ended. The challenges ahead will increase dramatically, a cold reality that no one can escape. Chapter 28. Opening treasure chests and organizing supplies. All the girls on the spaceship were filled with worry. After what had happened today, everyone understood that the days ahead would likely not be easy. Qin Hao frowned, quickly making a decision. From now on, the spaceship must be assigned someone to keep watch at night. Danger cannot be allowed to approach silently any longer. He stepped forward to reassure everyone. Don't panic, everyone. We have enough water and food now, more than most people. Besides, the spaceship has been upgraded to level 3, which gives it a strong ability to protect itself. Qin Hao looked at everyone and continued. Your bodies have also been enhanced. If we ever encounter monsters in the future, I hope you will all pick up weapons and fight together. As the counselor, Rao Shuqing also encouraged them, saying, Students, the monsters aren't as scary as you think. As long as you dare to fight back, you'll find they're not so bad after all. Let's overcome our fears together and get through this difficult time. With the captain and teacher both stepping in, the girls' panicked emotions gradually calmed down, and they encouraged themselves. Qin Hao nodded in approval, relieved that he hadn't lost his composure. Then, he looked at Su Nian, the most beautiful girl in the courtyard, and took out the treasure chest. Nian Nian, you have a talent for luck. Open these treasure chests first. Qin Hao now possesses 3 bronze treasure chests and 3 silver treasure chests, making him quite wealthy. 3 of them were gifts from the devouring whale. One was caught by Su Nian while fishing, one he found himself, and the other was a reward for his spaceship's first upgrade to level 3. Su Nian nodded, picked up the bronze treasure chest, activated her talent, and opened it directly. The first chest contained down feathers, compressed biscuits, refined iron, and mineral water. Although the items were practical, there was nothing particularly surprising. She then opened the second bronze treasure chest, this time obtaining stones, clothes, bottled water, instant noodles, and a bag of rice. The third chest contained peanut oil, lubricant, an energy core, and a rare talent fruit. Qin Hao's expression turned somewhat strange when he saw the lubricant. However, obtaining a talent fruit was already quite good. This stuff could enhance talent and was quite valuable. Sun Yin said, continue, and opened the remaining silver treasure chests in one go. The girls around her all held their breath. Opening chests was too exciting, and they were more nervous watching than doing it themselves. A series of flashes of light appeared, followed by a string of rewards. The silver treasure chest contained a large number of energy cores, refined iron, upgrade fragments, a Glock pistol, 2 talent stones, and a rare spirit helmet. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Sun Yin's luck was indeed outrageous. If it were someone else, the reward would probably be reduced by at least half. The girls immediately surrounded Sun Yin, praising her as the class's lucky charm and a super lucky star. Sun Yin, a girl who loved anime and manga, felt a little embarrassed by the praise and could only smile and say that everyone was amazing. Qin Hao also praised. Nian Yin, you did a fantastic job this time. Use the talent fruit later and try to get even more good stuff next time. While they were talking, he secretly took advantage of her. Sun Yin was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks, wishing she could shove her foot into his mouth so he would never dare to do such a thing again. Qin Hao then activated his true sight to examine his newly acquired equipment. The Glock 17 pistol was loaded with 17 9mm bullets, semi-automatic, and capable of rapid fire. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Qin Hao even considered making a copy in 7 days. After all, having a gun in hand was a powerful deterrent to most carbon-based life forms, and even top-tier level 1 monsters might not be able to withstand it. Even with Qin Hao's current top-tier level 1 strength, he still needs to be cautious when facing a pistol. Of course, if he activates the tenfold amplification, with his speed and perception fully enhanced, that would be a different story. The Spirit Helmet's effect is also direct. It significantly reduces resistance to mental damage. It's not useful for now, but it might become a crucial life-saving item in the future. Next, Qin Hao stockpiled some food on the spaceship. After all, everyone on board needed to eat, and supplies had to be managed centrally. Soon, the 4 food storage rooms were full, enough to feed everyone for a long time. After taking stock of the supplies, he had a considerable amount of materials. He had reserves of refined iron, wood, and stone, as well as a large quantity of wild peaches, beef, fresh water, and small yellow croakers, ribbon fish, and tuna. The materials include cotton, cloth, and down, while upgrade materials include energy cores and upgrade fragments. As for rare items, there are talent stones, concentration fruits, talent fruits, pistachios, and a constitution enhancement liquid that is currently being replicated. In addition, he also kept the map to the Arctic storm chest, an iron machete, an axe, a Glock pistol, a spirit helmet, and lubricant. Qin Hao planned to distribute the good stuff now and arm everyone as soon as possible to prepare for the upcoming crisis. He looked at everyone and said, "Talent stones are good things. I need to keep one for later to make a copy, and I can take out 2 now. Who among you wants to use a talent stone to awaken their talent?" Qin Hao had already discovered that at least half of the girls on the spaceship had not yet awakened their talents. Among them were Su Jejia, the Life Committee member, Qin Hao, the Youth League secretary, the twin sisters by Ruashi and by Riao, and by Schwerer, the Arts and Sports Committee member. Because they lack talent, they are noticeably more silent. In contrast, those who have awakened their abilities, such as Zhao Zihan and Ling Xiaoke, speak and act with more confidence. Qin Hao's words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Many girls were surprised that he would be willing to bring out something so important, and some even had tears in their eyes. However, no one dared to compete for it. Everyone knew the talent stone was precious and didn't want to disappoint others. Rao Shuqing saw what they were thinking and comforted them. "Don't be sad, classmates. There will definitely be more talent stones in the future. I believe that one day everyone will awaken their talents." Li Mengmeng added, "Let the captain choose randomly this time. Everyone will have a chance when we find more talent stones in the future." The girls nodded in agreement, all willing to believe in Qin Hao and also believing that Sun Yin would be able to produce even more good things in the future. The fact that people don't usually talk about talent doesn't mean they don't care. Those who haven't awakened to it will inevitably feel useless and may even secretly feel sad at night. Qin Hao already had a plan in mind. When the next opportunity to copy came, he would prioritize copying the talent stones so that as many of the girls on the ship as possible could possess talents and no longer feel like they could only be protected. Furthermore, even those who have already awakened their innate talents can continue to use talent stones. If someone possesses dual talents, it will be a huge boost to the entire team. Qin Hao finally nodded and decided. Then this time, the 2 talent stones will be given to Su Jejia, the Life Committee member, and Qin Hao, the Youth League secretary. Trust me, everyone will have one next time. Chapter 29, Pre-Battle Arrangements to Enhance Overall Strength. The girls nodded in acceptance of the arrangement. Everyone knew that the class monitor and the Student Life Committee member usually took good care of them, so naturally no one objected. "Thank you, Captain." Qin Hao and Su Jejia accepted the talent stones with gratitude on their faces. Then, following Qin Hao's instructions, they held the stones and tried to sense the power within them. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 2 talent stones simultaneously transformed into streams of light and disappeared directly into the 2 women's bodies, as if merging with them. Zhao Zihan was the first to rush forward, grabbing Qin Zhao's hand and eagerly asking her what she had awakened. She and Qin Hao were the closest of friends, and she had never dared to bring it up before, knowing that Qin Hao hadn't awakened any talent. Now, she was finally happy for her. After sensing for a moment, Qin Hao excitedly said that she had awakened a combat talent called Power Giant. After using it, She could instantly transform into a giant several meters tall, and her strength and defense would increase to about 3 times their original level. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zihan blurted out, "Won't the clothes tear?" Everyone burst into laughter. This girl's focus was always different. Qin Hao couldn't help but glance at Chen Xiao. The image of her transformed into a giant flashing through his mind. With his current strength, if she were to sit on him, he probably wouldn't feel good. At this moment, Ling Xiaoke stepped forward and said that although Zhao Zihan's words were not serious, they were indeed a problem. However, her talent could be further developed in the future. With more time, she might be able to make stretchable clothes and even create armor for everyone. Qin Hao glanced at Ling Xiaoke, thinking to himself that this young girl was indeed quite capable. However, with her current abilities, she probably couldn't do it yet, and would likely need to continue improving. Chen Xiao smiled and said, "Then let's wait for Xiaoke's stretchy clothes." Then she looked at Su Jiejie and asked her what talent she had awakened. Su Jiejie said that her talent should be alchemy, which allows her to synthesize potions that enhance strength and also make things like poisons. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The class monitor usually distributed food to everyone. What if he accidentally invented poison one day? Wouldn't that knock out the entire ship? Bai Riao, one of the twins, said in a silly tone, "Please, Jiejie, don't poison her." Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere immediately lightened up. Qin Hao nodded secretly as he watched this scene. In the future, they should try their best to awaken everyone's talents, so that no one would feel bad about falling behind. He suddenly remembered that he had made Lin Mengyao cry before. Qin Hao coughed lightly, glanced meaningfully at Lin Mengyao in the corner, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Lin Mengyao noticed his gaze and immediately looked away. Qin Hao thought to himself, "This little girl is indeed interesting." Then, Qin Hao turned his attention back to the talent fruit. Talent stones can grant talents, while the function of talent fruit is to enhance existing talents. Even with his true sight eye, he couldn't see exactly how many fruits he needed to eat to level up. If just one fruit could level up, that would be ideal, but clearly it wasn't that simple. Qin Hao remembered that Lin Mengyao had eaten one before, so he asked her if her talent had leveled up after eating the talent fruit last time. All the girls looked at Lin Mengyao, eager to know how effective it would be. They were also puzzled as to why Lin Mengyao was able to eat this beforehand. Feeling pressured by the stares of everyone, Lin Mengyao quickly explained that her talent had indeed improved, but it hadn't leveled up yet, and she estimated she would need to consume about 3 more. Qin Hao knew that these talent fruits were originally given to Lin Mengyao by the devouring whale, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to eat one. However, the others didn't know this, and to avoid embarrassing her, Qin Hao took the initiative to explain. He said that these talent fruits and other things were originally a gift from Menyao's pet. She didn't want to disappoint her pet, so she ate one on the spot. These fruits were offered by Mengyao out of consideration for the team. Therefore, he decided to give Lin Mengyao 2 more so she could further enhance her talent. After Qin Hao finished speaking, his gaze swept over everyone present, his eyes filled with a sense of pressure. The girls immediately expressed their lack of objection. After all, the items originally belonged to Lin Mengyao, and besides, Qin Hao was the absolute decision-maker on the ship. Qin Hao immediately gave 2 talent fruits to Lin Mengyao, leaving him with 7. He quickly made a decision. Sun Yan's luck talent was extremely crucial. Everyone's success in obtaining good items depended on her, so he gave her 3. Qin Hao consumed the remaining 3 to enhance his strength and prepare for future crises. He reserved the last talent fruit for later replication. Once the arrangements were finalized, no one objected. The group began consuming the talent fruit, while Kong Ling stood by, responsible for purifying any potential negative effects. After Qin Hao consumed 3 talent fruits, his talent, which had already increased 10-fold, increased 11-fold. Lin Mengyao also successfully became stronger and was now able to control level 1 spirits. Sun Yan, on the other hand, seemed to have broken through some kind of constraint, feeling incredibly mysterious. Although she couldn't explain the specific changes, her luck and talent had clearly improved even further. Next, Qin Hao distributed the concentration fruits. He decided to share them equally with Chen Xiao, since both of them belonged to the combat category. In particular, although Chen Xiao's strength and defense had improved significantly, his mental strength had not been enhanced, and he needed to make up for this weakness. In the end, Qin Hao ate 2 and gave Chen Xiao 3. Actually, given his relationship with Lin Mengyao, he could have kept all the good stuff for himself, but for the sake of the whole team, he chose to distribute it publicly so that everyone would be satisfied. After that, he briefly explained the contents of the pistol and other items, deciding to keep them for later use in copying. He then began arranging pre-battle preparations. Qin Hao looked at Lu Shuang and asked her to continue making weapons, including bows, crossbows, and swords from materials such as wood and refined iron, so that they could be distributed to everyone later. Lu Shuang immediately nodded in agreement. He then looked at his counselor, Rao Shuqing, and instructed her to continue being in charge of trading materials, focusing on collecting wood, stones, iron blocks, and energy cores, the more the better. Qin Hao instructed them to process the collected materials like an assembly line. Wood, stone, and iron blocks could be used to make arrows for the crossbow towers on the spaceship, while resources for trade could be exchanged for water and fish. The crossbow turrets on the level 3 spaceship can produce arrows for various materials. As for the energy core, it can activate laser attacks, which are the real weapons of mass destruction. Rao Shuqing nodded seriously, indicating that she understood. Ever since he learned that the newbie protection period was about to end, Qin had been making arrangements in earnest. He must maximize the team's overall strength before the crisis arrives, because what follows may be the calm before the storm. Chapter 30 Blue Star Channel, Item Exchange. Seeing Qin Hao busy for a long time, Li Mingming couldn't help but walk over and stand on tiptoe to massage his shoulders. She said with concern, "You've worked hard, my captain. If there's anything you'd like to eat, Mingming will make it for you." Qin Hao couldn't help but have some other thoughts pop into his mind, but there were too many people around, so he could only smile and reply, "It's okay. It's not hard work. We can talk about food later." The girls nearby had all seen it. In fact, they had already sensed something was wrong when Li Mingming kissed Qin Hao in public, and now that she was giving him a massage, it all seemed like something was going on. Seeing this, Zhao Zihan also came over, snuggled up to Qin Hao, and asked with a smile, "Are you tired, Captain? Let me give you some milk. See if it helps you relax." Qin Hao felt that familiar softness and knew it was her without turning around. He said, half laughing and half crying, "We can try." Zhao Zihan then restored his health. Of course, this milk was not the same as that milk. At this moment, a holographic screen appeared in front of Qin Hao. He opened the Blue Star channel, and sure enough, as soon as the 3-day protection period ended, the channel was already in chaos. Some people were still crying out that their spaceship was only at level 1 and they didn't know what to do. Others had been landing in the desert, mines and sea for 3 consecutive days, finding almost no supplies and starting to cry for help because they were starving. Some people mocked him, saying that someone who couldn't find resources during the protection period wouldn't last long. The other party immediately retorted, telling him to prove his strength by sending 50 packs of instant noodles first. During the chat, someone mentioned the Great Wall Watcher, expressing surprise that he had managed to get his hands on a tuna. Others were asking for water and food, even offering various strange items in exchange. Soon, a faction called the Black Wolf Guild started spamming recruitment messages, saying that they already had a level 3 spaceship and were recruiting awakened talents in Zone 1, and also mentioned that there would be an extreme cold storm in 30 days. Someone asked if they would accept the wind-blowing talent, which is considered a useless talent. The Black Wolf Guild directly said yes, since they can afford to support some people anyway, and they'll meet again if they have a chance. There was also a Special Forces soldier frantically asking for upgrade fragments, saying he hadn't gotten any even after opening silver treasure chests and was willing to trade anything for them. Bystanders immediately laughed, saying that upgrade fragments were so important. Who would trade them so easily? Qin Hao looked at the screen, full of messages, and couldn't help but marvel. The previous transactions by Rao Shuqing and the others must have also triggered notifications, which is why those people were praising Great Wall Watch again. However, Qin Hao didn't intend to accept men. He only wanted beautiful women. What truly concerned him was that some people on Blue Star had already begun forming guilds. To stop 3 days later, although everyone belongs to the same region, their destinations may not be exactly the same. They may only have a chance of meeting. As for the extreme cold storm 30 days later, it is very likely that the real gathering will take place. Then, he looked at the materials needed to upgrade the level 4 spaceship. He had enough energy cores and refined iron, but he was still short 20 upgrade fragments, and he also needed a spaceship heart. He had absolutely no clue what the core of this spaceship was. Qin Hao thought for a moment and decided to test the waters with the physique enhancement fluid first. After all, he had too much of it, and perhaps he could exchange it for some truly valuable treasures. So he posted in the channel, selling a physique enhancement liquid that can double your physique. Anyone have something good to bid on? As soon as the news broke, the Black Wolf Guild immediately offered to trade instant noodles, refined iron, fabric, and compressed biscuits. Another person, nicknamed I Don't Understand, offered 10 upgrade fragments. As soon as the Special Forces soldier saw the upgrade fragment appear, he immediately tagged the other party, saying that he had rare gauntlets that he could exchange for, but the other party refused directly with I Don't Understand. Qin Hao looked around and realized that the only truly valuable items were the 10 upgrade fragments. The rest were mostly food and ordinary materials, which wouldn't be of much help to him. As for the gauntlets, he had even less intention of exchanging upgrade fragments for them. In his view, the most important thing now is still to upgrade the spaceship. He pondered for a moment and said, "It seems I don't understand this. There are quite a few treasure chests. I estimate that at least 2 or 3 silver treasure chests have been opened, and the spaceship is most likely level 3. Ling Xiaokan nodded in agreement, thinking that the other party must have a lot of treasure chests. Sun Yan said that this person might have some luck. Zhao Zhan muttered that Nian Yin opened 3 silver treasure chests and only got 2 with upgrade fragments, so the other party's luck was indeed not bad. Qin Hao smiled and reminded them not to underestimate anyone. There might be characters on other spaceships who had awakened even stronger talents. Ling Xiaoka asked him what he was actually exchanging for. Qin Hao frowned and said, "Actually, I don't really want to exchange it now. I want to drive up the price first." So he replied in the channel, "Mine is worth 20 upgrade fragments, and yours is half that amount." "I don't understand," she suddenly realized, indicating that she had almost forgotten that Qin Hao was the first person to upgrade to a level 3 spaceship, but she could only get a maximum of 30 upgrade fragments from treasure chest, and 10 was already the limit. Hearing this, Qin Hao and Sun Yan were all somewhat surprised. Good heavens, the other party had actually opened 30 upgrade fragments from just one treasure chest, more than they had opened before. In this way, the value of the body-strengthening liquid could be further increased. Qin Hao immediately changed his tune. "Then I'm sorry, you'll have to trade me 30 upgrade fragments." The other people in the channel were instantly in an uproar when they saw these big shots talking. While ordinary people were still worrying about food and drink, these people already had a level 3 spaceship and were even trading rare items with each other. The differences between people are simply outrageous. "I don't understand." She ultimately refused, only telling Qin how to keep it for now and trade it next time. Qin Hao could tell that the other party was indeed very eager for the physique enhancement liquid. After all, it could directly double one's physique, and such a temptation was not something an ordinary person could resist. Just then, a man named Xiao Yin spoke up, offering to exchange his produce for lettuce seeds, which were also rare. He explained that this lettuce could grow continuously, and eating more of it could slowly improve one's physical condition. He traded long-term gains for short-term enhancements because he would face a crisis tomorrow and needed to improve his combat capabilities as quickly as possible. Qin Hao agreed without hesitation. The deal was quickly finalized. The physique enhancement liquid was exchanged for the ever-renewing lettuce. After receiving the item, Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected that a head of lettuce could be classified as a rare item. Zhao Zihan said with a smile, "Then haven't we made a profit? Anyway, we have plenty of physique enhancement fluid." Everyone agreed that this was a worthwhile deal. The physique enhancement liquid lost its purpose after use, while this lettuce could produce it continuously and slowly improve physique, making it a truly valuable item. Just as they were having a good time, a string of question marks suddenly appeared on the screen. The question mark was precisely what said, "I don't understand." The women couldn't help but laugh when they saw it, with Ling Xiaoka especially chuckling. He must be furious. The treasure he wanted to exchange for was snatched away by someone else. Not long after, I Don't Understand requested to add Qin Hao as a friend. Qin Hao accepted immediately. The other party immediately sent a message asking Qin Hao why he didn't wait for him, saying that he would definitely be able to collect 20 upgrade fragments next time. Qin Hao replied casually, "Get it first, I might have it again next time." Chapter 31. Confessions, A Sleepless Night. They actually had quite a bit of body enhancement fluid, but they didn't release it all at once to create a sense of scarcity. After all, once something becomes commonplace, it won't fetch a good price. Sun Yin thought for a moment and suggested, "We can also share some with Teacher Rao and the others. If we encounter rare items later, we can ask them to help us exchange them." Qin Hao nodded in agreement, casually swiped several hundred bottles of physique enhancement liquid into the spaceship space, and then briefly explained the relevant matters. After finishing these tasks, he looked at the women and said, We expect a tough battle tomorrow, so everyone should go back and rest. We'll have 2 people on night duty tonight, and they'll wake everyone up immediately if there's any disturbance. As soon as the words were spoken, the twin sisters Bai Ruoxi and Bai Ruoyao raised their hands simultaneously. Bai Ruoxi volunteered. We're night owls, let's take the shift. Qin Hao glanced at the 2 women. They looked almost identical. Their height and clothes were the same, and it was impossible to tell them apart when they stood together. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he were to actually date one of them, would he accidentally mistake her for the other one day? He joked with a laugh. Forget it. Your sister seems a bit slow, and you're probably about the same. It'd be safer to find someone else to work the shift with. Bai Ruoxi glared angrily at her sister. It's all your fault. You stupid sister. You made the captain think I'm stupid too. I'm clearly very smart. As she spoke, she slapped Bai Ruoyao's buttocks. Immediately after, she seemed to feel a sharp pain and paused for a moment. Bai Ruoyao retorted, You're the idiot. Besides, we were born around the same time, so maybe I'm the older sister. The 2 sisters quickly started arguing again, as if they were putting on a short play in front of everyone. The girls on the boat watched, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Qin Hao smiled helplessly and finally arranged for the branch secretary to take the night watch with him. After all, although these 2 were funny, he was a little worried about letting them keep watch alone. The women gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Li Mengmeng deliberately gave Qin Hao a seductive look and said softly, Brother Qin Hao, I'm going to sleep now. She was actually somewhat addicted to that feeling, and she was deliberately teasing him, hoping that Qin Hao would secretly come to see her after he finishes work. Qin Hao gave her an okay sign, and he did indeed plan to treat her well after everyone had gone to sleep. Before long, the ship quieted down, and all the women returned to their rooms. After confirming that there was no noise outside, Qin Hao quietly got up and prepared to go out. But just as he reached the door, Ling Xiaoke was already quietly standing outside. Tonight, she mustered her courage and decided to take the initiative. Qin Hao was too sought after. If she hesitated any longer, there might truly be no place for her. More importantly, she suspected that Li Mengmeng had already succeeded, and she couldn't afford to fall behind. Even if it was just for the system, she had to take a gamble. That's right, Ling Xiaoke has also awakened the Huan system. Once successfully activated, she might be able to create stretchable clothing and even armor. Knock knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Qin Hao was a little confused, thinking it was Li Mengmeng, the little girl, who had come looking for him. He went to open the door, only to find Ling Xiaoke standing outside. Before he could say anything, Ling Xiaoke had already slipped into the room, hugged him, and kissed him. Qin Hao was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered. Ling Xiaoke's kiss was soft and sweet, instantly arousing his interest. Ling Xiaoke blushed and whispered, Brother Qin Hao, actually, I've had feelings for you ever since you carried me on your back. I like you. Her heart was pounding, as she felt both nervous and excited. After all, she had never experienced anything like this before, and the thought that she might actually be able to activate the system tonight made her mind go blank. Qin Hao put his arm around her and asked with a smile, Oh, is this captain that charming? Ling Xiaoke was already somewhat incoherent and could only go along with it, saying, Yes, captain, you're strong and handsome. I've had a crush on you for a long time. In her nervousness, she suddenly recalled the scene of seeing Qin Hao without clothes, and her face paled. That scene had a profound impact on her, and she was still shocked when she thought about it. Qin Hao picked up the light and nimble Ling Xiaoke and slammed the door shut. Awakened talent, Taylor. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Appearance rating, 91. Size B. Number of users charging, 0. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Li Mengmeng, whom he was originally looking for, and all his attention was focused on the soft-spoken girl in front of him. The night is deep, yet no one is destined to sleep. Pray that you will be like a valiant guard. The song of the sun never sets filled the room, long and deep, echoing for a long time. On the other side, Li Mengmeng waited and waited, but Qin Hao never appeared. After thinking about it, she assumed that her brother Qin Hao was just too tired, and finally went to sleep feeling disappointed. Just then, another young girl quietly approached Qin Hao's door. Her face was flushed, and she moved very cautiously. If Qin Hao were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was none other than the foxy girl, Nizi Humeyer, who once said she was mining before she transmigrated. Fox Fairy was alluring and seductive, with a temperament strikingly similar to Daji. Listening to the sounds coming from inside, her brain instantly and automatically located the scene from countless video memories. She murmured in fascination, "This is the sun never sets. Captain is amazing." Unfortunately, the person inside wasn't her. The more Fox Fairy thought about it, the angrier she became, and she could only vent her resentment alone outside the door. Around the corner not far away, by Roashi, who was on night duty, covered by Ruyao's eyes, peeking out with only half her head showing. She stared at the fox spirit outside the door, so shocked that she could hardly speak. She sighed quietly. The captain is really something, managing to attract Vixen to do this kind of thing outside the door. Bai Royale was furious when her eyes were covered. Her silly older sister was peeking herself, but wouldn't let her see. That was just too much. Bai Ruashi frowned and said in a low voice, "Children don't learn good things. They're not allowed to look." Bai Royale immediately retorted, "You're the one who's not learning anything good. Don't think I don't know what you were doing in bed last weekend. I secretly saw it." Bai Ruashi's expression changed, and she quickly retorted, "What are you thinking, you rascal? I'm just taking care of my health. You know what health is all about." That night, tensions were high on the spaceship. Probably very few people slept soundly. The next day, it was just getting light. Qin Hao got up feeling refreshed and stretched comfortably. He glanced in the direction of Ling Xiaoke and shook his head slightly. He had coaxed her to sleep again last night. He thought to himself, how come they're all so fragile? They've all taken the body-strengthening liquid. However, he soon noticed a peculiar smell at the doorway, which seemed to have a hint of fragrance. Qin Hao muttered to himself in confusion. Could someone have peed in front of my door? Or does someone have a problem with me? If that's the case, you'll be in big trouble if he catches you. You'll definitely get a good reward with a little whip. Chapter 32, The Legend of Zhanhuan, a dilapidated town. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, someone had been secretly causing trouble at his door all night, and only the twin sisters, who stayed up all night, noticed something amiss. Both sisters had dark circles under their eyes and were so sleepy they could barely keep them open. Bai Ruashi, feeling dizzy, told everyone that they really couldn't hold on any longer and had to go rest. That night was unbearable. Even with her physical condition, she couldn't endure it. Especially when she thought about what had happened to the captain. She couldn't sleep a wink, not to mention that she had personally witnessed the Vixen doing something naughty at the door. The two sisters were filled with secrets, but dared not utter a single word. Rao Shuqing felt a pang of sympathy seeing this, and quickly told them to go to sleep. She had always liked these twins. Although they were a bit slow-witted, they were obedient and endearing. Fox Charm hid in the distance, secretly watching Qin Hao, her eyes darting around, filled with guilt. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she was too wicked, having done that kind of thing to the captain again. So she lightly slapped her hand, secretly resolving not to do it again next time. Qin Hao glanced around and found that Ling Xiaoke was still asleep, probably because she was too tired last night and had fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, Li Mingming looked at him with a resentful gaze. She had waited for a long time last night, and only went to sleep reluctantly after Qin Hao still hadn't come. Qin Hao apologized softly, saying he had been busy last night. Li Mingming gave a reluctant reply, but quickly regretted it, feeling she shouldn't have spoken to Qin Hao in that tone. After all, Qin Hao was not only handsome, but also the strongest and most powerful person on the ship. She should obey him. Thinking of this, Li Mingming quickly stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve, pleading that she shouldn't ask for anything, and that brother Qin Hao was the most important person. The girls next to them were completely confused, sensing something was off about the conversation. They looked at Li Mingming and simultaneously had the same thought. This student counselor seemed a bit of a green tea bitch. They used to think Lin Mingyao was a manipulative woman, but Lin Mingyao wasn't a threat. The real problem was Li Mingming. She was proactive and knew how to act cute, and that kind of person was hard to deal with. Li Mingming felt the gazes of the crowd, but inwardly, she was disdainful. Of course, she understood what these girls were thinking, but she didn't care at all because she had already succeeded and unlocked the Hahuan system, which enhanced her talent and physique. Just then, Ling Xiaoke woke up. Seeing Li Mingming's smug look, she immediately concluded that the little green tea bee *TCH had definitely succeeded. She planned to find an opportunity to ask Qin Hao about it. Thinking about last night, Ling Xiaoke's eyes darted around. That night was truly terrifying. She hadn't even touched the bed. She finally understood why others like stir-fried dishes. Ling Xiaoke muttered to herself, "Anyway, the system is unlocked now. I won't sneak out at night anymore. I really can't stand it anymore." Thankfully, she had the physique enhancement liquid to keep her going, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to get out of bed right now. Seeing Li Mengmeng still acting cute, Ling Xiaoke cursed her inwardly as a green tea beat asterisk TCH, then slowly stepped forward, hugged Qin Hao's arm and shook it, saying sweetly, "Brother Qin Hao, is Mengmeng angry? How scary. Unlike me, I only feel sorry for my brother." Li Mengmeng's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Ling Xiaoke to pull this stunt too. She immediately retorted, saying she wasn't angry at all, and was as gentle as water, even asking Qin Hao if she was a bit too wet. Qin Hao was stunned. That was too blunt. Was it really appropriate with so many people around? Li Mengmeng didn't care about any of that. She and Qin Hao had already done it more than once, so this was a good opportunity to assert her dominance. Ling Xiaoke was so angry she gritted her teeth and called her shameless. Rao Shuqing also became serious, reminding Li Mengmeng not to talk nonsense, as it would lead the other students astray. She was even more shocked. Had her good student already been won over by Qin Hao? It had only been a few days, and he'd already taken her? The other girls also criticized Li Mengmeng, saying she was shameless. Qin Hao didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only sigh in his heart that Lin Mengyao was actually more charming. He looked around, and, sure enough, saw Lin Mengyao standing in the corner watching them. She was still timid, unlike Li Mengmeng who was so proactive. Seeing Li Mengmeng and Ling Xiaoke pulling at Qin Hao, she clearly felt uncomfortable. Qin Hao immediately felt a headache coming on. There were only 3 people now, and it was already almost like a soap opera. If there were 29, or even more on the ship, who knew how chaotic things would become? He quickly spoke up to stop them from talking anymore. Then Qin Hao opened the window and looked outside, only to find that it was no longer dark outside, but rather like they had entered a mountainous area. Qin Hao realized they were almost at their destination. It was only then that he noticed they could open the windows once the spaceship was close to its destination, perhaps because the speed had decreased. Just then, the spaceship's announcement came on. The spaceship is about to arrive at its destination, the dilapidated town of Gemini. You may encounter other spaceships there. Departure time is tentative. Spaceship A-1001, you're the first captain to upgrade to a level 3 spaceship. You have the privilege of arriving 20 minutes early, which you may choose to use. Qin Hao frowned, not expecting this stop to be a dilapidated town. Zhao Zihan was somewhat surprised. Besides encountering other spaceships, the takeoff time was also uncertain. Staying here for several days would likely cause a lot of trouble. Rao Shuqing suggested that they arrive at the station early so they could find the treasure chest first. The campus belle, Sun Yin, nodded in agreement, reasoning that falling behind meant falling behind at every step, and arriving early might allow them to grab more resources. Qin Hao agreed. Their group was quite powerful, so there was no need to be timid. He nodded and turned on the holographic projection screen. This spaceship is extremely intelligent and advanced. Qin Hao even gave the spaceship's intelligence a name, Doubao, Beanbun. He immediately ordered, "Doubao, I want to use my 20-minute early arrival privilege to speed up our journey to the dilapidated town." Doubao received, route planned, speeding up, expected to arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Everyone was stunned. If they hesitated any longer, they might miss even the 20-minute head start. The next second, the spaceship suddenly accelerated and arrived at the dilapidated town almost instantly. Qin Hao and the others quickly looked outside, only to see a scene of utter ruins. Nearly half of the houses had collapsed. The streets were in ruins, most of the trees were withered, and the entire town looked as if it had been through an apocalypse. Before everyone could even gasp, a girl suddenly screamed, "Zombies! So many zombies! They're charging at us!" Chapter 33. The zombie army attacks. Everyone shows their skills. Qin Hao and the others were also somewhat surprised. The spaceship had only just docked when so many zombies had already flooded in. He immediately began assigning tasks. "Teacher, you and Sun Yin are in charge of operating the lasers and crossbow towers, and remember to replenish ammunition. Chun Xiao and I will deal with the zombies that rush in, and the rest of the girls, grab your crossbows and arrows and get ready to shoot." The women responded in unison, some calling out, "Captain," and others, "Brother Qin Hao," instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Ling Xiaoke then handed a piece of clothing to Qin Xiao, saying that her talent had become stronger, that it was a stretchable garment, urging him to keep it safe so that he wouldn't be naked again after transforming. Qin Xiao quickly thanked him. This item had just solved his immediate problem. Otherwise, once he transformed into a giant of strength, his clothes would certainly be lost. At this moment, the spaceship landed on the edge of the dilapidated town. As the spaceship descended, a large number of zombies charged forward, roaring and rotting, their skin decaying and their bodies reeking of a horrific stench. A truly terrifying sight. Many of the girls were seeing real zombies for the first time and turned pale with fright. Qin Hao solemnly reminded them not to be afraid, but that anyone who couldn't even kill a single zombie would bear the consequences. After saying that, he took out a small leather whip and cracked it twice on the ground. The women trembled inwardly. None of them wanted to be whipped. However, among the crowd, Fox Charm seemed rather eager to try it out, as if she really wanted to know what it would feel like. Soon, the girls opened the windows, set up their crossbows and arrows, and were ready to attack as soon as the zombies came within range. Rao Shuqing had already activated the crossbow towers and loaded them with a large amount of wood, stone, and more than 20 pieces of refined iron. One piece of refined iron was equivalent to 10 pieces of iron, enough to support a round of firepower. At the same time, the laser system was also ready, with dozens of energy cores placed in place, ready to launch an attack at any time. The zombies were still more than 100 meters away from the spaceship, and the girls were still waiting for the best opportunity, but the crossbow towers had already opened fire. The air crackled with arrows as they precisely struck the horror zombies. Soon, an ordinary zombie was hit in the head by 3 arrows and collapsed instantly, its head exploding. Zhao Zihan was astonished and couldn't help but marvel at the accuracy of the crossbow tower. It could take down a zombie with just 3 arrows. Its power was truly astonishing. Ling Xiaoke and the others nodded in agreement. The crossbow towers on the level 3 spaceship were indeed powerful. If they were to shoot them themselves, let alone the power, it would be difficult to even hit the head with 3 arrows. At this moment, the laser weapons inside the spaceship also began to operate. Beams of light lit up around the elliptical hull, and intense energy fluctuations instantly spread outwards. A full 50 laser beams shot out, each one blindingly bright. Once locked onto a zombie's head, it could kill one in about 10 seconds. Li Mengming's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but say that the level 3 spaceship was indeed powerful. Its attack power was outrageous. The other girls also gasped in astonishment. Qin Hao did not relax. He opened his true sight eye to observe the horde of zombies and discovered that there were not only ordinary zombies among them, but also some that had reached the low level of level 1. Those easily dealt with by crossbows and lasers were mostly ordinary zombies, not even level 1 or lower. The level 1 low-level zombies can already subconsciously dodge arrows, and sometimes they will even raise their hands to block them, making them much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. Qin Hao knew that if a level 2 zombie really came, even if the crossbow tower fired 200 shots, it might not be able to kill it, and even the laser might not be able to hit it. As the horde of zombies drew closer, the crossbow towers and lasers could no longer completely block them, and more zombies rushed into the 100-meter range. Qin Hao immediately ordered, "Start shooting. We can get an energy core for everyone we kill, so shoot them all." The women immediately drew their bows and launched their attack. However, most of them had no experience with archery, and their accuracy was poor. They could only hit the target once every 2 or 3 arrows. Even when they do hit, the arrows often strike the body rather than the head. Zombies are incredibly resilient. Even with arrows in their bodies, they can still keep charging forward. Qin Hao found it both amusing and exasperating, but he knew he couldn't expect too much. After all, these girls rarely handled bows and arrows, so hitting the target was already quite an achievement. However, he soon discovered that Bai Shuer, the sports and arts committee member, shot quite steadily, hitting the target almost every time, clearly indicating that she had practiced before. Seeing Qin Hao looking over, Bai Shuer smiled and explained that her father used to occasionally take her archery, and she had also joined the archery club at school, so she was quite skilled. Qin Hao praised her, saying she was not only good at dancing, but also at archery. Bai Shuer smiled sweetly, thanked him, and made a gesture. She didn't have any awakened talents, and usually didn't stand out much. Now that she finally had a chance to shine, she naturally wanted to kill as many zombies as possible to prove that she wasn't just someone who could freeload. Qin Hao continued scanning the crowd, and soon spotted an even more impressive girl. Not only was she an accurate shooter, but she also frequently hit zombies in the head. He was somewhat surprised. Looking in that direction, he saw a girl with a heroic and slender figure, and a resolute expression on her face. Her name seemed to be Su Wanqing. To prepare for battle, Su Wanqing even applied 2 camouflage stripes to her face, giving her a hunter-like aura. Seeing that Qin Hao had noticed her, Su Wanqing took the initiative to greet him, saying that her name was Su Wanqing and that she was practically invisible in the class. She explained that she has a talent for archery and crossbows because her family used to be hunters and her grandfather often took her hunting. She not only knows how to use crossbows, but she has also used guns. At this point, she mentioned that she had once hunted wolves with a shotgun. After hearing this, Qin Hao immediately gave her a thumbs up, praising her for being so skilled that he even felt he might not be as accurate as her. Qin Hao had some training, but he wasn't a professional. He was somewhat surprised that Su Wanqing had even used a hunting rifle. He nodded slightly as he observed the battle unfolding before him. Although the number of zombies was large, and they were still charging forward relentlessly, the situation had been temporarily stabilized thanks to the spaceship's firepower and the coordinated efforts of the women. As long as things don't fall into chaos internally and no level 2 zombies appear, blocking this wave of zombies shouldn't be too difficult. While Qin Hao was on his inspection tour, he saw 2 girls of similar height chattering and complaining. One of them was Bai Ruoyao, the younger of the twin sisters. She said with a bitter face that archery was too difficult and she couldn't hit the target with a single arrow. Qin Hao walked over and, seeing that everyone was busy and no one was paying attention, raised his hand and patted her on the back, scolding her without batting an eye. "Stupid girl, how come you can't hit the target even once? What use are you?" Chapter 34, Slaying Zombies. Doubao Autopilot. "Hey Captain, why did you hit me?" Bai Ruoyao covered her head and complained angrily. Bai Ruoshi gritted her teeth as well, and for some reason, she also felt a little pain. The telepathic connection between the 2 sisters seemed to be becoming more and more obvious. Qin Hao deliberately put on a stern face. "It's all because you're too stupid. You didn't hit the target with a single arrow. If you continue to be this useless, I'll throw you out to feed the wolves." He found the 2 sisters' clumsiness quite amusing and couldn't resist teasing them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoyao immediately burst into tears, feigning distress. "No, I don't want to be fed to the wolves." Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated, so he went over and hugged her, teaching her how to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. As he approached, Bai Ruoyao immediately smelled a refreshing yet powerful masculine scent, and her heart skipped a beat. She was secretly admiring the captain's charm when she suddenly realized something was wrong, and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Sensing something was wrong, Bai Ruoshi looked at her sister with suspicion. "What's wrong? Do you have a fever?" Bai Ruoyao quickly shook her head. "It's nothing. It's probably just too hot." She didn't dare to say more, for fear of upsetting Qin Hao. Under Qin Hao's guidance, Bai Ruoyao's archery skills finally improved, managing to hit the target once out of 3 shots. Qin Hao nodded and reminded everyone, "Practice diligently. This is crucial for survival in the future." Just then, a girl suddenly screamed, "Captain, come quick! A zombie is charging at us." Everyone looked over and saw a zombie that was incredibly fast, managing to block most of the attacks. Even the crossbow towers and lasers couldn't stop it. Qin Hao immediately checked and found that it was an agile zombie with a strength of level 1, high level. No wonder it could rush so fast. Qin Hao's current stats show him at the peak of level 1, but for some reason he hasn't broken through to level 2 yet. However, he can sense that his physical strength is almost at level 2. He smiled and said, "Let me have a go at it." With that, Qin Hao picked up his broadsword and charged out. Upon spotting Qin Hao, the zombie immediately locked onto its target, let out a low growl, and pounced on him. The sound sent chills down everyone's spines. Zhao Zihan couldn't help but remind him, "Captain, please be careful." Qin Hao looked at the zombie stretching out its arms and opening its mouth to tear at it, and just shook his head. "Too slow, bro. You still need to practice." After he finished speaking, he dodged to the right with ease, easily avoiding the claws, and then kicked out with a thud. The zombie was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. However, this zombie reacted quickly, sprang up, bared its fangs, and pounced again. Qin Hao charged forward, seizing the opportunity to circle around to its side and slash at its head. However, the blow missed its head and was blocked by the zombie's claws. With a snap, the zombie's hands were instantly destroyed. Qin Hao then kicked it over, finished it off with a slash, and chopped off its head. He originally wanted to use this zombie to practice his melee reaction, but the opponent was too weak. He was defeated in 2 moves before he could even activate the 11-fold amplification. "Wow, Brother Qin Hao is so amazing. Captain is awesome." The girls cheered immediately, their eyes filled with surprise. Qin Hao, however, did not relax and reminded him, "Hurry up, 10 minutes have already passed." After killing these zombies, we still need to find supplies and treasure chests. Rao Shuqing and the others nodded immediately. Qin Hao looked at the energy cores on the ground, then glanced at the scattered pile in the distance, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. We've only killed 20 or 30 zombies so far. What if there are hundreds or thousands later? Are we going to have to collect them one by one? That would be too much trouble. He quickly realized that the spaceship's automatic pickup function could come in handy. So he returned to the spaceship and immediately ordered Doubao, activate automatic pickup. The automatic pickup function is now enabled. Qin Hao then asked, Doubao, can I pilot a spaceship? The level 3 spaceship has unlocked piloting capabilities, with a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. For now, it is limited to travel within a local map and must not stray too far from its docking point. Qin Hao was taken aback, not expecting the spaceship to actually be able to operate. He continued, after unlocking the jump gate, can we return the way we came? Are there any limitations? Doubao replied that warp jumps offer a chance to return across maps, but once you reach the designated location, you still have to follow the system's route. For example, in the dilapidated town on Gemini, you might stay for 3 days, with the return to base function appearing only in the last half day, potentially allowing you to warp back to the previous map. Qin Hao then asked what level the spaceship needed to reach to unlock warp drive, to which Doubao simply replied, no comment. You're asking too many questions. Qin Hao smiled helplessly and then ordered, drive at 25 kilometers per hour and proceed around these energy cores. Route planning in progress. Route planning successful. Please insert the energy core. Qin Hao then realized that the spaceship also needed an energy core to operate. He vaguely understood something and then put the energy core into the piloting function. With a loud boom, the spaceship quickly started up and slowly moved towards the location where the energy core had scattered. The girls outside were immediately stunned. Why is the spaceship moving? The captains piloted a spaceship? That's incredible. They can even fly a spaceship. Qin Hao said with a hint of pride, of course. Then he explained with a smile, actually, I don't know how to drive it either. It's mainly because the spaceship is too intelligent. Doubao is the one who drives it. It moves with the energy core. Rao Shuqing nodded in agreement. She had learned during her recent transactions that the spaceship possessed a high level of intelligence. Upgrading to a higher level would be the greatest guarantee of survival. Qin Hao and Chen Xiao stood at the entrance of the spaceship, silently surveying their surroundings. Crossbow towers and lasers continued their relentless attacks, and over 20 girls also drew their bows and fired arrows, making it difficult for the zombies to break through the defenses. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would charge forward, but Qin Hao would kill them instantly. In a short time, they had dealt with 40 or 50 zombies. The energy cores were automatically retrieved, and the bows and arrows could be reused. As long as it's not a sudden influx of thousands of zombies, with their current preparations, they have nothing to fear. Just then, after a level 1 medium-sized zombie was destroyed, a bronze treasure chest fell to the ground. Everyone immediately became excited. Wow, it's a treasure chest. The drop rate was just too low. They had to kill 40 or 50 zombies to get one. The group was puzzled. Was it because the zombies were too low level, hence the low drop rate? Chapter 35. Searching for supplies, time to enjoy life. Obtain bronze treasure chest 1. Qin Hao watched as the spaceship automatically picked up items and retrieved the treasure chest, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He noticed that a portal would open at the bottom of the spaceship. A flash of light would pull the items inside. A truly impressive display of technology. After some clearing, the zombies in the area finally stopped moving. Qin Hao roughly calculated that they had killed a total of 70 or 80 zombies, and the surrounding area was temporarily safe. He immediately gave instructions. While there are no zombies now, leave some people to guard the ship, and the rest of you split into 2 groups to search for supplies and treasure chests. Time is running out. After discussion, Qin Hao set off with Su Wanqing, Leng Shi, Bai Ruoxi, Bai Riao, and Bai Shui'er, a total of 6 people. The other team was led by Counselor Rao Shuqing, and consisted of Lin Mingyao, Su Nian, Chen Xiao, Zhao Zihan, Lu Shuang, and Su Jiejia, a total of 7 people. Both teams have a balanced roster, and they also brought along quite a few newcomers for training. Qin Hao has the strongest combat power, as well as true sight and danger sense. He can hold the team together single-handedly. Rao Shuqing's side is also quite strong. She can foresee danger. Su Nian is extremely lucky and good at finding treasure chests. Lin Mingyao can control animal spirits to explore the way. Qin Hao can transform into a giant, and Zhao Zihan is responsible for healing. Their safety level is also quite high. The spaceship was left to Li Mengmeng and Ling Xiaoke to guard. Although Ling Xiaoke was somewhat reluctant, she knew that guarding the spaceship was very important. She pouted and huffed. Once King Xiaoke has researched the inner armor and the outer armor, you'll be begging me for help. Li Mengmeng didn't mind. She was used to working in logistics on the spaceship and enjoyed this kind of reliable mission. Soon, the two teams set off in different directions, preparing to quickly scavenge the surrounding resources. Qin had only been gone a short while when he looked at Bai Ruoxi and Bai Riao and instructed them, "You two silly girls don't run around. Listen to my instructions, or you'll be in big trouble." Bai Ruoxi nodded obediently. She dared not be reckless. If they really encountered zombies, it was hard to say whether she could even defeat them. Qin Hao was also a bit troubled, for out of the 6 people in this team were newcomers and needed extra care. Su Wanqing and Leng Shi were fairly reliable, especially Leng Shi, who, despite her silence, was experienced. Qin Hao thought to himself that he would have to influence this quiet girl to become more cheerful sooner or later. He activated his true sight along the way, and information from his surroundings kept appearing. A collapsed house may contain rotting food. A dried up well might contain dead bodies. An uninhabited house with little to no supplies. With nothing particularly worthwhile to explore nearby, Qin Hao led the women onward. With his true sight, his search efficiency was extremely high, skipping over anything of little value. Meanwhile, Rao Shuqing's team was also progressing smoothly. She relied on her prophecy to avoid danger, and after only 1 kilometer, Sun Yin found a treasure chest. Then, Lin Mingyao controlled an eagle to scout ahead from the air, making the team's advance even easier. Occasionally, zombies would rush out along the road, but they were all shot down by the group from a distance. When they encountered slightly stronger ones, Qin Hao would transform into a giant of strength, swinging his twin swords and killing them in 2 blows, giving them no chance to get close. Qin Hao continued his search, and soon the Eye of True Sight gave him another notification. A former shop. There might be some good stuff inside. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Their initial location should have been on the outskirts of the town, and places like shops, supermarkets, schools, and government buildings were typically where supplies were concentrated. Since they could already see shops, it meant they weren't far from the core area. He stepped forward and pushed open the store door, and 2 zombies immediately rushed out, roaring as they charged at him. 2 low-level level 1 zombies. Their weak point is their head. Without hesitation, Qin Hao swung his large cleaver twice, smashing their heads open and taking the energy cores. Then he called the women inside to loot the area. The store was a mess, with goods scattered all over the floor, clearly having been looted. However, a considerable amount of items remained in the corners and the back warehouse, including snacks, frozen food, bottled water, and even cigarettes. Although Qin Hao doesn't smoke, this stuff would be incredibly sought after in the trading hall. With so many smokers on Earth, exchanging it for resources would definitely be a good deal. Bai Ruoyao's eyes lit up when she saw the shelves. Wow, so many snacks, so much food. Now I don't have to eat fish and meat every day. Su Wanqing looked at the unopened food with a delighted expression. There were potato chips, bread, ice cream, mineral water, candy, and even spicy strips. Bai Schwetter's eyes lit up. Wow, there are spicy strips too. My mouth is watering. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Little glutton, hurry up and put away the snacks. We still have to go to the next stop. It would be best if we could find a supermarket." Just then, the Eye of True Sight gave another hint. There's a hidden compartment in the floorboards. It's where you store your secret stash of money, and there might be a treasure chest there. Qin Hao was slightly taken aback, then immediately walked to the corner next to the cash register and chopped open the wooden floorboards with a knife. The next second, he saw that it contained a lot of loose silver and a pile of unknown banknotes, and most importantly, a bronze treasure chest. Obtain bronze treasure chest 1. Qin Hao immediately laughed. Haha, this is heaven's help. It's so great to arrive at the station early. With the help of True Sight, he found the treasure chest so quickly, a very smooth start. The girls who were searching for supplies were also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that he could even discover a hidden compartment for hiding money? Leng Shi also sensed something was wrong. She always felt that Qin Hao was like a chosen one, with ridiculously good luck, always encountering good things wherever he went. Seeing Bai Riao and the others drooling over the snacks, Qin Hao smiled and said, "Take whatever you want to eat quickly, and then we'll move on to the next stop. Especially Riao, your mouth is practically watering." The girls felt a little embarrassed by his words, but then they stopped being polite and each picked out their favorite snacks. Qin Hao also took 2 bags of spicy strips and tried them. The long-lost taste put him in a great mood. Bai Royale held potato chips in her left hand and spicy strips in her right, eating with a satisfied expression. Delicious. So delicious. Woo. I haven't eaten anything this good in so long. Qin Hao walked over and pinched her cheek, teasingly saying, if you keep eating like this, you'll turn into a pig. Our spaceship can't afford to feed you. Bai Shuer immediately laughed and said, ha ha ha, piggy Yao. Bai Royale retorted angrily, I'm not a pig. This is nothing. I used to eat snacks every day. Bai Roashi added helplessly. Her room used to be piled high with snacks. You could reach them even while lying in bed. She really can eat a lot. Bai Royale looked at her sister defiantly. Fine, you clearly eat more than me. Qin Hao quickly stored the snacks he had scavenged into his system space, then said, let's go. Keep looking for a supermarket. If we have enough snacks, I'll be merciful and fill your spaceship room with them too, so you can enjoy yourself. Bai Royale's eyes instantly lit up. If she could really fill the room with snacks, it wouldn't be about surviving, it would be like living a life of luxury. However, Qin Hao didn't say one thing. You're enjoying life so much, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enjoy it too, right? Chapter 36 Frozen Zombies. One God leading 5 pitfalls. A helpless cold poem. After all, everything comes at a price. After searching the shops, Qin Hao and his group continued their search in the town center and finally found a large supermarket. The supermarket had plenty of supplies, but the problem was obvious. It was crammed with zombies. Qin Hao peeked through a crack and saw at least 100 wandering around. It was all right during the day, but at night these creatures would only become more ferocious. He frowned. Sure enough, where there are many good things, there are also many dangers. In the team, only he and Lung Shi are truly talented. The Hunter Girl, the twin sisters, and Bai Shuer are mostly there for training. Su Wanqing swallowed hard and suggested shooting down a group with arrows first, then engaging in close combat with swords. Bai Shuer, however, felt it was too risky. There were too many zombies, and if she were scratched and infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Hao suddenly had an idea. He walked to Lung Shi's side, put his arm around her slender waist, pulled her close, and whispered in her ear, Sure, my baby. I've thought of a great way to eliminate the zombies, but I need your cooperation. Lung Shi immediately felt uncomfortable. Qin Hao was holding her like this, talking so close, and it tickled her ear unbearably. She felt a little helpless. Qin Hao used to seem quite honest, but now he was becoming more and more improper. She endured her awkwardness and said, Captain, please let me go. I'm not feeling well. Qin Hao replied domineeringly, I won't let go. Lung Shi was so angry that she accused him of being a hooligan, and Qin Hao simply admitted, I am a hooligan. Lung Shi was at a loss. She couldn't win a fight, and she didn't dare threaten him, having already suffered losses before. She could only urge Qin Hao to quickly offer a solution. The other women nearby were stunned. None of them had expected that the icy Lung Shi would be helpless in front of Qin Hao. Bai Royale's eyes lit up, feeling a strange sense of attraction. Qin Hao, seeing Lung Shi's reaction, smiled and released her hand. He wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time later. He said, these zombies are wandering around the supermarket. I'll fill it with water first, then have Lung Shi use her ice talent to shoot arrows and freeze the water. When they can't move, we can go in and harvest them. Upon hearing this, the women gasped in shock. This method was simple yet ruthless, practically a cure for zombies. Lung Shi was also slightly moved. Although she felt Qin Hao was opportunistic, she had to admit his combat prowess and intelligence were both formidable. Bai Shuer immediately praised, Captain, you're so smart. Let's get moving quickly, otherwise the supplies will be in trouble if people from other ships arrive too. Qin Hao didn't delay. He first worked with Lung Shi to seal the front and back doors of the supermarket with ice to prevent water from flowing out. Then he started pouring water in, and soon the water inside the supermarket reached the zombies' waists. The zombies roared and struggled in the water, their movements noticeably slower. Qin Hao looked at Lung Shi and reminded her to use the lowest possible temperature to freeze them completely. Lung Shi nodded, drew her bow, channeled her ice talent, and fired 10 arrows in quick succession. The chill spread rapidly throughout the supermarket, causing large patches of ice to form on the water surface, which instantly solidified into a hard layer of ice. The zombies' bodies and arms were almost entirely frozen, with only their heads still thrashing about, emitting feeble growls. Qin Hao smiled with satisfaction and led the women inside. Let's go kill them. By Ruashi got excited and pulled her sister, shouting, Can't move anymore, right? Silly sister, hurry up and kill them. It's time for us to make a name for ourselves. The two sisters had barely helped along the way, doing nothing but eating and causing trouble. Now, they finally had a chance to shine. Qin Hao had several girls use swords to chop off zombie heads, hoping to toughen them up. Although they complained about the disgust and how hard the zombie heads were, they still moved their hands. They all understood that Qin Hao wanted them to overcome their fear. Just then, a zombie was still writhing wildly in the ice, seemingly about to break free. Bai Ruiyao screamed in fright, Captain, help! It's moving! As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped onto Qin Hao's left shoulder and clung to him tightly. Bai Ruashi panicked upon hearing this. Weren't they supposed to be frozen solid? Seeing that her sister had already climbed up, she immediately jumped onto Qin Hao's right shoulder as well. Bai Shuer hesitated for a moment, thinking that it was her first time out, and it would seem out of place not to jump, so she also jumped onto Qin Hao's back. Su Wanqing was stunned by what she saw. She gritted her teeth, walked up to Qin Hao, and had him give her a princess carry. Lung Sure stood to the side, utterly speechless. She angrily exclaimed, Are you guys playing me? She knew she shouldn't have brought these two idiot twins along. They were complete disasters. Not only did they mess things up themselves, but they also led Bai Shuer and Su Wanqing astray. Lung Sure couldn't help but complain. One god carrying 5 noobs, you 5 are terrible teammates. Despite her cursing, she acted swiftly, immediately using her ice-based talent to freeze the still struggling zombie to death again. Even the usually taciturn Lung Sure was this enraged, demonstrating just how outrageous these people were. Qin Hao looked at the girls clinging to him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was one thing for the twin sisters to be unreliable, but how did they all end up following suit and going astray? But then again, it really felt pretty good. Soft touches surrounded him, as if he'd fallen into a paradise. Qin Hao even took the opportunity to touch Su Wanqing, inwardly marveling that this wasn't just a post-apocalyptic survival experience. It was like entering heaven. Chapter 37, The Divine Punishment Descended from Heaven by Xiao Rizi. In fact, Bai Shuer and Su Wanqing were both a little stunned. It was their first time out here, and they didn't know the local customs. They thought they should follow the local traditions, but if they didn't dance along, they would seem out of place. Qin Hao smiled helplessly and quickly called them down to prevent Lung Sure from getting too angry. Lung Sure glared at them, her chest heaving, clearly quite upset. She secretly vowed never to go out with those two idiot twins again. Next, Qin Hao led the women to clear out the nearby zombies. As each zombie was destroyed, a system notification sounded, indicating that they had obtained a total of 98 energy cores. When everyone looked at the supermarket in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. This supermarket was huge, with a far greater quantity of goods than ordinary stores. It was probably the largest supermarket in this town. Bai Shuer was overjoyed, never expecting so many things to be hidden here. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, calmly analyzed the situation. When the apocalypse first arrived, the survivors' first reaction would definitely be to rush into the supermarket to grab supplies. But the fact that so much was still left here could only mean that most of the people who had been there had turned into zombies. Qin Hao nodded, agreeing with her. He glanced at the goods on the shelves, a new doubt creeping into his mind. These things clearly weren't from China, nor did they seem to be products of any Earth civilization. They likely belonged to another planet. Strangely, they could actually understand the writing on it. Qin Hao suspected that perhaps after awakening his talent, even his ability to recognize characters had been enhanced. However, now is not the time to delve into it. He immediately ordered everyone to speed up the collection of supplies and then continue searching for the next location. Bai Ruiyao and the others immediately took action. Lung Sure's abilities were even more extraordinary. She could not only create ice, but also melt and break through ice layers, allowing supplies in the frozen zone to be retrieved smoothly. Bai Ruashi's eyes lit up as she looked at the overflowing shelves. The supplies here were indeed astonishingly abundant, including frozen meat, seafood, frozen staple foods, frozen fruits and vegetables, and desserts. Everything imaginable was available. The refrigerated section also contains dairy products, cooked and braised foods, eggs, and beverages. Vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, cooking oil, condiments, and dry goods are piled high, while the snack section is filled with biscuits, chocolates, candies, and puff snacks. The daily necessities section was also fully stocked with cleaning and personal care products, toilet paper, garbage bags, and disinfectants. Almost everything imaginable. For Qin Hao and his group, this was practically a treasure trove of supplies. They wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the foreseeable future. Qin Hao also collected some small items like toys. Then he activated his true sight to see if there were any treasure chests. This time, he didn't need to search carefully at all. A gleaming silver treasure chest was lying quietly in the back warehouse. Qin Hao could barely suppress a smile. This was truly a large supermarket. Not only were the supplies overflowing, but they even had a silver treasure chest hidden inside. He stepped forward and put it away, and the system immediately notified him that he had obtained a silver treasure chest. Su Wanqing smiled, her camouflage paint and spirited expression making her look exceptionally beautiful. She exclaimed, "The supermarket is truly a treasure trove." With everyone's help, Qin Hao quickly stored all the supplies he could carry into his system space. Afterwards, they left the supermarket and continued their search elsewhere. Not long after Qin Hao and his group left, another group arrived. The leader of the group was furious when he saw the empty supermarket. He berated his men for being useless, saying that the store and supermarket had been looted by others. The man was thin, with eyes as cold as knives. He was Captain Fujino, whose repeated failures had enraged him to the extreme. A man with a sinister face immediately stepped forward, saying that they had arrived quickly, but they hadn't expected someone to be even faster. The man made a throat-slitting gesture and viciously suggested chasing after them and killing them all. Fujino gave him a thumbs up, praising his intelligence, and promised that if they succeeded, he would have Yamamoto Yua sleep with him that night. The sinister-looking man was overjoyed. Yua Yamamoto was one of the few beautiful women on the spaceship. He usually could only watch Fujino and the others enjoy her, but he never expected that he would have the chance to do so this time. However, some people warned that the large number of zombie corpses nearby indicated the opponent was quite powerful and might be difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, Fujino slapped the person across the face, angrily rebuking them for daring to question his strength. He claimed to possess the talents of a ninja turtle and was no pushover. The sinister-looking man, named Onimu Shuetsan, immediately flattered Fujino, saying that under his leadership, they would easily tear the enemy apart. Fujino nodded in satisfaction and led 10 men to follow the trail. Meanwhile, with the help of the Eye of True Sight, Qin Hao eliminated many worthless locations and soon arrived at a building that resembled a government agency. The system prompted that there might be a treasure chest here. Looking at the magnificent building before them, Baishware thought it resembled a police station and likely contained valuable items. They also noticed that Qin Hao was extremely fast at finding locations, and he always managed to locate valuable supplies. Qin Hao smiled and said, "There's definitely something inside, but it seems there's a particularly strong zombie." His danger perception told him that there was a level 1 high-level zombie inside, a level of strength that surpassed over 90% of the survivors. Before they could even go inside, the zombies seemed to have smelled the scent of living people and rushed out, for 5 of them in total. The leader was the fastest, leaving its brethren far behind, and pounced on Qin Hao like a madman. Without hesitation, Qin Hao activated his 11-fold amplification, his figure flashing as his blade moved so fast it was almost invisible. In a single, lightning-fast move, he cleaved the powerful zombie's head in two. Baishware and the others also attacked simultaneously, shooting down the 4 zombies that followed. With their enhanced strength, ordinary zombies posed no threat to them unless they encountered a large horde of zombies. After dealing with the dangers outside, Qin Hao led everyone into the building. The interior was dilapidated, with signs of a battle everywhere, clearly indicating a fierce conflict had taken place there. They searched their way through and soon arrived at the core area of the organization. As soon as they entered, they saw a silver treasure chest on the table. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in delight, "There really is something good." The silly twins also smiled happily. They knew very well how precious the treasure chests were. Last time, Qin Hao and his group searched for almost 3 days before they found so many treasure chests, and this was only the first day, and they had already found 3. Without a word, Qin Hao directly stored the treasure chest in his system space. A notification sounded, indicating that he had received another silver treasure chest. Just then, Baishware suddenly noticed an important document, the text of which she could actually understand. She quickly called Qin Hao over, saying that there seemed to be something written on it. Qin Hao and the others immediately gathered around to examine the document. It clearly stated that the so-called Millennium Sacred Tree Development Project was actually a scam. Its true purpose was an attempt by the leader to prolong life. The reason for the apocalypse was that they had recklessly cut down virgin forests, angering the heavens and ultimately bringing down divine punishment. Upon seeing this, Qin Hao and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. It seemed that behind this deserted city, turning into a zombie-infested wasteland, lay an astonishing secret. Chapter 38. A good dog doesn't block the way versus a petty person. If the city full of zombies is truly divine punishment, then this power is terrifying. Qin Hao looked at the map on the wall and discovered that the planet wasn't large, with only one capital city and one subordinate town, surrounded by endless primeval forests. The entire civilization was built in the heart of the forest, and their leader, in an attempt to prolong their lives, tried to clear out the primeval forest, ultimately incurring divine punishment. Bai Schwinner's face paled upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but gasp. Qin Hao was equally alarmed. He had a vague feeling that the civilization on this planet, and even Earth itself, was part of some grand game. The entity pulling the strings behind the scenes was probably unimaginably powerful. But thinking about these things now is useless. Qin Hao solemnly reminded everyone that the only thing they could do now was to survive within the rules. Although Bai Ruoshi and her sister were usually absent-minded, they understood the seriousness of the matter, and the women fell silent for a moment. Qin Hao put away the map and checked the surroundings again. Aside from treasure chests, there were almost no other supplies. The surrounding town was too small. There was no point in staying any longer. They had to get to the capital. The direction Rao Shuqing and the others left in seemed to be towards the capital. Qin Hao guessed that the instructor's precognitive abilities probably knew some clues, which was why they went to the most lucrative area. If they could loot all the treasure chests in the surrounding towns and the capital, the harvest would be absolutely astonishing. Bai Ruoshi immediately perked up upon hearing this, urging everyone to set off quickly to avoid being beaten to the punch by others. The group nodded and then left the government building, preparing to head to the capital. However, to their surprise, they encountered a group of uninvited guests just as they reached the exit. Mr. Fujino, along with Kibu Shuetsan and the others, blocked the entrance from the outside, forming a solid line that completely shut out the road. Qin Hao had just come out when he saw this group of ugly-looking fellows, and his brows immediately furrowed. When Mr. Fujino saw Qin Hao and his group, his eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he were seeing prey waiting to be slaughtered. He first sized up Qin Hao, then his gaze fell on Leng Shi Bai Schwer and the others, and he became quite agitated. Especially Leng Shi's aloof appearance, coupled with a pair of sweet twin sisters, made him feel like he was in heaven, and he uttered lewd words. Gue Wu Shui can also widen his eyes, his lewd gaze undisguised. Bai Ruoshi coldly cursed, disgusting. Leng Shi's face paled under that gaze, and she subconsciously looked at Qin Hao, wondering what to do. Bai Schwer also looked disgusted, having already recognized the other person as Xiao Rizi. Qin Hao naturally understood what they were saying. He had grown up watching war dramas, and now, seeing these people with his own eyes, and seeing them staring at the girl next to him with such filthy eyes, a murderous intent instantly rose in his heart. He secretly signaled to Leng Shi and the others to prepare their bows and arrows, and coldly said, "A good dog doesn't block the way. Are you looking for death?" As he spoke, he had already activated his bow, and arrow, and broadsword in the system space, ready to strike at any moment. Mr. Fujino, recognizing them as Chinese, became even more arrogant, threatening Qin Hao to hand over the supplies and women, saying he might become his lackey. Ghost Dance Blood Remnant chimed in with a mocking remark. A man bringing out 5 pretty girls? He's practically courting death. Qin Hao had been waiting for their chance to talk nonsense. The next second, he suddenly shouted, "Now, make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao instantly drew his bow and arrow, the tip pointing directly at Gue Wu Shuikan's eyes. With the bowstring snapping, the arrow shot out with a piercing whistling sound, its speed almost invisible. With a soft thud, the arrow struck precisely, blasting apart Ghost Dance Blood Remnant's filthy eye. The immense force knocked him to the ground. He didn't die immediately, but was already on the verge of death, clutching his eye and screaming in agony. Qin Hao's expression was icy. He cursed them as a bunch of ugly creatures, saying they didn't even deserve to look at his classmates like that. Daring to covet Bai Schwer and her friends, these people were already courting death. As he spoke, his movements didn't pause for a moment. He drew his bow to its fullest extent again, and the second arrow flew straight towards Mr. Fujino. However, Fujino's physical abilities had clearly been enhanced, and at the crucial moment, he suddenly tilted his head, managing to dodge the fatal blow. The arrow grazed his face, kicking up a cloud of blood. Enraged by the pain, Mr. Fujino immediately roared for his men to kill. At the same time, he discovered that 3 others on his side had been wounded by arrows. Though not dead, they were all injured in the abdomen or limbs. The remaining men were enraged and charged forward, screaming. They believed they outnumbered Qin Hao and, being all men, could easily overwhelm the 5 girls on his side in close combat. But they had no idea that Lung Shi and the others' bodies had already changed after taking the physique enhancement liquid, becoming at least 2.5 times stronger, and were definitely not just pretty faces in their eyes. Qin Hao shouted, "I'll go first, you follow." With that, he picked up his broadsword and charged out, pulling 4 or 5 young people into his fighting range, leaving only 2 of them to circle around to Lung Shi and the others. The battle erupted instantly, the 2 sides clashing like sworn enemies. After activating his 11-fold amplification, Qin Hao's speed was terrifying, his blade sweeping and powerful, instantly cleaving a lowly man in 2. Before Mr. Fujino and the others could even react, their expressions changed. He finally realized that they had run into a formidable opponent and dared not delay any longer, immediately roaring as he activated his talent. The others were also terrified. Some couldn't help but scream. They had said long ago that these people were not easy to deal with. So many zombies outside have been killed. How could they be weak? Chapter 39. Snow White's Daring Words as a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. At this point, Mr. Fujino had completely transformed into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. His body was smaller and thinner than before, and his appearance had changed to that of a turtle. Yet he possessed a muscular physique. A red mask was tied around the turtle's head and eyes, and he held a sharp blade in his hand, looking both agile and ferocious. Fujino stared coldly at the man who had just shaken morale, and warned in a chilling voice that if anyone dared to speak out of turn again, he would be the first to kill them. Then, with a wave of his tortoise-like hand, he ordered everyone to attack together and kill Qin Hao and the others. Qin Hao almost couldn't hold back when he saw the Ninja Turtle in front of him. Good heavens, the Ninja Turtles have appeared, but aren't those the Americans? How come this little guy has awakened such a talent? What's even more outrageous is that this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is also incredibly ugly. Lung Shi and the others watched in disbelief. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on TV weren't nearly this bad. Perhaps it was because they instinctively loathed these petty people that they found them increasingly disgusting. Fujino stared at Qin Hao and said coldly, "He will pay the price for what he just did." As soon as he finished speaking, he uttered a low shout of a ninja technique, Shadow Escape. The next second, his figure darted out like a shadow, so fast that he was almost behind Qin Hao in the blink of an eye. However, Qin Hao had already activated his 11-fold amplification, making his perception incredibly sharp. Although Fujino was fast, he still couldn't escape Qin Hao's eyes. Qin Hao sneered and kicked the Ninja Turtle that was passing by. With a loud bang, Fujino was kicked away and crashed to the ground, face first into the dirt. Fujino was horrified, unable to understand how this Chinese man could detect him when he was moving so fast. Qin Hao didn't bother with any words. At that moment, 3 more young men attacked him. He met one of them with a left punch, instantly sending the man flying. Immediately afterwards, he swung his large cleaver with his right hand and chopped off the head of another man. The last person was terrified. Qin Hao on the other side far surpassed them in strength, speed, and reaction time. They were not even in the same league. The man knelt down with a thud, begging for mercy in terror and expressing his willingness to serve Qin Hao like a slave. Qin Hao merely chuckled. In chaotic times, one must first eliminate the Holy Mother. He naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted, much less take in a mere commoner. He coldly remarked, "You're not worthy to be my slave." Then, with a swift stroke, he killed the man. At this moment, the guy who had just punched him was so scared that he wet himself and turned to run away. Even Fujino, the Ninja Turtle, began to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Qin Hao drew his bow and aimed at the fleeing man. With a whoosh, a powerful arrow shot through the air, instantly piercing the man's back and sending him flying backward, where he landed far away and remained motionless. Qin Hao sheathed his bow, a cold smile playing on his lips as he looked in the direction Fujino had fled. Still trying to escape? He had initially thought this Ninja Turtle was somewhat capable, but it turned out to be nothing special. Before long, Qin Hao caught up with Fujino, who was using Shadow Cloak, and kicked him directly in the back. With a thud, the teenage mutant ninja turtle fell to the ground again. Qin Hao stepped forward and stomped on his head. With just a little force, his head would explode. Qin Hao sneered coldly. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Weren't you so capable? Now you're still being arrogant. As he spoke, he looked towards Lung Shi and the others. With the combined efforts of Lung Shi, Bai Shuer, and others, the remaining two children, though men, were no match for them and were quickly subdued, their hands and feet even being chopped off. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction, praising them for doing a good job. He then instructed Lung Shi and the others to kill the two guys, while he prepared to interrogate Fujino to see if he could extract any useful information. Lung Shi and the others nodded immediately upon hearing this. They had been out fighting more than once and were somewhat accustomed to this kind of situation. Bai Shuer and the others had also killed quite a few zombies, and their mental fortitude was much stronger than before. Shooting at the two helpless children, 2 arrows flew in quick succession. At such close range, they were practically sitting ducks. Those 2 young men died in humiliation and resentment, unable to understand why these girls were stronger than them. After dealing with that, Lung Shi and the others walked over to Qin Hao's side. Bai Shuer looked at Fujino, who was being trampled on the ground, and asked how to deal with this little rascal. Qin Hao said he would question him first to see if he could get anything out of him. After saying that, he slapped the teenage mutant ninja turtle's face twice with his large machete and asked in a cold voice, "You little bastards, tell me the location of your spaceship." Upon hearing this, Fujino's mind immediately started working. He was the captain of that spaceship, and since these Chinese people had their eyes on it, it might be his bargaining chip for survival. If given the chance, he might even try to unite the people on board to fight back. Although the hope was slim, it was still better than being trampled to death now. Fujino quickly spoke up, saying that he was the leader of the spaceship and could tell them where the spaceship was. He only begged Qin Hao to spare his life, and he was willing to become a slave. Then he threw out an even bigger bait, saying that there were 4 Japanese women on the spaceship, all of them incredibly attractive and skilled in all sorts of ways, and that they could all be given to Qin Hao as sex slaves in exchange for sparing his life. Before Qin Hao could even respond, several girls around him became anxious. Of course, they knew how seductive those women in Japan were. After all, some of them had secretly read the works of those so-called teachers. Bairoashi watched Qin Hao nervously, afraid that he would actually agree. She would definitely feel terrible if he brought those sluts back to the spaceship. Lung Shi also frowned slightly, clearly unwilling as well. Bai Shuer gritted her teeth, as if she had finally made up her mind. Her face flushed. She looked at Qin Hao and earnestly advised, "Captain, you must not listen to his slander." Her voice trailed off, but she forced herself to say, "If you really want that, I can let you sleep with me. I can not only dance, but I can also do the splits." Chapter 40, Killing the Little One, Heading to the Capital. Bai Shuer knew in her heart that she didn't have any awakened talent and couldn't be of much help. These days, she relied on Qin Hao for food and drink. If she could really make some contribution to the team, she would be willing to sacrifice herself. After all, Qin Hao was outstanding enough and the only man on the ship, so she wasn't really at a disadvantage. Her words stunned Lung Shi and the others. They hadn't expected Bai Shuer to be willing to go to such lengths for everyone. Qin Hao's eyes widened and his throat went dry. However, he certainly wouldn't mess around with those women, much less bring them back to the ship. He just silently kept Bai Shuer's words in mind. The next second, Qin Hao snorted coldly, his gaze falling on Fujino. He raised his hand and severed Fujino's arm with a single stroke, saying in an icy tone, "Since you don't want to talk, then don't. What makes you think you can negotiate with me?" Fujino screamed in agony, completely unprepared for the ruthlessness of this Chinese man. He had assumed Qin Hao would be concerned about the spaceship's location and the women and supplies on board, but it turned out the other man wasn't going to listen to reason. The excruciating pain of losing his arm completely threw Fujino off balance. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Chinese, if you have the guts, kill me. You'll never find our spaceship." Qin Hao shook his head, feeling that this man was no longer of any value, and was preparing to send him on his way with a single blow. Lung Shi suddenly spoke up. "Captain, why not torture him? If he won't talk, let him suffer to death." She possessed a talent for freezing. If she applied cold air to a wound, it would feel like rubbing salt into flesh. Qin Hao gave Lung Shi a deep look, surprised that this girl could be so ruthless. Bai Shuer only then belatedly realized her mistake and blushed. She had been too hasty and said those things in front of so many people, and the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. So she angrily chimed in, "Yes, we can't let him die so easily." Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He nodded and said, "Come on, sure. If he doesn't tell, we'll freeze him to death." Lung Shi immediately concentrated his icy power into his sword, and the cold blade slowly approached Fujino's severed arm wound. The extreme low temperature penetrated his flesh, and Fujino immediately screamed in agony as if he had been doused with molten iron. I'll talk. Stop. Fujino cried out in despair. Our spaceship is parked on the eastern edge of town. It's a level 2 spaceship, and there are 9 people left on board. Please spare me. I'm willing to be a slave. Qin Hao silently memorized the directions, then raised his broadsword and swiftly beheaded Fujino. He felt no pity or guilt towards these petty people. Although Lung Shi and the others had become accustomed to the carnage of the apocalypse, their faces still paled at the sight of killing. Qin Hao said calmly, "All right, these people deserve to die anyway." Everyone nodded, quickly regaining their composure. Bai Shuer glanced at Qin Hao secretly, hoping he would quickly forget what she had just said. Qin Hao then noticed that Fujino had dropped some items after his death, probably because he also had space on his spaceship. Received 12 energy cores, 20 stones, 40 wood, 6 refined iron, 20 compressed biscuits, 12 mineral water, and 32 fabric. Qin Hao had initially thought he might find something valuable, but it turned out to be just ordinary resources, plenty of which he already had on his ship. After seeing it, he could only think that this guy was pitifully poor. He packed his things and reminded the women, "Don't forget to finish them off before you leave. Some of them might not be completely dead yet, and are still pretending to be." Qin Hao knew very well that his previous arrow might not have killed Gouwu Shiuetsan. He walked over to the location and chuckled. "Hey, you devil. Still playing dead? Too bad I'm not that easy to fool." Not far away, Ghost Dance Blood Remnant, who had been lying on the ground enduring excruciating pain, trembled upon hearing these words. He had tried to feign death to deceive Qin Hao and the others, seeing how ruthless they were, but he had been seen through. He begged in terror, "Please spare me. I'm willing to submit." Qin Hao was too lazy to listen to any more nonsense. His opponent was no longer of any use. He stepped forward and with a single strike, ended Ghost Dance Blood Remnant's life. Lung Shi and the others then finished off the remaining enemies, ensuring none were left alive. After dealing with these people, Qin Hao looked towards the capital. He had already plundered this town almost completely, and there was no point in staying any longer. It was time to move on to a bigger place. Qin Hao said, "Let's go. The capital city is definitely more lucrative." Bairuashi nodded and couldn't help but say, "The towns here are too small. They don't even feel half the size of the towns on Blue Star." Qin Hao smiled and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. This civilization wasn't very large to begin with." Afterwards, the group headed towards the capital. Along the way, Qin Hao continued to use his true sight to scan the surroundings, collecting anything of value he found. Meanwhile, outside a villa near the heart of the Gemini capital, 2 groups were locked in a stalemate. They stood around a kiwi tree, eyeing each other menacingly, neither willing to back down. The fruit tree was over 10 meters tall, entirely golden, with several golden fruits at the top of its canopy, like stars adorning it. It was clearly no ordinary tree. One side consisted of 8 people, 6 men and 2 women, all of Asian descent. If Qin Hao were present, he would have recognized the other side immediately as Rao Shuqing and Lin Mengyao. Rao Shuqing looked at the people opposite her and said coldly, "You are also Chinese. You should know the order of arrival. We discovered this fruit tree first, and we were already preparing to pick the fruit, so what right do you have to stop us?" She paused, her tone growing colder. "Or do you think we're easy to bully just because we're all girls?" Zhao Zihan chimed in. "That's right, don't think we're easy to bully." The people opposite him scoffed after hearing this. One of the men, with an arrogant expression, said, "In our dictionary, there is no such thing as first come, first served. Since we've met you, everyone has a share." At this point, he laughed again. "No, it should be said that the most capable person should be in charge." A burly man next to him said impatiently, "Liang, you scholars talk too much nonsense. Why bother arguing with them? In this world where strength reigns supreme, the weak should be bullied. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed." After saying that, the burly man Zheng Chong licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over Rao Shuqing and the others with unbridled arrogance, and said excitedly, "But all of you women are top-notch. I can't bear to kill you, I must enjoy you properly. One of the two women behind him, named Hua Mei, also smiled and advised, Sisters, I advise you not to resist. Follow Brother Chong, and at least you won't go hungry, and you can enjoy life. Hua Mei actually wanted to bring more women back with her. With only 6 sisters on the ship, she really couldn't handle it. She felt helpless. She had thought that after finishing that job, she would find an honest man to marry. But unexpectedly, she ended up on the spaceship and was back to this miserable life. Chapter 41. Rao Shuqing's Group Battle and the Foolish Zheng Chong. As Zheng Chong and the others spoke, Rao Shuqing and her group finally witnessed what the evil of human nature truly meant. The spaceship survival mission had only been underway for a few days, and since they were all Chinese, she had hoped to have a proper discussion. However, she hadn't expected that the other side had already lost all sense of decency. They not only wanted to abduct them, but also threatened to kill anyone who resisted. Once order collapses, the darkness hidden in people's hearts will be magnified infinitely. Moreover, Rao Shuqing and the others also realized that the people on the other side were not good people to begin with. And in a place without the constraints of the law, they completely let their true nature run wild. Lu Shuang looked at Rao Shuqing and said coldly, Counselor, there's no point in talking to this kind of scum. Let's just start a fight. Who's afraid of who? They weren't entirely without confidence either. Qin Hao could transform into a giant of strength. Lin Mingyao had a tame tiger by her side, and Su Jiejia had even developed a poison that combined poisonous mushrooms and pollutants. If it really came down to a fight, they might not necessarily lose. As soon as Lu Shuang finished speaking, Zhao Zihan and the others picked up their bows and arrows. They had already taken the physique enhancement liquid, which greatly improved their physical abilities, so they naturally didn't believe they couldn't even deal with this group of scum. Seeing this, Zheng Chong burst into laughter. You've got guts, but it's all in vain. What strength do you bunch of weaklings have? You're nothing but pretty faces. Liang shook his head and mocked, saying that the girls must be starving to dare come out like that. He added that if they were willing to submit to them, they might be given some food. In fact, their spaceship was running out of food, and if they couldn't find more supplies today, they wouldn't be able to feed so many people. But that didn't stop them from speaking with an air of superiority. After hearing this, Lu Shuang immediately retorted, I submit to you, old phone. Before she finished speaking, she had already drawn her bowstring taut, and the arrow shot straight at Liang. She knew very well that if Qin Hao were here, he would have already made a move and wouldn't have wasted words with this kind of person. Call out. The arrow flew out with a whooshing sound, its speed astonishing. Zheng Chong and the others never expected these girls to be so decisive and were caught completely off guard. Li Yang's expression changed, and he instinctively dodged to the side. The arrow grazed his waist, avoiding his heart, but still leaving a trail of blood. A sharp pain instantly swept through his body, and Li Yang flew into a rage, baring his teeth and roaring, Damn women! Brothers, let's get them together, grab them, and torture them properly. Lu Shuang's arrow completely opened the prelude to the battle. Zhao Zihan and the others did not hesitate either. And while there was still distance between the two sides, they immediately fired arrows in succession, seizing the initiative. Zheng Chong and his men dodged the arrows as they rapidly closed in. He grinned maliciously and shouted, Once we get close, their arrows will be useless. After saying that, he took out a series of iron bars and threw them to his accomplices, then loudly provoked them. Whoever catches them first will be the first to go up later. Upon hearing this, the men instantly became incredibly excited. Thinking of the beautiful girls opposite them, their greed could no longer be concealed, and the 6 men and 2 women charged forward together. Huame chuckled and advised, Sisters, why don't you just give in and join us? Otherwise you'll get a beating. She actually wished she could bring Rao Shuqing and the others back. Otherwise, she would have been unable to bear it any longer, having to deal with those people every night. Seeing the opponent charging towards them, Rao Shuqing immediately launched a counterattack. Qin Hao nodded and immediately unleashed his talent, his body rapidly expanding, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant in the blink of an eye. Its enormous size exudes a strong sense of oppression, making it look like a muscular version of a Barbie doll. Lin Mingyao patted the big head of the low-level level 1 spirit tiger beside her, and said like petting a cat, Little tiger, charge, bite them all to death. Su Jiejia was also busy fiddling with something in her hands. She had previously collected a lot of poisonous mushrooms and contaminants from zombies, and was already able to concoct some poisons. However, it was her first time doing this, and she wasn't very skilled yet. The most awkward part was that she hadn't had time to prepare an antidote for Rao Shuqing and the others. If she threw it out, it might poison even her own people. Su Jijia thought to herself, "Advisor, if you guys can't beat me and I poison you all, don't blame me." Soon, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Zheng Chang and the others' expressions changed when they saw Qin Hao transform into a giant of strength. They then realized that these girls had indeed come out with something to rely on. Zheng Chang snorted coldly. "Don't think you're the only ones with talent. Show your talents." He was the first to make a move, shouting triumphantly, "Watch me, the king of jumping." Zheng Chang's talent enhanced his leg strength, allowing him to leap more than 4 meters high. He sprang up suddenly and charged towards Qin Hao, intending to punch her. In his view, Qin Hao's movements would definitely slow down after transforming into a giant. As long as he jumped fast enough, he could find an opening. Qin Hao was taken aback when she saw Zheng Chang jump in front of her. She even suspected that he had some underhanded tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, why would he offer himself up to her? Despite her thoughts, she still raised her hand and threw a punch. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Zheng Chang, the terrifying force sending him flying several meters, almost knocking the shit out of his bladder. Seeing this, Liang couldn't help but curse Zheng Chang inwardly for being incredibly stupid. Who jumps in front of a giant to be beaten? It's like a big-headed ladybug controlling a small-headed worm. He then shouted, "Watch this! Fire attack! If you don't surrender, I'll burn you to death." You don't want to be disfigured, do you? The next second, Liang opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, which swept towards Sun Yin and Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang reacted quickly, immediately retreating to dodge while continuing to draw her bow in counterattack. Fortunately, her physical strength had increased, allowing her to avoid the flames in time. Before Liang could even feel smug, a tiger that seemed to come to life suddenly pounced on him. The powerful impact instantly knocked him to the ground, and the tiger began to tear at him. Liang roared in pain, "You beast, get out of my way!" He had killed zombies before, so he didn't take a tiger seriously at all, but he clearly overestimated himself. The zombies he had killed before were just ordinary zombies, not even low-level ones. But the tiger in front of us is a truly sentient being. Meanwhile, the others also engaged in combat. Zhao Zihan fought head-on with the men wielding iron bars, while Rao Shuqing and the others cooperated to defend themselves, creating a chaotic scene. However, they quickly saw through their opponent's true nature. Among Zheng Chang's group, it seemed that only Zheng Chang and Liang truly possessed combat talent. And that was indeed the case. Only 3 of them had special talents. Zheng Chang had the ability to jump, Liang had the ability to breathe fire, and Hua Mei had the ability to use her flexible bones. However, Hua Mei's talent was almost useless in normal combat, and only had value in the battles at night. Not long after the battle began, the scales of victory started tipping in Rao Shuqing's favor. Zheng Chang and his gang finally realized that these girls were not the kind of defenseless beauties they had imagined. Zhao Zihan seized the opportunity, kicked away the iron bar in her opponent's hand, and then swung her sword down, severing a boy's arm. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "You really think we're easy to bully? Today I'll show you what happens when you look down on people." Chapter 42, An Easy Victory, but a cunning mantis stalks the cicada. Zheng Chang and his group had really messed up this time. Rao Shuqing and the others had already taken the physique enhancement fluid, and most of them also had the added benefits of talent and weapons. In a real fight, their combat power far exceeded their expectations. Seeing his men being beaten back by the girls, Zheng Chang angrily cursed, "Useless! What a bunch of useless trash." It was one thing for these people not to have awakened their talents, but they couldn't even hold back a few girls. Liang was equally anxious. He had thought that he could gain an advantage with Zheng Chang's numbers, but now he was being suppressed by a big tiger. His face was scratched, and his body was torn and bitten, and he was in so much pain that he could hardly bear it. If no one helps him, he'll probably be bitten to death by this tiger. But Zheng Chang is also too busy taking care of himself to spare anyone to save him. Qin Hao became more and more excited as she fought. After transforming into a giant of strength, her power surged, and she charged ahead to continue her fierce attack, calling out to the others, "Sisters, don't stop, kill them." At that moment, she felt ridiculously strong, even believing that if the captain stood in front of her, he would have to give her some leeway. But when she thought about how the captain had given her the talent stone, Granting her this power, she couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in her heart, and she quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts. On the other side, Lin Mingyao drew her bow and arrow, aiming at the enemy while encouraging the tiger. Go, little tiger, kill him, and I'll reward you with fish later. Su Jejia, the class's life committee member, nodded secretly. Judging from the current situation, they almost certainly had the upper hand, and they didn't even need to use the poison she had prepared. Perhaps Qin Hao had divided the teams this way because he anticipated that they would encounter other teams, which was why he had arranged the combat forces so steadily. Just when everyone thought victory was assured, Rao Shuqing frowned. She had just used her prophetic abilities and vaguely sensed danger nearby. To confirm, she continued divination until her face turned pale, finally obtaining a startling result. Not far away, another team of about 4 or 5 people was lurking in ambush. Clearly, they were waiting for the two groups to fight to the death before jumping in to reap the benefits. Rao Shuqing immediately lowered her voice and reminded everyone in a volume that only the women could hear. Be careful. There's another team lying in ambush nearby. These words sent a chill down everyone's spines. They hadn't expected that besides the group before them, there was another hidden force lurking in the shadows, instantly turning the situation dangerous. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao had cleared out a large number of zombies along the way, significantly reducing the pressure on the other teams. Those teams, finding fewer zombies and having almost completely looted their supplies, had no choice but to speed up their advance, which is why they arrived in the vicinity so quickly. Meanwhile, on a high-rise building, 4 men were crouching in ambush. They were positioned so that they could see the villa in the distance, which was no more than 100 meters away. They were all holding bows and arrows, clearly having come prepared in advance. One of them frowned and said, Brother Dao, those good-for-nothings don't seem to be up to par. They can't even handle a few girls. The man known as Brother Knife sneered. They really are a bunch of useless trash. The key is still us. We'll be the ones to catch them and shoot all those women dead. The group burst into laughter as they talked. They were all hardened criminals who had served time on Earth, and now, caught up in this chaotic world, they felt as if they had finally escaped prison. To them, this kind of world was more suitable for those who lived on the edge. If Rao Shuqing hadn't noticed in advance, the consequences of being suddenly attacked when they let their guard down would have been dire. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and his group, who had just entered the capital's territory, suddenly saw an eagle flying towards them. The eagle's target was clear, Qin Hao. Qin Hao immediately guessed that this eagle was most likely related to Lin Mingyao. Its sudden appearance meant that Lin Mingyao and her group might be in trouble and had come seeking help. He raised his hand to let the eagle land, and watching its chirping, he vaguely understood its meaning. Qin Hao couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after his close contact with Lin Mingyao, who claimed to be the holy maiden of the beast-taming sect, he too would naturally become close to small animals? If that's true, Lin Mingyao is a real treasure. Qin Hao secretly realized that he wasn't lusting after her body, but rather doing this for the sake of broader understanding and the better development of the entire group. The eagle seemed to want to lead the way. Although Qin Hao couldn't fully understand what it meant, he roughly understood and immediately said, Then lead the way quickly. Su Wanqing asked, puzzled, Captain, what's wrong? Qin Hao quickly explained, This eagle must have been sent by Mingyao to deliver a message. They might be in trouble, and we need to get there as soon as possible. Let's speed up and run. With their enhanced physiques, running for a long time wouldn't be too strenuous. Soon, guided by the eagle, Qin Hao and his group sped towards the villa. By this time, the battle at the villa was nearing its end. Apart from Zhao Zihan being caught off guard and taking a hit, Rao Shuqing and her group had suffered almost no losses, managing to take down all 8 of Zheng Chang's men. Zhao Zihan, being a healer herself, quickly recovered from her injuries after treating them. However, the women were all out of breath after the fierce battle, having expended considerable energy. But none of them dared to relax, because Rao Shuqing had warned them that another team was lying in ambush in the shadows. Rao Shuqing said again in a deep voice, Everyone, be alert and watch out for sneak attacks. She had barely finished speaking when a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Arrows shot in from afar, hurtling towards the group with a whooshing sound. Sun Yin immediately shouted, Watch out, there are arrows. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and reacted quickly, avoiding the sneak attack, and no one was hit by an arrow. The faces of Brother Dao and his men on the high rise immediately darkened. They had originally planned to finish off the women with a volley of arrows while they were exhausted, but they hadn't expected these women to be so alert that they hadn't hit a single one. Dao Ge quickly made a decision. Forget it. Let's just take the knife and go down and fight. They've already used up a lot of energy. They won't be a match for us. But no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard a series of hurried footsteps. The sound approached rapidly from the direction of the stairs, a heavy, forceful thud. Just from the sound of people going upstairs, Brother Dao knew that the person coming was no ordinary individual. The oppressive aura grew stronger, as if an extremely powerful individual was rapidly ascending the stairs. Chapter 43 concludes, everyone reunited. Dao Gu and his friends stared at each other in disbelief, then muttered in confusion, "What's that noise?" The heavy footsteps approached from downstairs, sending chills down their spines, like weak chicks being targeted by a wild beast. Brother Dao's face darkened, and he immediately growled, "Prepare the bow and arrows." Enemies. He had originally planned to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, taking advantage of Rao Shuqing and the others when they were exhausted, but he never expected that there would be an even stronger person appearing in the shadows. The group immediately aimed at the stairwell. The next second, a strong and powerful man pushed off with his foot, leaping over 2 flights of stairs and landing steadily on the platform. The newcomer was Qin Hao. Guided by the eagle, he rushed over and, relying on his true sight and danger sense, locked onto the group of people on the high-rise building. Upon discovering them, he attacked without hesitation. In a panic, Brother Dao and his men simultaneously fired arrows, several of which pierced the air and shot towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao simply shook his head slightly and said calmly, "Too slow." He drew his broadsword and casually slapped it away, instantly sending all the arrows flying. Then he looked at the group and sneered, "So it's you rats, trying to hide behind us? They dare to lay a hand on my women. They're asking for trouble." Upon hearing this, Dao Gu and his companions felt their hearts skip a beat. Those women were already formidable, and this man was their backer. Just from the skill with which he jumped up the building, they knew he was no ordinary person. Dao Gu immediately put on a fawning smile, spread his hands, and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How could we dare? We didn't do it." The others nearby quickly chimed in, saying they only wanted to hunt birds there and only attacked because they thought it was an enemy. They added that they could talk things out. Qin Hao didn't bother listening to their excuses. He approached step by step with his large cleaver, his tone calm, but filled with murderous intent. "If there's any misunderstanding, go tell the King of Hell." Seeing that he couldn't fool him anymore, Brother Dao lost his temper and roared, "Brothers, let's fight him." He drew a knife, activated his talent, and shouted, "Grow longer." The sword, originally a little over a meter long, instantly grew to over 2 meters. His talent was to lengthen weapons. It didn't seem particularly powerful, but it at least increased his attack range. The others, lacking even the most talented individuals, could only pick up their axes and charge at Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced at them casually and knew that these people posed no threat to him at all. Even if Rao Shuqing and the others were exhausted just now, these people might not be able to gain the upper hand, not to mention that he had already given everyone a physique enhancement liquid. Without another word, he unleashed his speed and power simultaneously, flashing into the midst of the group. A flash of blade, and the screams quickly ceased. He had swiftly and decisively dealt with Brother Dao and his companions. Unfortunately, none of these people were captains, and they didn't leave behind any significant treasures after their deaths. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Rao Shuqing and the others had already met by Ruashi, the twin sisters, and others. Everyone was very happy to be reunited. Rao Shuqing immediately looked at Leng Shi and hurriedly asked, "Leng Shi, where is Qin Hao?" Leng Shi replied, "The captain went to deal with the enemy and sent us to meet up with you first." Zhao Zihan immediately asked, "Were they the same people who ambushed us just now? They're so annoying, I wish I could kill them." Leng Shi nodded and said that Qin Hao had somehow discovered their location and had caught up with them. Everyone was relieved after hearing this. They knew Qin Hao's strength. Those who launched the sneak attack probably wouldn't cause much trouble. At that moment, Sun Yin's eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed happily, "It's the captain. He's back." She kept a close eye on her surroundings until that familiar and reassuring figure appeared, at which point she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her talent wasn't suited for combat. When she was assigned to another team earlier, she had actually felt quite insecure. In comparison, she'd rather stay by Qin Hao's side. Just like when Qin Hao used to take her to play games, she only needed to hide in the back, looting bags and opening treasure chests, and that would be enough for her to feel at ease. I'm back. Are you all right? Qin Hao's cheerful voice rang out. Seeing him return safely, everyone immediately smiled. Zhao Zihan even skipped over to greet him, saying in a half-coquettish, half-grieved tone, "Captain, you're finally back. I miss you so much. I was bullied just now." Upon hearing this, the people around couldn't help but frown. Rao Shuqing was also somewhat displeased, thinking that Zhao Zihan and Qin Hao weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, so how could she say such a thing in public? Qin Hao walked over, casually pinched Zhao Zihan's little face, and said with a smile, "Zihan, don't cry. If you get hit, just heal yourself." Zhao Zihan pouted and retorted, "I didn't cry." Rao Shuqing then looked at Qin Hao and asked with concern, "Are you alright? Were you hurt when you went to deal with those people?" Qin Hao replied easily, "It's okay, counselor. Those people couldn't hurt me. I've already killed them all." Upon hearing this, some girls who had never truly experienced life and death changed their expression slightly, clearly feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Qin Hao noticed their emotions and said, "They dared to attack us, so it was a fight to the death. Besides, those people aren't good people either, so you don't need to feel guilty." Sun Yan and the others nodded. In the current environment, being soft-hearted towards the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Rao Shuqing then looked at the men who had been subdued on the ground and asked, "Qin Hao, what should we do with them?" Some of Zheng Chong and the others on the ground were unconscious, while others were bound, all incapacitated. The man named Li Yang, in particular, died a agonizing death after being torn apart by the tiger. If Lin Mingyao hadn't stopped him from eating human flesh, he probably would have been swallowed whole by that tiger that seemed to have become a demon. At this moment, Zheng Chong vaguely woke up. He only remembered being punched hard by the giant and kicked twice before he completely lost consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing everyone, he was terrified and immediately begged for mercy. "We're all Chinese. Please don't kill me. I was just starving and only wanted to grab some food. Please don't kill me." After hearing this, Zhao Zihan kicked him in the groin and cursed viciously. "Ha! You scum like you dare to call yourself Chinese? You're probably just some kid who had a child in China." Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Why did Zhao Zihan have to kick him there of all places? It sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 44, Obtaining the Shackles Fruit. A mysterious figure. As Zhao Zihan made her move, Zheng Chong let out a shrill scream. He had originally planned to capture a few beauties, but now even his last resort had been completely destroyed. He writhed on the ground in agony, still trying to plead for mercy by calling himself one of our own, hoping to evoke pity from the crowd. After all, he hadn't been away from a society governed by the rule of law for long, and he still harbored a sliver of hope. But Qin Hao gave him no chance. His large cleaver was already at his neck. With a light slice, blood immediately seeped out. Qin Hao asked coldly, "Tell me, where is your spaceship?" Sensing death approaching, Zheng Chong was instantly terrified and hurriedly revealed that the spaceship was in the northwest. But before he could finish begging for mercy, Qin Hao swiftly slit his throat with his knife. The girls watched with trepidation, yet they also knew that keeping this kind of person around would only cause future trouble. Then, a system notification sounded, informing them that Qin Hao had obtained 12 energy cores and a rare weapon material. He had initially thought his haul would be mediocre, but he was surprised to find something truly valuable. This rare material could be fused with various precious materials and even had growth potential. If Lu Shuang were to forge it in the future, it would definitely be far superior to the large machete he currently possessed. At this point, Su Jiejia, the class monitor, asked what to do with the remaining people. They had already interrogated these conscious individuals. Zheng Chong and his gang wanted to take them back to vent their anger, while Hua Mei and the other women wanted to take them back to suffer the torture together. When Hua Mei saw Zheng Chong and the others die one after another, she panicked and cried, begging for mercy, saying that she was also forced to do it, that she was tortured every day, and that she could only come out to collect food and fight others. The women initially felt some sympathy for her upon hearing this. However, Hua Mei then looked at Qin Hao and said that she was willing to be a slave as long as he spared her, adding that her talent was being able to use soft bones and that she knew many tricks. Upon hearing this, the girls' initial pity vanished instantly, and their eyes turned cold. Since they had already dealt with them, they couldn't afford to leave any potential problems. Qin Hao didn't hesitate and ordered his men to deal with her. He never gave his enemies a second chance, especially not someone like Huang Mei, whom he looked down on. Hearing Qin Hao's decision, the women secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shuer, however, suddenly remembered that she had said something similar before, and silently prayed that Qin Hao had long forgotten those words. Afterwards, Qin Hao dealt with the group, and then dug a hole to bury them. With the hazard dealt with, everyone's attention finally fell on the golden fruit tree in the center of the villa. This tree, growing in a villa in the heart of the capital, could not possibly be an ordinary plant. Furthermore, given Rao Shuqing's prophetic warnings about the treasures here, everyone guessed that the fruit was likely as precious as the talent fruit. Qin Hao immediately activated his true sight to examine the fruit, and the information quickly appeared. The fruit was called the Gene Shackle fruit. It couldn't directly enhance strength, but could help break through gene shackles and shatter the human body's constraints. Upon seeing the introduction, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. He was already at the top level 1, but he always felt that there was something separating him from level 2. Now it seemed that the obstacle was the so-called genetic constraint. In other words, this fruit has little effect on ordinary people for the time being, but it is extremely valuable to those who are about to break through to a higher level. After Qin Hao explained its effects to the women, they all realized that this thing was no ordinary object. Su Wanqing asked curiously what their strength was now after their physiques were enhanced by 2.5 times, and how far they were from level 2. Qin Hao glanced at her with his true sight and judged that she was probably between low and middle level 1. He then told Su Wanqing that she was now roughly at the low level 1, which was already quite good. After all, Qin Hao himself had a strong physique, and with the captain's amplification, the enhancement liquid, and the blue spirit fruit, he had reached this point. Su Wanqing smiled after hearing this. It seemed they were still a long way from reaching level 2. Qin Hao didn't waste any time and quickly climbed the fruit tree, picking all 9 of the thorny fruits. A system notification sounded. The shackle fruit was in hand. Qin Hao was in a good mood. They had indeed made a fortune on this trip. If Rao Shuqing and Xiao Ninian hadn't found them here, this treasure might have been snatched up by someone else. He smiled at Rao Shuqing and Xiao Ninian, saying they were practically lucky stars. Chen Xiao also waved his fist, indicating that anyone who dared to steal their things would be punched to pieces. The women burst into laughter. Xun Zhao's awakened combat talent was indeed very reassuring. If there were a few more people with similar abilities in the team, their overall strength would be even more stable. After putting away the shackle's fruit, Rao Shuqing reminded Qin Hao that her prophecy indicated there were some treasure chests and supplies nearby, which they could collect along the way. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Although he had divided everyone into 2 teams and believed they could handle the crisis, he was still somewhat worried after what had just happened. So he decided that everyone should work together to gather more supplies before nightfall. Once night fell, they would return to the spaceship to stay behind, since the rules had already warned that nighttime would be more dangerous. Following Rao Shuqing's directions, the group then set off in the next direction. However, not long after they left, several figures silently appeared in the same spot. Their faces were pale, and their features did not resemble those of any race on Earth. The leader gazed in the direction Qin Hao and the others had left, muttering to himself, "Could these people be visitors from beyond the realm? What is their connection to the divine punishment that has descended from heaven? The divine punishment destroyed their homeland. And are these people who suddenly appeared here to eliminate them completely?" Chapter 45. Gemini's local natives doing a good deed every day. Just as the leader was sighing inwardly, he never expected that Qin Hao and the others would return and surround them. The figures were startled. The leader's expression changed slightly, and he blurted out, "Why are you back again?" This was clearly not good news for them. Actually, with Qin Hao and Rao Shuqing present, they had already noticed someone approaching. So they had only pretended to retreat, but in reality, they had circled back and laid an ambush. Qin Hao sized up the people in front of him, and quickly realized that they were quite different from the people of Earth. They had elf-like faces, long ears, and all white hair, making them look particularly peculiar. Rao Shuqing and the others were also surprised. They had never seen such humans before, especially the 2 white-haired girls, who were quite beautiful. Bai Shuer couldn't help but whisper, "Is this an alien? This is the first time I've ever seen one." To everyone's surprise, the people opposite seemed to understand them. Since awakening their talents, a strange commonality seemed to have emerged among them. Upon hearing this, the leader frowned immediately. What did he mean by aliens? In his view, Qin Hao and his group were the outsiders, while he and his people were the true native inhabitants of this planet. He took a deep breath, realizing he was no match for Qin Hao and his group, and could only speak first. Who are you? You're probably not from around here. It seems we might be some of the last remaining native humans on this planet. My name is Kurlinen. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected that they were actually natives of this planet. Zhao Zihan's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "My God, they really are aliens." A girl across from them retorted in a low voice, "We're not aliens, you are. And why do you all have black hair? There are no black-haired humans on our planet." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao realized there was definitely something to it. He looked at Zhao Zihan and smiled. "Zihan, strictly speaking, you're the alien. Don't talk nonsense." Seeing that Kurlinen and the others showed no obvious hostility, Qin Hao inquired about the situation here. Kurlinen remained silent for a moment before slowly recounting everything that had happened on this planet. They originally lived in a country without war or internal strife, a place like a pure land. But one day, what was supposedly divine punishment descended from the sky. A bomb landed and exploded in the capital. Everyone who came into contact with the effects of the explosion turned into a zombie. Those bitten by zombies continued to mutate because there was no corresponding medicine. Worse still, their country had been at peace for a long time, with almost no army and a lack of weapons. Even swords were rare. Faced with the sudden outbreak of a zombie army, the entire country quickly fell. The reason Kurlinen and his men survived was that they were in an extremely secure underground research institute, where they were studying a life-extending drug. It wasn't until noon a few days ago that they emerged from the basement and learned of the horrific scene outside. They discovered that the zombies seemed to become relatively weaker around midday. Hearing this, Qin Hao and the others gasped in shock. A nation had been destroyed just like that. If they had guns, ammunition, and an army, perhaps they would have had a sliver of hope. Rao Shuqing sighed softly and simply said, "Please accept my condolences." The way everyone looked at Carrying An and his group became more sympathetic. At this moment, Qin Hao took out a document and revealed an even more cruel truth. What you call divine punishment is probably related to your leader cutting down all the primeval forests. Upon seeing the document, Kurlinen and his companions' expressions instantly changed. They had always believed themselves to be heroes of the nation, researching longevity drugs, never imagining that the source of the disaster was related to this very matter. Kurlinen murmured, "No wonder the leader told everyone that the 1,000-year-old sacred tree contained a high concentration of life energy liquid that could be used to develop new energy sources. But in reality, he had us extract life factors to research longevity potions." Sun Yin and the others were speechless for a moment. This could no longer be simply called a natural disaster. It was more like the bitter fruit they had sown themselves. After figuring out the reason, Qin Hao lost much interest in the place. He exchanged a few polite words, prepared to loot another batch of supplies, and then returned to the spaceship. But Kurlinen and the others made a decision in silence. The next moment, the 2 men and 3 women knelt down before Qin Hao and Rao Shuqing. Kurlinen pleaded, "You are all extraordinary people. Please do us a favor. Our country has been severely damaged, and we fear there will be no day of recovery." He continued, "Please take one of our Gemini girls with you, so that our lineage can have a glimmer of hope for continuation." He then added that there was plenty of food and longevity potions in the basement, and only they were allowed inside. He offered these items as payment if Qin Hao was willing to help. At this moment, a petite, white-haired girl walked out. She was delicate and pretty, somewhat resembling Ling Xiaoka, and her eyes were filled with tears. She pleaded in a low voice, "My name is Lilia. Please take me with you. I am very capable. I can do any dirty or hard work, and I eat very little." Zhao Zihan, Sun Yin, and the others fell silent. They truly pitied these people, but didn't know what to do. If they take Lilia away, what about her supposed continuation of the bloodline? Does that mean she'll have to have something happen with Qin Hao? Of course, they're not really willing to do that. But if they take her to another civilization and then drop her off, they don't know if she'll be able to leave after the spaceship takes off. After all, the rules already stated that not entering the spaceship before takeoff is equivalent to saying goodbye to this world. Qin Hao seemed indifferent. He glanced at Lilia, a slight thought stirring within him. A white-haired alien. This setting always seemed to come with a special advantage. Soon, Lilia's information appeared. She was a Gemini human, 1.56 meters tall, weighing 43 kilograms, with a beauty score of 91, and had not yet awakened any talents. As everyone hesitated, Rao Shuqing sighed softly and said, "Qin Hao, why don't you take her with you?" Their ordeal was truly too tragic. Those people from Kurlanen who remain here will likely die sooner or later from starvation or being devoured by zombies. Lilia may be the only remaining hope for the Gemini civilization. Qin Hao was secretly delighted, but on the surface he remained very calm. "I think it's feasible. Do one good deed a day, and you'll do good deeds for a lifetime." Rao Shuqing was everyone's counselor, and Qin Hao was the captain. The matter was settled almost immediately after they spoke. Chapter 46 Departure. Back to the spaceship. Lilia's eyes welled up with tears after hearing everyone's arrangements. She said gratefully that she would take good care of everyone in the future, and that she would also research many strange and wonderful things, with longevity potions being one of the key projects she was involved in. Qin Hao nodded, thinking that Lilia could be paired with Su Jiejia, the class's life committee member. One was good at researching potions, and the other liked tinkering with daily necessities. Maybe they could actually come up with something useful in the future. Afterwards, Kurlanen led Qin Hao and his group to the basement. The place was heavily guarded, almost airtight, which explained why the zombies outside hadn't been able to get in. Kurlanen didn't hold back, immediately handing Qin Hao the 3 vials of potion they had successfully developed. He explained that those ancient trees, some over 1,000 years old, did indeed hold astonishing secrets. They painstakingly extracted these 3 potions from the genes of numerous ancient trees. Unfortunately, their leader was no longer able to enjoy them, and in the end, they benefited Qin Hao instead. Immediately afterward, Kurlanen opened another large door. Qin Hao glanced inside and saw countless massive logs piled up. If it weren't for the apocalypse and the rampant zombies, trees would probably still be being continuously transported in. Qin Hao was somewhat shocked and couldn't help but ask them how much of the primeval forest they had cut down. Lilia's expression darkened, and she whispered that after a later count, nearly 80% of the large trees in the primeval forest had been cut down. Rao Shuqing and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. No wonder this planet had come to this point. To destroy the forest like this for the sake of a life-extending potion. Even they thought it was too cruel. Just then, Qin Hao's true sight suddenly discovered that there was a treasure chest hidden beneath the pile of large trees. Overjoyed, he immediately began to store the wood into his system space. With so many giant trees left here, they were bound to rot sooner or later, so Qin Hao naturally wouldn't waste them. System notifications kept popping up, and the number of trees skyrocketed. Zhao Zihan and the others were already used to it. Qin Hao's storage space seemed to be inexhaustible anyway. Kalina and the others were dumbfounded. The fact that piles of timber had simply vanished into thin air was beyond their comprehension. Qin Hao collected the wood for a long time, eventually obtaining over 1 million pieces. To his even greater surprise, 2 treasure chests were indeed hidden beneath the woodpile, a bronze chest and a silver chest. The destruction of these twin planets is ultimately inextricably linked to these towering ancient trees. Each 1,000-year-old giant tree is a treasure, yet now they have all become Qin Hao's resources. After doing all this, Qin Hao led Lilia to bid farewell to Kurlanen and the others. He didn't take their remaining food, leaving it for them to sustain themselves in the future. As for whether they would survive, that was up to their own fate. After leaving the basement, the group arrived at a small shop. Zhao Zihan took Lilia's hand and comforted her, saying that she was now one of them, and that being with them felt like coming home. Lilia was still a little unaccustomed to it, and could only nod slightly. The other women were all very enthusiastic about this new member. After all, they would be living on the same spaceship from now on, and it was always a good thing to get to know each other as soon as possible. Qin Hao glanced at Lilia and noticed that she was somewhat shy, which was somewhat similar to Lin Mingyao. Then he looked at Lin Mingyao, who was usually very quiet and had such a low profile that she was practically invisible. Qin Hao smiled and praised her, saying that she was truly amazing to have tamed such a powerful tiger. Hearing the praise, Lin Mingyao immediately nodded happily and softly replied, "Thank you, Captain." She clearly fell for it. After receiving Qin Hao's attention and praise, she brightened up considerably. She reached out and stroked the big tiger's head with the practiced ease of petting a cat, making the other girls envious. Sun Yin cautiously asked if she could also pet the big cat, wondering if it would bite. Lin Mingyao smiled sweetly and said the little tiger was very well behaved and wouldn't bite. Sun Yin felt a chill run down her spine. What she wanted wasn't should. However, with Qin Hao right there, she grew bolder and finally went over to pat the big tiger's head. With Sun Yin leading the way, the other girls followed suit. Petting a cat was inherently appealing to them, especially since it was a majestic tiger. Lin Mingyao was happy to see everyone liking her friend. Afterwards, Qin Hao and his group continued to loot the nearby shops. Unfortunately, the supplies there were not many. Either they were already rotten, or they'd been taken by other teams beforehand. Not long after, Qin Hao destroyed another zombie in a large shopping mall and led the group to find some usable supplies. Seeing that it was getting dark, they decided not to linger and prepared to return to the spaceship. Qin Hao reminded everyone that the zombies might go berserk after dark, and they needed to rush back to the spaceship to defend it. The girls all nodded in agreement. Although most of the zombies in the area had been cleared, a considerable threat remained. On the way back, Lilia looked at the dozen or so stunningly beautiful women in the group, then glanced at Qin Hao, the only man, and couldn't help but wonder. How did he manage to keep so many women by his side? Lin Mingyao and Sun Yin, in particular, were as beautiful as angels. And then there was the counselor and Zhao Zihan, whose mature and stunning figures made Lilia feel somewhat inferior. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, and she even wondered if Qin Hao was the only boy on their spaceship. She secretly speculated that perhaps all the girls were the captain's women. Qin Hao, of course, had no idea that Lilia had been imagining all sorts of wild and nonsensical things along the way. After traveling for nearly an hour, the group finally returned to the vicinity of the spaceship. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the spaceship was safe and sound. Having been away for so long, their biggest fear was that their hometown would be robbed. It seemed things had gone relatively smoothly. At this moment, Li Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, and the other girls who stayed behind also came out to greet them. Li Mengmeng was wearing a pink little chef's outfit, paired with white stockings and leg rings, and she smiled and called out to the captain, "Welcome home." Ling Xiaoke then came out, wearing a light blue short skirt, her figure graceful. She smiled and said, "Captain and instructor, thank you for your hard work." Qin Hao stared, his eyes wide, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, these two girls are dressed so seductively. They're practically setting him on fire, and his anger flared up instantly. Chapter 47 Welcome the new member, Blue Star Channel. The atmosphere among the girls at the scene immediately became subtle when Li Mengmeng and Ling Xiaoke appeared. They looked at the two men's beautiful and suitable clothes, then looked down at themselves, all wearing similar long-sleeved shirts and jeans, as plain as could be. If everyone wasn't so good-looking, this outfit would have been a bit too much to pull off. Zhao Zihan couldn't resist any longer and immediately went up to hug Ling Xiaoke's arm, pleading, "Xiaoke, I want to wear a pretty dress too, please." She was already secretly plotting. If she changed into a dress, she might be able to captivate the captain, especially since Li Mengmeng had been so proactive lately, subtly showing signs of wanting to take her place. Zhao Zihan felt a sense of urgency. Qin Hao was also very satisfied with what he saw, but taking advantage of everyone's presence, he set some rules. He said earnestly, "Everyone has a love for beauty, and I won't restrict what you wear. But it's too dangerous outside, so from now on, only wear ordinary clothes when you go out. Wear your nice clothes inside the spaceship, understand?" This rule was partly for safety, since these girls were already pretty, and dressing too conspicuously would inevitably attract trouble. On the other hand, Qin Hao also had a selfish motive. He just wanted these beautiful clothes to be worn by him. The women all nodded, indicating that they would follow the captain's instructions. Afterwards, Rao Shuqing briefly told everyone about Lilia's situation and then instructed them, "Take good care of Lilia from now on and treat her like one of your own." Li Mengmeng immediately stepped forward and carefully examined the white-haired girl, wondering if she would become one of Qin Hao's people in the future. If that was the case, then, as Qin Hao's boss, she naturally had to win her over first. She smiled and pulled Lilia along. "From now on, call me Sister Mengmeng. You can ask me for anything you need on the spaceship, and I can even cook you something delicious. There's fish and meat on the ship. Come and have a taste." Lilia nodded her thanks quickly and obediently followed her into the spaceship. Qin Hao was very satisfied with this scene. It was naturally best if the team could be harmonious. As everyone returned to the spaceship, Ling Xiaoke, wearing a dress, approached Qin Hao, took his hand in front of everyone, and sweetly asked, "Brother Qin Hao, do I look pretty in this dress? I made this especially for you, and I also made the cute little chef outfit." Actually, Ling Xiaoke originally only wanted to make it for herself, but Li Mingming kept pestering her to make it, and Qin Hao also wanted to see Li Mingming wear the little chef outfit, so she made another set on the spur of the moment. Qin Hao smiled happily. It looks great. It looks really beautiful on you. After saying that, he leaned close to Ling Xiaoka's ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear. Ling Xiaoka blushed instantly to the roots of her ears and shyly raised her hand to punch him, scolding, "Brother Qin Hao, you're so bad. There are other people here. What if they hear us?" Qin Hao continued to tease her. "Wouldn't it be more exciting if someone heard us?" Ling Xiaoka was completely overwhelmed and ran into the spaceship with a flushed face. Fortunately, most of Rao Shuqing and the others had already gone inside. Otherwise, she would have been scolded for not learning good manners. Only a few people, including Leng Shi and Sun Yin, witnessed the scene outside. Sun Yin suddenly felt a pang of unease. She used to enjoy Qin Hao playing games with her, and now she likes the sense of security he gives her. This guy is strong, reliable, and almost flawless. Sun Yin vaguely realizes that she might be starting to like him. However, being reserved by nature, she quickly shook her head and suppressed these thoughts. Back on the spaceship, Qin Hao began organizing supplies. He took out a large amount of food from the system space, piling it up in several rooms, turning them into a food depot, enough to feed everyone for a long time. Even after taking out so much, when he looked at the system space again, the reserves inside still seemed to have not decreased much. Then, Qin Hao took out some vegetables, including a rare type of lettuce that could enhance talents, and asked, "I remember that one of you has the talent of planting. If we cultivate these vegetables, we'll have fresh vegetables to eat in the future." In the crowd, a girl raised her hand. "Captain, my talent is in the rapid cultivation of plants and livestock. I'll do it." Qin Hao looked at her and remembered that her name was Song Weining, that she came from the countryside, and that she usually liked to tend to flowers and plants. Song Weining accepted the vegetables and lettuce with a cheerful expression. Previously, she had lacked suitable seeds and crops, leaving her with a talent she couldn't utilize. Now, finally, it could be put to good use. Qin Hao nodded, increasingly satisfied with the team's division of labor. He stood in the hall, surveying the spaceship's facilities. He initially considered continuing the modifications, but then reconsidered and decided to wait until the spaceship reached level 4. By then, it would have more features and the modifications would be more cost-effective. However, there's been no clue about the heart of the spaceship. Qin Hao suddenly wondered, since it's called the heart of the spaceship, could it be related to other spaceships? For example, could he upgrade his own spaceship by dismantling other people's spaceships? This is highly likely. The fact that the first stop 3 days later will be a rendezvous with other spaceships suggests that quite a few spaceships may already be docked on the Twin Stars. In other words, upgrade materials will likely have to be sourced through competition among them. Thinking of this, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. He already knew the location of Xiao Rizi's spaceship and Zheng Chang's group. Once night fell, he would simply go and steal it. He felt increasingly pleased with himself, and then opened the Blue Star channel to see how others were doing. The other girls also gathered around. Sun Yin, Rao Shuqing, Zhao Zihan, Ling Xiaoka, and others squeezed to the side, like watching TV after dinner after a busy day out, wanting to see what others were having fun about. Messages quickly appeared in the channel. Some complained that they were thrown into the desert, surrounded by wolves and wild beasts, and couldn't even find food. Another guy named Kola fared even worse, saying they arrived in a rural area overrun with zombies and monsters. The original captain led a group on an expedition, but died, and now he's the new captain. At this moment, a person named Spectator spoke up, saying that he was in Zone 1 and had arrived at the Gemini Kingdom. There were very few zombies here, as if some big shot had cleared them out, but supplies were also scarce. Fortunately, he had some stockpiles, otherwise he would have starved. Kola was immediately filled with envy, saying that his side clearly had someone carrying him, while his side felt like many people had died. Qin Hao's eyes flickered slightly as he read the messages from the onlookers. He remembered this person. They would experience an extreme cold storm in 30 days. He never expected that, by such a coincidence, the other person seemed to be in the same place. Chapter 48, The Current Situation of People on Earth, and a minor celebrity with popularity. Moreover, for those onlookers in Zone 1 who were in the same area as Qin Hao, the various guilds could indeed take advantage of the situation to recruit some talented individuals. However, Qin Hao did not intend to do so. He also noticed a detail. When the captain died, the spaceship would not be immediately paralyzed, but a new captain would be selected from the crew. Sun Yin and the others were secretly astonished. Some people's spaceships were actually docked in the desert. At the same time, they began to feel alarmed. Once the 3-day protection period ended, the death toll had clearly increased, and the difficulty was gradually rising. Rao Shuqing couldn't help but ask Qin Hao if they should inquire whether the others not in Zone 1 had received any stop time notifications. After all, they were currently stopped here, and it was difficult to plan their subsequent arrangements as they didn't know how long they would be stuck. Qin Hao nodded, agreeing that this was indeed a problem, and asked about it in the chat channel. Great Wall Watch. The daytime difficulty is manageable, but the zombies should be stronger at night. I'd like to ask if you provide any information about your spaceship's docking time. Unfortunately, the person who spoke didn't know either. Cola, I don't know. I guess we'll have to stop for several days, since the difficulty is starting to increase. Special Forces soldier. Once the protection period is over, it's definitely much harder to fight. We've lost another brother. It's fucking painful. Then, the Special Forces soldier mentioned that there were more treasure chests, but he was unlucky and asked Qin Hao if he could exchange a rare gauntlet for upgrade fragments. Qin Hao refused outright. He wasn't exactly flush with upgrade fragments right now, and he needed them more than gauntlets. Besides, he already had rare weapon materials, so he could craft his own weapons later. At that moment, a private message popped up. I don't understand. Great Wall Watch. I opened another silver treasure chest. Do you have any more constitution enhancement fluid? I'll trade you 30 upgrade fragments. Qin Hao was slightly taken aback. This I don't understand. Luck was indeed outrageous. He got another silver treasure chest, and probably another 20 or 30 upgrade fragments this time. Without hesitation, he agreed to the deal. Establish a trade. Upgrade fragment 30. Trade constitution enhancement liquid 1. After the transaction was completed, Qin Hao finally had enough upgrade fragments to meet the requirements for a level 4 spaceship. Now, all that was missing was a spaceship core. Just then, another private message arrived. Women should be strong. Great Wall Guardians. Do you have any more physique enhancement fluid? I can trade food for it. Our spaceship is all female, and our combat strength is relatively weak. Please help us. Hearing that it was all girls, Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he wasn't a pushover. Trying to exchange a little food for a body-strengthening fluid was clearly impossible. Great Wall Watcher. I declined. This item is rare, and I have plenty of food. After reading it, Sun Yin felt a pang of sympathy. She thought it was truly tragic that this woman had to be so self-reliant. The entire spaceship was made up of women, so their combat strength was definitely much weaker than other spaceships. If it weren't for Qin Hao leading them, they probably would have ended up having to beg for help. Rao Shuqing sighed and said that everyone has their difficulties. If the other party could offer suitable terms, they could exchange the bottle for another one. Qin Hao felt somewhat helpless. The girls were too emotional. If the physique enhancement fluid was exchanged too easily, its value would quickly depreciate. Besides, the two sides were not related, and he had no reason to give away resources for free. He shook his head, indicating that it was definitely not acceptable to exchange food for it. At least something of real value had to be offered. Su Wanqing agreed with this point, and said in a low voice, things that are too easy to obtain may not be appreciated, and may even be taken for granted. Qin Hao nodded, glanced at her, and thought the little camouflage pattern on the girl's face was quite pretty. Not long after, another message came from the other end. Women should be self-reliant. It seems we have nothing of value left except food. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she added that they had discovered a strange fruit tree during their exploration, bearing some fruit that, although they didn't know what it was, seemed very valuable. If Qin Hao knew its worth, they could see if they could trade it. Then, the other party sent a photo. In the photo, the first thing that catches the eye isn't the fruit, but an extremely beautiful face. The girl has snow-white skin and striking features, possessing a beauty that could rival that of a queen. She is holding a strange fruit in her hand. Qin Hao couldn't help but think to himself, why post a selfie on top of posting fruit? But he had to admit, she was indeed beautiful, with a clear celebrity look. He checked the fruit information. Dragon Spirit Fruit, a fruit favored by dragons. Consuming it grants the dragon's blessing, temporarily boosting strength. Long-term use has a very low chance of granting a permanent blessing. Side effect, a short period of weakness will occur after consumption. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. This was another kind of kiwi fruit, and its effects were quite good, with very few side effects, almost negligible. It was definitely a rare item. Sun Yin and the others pursed their lips, thinking that if she was going to give out fruit, she should just give out fruit, but she had to include a selfie too. However, they had to admit that the other person was indeed beautiful. Suddenly, Zhao Zihan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, isn't that Lu Xiyu? She's my idol. I especially love the drama she's in." When the other girls heard this, they all came over to look. Some people recognized her as Lu Xiyu, a rising star who was originally just an unknown actress, but whose popularity is now soaring. After the women chattered away for a while, Qin Hao finally realized that the person opposite him was actually a minor celebrity. He just didn't usually follow celebrities, so he didn't recognize her. Zhao Zihan immediately sidled up to Qin Hao, hugged his arm, and asked him if he could send her a message after the transaction was completed so she could experience what it's like to be a fan. Qin Hao felt a surge of warmth at her touch, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Sending a message was certainly an option, but there would definitely be a price to pay. He smiled and agreed, then casually added that if there was a chance in the future, he could invite Lu Xiyu to their spaceship so that Zhao Zihan could have a good chance to meet her idol. Zhao Zihan immediately sensed something was wrong. If she really brought Lu Xiyu over, wouldn't that be harming her idol? What if the captain caught up with her then? Qin Hao stopped teasing her and instead replied to the woman's message. Great Wall Watcher. Okay, this fruit doesn't look very useful. I'll keep it for myself. How many do you have? I'll trade you all for a bottle of Constitution enhancement fluid. There was a long silence on the other end. Women should be self-reliant. Are you sure you're not kidding me? This is a rare fruit. One of these could probably be exchanged for 2 bottles of your physique enhancement potion. Don't think I'm that easy to fool. Qin Hao thought to himself, I was really too greedy this time. The other party isn't so easy to fool. So he changed his mind. Great Wall Watcher, this fruit isn't very useful to me. I'll trade you 3 fruits for a bottle of Constitution enhancement liquid. Rao Shuqing and the others stared blankly at Qin Hao, and the same thought popped into their minds at the same time. This is too shady. Chapter 49, Trading Dragon Spirit Fruit. Ming Ming, why are you locking the door? Finally, after some haggling, Qin Hao got tired of continuing the negotiation and set a price. 1 bottle of physique enhancement liquid in exchange for 1 kiwi fruit. Lu Xiyu quickly sent a message saying she had 11 fruits in total and asked Qin Hao how much enhancement fluid he could provide. Qin Hao replied readily, saying he would exchange whatever amount she had. The transaction was immediately established. 11 dragon spirit fruits for 11 bottles of physique enhancement liquid. Looking at the dragon spirit fruits in his hands, Qin Hao was in a good mood. For him, the physique enhancement liquid was plentiful. Exchanging it for such a rare treasure was practically a guaranteed profit. On the other side, Lu Xiyu was equally shocked as she looked at the 11 bottles of physique enhancement fluid she had received. Just who was this Great Wall Guardian? How could they produce so many enhancement fluids in one go? Their strength and resources were ridiculously powerful. She suppressed her doubts, turned to look at the girls in the spaceship, and said with a smile, Sisters, the enhancement fluid has arrived. Everyone, take it quickly to improve your self-defense capabilities. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately became excited. Just then, another message came from the Great Wall Watch. Zhao Zihan quickly posted a selfie, then typed a message saying that she was a fan of Lu Xiyu and that she would treat Lu Xiyu to grilled tuna and other goodies if she had the chance to visit their spaceship sometime. Lu Xiyu was stunned after reading it and immediately asked the account owner if someone had bumped her account. Zhao Zihan quickly explained that the person she was chatting with was their captain, and she was just a girl who liked Lu Xiyu. If they continued chatting, the captain would scold her. Lu Xiyu couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected to run into a fan here, and the person seemed to be doing quite well, casually mentioning grilled tuna. Remembering that Great Wall Watcher was the first person in Zone 1 to upgrade to a Level 3 spaceship, she became even more curious about it. Qin Hao, watching Zhao Zihan's mischievous antics, reached out and pinched her cheek, whispering a reminder, I'll spoil you for now, but if you send out random messages again, you'll be punished. Zhao Zihan blushed, inwardly cursing the captain for being so wicked. Qin Hao stopped chatting with the people in the chat area and logged off immediately after exchanging dragon spirit fruits. He took out 9 dragon spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone, reminding them that they could use them as trump cards in battle. He suggested that when the fight was close and evenly matched, they could suddenly eat the fruits and unleash a powerful burst of energy, catching their opponents completely off guard. Qin Hao could already imagine that the enemy originally thought they could share the spoils, but then the next second the enemy's strength suddenly surged, and that scene would definitely be spectacular. He first gave the dragon spirit fruit to Qin Hao, who had combat talent, and then distributed 1 to each of Lung Shi, Lin Mingyao, and others so that they could save their lives or fight back at crucial moments. At this moment, Rao Shuqing came over to report that all the supplies they had collected today had been put into the spaceship's space and cabin, and they had also brought back several treasure chests, which Qin Hao was asked to keep safe. She brought out 3 treasure chests, 1 bronze and 2 silver. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Sun Yin and her counselor's teamwork was truly phenomenal. They had managed to get so many treasure chests again, including the 3 bronze treasure chests and 3 silver treasure chests he originally had. He now has a total of 9 treasure chests. He only needs 1 more to complete a 10 pull, and then he'll hand it over to Sun Yin, the lucky one, to open. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Just then, Li Mengmeng happily came over and whispered in Qin Hao's ear, "Brother Qin Hao, come to the kitchen. Mengmeng will make you something delicious to treat you." Qin Hao nodded. After a busy day, he really needed to eat something to replenish his energy, so he followed Li Mengmeng all the way to the kitchen. As soon as Li Mengmeng entered, she quickly closed the door and even used something to prop it open like a thief, as if afraid someone would suddenly barge in. She pouted and complained that when she upgraded her room in the future, she would definitely get a lockable door, otherwise she would have no privacy at all. Looking at her attire, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask, "Mengmeng, why are you locking the door?" Li Mengmeng answered decisively, her tone even carrying a hint of boldness. Qin Hao was momentarily speechless. This girl usually seemed well-behaved, but she was quite bold. Li Mengmeng twirled around, her skirt fluttering gently, then threw herself into Qin Hao's arms, softly asking him if he had missed her. Qin Hao looked down at her and simply replied, "I want to." Then, he picked Li Mengmeng up, and the atmosphere in the kitchen quickly became ambiguous. Half an hour later, Qin Hao suddenly frowned because there was a knock on the door. Li Mengmeng heard it too, and immediately blushed with nervousness, afraid that someone would notice something. Zhao Zihan's voice rang out from outside the door, asking Li Mengmeng what she was doing inside, why she had taken so long, and that she wanted to come in and see if there was anything to eat. Qin Hao was speechless. Besides him and Li Mengmeng, what else was there to eat? Li Mengmeng could only feign composure and said through the door that the food was in another room, that she was cooking, and that Zhao Zihan shouldn't disturb her. Zhao Zihan felt something was off about her voice, but didn't think much of it at the moment and left, puzzled. Once the noise outside had completely subsided, the kitchen finally fell silent again. After a long while, Qin Hao looked at Li Mengmeng, who was completely exhausted and helplessly rubbed his forehead. He only had one thought in his mind, terrible at it and loves to play games. Li Mengmeng looked up listlessly and begged Qin Hao to carry her back to her room. Qin Hao could only quietly escort her back. As he was about to return to his room to rest, a figure suddenly hugged him from behind. Sensing that familiar sound, Qin Hao knew without turning around that it was Zhao Zihan. Sure enough, Zhao Zihan blushed and leaned closer, whispering, "Brother Qin Hao, my cat can do backflips. Do you want to come and see?" Chapter 50. Battle against Zhao Zihan. Qin Hao takes action. When Qin Hao heard Zhao Zihan mention a cat that could do backflips, he immediately became interested. He smiled and said, "Interesting. Let's go take a look." Zhao Zihan's heart raced. Holding his hand, she stealthily made her way to her room like a thief. Qin Hao, watching her nervous yet expectant expression, found this girl quite amusing. Back in the room, Zhao Zihan knelt on the bed, gently clasped her hands together, and softly meowed, "Meow." Then, she actually did a backflip, which surprised Qin Hao. Surprisingly, there really are kittens in this world that can do backflips. But after she finished flipping, her clothes slipped down, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Zhao Zihan blushed and whispered, "Oh, Brother Qin Hao, Xiaoke's clothing design still needs improvement." Qin Hao swallowed hard, inwardly exclaiming, "Wow." This girl had clearly come prepared, yet she feigned complete innocence, making her utterly irresistible. He gently pushed the person down and asked in a low voice, "Oh, are you sure this wasn't something you planned?" Zhao Zihan replied sweetly, "Zihan doesn't know." After saying that, she seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Brother Qin Hao, were you in the kitchen just now?" She couldn't find Qin Hao anywhere, and then Li Mengmeng was in the kitchen, wearing that little cook outfit. The answer was almost obvious. She knew in her heart that Li Mengmeng had most likely succeeded. Zhao Zihan certainly didn't want to fall behind. More importantly, her Hahuan system hadn't been activated yet. If her talent improved, her healing abilities might become stronger, and she might even be able to save people infected with a zombie virus in the future. Qin Hao scratched his head and asked her how she knew. Actually, He had guessed it too. Zhao Zihan had most likely found out about him and Li Mengmeng. But these things couldn't be kept secret forever. The women on the spaceship would find out eventually. Zhao Zihan pouted and said, I knew it. Mengmeng was so proactive. She must have seduced you. She knew in her heart that, apart from her figure, she was inferior to Li Mengmeng in many ways. Especially after Li Mengmeng put on a little chef outfit. She was indeed too lethal. Qin Hao raised his hand and lifted her chin, asking with a touch of domineering, Are you jealous? The next second, he kissed her directly. Zhao Zihan had already taken the initiative to this extent, so Qin Hao naturally wouldn't pretend to be a gentleman anymore. Although Zhao Zihan took the initiative, she was still shy at heart. After Qin Hao kissed her, she only let out a soft whimper, and her whole body went limp. Afterwards, Qin Hao experienced a completely different feeling with her. It has to be said that Zhao Zihan is indeed very attractive. Just being near her is enough to make one's heart flutter. She blushed deeply, buried her head in Qin Hao's arms, pressed her body tightly against him, and seemed completely ecstatic. A moment later, Qin Hao got up, stretched, and officially got into the zone. Zhao Zihan lay on the bed, her ears burning, and whispered, Brother Qin Hao, be gentle. It's my first time. An hour later, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Whether it was her good physical condition or her healing talent, Zhao Zihan hadn't been so easily soothed to sleep like before. However, she still seemed to have melted into a puddle of water, lying there almost unable to move, and could only complain, Brother Qin Hao, don't you know how to be gentle? After saying that, she added quietly, Luckily, I can heal myself. Qin Hao then realized that Zhao Zihan could recover her strength through treatment. No wonder she had been able to hold on until now. He said with a wicked grin, Then give yourself a few more treatments, otherwise you won't be able to get out of bed later. Zhao Zihan's face turned even redder as she buried her head under the covers, weakly saying, I'm going to die. I need to rest. Qin Hao smiled and shook his head, then turned and left the room, telling her to recover properly. Thinking about how he had felt just now, he licked his lips, unable to suppress the memory. Just then, a commotion broke out inside the spaceship. Many girls came out of the lobby and gathered together, discussing the situation. My God, the zombies at night are really terrifying. There seem to be even more of them. Yes, they seem to be faster, so they must be stronger. Sun Yin and the others looked tense. Clearly the situation outside was not easy. Qin Hao's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. It seemed the zombies had begun to move again. He walked into the hall. When Rao Shuqing and Sun Yin saw him, they felt as if they had instantly found their pillar of support. Someone hurriedly said, Captain, you've finally arrived. Where were you just now? I couldn't find you in your room. Sun Yin quickly asked, Qin Hao, the zombies have come out again. Do we need to get off the spaceship and fight them? Qin Hao touched his nose. He had been in Zhao Zihan's room, so of course they couldn't find him. He quickly waved his hand and instructed, No need for everyone to go down. Activate the spaceship's attack mode and prepare a few archers. Chen Xiao will guard outside the spaceship. If any zombies get close, deal with them immediately. They're now in a level 3 spaceship, and the women's strength has improved, so ordinary zombies pose little threat. Besides, they killed quite a few zombies during the day, so the number at night doesn't seem as overwhelming as they'd imagined. Chen Xiao and the others immediately nodded and acted according to Qin Hao's instructions. At that moment, Qin Hao suddenly looked in a distant direction. That was where the little day's spaceship was located. A bold idea popped into his mind. Taking advantage of the zombies' nighttime attack, the enemy will definitely be distracted. If we strike at this time, we can catch them off guard. Qin Hao looked at the women and said directly, I'm going out for a bit. I plan to launch a night raid on Xiao Rizi and destroy their spaceship. These words startled all the women. Rao Shuqing hurriedly advised, Qin Hao, isn't this too dangerous? If you go alone, there are not only zombies outside, but Xiao Rizi's side will definitely have their own methods as well. Sun Yan was also very worried. After thinking for a moment, she said, Brother Qin Hao, if you really want to go, why don't you take the Youth League secretary with you? With Chen Xiao there, it will be safer. Chen Xiao's giant strength talent is very strong, and he is indeed suitable for head-on combat. Qin Hao shook his head and said, Don't worry, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Even if I can't win, I can still escape. The women couldn't dissuade him and had to accept the decision. Chen Xiao needed to stay behind to protect the spaceship, so Qin Hao naturally wouldn't take her with him. Soon, Qin Hao disembarked from the spaceship alone his figure swiftly disappearing into the night, heading towards the direction of Xiao Rizi's spaceship, leaving everyone with only a dashing silhouette. Rao Shuqing, Sun Yan, and the others stood there, watching him leave alone, feeling uneasy. If more of them had combat talent, they could help Qin Hao share the burden, instead of leaving him to shoulder everything alone. That's why Rao Shuqing and Sun Yan couldn't help but wonder if activating the Hahuan system would increase their strength along with their talents. They desperately wanted to become stronger. But the thought of activating the system by having that kind of relationship with Qin Hao made their faces flush uncontrollably. Chapter 51 Night Raid, A Little Pleasure Before Death. At night, the twin cities were completely paralyzed, with no light and almost pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Only the faint light from the starry sky kept us from completely losing our way. Because Qin Hao's body had been greatly enhanced, his night vision seemed to have improved somewhat, so he wasn't completely unable to see anything. He saw that zombies would gradually approach the spaceship, a place where there was life, but most of them would be stopped by the crossbow towers and lasers. Some who managed to escape were shot down by the girls inside the spaceship. Upon seeing the women's orderly defense, Qin Hao nodded slightly and headed in one direction according to the map's instructions. On the eastern side of the town, a level 2 spaceship stands, surrounded by a horde of zombies, which are now in a completely passive position. Because the second-level spaceship only has 10 laser cannons, which is ridiculously weak compared to the third-level defense. Baka, we're out of arrows. We've run out of wood. Inside the spaceship, a furious roar came from man. It was the voice of a new captain, Shimizu Taka. Clearly, they lacked sufficient supplies, and their second-stage spacecraft, lacking automatic loot-collecting capabilities, could not withstand the depletion of resources. What should we do? If we go out to fight them, we'll be done for if we get scratched by a zombie. And I suspect that Mr. Fujino and the others were killed by zombies. A woman, struggling to make ends meet, cried as she spoke, her appearance pitiful and touching. They were just enjoying family time when night fell and they were suddenly surrounded by zombies, making it difficult for them to fight back. Moreover, the deaths of Mr. Fujino and Kibu Ketsuken and others were a huge loss to them. Just then, a seemingly frail man walked directly towards a woman, then pounced on her and began tearing at her clothes. He couldn't contain himself and said, "Yue Yamamoto, we're all probably going to die today, so let's have some fun. I've been watching you and Mr. Fujino every day. You have no idea how painful it is for me. You bastard Nakata Yuichi, are you insane?" Upon hearing this, Yue Yamamoto immediately felt that she was doomed. With zombies looming over her, her stupid teammates still wanted to assault her. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be a problem, but what kind of situation is this now? Once we stop fighting the enemy, everyone will die when the zombies break in. At this moment, the new captain, Shimizu Taka, saw that Nakata was about to take action and immediately roared in fury, "Baka!" After saying that, he kicked Nakayuichi away and then continued, "Is this idiot trying to kill everyone on the spaceship?" Instead of getting angry, Nakayuichi laughed and said, "Haha, do you think you can survive by resisting? We have no supplies and no weapons to fight back. We can't hold on at all. I've had enough of this hunger and constant fear. Let whoever wants to talk, keep it up. I'm done." He glanced at the women and licked his lips. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Taka was immediately shocked. This usually honest Nakata Yuichi was now so resolute in this desperate situation. Actually, Shimizu Taka could still get a turn and enjoy himself, but Nakata Yuichi, being somewhat cowardly, wouldn't get a chance at all, so it's no wonder he made such a decision in this situation. Shimizu Taka glanced at the number of people on the spaceship. There are now only 9 crew members and the captain left, including 6 men and 4 women. He sighed. Now that the energy core is gone, and the supplies are all gone, there is no other choice but to wait for death. Damn it, we're not defending anymore. He roared and rushed forward, imitating Yuichi Nakata, and began to tug at Yue Yamamoto. After reading it, Nakata cursed inwardly. "You fucking kicked me away and then did it yourself, huh?" He also found a new target to fight against, and that was Fukada Ame. Fukada Ame was immediately pinned down by Shimizu Taka, and then screamed, "What are you doing? You guys go guard the spaceship. I don't want to die." Regardless, life was her top priority. She didn't want to die. Fukada Ame never expected that these fools would give up resisting and choose to do that despicable thing, wanting to die a happy death. Instantly, screams and cries echoed throughout the spaceship. the sound deafening and extremely tragic. After a long time, Qin Hao finally arrived at the place and found that a group of zombies were attacking the spaceship. Many zombies had broken through the defenses and were attacking the spaceship. As the spaceship's durability decreases, it may become completely defenseless. Moreover, there seemed to be more zombies here than on his own spaceship, probably because he killed more during the day. Huh? What's that noise? Qin Hao asked in confusion. Amidst the howling of zombies, he faintly heard a woman's screams and loud cries. He was also wondering, are these ordinary people just going to wait to die without taking any precautions? If you have enough energy cores and arrows, you should be able to defend against it. However, what Qin Hao didn't know was that due to the deaths of Mr. Fujino and others, and the defeat of another team by zombies, their spaceship was completely devoid of supplies and defensive capabilities. Qin Hao quickly stepped forward and rushed towards a spot where there were relatively fewer zombies. Perhaps because Shimizu Taka was on defense and hadn't closed the window, Qin Hao was able to see what was inside the spaceship. As the scene unfolded, Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine and his blood rushed to his head. The scene was simply too shocking and too lewd. Damn, Little Life truly lives up to its reputation as the originator of action films. This is too explosive. Qin Hao cursed. He never expected that these ordinary people would put on such a good show before the apocalypse. Did they know that they would not be able to stop these zombies this time, and decided to have some fun before they died? However, these scenes were so exciting that they caused Qin Hao's supreme bone to react. He even wanted to rush in, kick them all away, and shout, "Let go of that woman and let me in." Qin Hao swallowed hard, putting the thought aside. These were all junk. Who knows how many people they'd sent back to their hometowns. They might even be a biochemical mother. He couldn't let himself be blinded by reason. In fact, it's because Qin Hao is a college student that he finds it hard to accept. If it were some pervert, they would definitely be ready to break into the ship. Qin Hao casually kicked away the zombie that was attacking him, looked up at the sky and sighed, "This is too agonizing. Damn it. What a miserable life." Left with no other choice, he could only hack and slash at the zombies, one at a time. Because these zombies seemed to have smelled his scent, some of them also started attacking him. Finally, while Qin Hao was killing zombies and observing the spaceship's movements, he discovered, under the siege of so many zombies, the spaceship's durability was nearing zero, and some parts of the spaceship had already been breached by the zombies. Qin Hao also saw almost the entire scene inside. It was a complete mess, too terrible to look at. Chapter 52: Qin Hao's Bad Idea, Deeper Despair. Qin Hao saw the scene inside the spaceship. The clothes of the four women seemed to be torn to shreds, and they were slumped on the ground, clearly tortured beyond recognition. However, they seemed to be just crying, without any discomfort. After all, as the saying goes, there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not fields that are ruined by plowing. These teachers are no longer what they used to be. They have undergone a tremendous transformation. This is truly an eyesore, Qin Hao exclaimed. At this moment, Shimizu, Taka, Nakata Yuichi, and the others also saw the valiant Qin Hao. They saw that Qin Hao was incredibly powerful. He stood alone in the horde of zombies, calm and composed, killing them almost one by one with each strike. The zombies couldn't even get close to him. Shimizu Taka originally intended to face death calmly, having already enjoyed himself, but upon seeing Qin Hao, a glimmer of hope flashed across his mind again. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? These people who have descended from the heavens, could they be here to save us?" Yuichi Nakata was also incredibly shocked. If someone like him were to come and save them, they might actually be able to save a few people. At this moment, Yua Yamamoto and Aimei Fukada, who had collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, quickly stood up. They weren't actually that tired. They were just pretending to want them to finish quickly so they could conserve their energy and see if they could escape. Seeing the opening created by Qin Hao, Fukada Aimei felt that if she rushed to his side, she might survive. She immediately cried out, "Great sir, please save us. Yongmei is willing to give herself to you." Fukada Aimei's voice carried a hint of girlish shyness, which was quite pleasant to hear. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately burst into laughter. Such a coy voice? It's so awful, yet she can still pretend to be innocent. No wonder she's a teacher. Besides, Qin Hao came here to kill them and breach their spaceship. These foolish little devils think they're saviors. It's laughable. Yuichi Nakata quickly added, "I beg you, sir, please plead with us. If I survive, I'm willing to be your dog." As Nakata Yuichi spoke, Qin Hao naturally heard it as well, and a wicked idea came to his mind. Qin Hao planned to get revenge on these guys for making them act in action movies before they died, just to disgust him. He killed 3 zombies with a single blow. Perhaps because he had killed so many zombies, they felt a sense of instinctive fear and some dared not approach. At this moment, Qin Hao looked at the 10 people inside the spaceship and then pretended to be very regretful and sighed. What a pity, there are too many of you here. If it were half of you, maybe we could have made a difference. His appearance was exactly like someone who was about to show his skills and save everyone, but regretted that there were too many people and he couldn't save them all. Because there are so many people, they are difficult to manage. If one of them is infected with the zombie virus, the entire team will be wiped out. As Qin Hao's words were spoken, the crowd, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately felt their spirits lift. After Mr. Fujino's death, Shimizu Taka chose the captain. He thought for a moment, and seemed to have made a decision. He immediately used his captain's privileges and said, Nanjiaye is an unfriendly person. Use the ship's privileges to expel Nanjiaye from the ship. In an instant, a man was kicked out of the spaceship by a beam of light. Even though the spaceship was almost destroyed, it could still operate, which was truly powerful. Shimizu Taka, how cruel you are. I'll become a zombie and never let you go. Nanjiaye screamed in agony amidst the zombies' encirclement. In a short time, he was attacked and bitten by a horde of zombies, and it was believed that he would soon become a zombie himself. As Nanjiaye was kicked out, some zombies attacked him, which surprisingly slowed down the attack speed of the zombie army. Shimizu Taka's actions startled everyone else on the spaceship. Luckily, he could only use it once a day, otherwise everyone would have been in danger. Shimizu Taka looked at Nakatayu and said, You seem to be less of a coward now. Let's join forces to take care of some of them. We might still have a chance to survive. The two of them hit it off immediately. Immediately, Shimizu Taka and Honda Yuichi began attacking their own people. Because Shimizu Taka possessed a double strength talent, they quickly subdued the remaining 3 by working together. 2 people were shot off the spaceship, while another was blocked by them, stuffing them into the broken part of the spaceship. The 4 remaining girls on the scene immediately trembled with fear, because Shimizu Taka has turned her attention to them. Yamamoto Yua, I'm sorry, but your sacrifice was worth it. Shimizu Taka threw Yamamoto Yua off the spaceship without any mercy. Since he's already been there, the other 2 haven't even had a taste yet. So if they survive, they can continue to enjoy it. You beast, Shimizu Taka. Yua Yamamoto was also caught off guard. She had just been slept with by Shimizu Taka, thinking that she could use that to avoid being abandoned. But in the end, Shimizu Taka threw her to feed the zombies without showing her any mercy. Even if she didn't achieve anything, she certainly put in a lot of hard work. In an instant, Yua Yamamoto was also swallowed up by the zombie army. Looking at the spaceship with 2 more holes, Shimizu Taka anxiously looked at Qin Hao and said, God, I've already eliminated half of the people. Can you save us now? Qin Hao, who was becoming increasingly powerful in the face of a zombie horde, had already noticed this long ago. He thought to himself, You guys are really something. You're ruthless. You don't even blink an eye when you treat your own kind. And the woman he just slept with, he just turned around and threw her to the zombies to be eaten. TSK, 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 awesome. As Qin Hao's sarcastic remarks reached the spaceship, they seemed to understand, but remained silent. Nakata Yuichi knelt down and said, Only those who are ruthless and loyal enough can become your dogs. That's hilarious. You've really made me laugh. Qin Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those ordinary people still believe that Qin Hao came to save them, and they are still being tested. After all, if they hadn't fought their way out of the zombie horde in the middle of the night to get to their vicinity, would they just try to risk their lives to kill them? Looking at these foolish, petty people, Qin Hao decided to tell them the truth, to kill them and destroy their spirit. Qin Hao laughed and said, You know Mr. Fujino and Ghost Dance Blood Remnant, right? They dared to steal my things, so I killed them. Ha ha ha. Moreover, the savior you see is actually here to kill you. Ha ha. As Qin Hao spoke, Shimizu Taka, Nakata Yuichi, Fukada Ame, and the others were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Baki Yuru, no way, this is absolutely impossible. You must be lying to us. A desperate scream rang out, deafening and chilling. In their despair, they saw hope, but that hope only brought them deeper despair. Chapter 53 returns, and he's in a bit of a fury. They hated Qin Hao intensely. This man had once given them hope, only to cruelly extinguish it in the end. Even before they died, this man would tease them, making them kill each other. Qin Hao shook his head, and an iron axe appeared in his hand. He threw it directly at the damaged spaceship. Bang! The iron axe, imbued with immense power, punched another large hole in the spaceship, whose durability was already near zero. He looked as if he were toying with a bunch of mice. With Qin Hao's attack, that axe blow became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The spaceship was in ruins, almost completely destroyed. Although the few people they abandoned had held them back for a moment, the entire zombie army had now been assimilated. Help! Then they all attacked the spaceship. Shimizu Taka and Fukada Ume, among others, were ultimately no match for the overwhelming number of zombies and were devoured by them. An abandoned, dilapidated Level 2 spaceship has been discovered. Should it be salvaged? As a mechanical voice sounded, Qin Hao knew that this was the spaceship captain's unique announcement. He seemed to be deep in thought. In fact, the spaceship was so sturdy that he didn't know how he could have broken it. He hadn't expected it to have a recovery function. Recycle. Congratulations on successfully recovering a Level 2 spaceship. Obtained 50 divine iron. Obtained 1 spaceship heart. Obtained compressed biscuits. Qin Hao was overjoyed when he saw the recovery information. The ship he had robbed actually contained the ship's heart. Then I paused for a moment, but what is this divine iron? He knew that refined iron was made from ordinary iron blocks. Could this divine iron be made from refined iron? As for the few compressed biscuits and other food items, he didn't even glance at them before putting them directly into the system space. Because his system space contains thousands of compressed biscuits, as well as many other foods. Qin Hao shook his head, clearing his mind. Now is not the time to think about these things. He has to return. He is a little worried about the safety of the girls. After all, it is still night, and the zombies are launching a large-scale attack. I'm quite worried about him no longer being in charge. Qin Hao quickly gathered his spoils, then scared away the zombies and ran back the way he came. At this moment, just as Qin Hao had expected, Rao Shuqing and the others were indeed encountering some trouble in their defense. A powerful zombie was charging towards their spaceship. It could block arrows from crossbow towers and withstand laser attacks, making it quite formidable. If Qin Hao were here, he would know that this was actually a Level 1 high-level zombie, very close to the top level, and it had evolved from a pile of zombies. However, Rao Shuqing and the others were not to be trifled with, and quickly launched a resistance. Rao Shuqing said to Long Shi, shoot it with ice arrows later, try to slow it down, or even freeze it in place. Then she looked at Chen Xiao and said, in a moment, transform into your giant form, and use the weapon Lu Shuang specially made for you to kill her. Also, Su Jejia will serve as another line of defense. If Chen Xiao can't stop them later, you can try to use the most potent poison. Receive. Okay, advisor. The group of girls quickly completed the assignments. Zhao Zihan also clenched her little pink fist and encouraged him. Let's do our best, and then we'll show the captain just how amazing we are. Let him know that we're not pushovers either. As Zhao Zihan spoke, the group of girls nodded immediately, seemingly emboldened. Lung Shi's face was frosty and devoid of any emotion. She drew her bow to its full draw, unleashing her talent, which was concentrated on the arrow. Call out. An arrow carrying a chilling aura struck the zombie directly in the chest, the powerful impact causing it to pause. This wouldn't be fatal, but the endless chill that followed almost brought it to a standstill. The extreme cold spread throughout its body, making it stiff and almost unable to move. Call out. Lung Shi's second arrow followed closely, slightly off target, but it still struck the zombie's leg. 2 arrows froze the zombie instantly. The group of girls were utterly shocked upon seeing this. Wow, Shi is amazing. Is this the ice archer that Brother Qin Hao was talking about? She's so cool. Yes, it feels like Captain has transformed Lung Shi into an ice archer. Her combat power is really strong. They praised Lung Shi without reservation, saying they were captivated by her poetry. Seeing this, Chen Xiao laughed and said, I don't even need to go. Although Shi's arrow didn't hit the zombie's head, it has already pierced its chest and thigh, which will cause it to lose its function and die. Rao Shuqing smiled and nodded, saying, You students are wonderful. I'm very pleased. Rao Shuqing was also extremely happy. Her students were all very capable, especially Qin Hao, who was able to make full use of everyone's strengths and lead everyone to survive well in this apocalypse. At the same time, it is also located on the edge of this town. Another spaceship was also attacked by a high-level Level 1 zombie. It managed to stand out from the zombie army and rushed to the spaceship to launch a frenzied attack. Stop it quickly. Don't let it attack our spaceship. The people inside the spaceship were taken aback and immediately launched a frantic counterattack, finally managing to kill the advanced zombie after quite some time. However, the cost is that the spaceship's durability has decreased slightly. If there are a few more waves of attacks, the spaceship's durability will drop to 0, which will be dangerous. Finally, after a long time, Qin Hao arrived at the location of his spaceship. Seeing that the spaceship was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yan and the others were overjoyed to see Qin Hao and welcomed him. Zhao Zihan skipped around excitedly, saying, "Brother Qin Hao, quickly kill that stinky zombie. It was trying to rush over and attack our spaceship." Then, she told Qin Hao about what had just happened. Qin Hao looked at the bouncy girl with great affection. She had a stunning figure with a prominent bust and buttocks. He had seen similar things online before, but he would only think about them to himself. "Why do you think you can play such high-stakes games?" "Now, well, this good fortune has come to me, Qin Hao." Qin Hao glanced at the frozen zombie. A level 1 high-level zombie, frozen solid, is just one step away from the top. Its functions are declining, and it will die in 6 hours if it is not thawed. "You've got guts, daring to attack my spaceship." Qin Hao snorted coldly, then picked up his broadsword and slashed down. Bang! With a single slash, the ice was shattered, sending the zombie flying. After the zombie thawed, it smelled the scent and immediately prepared to get up and rush towards Qin Hao. "Still dare to bare your teeth?" But Qin Hao was the first to reach it, and with a single blow, he cleaved its head in two, killing it. When the girls saw Qin Hao, their eyes lit up. "Wow, Qin Hao is so strong. He makes me feel so safe." Qin Hao then looked at the women, his gaze sweeping over Sun Yan, Ling Xiaoke, and Zhao Zihan, as if deep in thought. He thought back to the past, when 4 girls would come to his room late at night, seeking warmth. He had already succeeded with 3 of them, and he remembered the other one was Rao Shuqing, his counselor. The action scenes he just filmed have really ignited his temper, and he needs to calm down. He plans to secretly talk to his advisor about his life goals. Chapter 54, the first level 4 spaceship and the group's lavish words. At this moment, Qin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile before he returned to the spaceship. He put those bad ideas behind him. Now that he had the heart of the spaceship, it was the perfect opportunity to upgrade it. He remembered that the first person to upgrade their spaceship got good stuff. That Special Forces soldier was the first to upgrade to a level 2 spaceship, and he received a broadcast throughout the region and a bronze treasure chest. Qin Hao looked at everyone and smiled. This trip went very smoothly, and the result was just as I imagined. Recovering the spaceship will allow us to obtain the spaceship's core. I need to upgrade my spaceship quickly to gain an advantage. You all need to be careful and prevent zombies from raiding our base while we're upgrading. Upon hearing this, the other girls were overjoyed and deeply shocked. Wow, Captain, you're amazing. You found the heart of the spaceship so quickly. My goodness, a level 3 spaceship is this powerful. If it were a level 4 spaceship, wouldn't it be taking off? Over the past few days, they have come to know how powerful the level 3 spaceship is. It almost single-handedly held back the zombie army, and the spaceship's attacks played a huge role. If it were a level 2 spaceship, or even a level 1 spaceship, it would be extremely difficult to defend against. Everyone would have to be on high alert at all times to hold it off. Sun Yan exclaimed with delight, "Brother Qin Hao, let's level up quickly. Maybe we'll get some good stuff." Qin Hao didn't hesitate and immediately opened the spaceship upgrade panel. Materials required for spaceship upgrade to level 4. Energy core 40/1180, upgrade fragment 40/50ths, refined iron 4130, spaceship heart 1/1. Upgrade me. Spaceship upgrade in progress. Spaceship is being modified. Program being implanted. Spaceship upgrade successful. Endless Starfield Zone 1 broadcast. Congratulations to Spaceship A1001 for successfully upgrading and becoming the first spaceship in this zone to reach level 4. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Gain the benefit of arriving at the next station 30 minutes early. With a loud rumble, everyone felt a jolt, but remained remarkably calm. Qin Hao was overjoyed when he saw the announcement of the successful upgrade. At the same time, he looked at the items needed for the next level. Materials required for upgrading a spaceship to level 5, 500/1180 energy cores, 150 tenths upgrade fragments, 150 50ths divine iron, 1/0 level 5 spaceship upgrade blueprint. For the next level, I have enough energy cores, but I need to open more treasure chests to get upgrade fragments. I don't know where to get divine iron and level 5 spaceship upgrade blueprints. Could it be that I can only get them by opening golden treasure chests? The girls next to them were also jumping and skipping happily. They had made it to the 4th level spaceship. Moreover, it was the first level 4 spaceship to be acquired, receiving not only a region-wide announcement, but also a golden treasure chest never seen before. They're set for life. Not only that, they also have the privilege of arriving 30 minutes early. It is because of this privilege that they are far ahead of everyone else in this twin kingdom, and they have almost plundered all the supplies and treasure chests. A lead at one step means a lead at every step. Great! Level 4 spaceship. We've upgraded to a level 4 spaceship. This is truly amazing. Happiness came so suddenly. Qin Hao quickly opened the spaceship's control panel. Spaceship A1001, low-spec version. Level, LV4. Internal space, 80 millimeters in diameter, 8 millimeters in height of the central core. System space, 25. Defense, weak, can only withstand attacks from zombies of level 2 or lower. Durability, 98%, can withstand zombie scratches for up to 1 day. Energy, 89%, sufficient to last until the extreme cold storm a month from now. Shield, activated, protects the spaceship when activated. Weapon, low-level laser 100 unlocked, can kill a low-level zombie in about 10 seconds with 10 hits. Requires an additional energy core. At full power, 1 energy core can support 3 minutes. Weapon, bow, an arrow tower 3 unlocked, powerful bow and arrow, requires wood, etc. Weapon, mortar 1, can lock onto a single creature and deal significant damage. Auto pickup, unlocked, automatically picks up dropped items within 80 meters. Leap, not yet unlocked. Spaceship configuration and construction, rooms 188. As Qin Hao opened the spaceship's control panel, the group of girls gasped in shock. Not only have there been more crossbow towers and lasers, but a mortar has also appeared. If that mortar fires, it will probably kill that level 1 high-level zombie instantly. They estimated that they could even kill level 2 zombies. Qin Hao felt that he could do whatever he wanted in this twin-star country because they were so far ahead by a wide margin. Keep in mind, there hasn't been a level 2 monster yet. Sun Yin, Ling Xiaoke, and the others immediately started chattering. Wow, that's amazing. We don't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. I think I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight. This isn't just about surviving, it's just too awesome. While others are struggling to survive, they need to keep a close watch on zombie attacks day and night, as a single misstep could result in their spaceship being breached and them becoming one of the zombies. They were already able to withstand all the zombie attacks by relying on the spaceship's defenses. Qin Hao casually opened the Blue Star channel to see their reaction. He wasn't trying to show off, but rather to see what their recent situation was like. Sure enough, as soon as I opened the comment section, I found that the number of comments had skyrocketed after the broadcast. Netizens, wow, it's the Great Wall Watcher again. So awesome. I really want to follow you. My backside is always open to you. Please don't be so strict about gender. Special Forces Soldier, Master, truly Master. We fought for a whole day and night, suffering heavy losses, and only just managed to break through to level 3 on a spaceship. And you're already at level 4? Lily, wah, you're okay at level 3, but our spaceship has a ferry, and there was a huge disagreement. We've only just upgraded to level 2, and we almost got captured by goblins and had sex with them, wah. Little Fairy Alliance. What happened to the Little Fairies? Our Little Fairy Alliance has already reached level 3 spaceship. Lizzie, wow, you have goblins there? I heard goblins are ugly and lecherous, and they like to capture women and take turns playing with them. Wu Yi Fun, this is so weird. Can I join? And if there are children, how would you tell whose child it is? Civil engineering guy. Holy crap. Are you Fanga who just got out of jail? Is there an interstellar prison to keep him locked up again? A comment from the roadside. That's incredible. We're still struggling to make ends meet, barely getting enough to eat and wear, while this guy is already in a level 4 spaceship. He's probably enjoying air conditioning and fine wine right now. I don't eat cilantro. Great Wall Guardian. I'm also from Server 1. Please accept me as your first time. Civil engineering guy. Sister Cilantro, stop making everyone laugh. Netizens commented. The Great Wall Overwatch player is so awesome. He must have no shortage of women. Maybe he's currently surrounded by women and is too busy to reply to messages. Qin Hao and the others couldn't help but feel envious as they watched Lan Xing's online friends chatting and joking around. These people were too good at talking, but they could still get some information from them. Someone actually encountered goblins. There might be other spaceships that encountered Godzilla. Rao Shuqing, Sun Yan, and the others looked at the comment section and their faces twitched. What kind of outrageous and inappropriate words were these? Oh my god, there really are goblins. Those ugly and lecherous monsters are so scary. Bai Royale said fearfully. Ling Xiaoka frowned and said, "Humph, not eating cilantro is really shameless, saying whatever comes to mind." Chapter 55, Modifying the Spaceship. A taste for all. They discovered that there was another person, some kind of bystander, who was even selling his buttocks. How shameless. Qin Hao replied casually. Great Wall Watchers. Sorry, onlookers, I'm not gay. And the one who doesn't eat cilantro. I'm afraid of the biohazard matrix. Qin Hao's reply made the comment section even more lively. Don't eat cilantro, what do you mean? I've only dated 8 or 9 people. And I'm not some kind of biological mother. Lizzie, oh dear, May is gone. Civil engineering guy. Didn't Sister Cilantro say it was her first time? How come she admitted to dating 7 or 8 people? However, you can come to our spaceship. Our spaceship is full of rough and tough guys, and we can make sure you're well fed. A comment from the roadside. The person upstairs must be really hungry to be able to eat this. Fairy Alliance. A bunch of scoundrels. The Fairy Alliance is recruiting for its level 3 spaceship. We're looking for talented sisters to work together to create the strongest spaceship. The road to survival is long, but we'll stick together and support each other. We'll surely have the last laugh. Qin Hao was embarrassed. It's really impressive that he doesn't eat cilantro. He even tried to fool him into thinking it was his first time. However, he noticed this Fairy Alliance. Logically speaking, with their cunning and scheming nature, it was quite remarkable that the captain could organize them so well. Black Wolf Guild. Our guild also recruits talented individuals. We have sufficient strength and have already killed over 100 zombies. Qin Hao turned off the chat channel, so you can chat with them for now. Now that the spaceship has reached level 4, its defenses have been greatly enhanced. It's time to renovate the interior and get some comfortable rest. Qin Hao looked at the women and smiled. Currently, our spaceship's defenses are pretty good, but the facilities inside seem to be lacking. I plan to make major changes. What are your opinions? Is there anything you'd like to build? Rao Shuqing thought for a moment and said, I think we can build a library and a study room so that students can study quietly with books available. As Rao Shuqing spoke, the girls in the audience were immediately bewildered. They were a little unhappy that they had to study, even though they were already in a post-apocalyptic world. Qin Hao also twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Okay, we can build one too. Bai Royale smiled and said, Could you build me a dance studio? I want to dance, and everyone can practice yoga too. Qin Hao's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. In his spare time, he could listen to music in brothels and visit the dance studio more often when he had nothing else to do. He nodded seriously and said, That's right. That's a great idea. I fully support it. Lung Shi suddenly said, We can also build a swimming pool. Some girls can't swim, so we can teach them. If you encounter a map of the ocean or a lake, it can come in handy. Qin Hao gave a thumbs up and said loudly, Shi has very few ideas. We must build one. He swallowed hard. A swimming pool? He'd have to wear a swimsuit or a bikini to feast his eyes. We could also build a gym so people can exercise, Zhao Zihan said with a smile. Qin Hao echoed this sentiment, expressing his agreement. Furthermore, he also planned to build a hot spring, but it seems that the spaceship does not have a temperature control device now, which must have been weakened. After all, the extreme cold storm 30 days later is a major hurdle, so unlocking the temperature control device wouldn't be difficult. Bai Royale pouted, wanting to suggest turning her room into a snack room, but she was too embarrassed to say it. The only way to ask the captain privately is to wait for a future opportunity. Kong Linger, the young girl, also had her own suggestions. She said, We could also build some shower rooms or even large public bathhouses because people need to take a bath when they're dirty. The kitchen, the planting room, and Meng Yao's pet room can also be renovated. Qin Hao nodded immediately and then said, Doubao, did you hear me? Modify the spaceship according to everyone's requirements. Doubao received, Master, Doubao is now planning and modifying your spaceship. Planning in progress. The first step involves establishing a large hall at the spaceship center for meetings and gatherings. The second phase involves constructing study rooms, a library, a card room, a flower and plant room, a plant room, an animal room, a sports field, a large water storage tank, a food room, a snack room, a restaurant, and a septic tank. Third ring, build a swimming pool, a large public bathhouse, a gym, a dance studio, a karaoke room, a kitchen, a restaurant, toilets, a lounge, a fighting room, and a party hall. In the third ring, many houses were built to provide food storage and accommodation. Fourth ring, build a house. Fifth ring, the outer ring establishes corridors and creates numerous passages connecting to the first ring, enabling rapid deployment of defenses. Planning complete. Shall we proceed with the renovations immediately? A total of 4,000 wood, 30 refined iron, and 20 energy cores are required. When Qin Hao saw this clearly laid out plan, he gasped in surprise. This plan was so sophisticated and accessible. Doubao really understood him. What puzzled him was that it required energy cores, a valuable commodity. Fortunately, he had over 1,000 of them, so he could afford to pay for them. Transform. Under renovation. Boom! With Qin Hao's consent, the interior of the spaceship began to be modified. After a long wait, the spaceship was finally modified. It was a huge project. The spaceship's internal modifications are complete. Please inspect it, Master. Qin Hao and the others couldn't stop smiling as they looked at the brand new spaceship. Modern spaceships are practically complete. Wow, this is perfect. It's even better than my home. My God, I feel like I've arrived in heaven. The girls' eyes sparkled. They all absolutely loved the layout. It was so comfortable. Although many facilities are not yet in place, the overall outline is already in place. Zhao Zihan said happily, wow, if we come across a civilized city in the future and can get all those items back, that would be amazing. We can play mahjong, play billiards, and go swimming. Wow, it's so wonderful. They had already imagined that while others were struggling to survive, they were living very comfortably thanks to the power of their spaceship. Qin Hao realized there was a problem. There were so many rooms, he almost went to the wrong one last time. He said, go and choose your rooms, but you must write your name on the door so that everyone can find you. After you've chosen your rooms, everyone can rest. With the spaceship's defenses, we only need 1 or 2 people on night duty tonight. Ahem, once the assignments are done, Qin Hao can sneak into the counselor's room. Chapter 56, Arranging for Rao Shuqing to emerge like a lotus. With the spaceship's modifications complete, the group of girls began choosing rooms, as it was getting late. After they finished choosing, they all wrote their names on their respective rooms. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to find any of the more than 100 bedrooms here. Some girls went to the toilet, while others went to take a shower. Qin Hao arranged for Su Wanqing and Su Jiejia to take night duty, and then began to fill the reservoir with water. This reservoir was so large that it would last them for a long time. As water is added to the reservoir, the swimming pool, bathroom, toilet, kitchen, and other facilities all operate automatically and smoothly. Then he pretended to go to his room. He turned off the lights, leaving only the night lamp on. After waiting for the right opportunity, Qin Hao quietly left the room and headed in one direction. At this moment, Rao Shuqing had just taken a shower and was walking back to her room wrapped in a bath towel. She took a nice bath, and now she's going to have a nice sleep. Now the conditions are better and everyone's overall strength has increased. She, as the counselor, feels very at ease. When Qin Hao arrived nearby, he saw Rao Shuqing wrapped in a bath towel. The fragrance of her freshly showered scent filled his nostrils, making him feel extremely comfortable. Rao Shuqing looked truly beautiful after her bath, like a lotus emerging from water, fresh, delicate, and naturally beautiful. Coupled with her alluring curves, with her breasts and buttocks sculpted into a shapely figure, she is extremely tempting. Qin Hao felt that Rao Shuqing was probably similar to Zhao Zihan, or even better, so he casually opened his true sight to take a look. Name, Rao Shuqing. Awakened talent, Prophet. Strength, low level 1 to medium level 1. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance rating, 93. Size E. Number of users charging, 0. When Qin Hao saw Rao Shuqing's message, he was suddenly stunned. Was his teacher's chest not as big as Zhao Zihan's? And it turns out this is her first time. She's never had a boyfriend before, and she's a real gem. Rao Shuqing seemed to have a precognitive talent and was very perceptive. She turned her head, saw Qin Hao, and asked in confusion, Qin Hao, what are you doing here? Qin Hao chuckled sheepishly and said, let's chat about life ideals with the counselor. He was actually quite timid because the person on the other end was his teacher. If he hadn't remembered that his counselor had come looking for Wenwan in the middle of the night before, he wouldn't have been so bold. Thinking about this, he was quite excited. After all, he had a built-in buff, which made him feel completely different from Li Mengmeng and the others. Since the counselor is shy, let him take the initiative. Rao Shuqing was puzzled. Why would her obedient student come to talk to her about ideals in the middle of the night? Before she could even think, Qin Hao strode forward and suddenly hugged her. Huh? Qin Hao, why are you hugging me? Rao Shuqing asked in surprise. Her student is incredibly bold. What will happen if she gets caught? Qin Hao covered her mouth and whispered, Advisor, you don't want them to hear, do you? Let's talk in the room. Rao Shuqing and Qin Hao returned to her room. Qin Hao closed the door behind him to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Seeing Qin Hao's actions, Rao Shuqing suddenly asked with some concern, Qin Hao, why did you close the door? Qin Hao laughed and said, It will make it easier for us to exchange ideas about life and ideals. At this moment, Qin Hao's heart was pounding, and he felt a sense of taboo. Little did he know, Rao Shuqing was even more agitated than him. She had already sensed that Qin Hao seemed to have some feelings for her tonight. Thinking of this, Rao Shuqing blushed slightly. Was his well-behaved student really that bold? Just as Rao Shuqing was in a daze, her hand, which was holding the bath towel, slipped off while she was lost in thought, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Qin Hao's eyes widened upon seeing this, and he swallowed hard as he looked at the perfectly sculpted figure. It was truly a snow-white expanse, skin whiter than snow, incredibly alluring, especially those two snow-white mounds, which were irresistible. My bath towel! Rao Shuqing screamed, then said to Qin Hao, Qin Hao, you're not allowed to peek. Qin Hao touched his nose. Was his advisor doing this on purpose, trying to provoke him into getting angry? He muttered, What's there to be afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen them before. I've seen them all. I know how many moles they have. When he first arrived on the spaceship, he did quite a bit of research. Also, counselor, you like wearing thongs? As Qin Hao spoke, Rao Shuqing blushed deeply, her face flushed with shyness. How could Qin Hao say such a thing? It's so embarrassing, she said in a coquettish voice. You still can't look at that. As she spoke, she squatted down and picked up the bath towel. Qin Hao stepped forward and stopped her from picking it up. Qin Hao, you scoundrel. What are you here to talk about ideals, or what? Rao Shuqing said angrily. She squatted down to Qin Hao's waist, making her incredibly embarrassed. Even though Rao Shuqing was naive, she understood what Qin Hao meant. She immediately said, Qin Hao, this won't do. I'm your advisor. You can't treat me like this. Even if you can treat me like this, I still can't face you. After all, I'm your teacher. This is too shameful. Doesn't Meng Meng like you? Go find Meng Meng. Besides, I'm 3 or 4 years older than you. Rao Shuqing was also helpless. She had heard that students nowadays suffer from severe sexual repression, and she now understands it herself. Her obedient student is actually going to be a rebellious disciple. A faint smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips as he chuckled. Advisor, don't you know? There's a saying, a woman 3 years older than you is a golden brick. Besides, I remember who came to my room in the middle of the night looking for warmth back then. Rao Shuqing's mind was suddenly bombarded. She had indeed gone to find Qin Hao in the middle of the night. Thinking that for the safety of her classmates, she was willing to sacrifice herself to activate the Hahuan system so that she could protect everyone properly. Unexpectedly, one act of extroversion led to a lifetime of introversion, and Li Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, and Zhao Zihan were all there. After that incident, she put those thoughts out of her mind. It was just too embarrassing. Rao Shuqing said, That's different. Qin Hao, the situation was different back then. She seemed to have made a decision, saying, Actually, I have a love system. I originally created it to enhance my talents so that I could protect everyone after doing that kind of thing with you. Our situation is much better now, and I really can't bring myself to do it. Qin Hao, I'm your teacher, and I'm several years older than you. You can find someone better. Qin Hao was slightly taken aback when he heard Rao Shuqing's words. Her teacher actually had a system, and it was the Hahuan system. Could it be that Ling Xiaoke's ability to make stretchy clothes is also a result of her enhanced talent? However, now is not the time to think about that. Qin Hao said righteously, Advisor, you know that our strength now is only superficial. We will face even greater challenges in the future. Only if you make good use of your prophetic talents can we develop a solution. Therefore, for the sake of this group, you, as a teacher, must play an even greater role. Besides, I just like your type. Counselor, you don't want us to be in danger in the future, do you? Qin Hao said this shamelessly, because he was in a very difficult situation right now. Chapter 57, This Won't Do, The Adorable Lin Mengyao. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Rao Shuqing immediately blushed. It's all her fault for being so impulsive back then. She actually went to find Qin Hao in the middle of the night. But now she thinks that if her prophetic talents were further developed, it would indeed be more useful to everyone. It can even predict where the next stop will be. She was somewhat tempted, but then she felt incredibly ashamed because this was her. Qin Hao, maybe we should just forget about it. Seeing that Rao Shuqing was starting to soften, Qin Hao sighed again. Sigh. Counselor, I'm doing this for everyone's good. After you awaken the system, it will be of great help to everyone. Moreover, in this chaotic world, cough cough, does the coal miner know? After saying that, Qin Hao slowly walked towards the door. He couldn't bear to look at this beautiful woman any longer. Advisor, you know me, just pretend I was never here. Then I'll be going now. At this moment, Rao Shuqing looked at Qin Hao as he left, and she felt somewhat agitated. Yes, in this chaotic world, what is this compared to Qin Hao's sacrifice? After unlocking the Hahuan system, he will be able to better protect everyone. Moreover, Qin Hao is so handsome and has such a great physique. He's a hot commodity, and once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. Thinking of this, Rao Shuqing decided to go all out and immediately got up to hug Qin Hao. Qin Hao felt the softness from her body and the gentle fragrance of the mature woman. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The subtle approach was indeed effective. He turned around and kissed her. Upon feeling Qin Hao's domineering kiss, Rao Shuqing's mind went blank for a moment, as if she had been electrocuted, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Hormonal surges caused her to instinctively remove Qin Hao's armor. As the boy, Qin Hao naturally took the initiative and directly silenced her cherry-like lips. Then, Qin Hao carried the sweet and soft Rao Shuqing in a princess carry and put her on the bed. He looked at his blushing counselor with tenderness in his eyes. Qin Hao, be gentle, I'm a little scared. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao became even more excited, as the buff made him extremely brave. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Outside, all was quiet, but inside the room, screams of desperation could be heard. 1 hour later, Rao Shuqing wasn't coaxed to sleep. She said weakly, Qin Hao, I hope I won't fall for it. Qin Hao is absolutely terrifying. His muscles are so big that he makes her feel completely powerless. She felt like she was going to break down. Qin Hao said softly, Don't worry, I'm here. If anything unexpected happens, I'll take care of you. He was radiant with energy. With his current strength, he was practically blessed with golden kidneys, so this battle was no challenge for him. On the contrary, Rao Shuqing was extremely weak. Qin Hao looked at Rao Shuqing and said, Shuqing, you should get some rest. You've worked hard today. Okay, brother Qin Hao. Rao Shuqing's voice was barely audible. Hearing Qin Hao's address, she felt a tremor in her heart, as if her heart was melting, so she also called him brother Qin Hao. Previously, they addressed their advisor by his real name. Qin Hao nodded. With Rao Shuqing becoming his confidant, they could manage the team together. After leaving Rao Shuqing's room, Qin Hao seemed to be deep in thought. Does that mean those who are physically stronger are more powerful? Neither Rao Shuqing nor the nanny Zhao Zihan were able to be coaxed to sleep. Back then, Lin Mingyao, Ling Xiaoke, and the others were simply coaxed back to sleep. Especially Ling Xiaoke. That little girl, she falls asleep so easily. Qin Hao was about to go back to his room to rest when he noticed a girl waiting around the corner, seemingly hesitant. It turned out to be Lin Mingyao. She was secretly looking at her bedroom door, seemingly considering whether or not to knock. Being shy and timid, she waited for a long time, but didn't dare to take that step. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. This girl was far too timid. He chuckled. Little Mingyao, what are you doing here? Are you looking for me? Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lin Mingyao immediately became shy and extremely embarrassed. Her expression was weak and pitiful. No, it's nothing, I was just passing by. Lin Mingyao's voice was barely audible. Damn, Qin Hao just felt that Lin Mingyao was really cute. Absolutely adorable. He had just extinguished the fire when it suddenly reignited. He walked over, patted her head, hugged her, and said softly, Mingyao, baby, did you miss me? Lin Mingyao buried her face in Qin Hao's chest and hugged him back. She said in a weak voice, Yes, your baby misses you, Captain. After she finished speaking, her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Oh my God, Lin Mingyao, how could you say such cheesy things? It's so embarrassing. Lin Mingyao continued, I'm scared to sleep alone, so I wanted to sleep with the captain, but I was afraid of disturbing you, and even more afraid of Meng Meng inside. Qin Hao felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. It seemed that this girl wasn't completely ignorant. She had figured something out. Qin Hao laughed and said, "All right, since Meng Yao wants to sleep with me, I'll carry you to your room. Come on up." Lin Meng Yao looked happy. Her brother Qin Hao was actually going to carry her on his back. She immediately jumped onto Qin Hao's strong back and followed him to her room. As luck would have it, Qin Hao and Lin Meng Yao's sweet moments were witnessed by Su Wanqing, the hunter girl on night watch. Su Wanqing was filled with disbelief. How could this be? That shy school beauty was actually with Qin Hao. She couldn't have seen wrong, could she? In her opinion, it was perfectly normal for Li Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, and even Bai Shuer to be on Qin Hao's back. Unexpectedly, Lin Meng Yao was on Qin Hao's back. Su Wanqing quickly turned around, pretending not to see her. She would keep this secret for the rest of her life. Qin Hao and Lin Meng Yao naturally saw each other as well. Qin Hao didn't seem to care, but Lin Meng Yao's cheeks were flushed. After they returned to their room, Qin Hao looked at the school beauty, who had a top-notch figure and looks, and he couldn't resist the temptation. She is so cute and beautiful. Qin Hao gave Lin Meng Yao a domineering kiss, and his hand, which was gripping her slender waist, began to move upwards, wandering there. "Xiao Meng Yao, I love you so much." "Brother Qin Hao, I love you too." An hour later, Qin Hao coaxed Lin Meng Yao to sleep, and she slept soundly. Qin Hao held her as they fell asleep. They would spend the night there. He checked the time. It was already past midnight. Since we don't know where to stop next, we'll have to continue searching for supplies and settling accounts with Zheng Chong's spaceship early tomorrow morning. Chapter 58 Morning Exercise. Master, please feel free to order to Leah. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning light shone on the spaceship, creating a dazzling and beautiful scene. Qin Hao got up early. With his current physical condition, he only needed a little rest to feel incredibly energetic. He looked at Lin Meng Yao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and gave a faint smile. Because Lin Meng Yao was holding her while she slept very peacefully, her delicate face full of sweetness. Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh. This little Meng Yao is just too beautiful. Even when she's sleeping, she's so cute. He got up early and couldn't resist doing some morning exercise. Lin Meng Yao woke up groggily and felt incredibly shy upon seeing Qin Hao's actions. She said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Brother Qin Hao is so naughty. I wasn't even fully awake yet, and he already offered me milk." Qin Hao grinned mischievously. "Is it good? Swallow it and replenish your nutrition." "Okay, alright." Seeing that Qin Hao was in such high spirits, Lin Meng Yao obediently did as she was told. Qin Hao smiled and said to Lin Meng Yao, "It's getting late. You should wake up. The sun's already high in the sky." After saying that, he slapped Lin Meng Yao's pert buttocks and thought to himself, "They feel so good." Because Lin Meng Yao has the best body proportions among the girls here. Lin Meng Yao blushed and said, "Okay." Although Qin Hao is a bit of a rogue, she really likes that feeling. "Then you pack your things. I'll go out and make some arrangements." Qin Hao knew that although his spaceship had been upgraded to level 4 and was far ahead, he still could not be careless. He needs to collect more resources and loot more treasure chests to improve the team's overall strength as much as possible. Because in the future, if he stays in a place without resources for a long time, he has to ensure that he has an endless supply of food. Actually, the food we have now should last us for several years without any problem. The main reason is that there's so much fish and meat available, and we also have a lot of supplies rummaged through supermarkets, so we don't have to worry about food. Upon arriving in the hall, Qin Hao looked at the women who had already gotten up and smiled. "Yesterday we basically looted all the supplies, so I'm thinking of sending out a team today. What do you guys think? After all, your overall strength is not very high. If you encounter some ruthless people, I am worried about your safety." Qin Hao's words did not cause any controversy. Now his words are the authority, and no one will refute them. Rao Shuqing actually got up too, but she was still a little out of sorts. She said weakly, "That's true. We don't have many people with combat talents here. If more people can awaken combat talents next time, we can go out. The main purpose of this trip is to check if any supplies have been missed." "Alright, but teacher, you seem a bit weak and your blood and energy seem to be stagnant. Are you alright?" Ling Xiaoke asked in confusion. As a woman who had experienced that kind of feeling, why did she feel that her counselor was somewhat similar to her back then? Could it be that she slept with Qin Hao too? Thinking about this, she blushed a little. Her counselor actually, this was too exciting. Rao Shuqing felt extremely embarrassed when Ling Xiaoke asked her that question, as if she had been caught red-handed. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep very well." After she finished speaking, She glanced at Qin Hao inadvertently. It was all because of that scoundrel Qin Hao that she had been tormented. This was her first time, and he didn't even know to be gentle. Young people are so energetic. They really put all their energy into their older sister. Qin Hao awkwardly pretended to be nonchalant, blaming that damned little life for putting on a doomsday movie for him. Seeing their reactions, Ling Xiaoke immediately felt reassured. They were up to something. However, she did not make a fuss because she had succeeded before the teacher. She was actually a little scared afterward because it was so terrifying. After that incident, she didn't dare to contact Qin Hao again, otherwise her small body couldn't take it. As for the other girls, they didn't seem to notice anything. Many of them didn't even think about it. After discussion, it was finally decided which people to send. They are Qin Hao, Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, Lin Mingyao, Leng Shi, Zhao Zihan, and Lilia, a newly joined member. Their combination is invincible and absolutely perfect. Before leaving, Qin Hao added all the girls on the spaceship to a group chat, a large group chat for the spaceship. Once added to the group chat, a holographic screen will appear on the screen, allowing users to send and receive messages to prevent delays in rescue efforts. This is a new feature that Qin Hao discovered. Rao Shuqing also created a small group chat for the participants to facilitate communication among them. Everyone present praised the group chat function, saying it was truly useful. Wow, I didn't expect this spaceship to be so advanced. It could even have group chats. Yes, if you encounter danger, you can call for help from inside and get support quickly. Amidst the women's sighs, Qin Hao and his group left the spaceship. What they saw was utter devastation. The zombie army that had invaded last night had been completely wiped out by their spaceship's defenses. Lilia, the white-haired girl, was a native of this twin star. Seeing this scene, she felt somewhat sad. Many of the people here were once the inhabitants of this planet, but now they had become like this. She silently encouraged herself, determined to live well, both for her own sake and for the sake of the Gemini civilization, and to ensure its continuation. She looked at Qin Hao, the only male on the spaceship and his benefactor, and said something surprising. Master, Leah knows that there's another place where supplies might be stored. As Leah's words were spoken, Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, and the others were stunned for a moment. Master? Qin Hao was also a little uncomfortable, as it was the first time he had been called Master. He quickly waved his hand and said, Lilia, don't be shy. Once you're on the spaceship, make yourself at home. You can call me Captain. Lilia firmly replied, It's different, Master. According to the traditions of us Geminis, you saved me, which is equivalent to me selling myself to you. I am your private property. Qin Hao clicked his tongue in amazement. How could these Geminis be so temperamental? And they call it their private property? Does that mean they can do whatever they want? No, that seems to be what she meant. Lin Mingyao and the others were stunned for a while, not understanding, but expressing their respect. Zhao Zihan also advised, Lilia, you don't need to do that. Just call her by her normal name. However, Lilia seemed a little confused and continued, Yes, please feel free to give me your orders, Master. Ahem. All right, if you really want to call out, I'll take it. Qin Hao coughed a few times. This white-haired alien was too polite. But why did it feel like this girl was giving him a buff when she called him Master? He inexplicably felt a desire to conquer her. Shaking their heads to clear their minds, they followed Lilia's instructions and headed in a certain direction. That was a place on the outskirts of the capital. What good things could a peripheral place, not in the core, possibly have? Chapter 59 Factory, Luo Yunxi, and Other Women. Although Qin Hao thought this way, he still followed the route indicated by Lilia. As time went by, after a long journey, they finally arrived at the place Lilia had described. This place is far from the heart of the capital, mostly in the suburbs. You can reach the primeval forest just a few steps away. It's extremely remote. As far as the eye can see, surrounded by a primeval forest, there are a bunch of factories standing, but many of them are already dilapidated due to the ravages of the zombie apocalypse. Lilia said to Qin Hao, Master, this is the place where almost all of Gemini's factories are gathered, and it is also the place where everything is wholesaled. I think many people subconsciously go to the core area and might overlook this place. There might be some supplies or semi-finished products here. Lilia decided that she must cling tightly to Qin Hao, who was not only the most powerful captain, but also the only male on the ship, making him extremely sought after. Qin Hao and the others were stunned when they saw so many factory buildings. There might actually be supplies here. Rao Shuqing said, I've done a rough calculation, and there are indeed supplies here. Perhaps this country chose to locate these factories in this remote place in order to avoid occupying prime locations in the core areas. Lilia nodded and said, "That's true, and these factories will cause pollution, so it's better to locate them in the suburbs." Qin Hao laughed and said, "Then what's there to say? Let's go in and loot." They chose to loot the nearest factory first, but just as they were about to enter, Qin Hao discovered that there were already experts looting there. Qin Hao and his group saw that there were already several figures inside the factory, fighting against the zombies. Perhaps because there used to be a lot of people here, the zombies here are comparable to those in a supermarket, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Even Qin Hao back then would have had to give them a 3-point advantage, otherwise it would be troublesome if the zombies bit their own people. Just then, Zhao Zihan said somewhat nervously, "Don't be afraid, everyone. My treatment seems to be able to clear the zombie virus as well." As Zhao Zihan spoke, the girls present were all surprised. What had Zhao Zihan done? Her talent had increased so much. At the scene, Rao Shuqing and Lin Mingyao seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be that Zhao Zihan also had a love system? Now that her talent has improved, has she slept with Qin Hao? Wow, it seems there's something fishy going on here. Rao Shuqing and Lin Mingyao looked at Zhao Zihan, trying to find something on her face. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Zihan revealed a slight flaw and blushed a little when she thought about what she had done with Qin Hao. She did this for everyone's good. Sun Yin was still a little confused and didn't know what had happened between them, nor did she know any information about Rao Shuqing and Lin Mingyao. She nudged Zhao Zihan and said, "Zihan, did you take some kind of magic pill?" Hearing this, Zhao Zihan blushed slightly. She thought to herself, "That's right, they took over projects worth billions." Of course, she wasn't that shameless. Zhao Zihan laughed and said, "No, I don't know why. I just woke up stronger after a nap." Upon hearing this, Rao Shuqing, as the teacher, immediately knew that her good student must have been seduced by Qin Hao, because she knew that after she slept, her talents would become stronger. What puzzled her was how Zhao Zihan also had a system. Was she not the destined heroine? Similarly, Lin Mingyao was also stunned. She also thought she was the destined heroine, but she didn't expect Zhao Zihan to also have a system. She was once an unknown person, but during this struggle for survival, it was Qin Hao who encouraged her time and time again and even kissed her, which made her develop feelings for him. She is a useful person. Plus, she has a Hahuan system, and she wants to become stronger. That's why she did that embarrassing thing after eating the pistachio. Thinking of this, Lin Mingyao's face turned crimson, and those images lingered in her mind. She thought to herself, could it be that Zihan also had a relationship with the captain? It must be. Thinking about this, Lin Mingyao was actually a little jealous. But then she thought, Qin Hao is so outstanding, he will definitely not be surrounded by girls in the future. She just wants Qin Hao to spend time with her occasionally. She doesn't want to see Qin Hao looking troubled. Qin Hao's eyes darted around, and he muttered to himself, TSK, after what happened with Ling Xiaoke, we can make stretchy clothes. Zihan can also be cured of the zombie virus. Everything points to the fact that these people all possess a joyful union system. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected these girls to be so secretive. If his counselor hadn't been forced to reveal that it was because of the Hahuan system, he would have been completely clueless. That's true. Anyone would keep such a secret as the system hidden. Only a fool would reveal it. Qin Hao grinned because he also had a system, but it was hidden even deeper. Moreover, his 7-day entry system is even more effective. In 2 more days, we can draw entries again. Help! Friends up there, please save us. There are too many zombies. We can't fight them all. Boo-hoo. A sharp female voice came through, carrying a sense of urgency. Qin Hao and the others were momentarily stunned, but quickly came to their senses. He quickly said, let's go see what's going on. Rao Shuqing and the others nodded quickly and rushed into the factory. They saw a large group of zombies attacking 7 or 8 girls inside the factory. The girls, facing so many zombies, were clearly outmatched and were retreating steadily. Those inside the factory were overjoyed to see Qin Hao and his group making a move. Seeing this, Luo Yunqi decided to share her information so that she wouldn't be mistaken for an enemy. She said, we are college students from Nanjing University. Please save us. We will be extremely grateful. Sun Yin and the others were taken aback, because their university was also in Jinling. Rao Shuqing quickly added, Qin Hao, they're students and they don't seem like bad people. Let's help them. Qin Hao nodded, picked up his broadsword, and charged forward, while Rao Shuqing and the others picked up their bows and arrows to fight back. With Qin Hao's formidable strength, he swiftly and decisively killed several zombies. Perhaps it was because he had killed so many zombies that these zombies were somewhat afraid of him. When they surrounded him, they cowered and hesitated, which allowed Qin Hao to almost run free and cut his way through, tearing a gap in the defenses. Qin Hao shouted, "Break through this way." Luo Yunxi and several other girls saw that Qin Hao was only a few meters away from them, and their eyes lit up. They broke through to this side. Finally, they tore a hole in the zombies. Chapter 60. Saving the women. I really want to put my feet in your mouth. Then, Qin Hao said to the women, "You all step back, I'll hold them off." Upon hearing this, several girls immediately ran towards Rao Shuqing. Qin Hao single-handedly stopped many zombies, holding off a massive force. He then skillfully sprayed water from his system space, drenching the frontline zombies. After doing all this, he looked at Leng Shi and smiled. Sure, it's time for you to shine. Leng Shi understood perfectly. Having cooperated with Qin Hao so many times, she knew exactly what Qin Hao wanted to do even with her eyes closed. With a cold expression, Leng Shi began to draw her bow and nock an arrow, her talent activating and concentrating on the arrow. Call out. One after another, icy arrows were shot out, radiating a chill powerful enough to freeze the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the zombies that had been in contact with water gradually cooled on their surfaces, then frosted over, until they were frozen into blocks of ice. These zombies were frozen solid, becoming works of art. To ensure the ice was hard enough, Leng Shi shot several more arrows before stopping. Everyone gasped when they saw it. Rao Shuqing and the others were fine. They had already gotten used to it. The rescued Luo Yunxi and the others were completely stunned. What kind of operation was this? It was too amazing. The freezing talent was used to its fullest extent. That's way too strong. This is their heartfelt sentiment. Qin Hao discovered that none of the zombies here were high level. They were almost all ordinary zombies, as well as some low-level level 1 zombies, which could be frozen. Once you reach level 1, advanced, it won't be enough. You'll need to further enhance your talents. Upon seeing this, Zhao Zihan thought for a moment, then quietly stepped forward and kissed Qin Hao on the cheek. She flattered him, saying, "Brother Qin Hao is so amazing." He actually came up with a brilliant idea of using the ice archer to freeze zombies. Rao Shuqing and the others pursed their lips. Fine. Qin Hao's the most amazing one. Leng Shi is the real hero, okay. Luo Yunxi quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much for saving my life. You are all such kind people. We will definitely repay you in the future." "Yes, thank you all." "Wow, this is so scary. How come there are so many zombies here?" a girl cried. Qin Hao also sized up the group of girls. They were mostly wearing rough leather jackets, like those ripped off animals, with very little fabric clothing. They were all fairly good-looking, but the girl in the lead was quite pretty, with snow-white skin and delicate features. Her looks comparable to the class beauty Leng Shi, but unfortunately, she was a bit flat-chested. He asked in disbelief, "Are you university student for Nanjing? How are you so brave? So few of you coming to challenge these zombies." As Qin Hao's words were spoken, Luo Yunxi said with a wronged expression, "Yes, we used to be college students in Jinling. The reason we came here is that I think there should be fewer zombies in the outskirts. And I suspect that some wholesale outlets in the place of origin are usually located in remote areas. As it turns out, I was right. I overestimated my strength. I didn't expect there to be so many zombies here. We originally planned to sneak away from the warehouse and take the supplies without disturbing the zombies, but they seemed to be able to smell us and surrounded us. And then, as you all know, what happened next? Rao Shuqing and the others were slightly taken aback when they heard this. Could this be considered a case of being too clever for one's own good? There are plenty of supplies here, but there are even more zombies. Qin Hao smiled wryly, unsure whether they were being clever or foolish. It was rare for Zhao Zihan to see normal people, so she was in a good mood. Last time, she was disgusted by those ladybugs. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence. We're also university students from Nanjing University of Forestry and Technology. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yunxi stirred slightly. She had already noticed that this group of people were all relatively young and looked kind. She was delighted to learn that they were also college students from Jinling. She smiled sweetly and said, "What a coincidence. We are from Jinling University. Wow, she's a top student. That's amazing. I'm so envious," Zhao Zihan exclaimed upon hearing the news. Luo Yunshi smiled helplessly and said, "That's all in the past. In the current environment, strength is the only true measure of success. You guys are so amazing. We're incredibly envious. If you hadn't arrived in time, we'd probably all be wiped out. This is a cold, hard fact." Luo Yunshi was also helpless. It was too difficult to risk one's life to find food. Rao Shuqing also sighed. "We're all in a survival game now, so you'd better be careful." That was all she could say. She could save them temporarily, but not forever. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshi felt helpless. She said wistfully, "Our entire spaceship is full of girls, and their talents don't really help with combat power, so we're in a pretty bad situation. During the first 3 days of the protection period, we can still find some food. After arriving here, there are zombies in almost every place with some supplies. It's too difficult." Sun Yin felt a bit of empathy. In fact, without Qin Hao, they probably wouldn't have fared very well. She looked at the handsome Qin Hao and immediately felt a sense of security. She really liked this feeling. Qin Hao noticed Sun Yin's gaze and looked at her, wondering why this Sun Yin was looking at him. He had to admit that Sun Yin's thighs were truly beautiful, straight, long, fair, and firm, exuding a silent allure. When she was in school, she sat in that tiered classroom. Once, she arrived late and there were no seats left, so she sat next to him, which made him unable to concentrate on the lesson all morning. Now emboldened, he sneaked over while the counselor was talking to the girls and grabbed one of their snow-white, supple thighs. Sun Yin's face instantly turned bright red. She said in a low, pouty voice, "Brother Qin Hao, how could you touch my leg? There are so many people here." Seeing Sun Yin's shy yet hesitant expression, Qin Hao said in a serious tone, "The conditions have gotten worse, so I'm just feeling to see if you've lost weight. From now on, if there's anything good to eat, I'll get it to you first." After Qin Hao finished speaking, Sun Yin said something surprising, uttering words that left Qin Hao stunned. Sun Yin blurted out, "Captain, do you still want to eat my toes? I really want to put my feet in your mouth." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately regretted it. Oh no! These were the thoughts she had on her mind when Qin Hao secretly touched her leg. How could she say them out loud? How embarrassing! Sun Yin was too ashamed to face anyone. Qin Hao was also taken aback. Su's little feet were indeed beautiful, pink and tender like a delicious dish, but he wasn't really into that kind of thing. His face darkened. This girl, suited 2A, was truly lawless. He planned to do the opposite in the future if he had the chance. Chapter 61 Zombie Virus. I don't want to die with regret. Qin Hao pinched Sun Yin's long legs hard to stop her from talking nonsense. Suddenly, feeling a bit of pain, Sun Yin let out a soft, coquettish sound that was extremely pleasant to hear. Rao Shuqing, Lin Mengyao, Zhao Zihan, Luo Yunshi, and others all looked over, expressing their doubts, wondering what this was all about. Qin Hao glanced at the sky nonchalantly. Over the past few days, his skin had thickened considerably, and he pretended that nothing had happened. Sun Yin blushed deeply, like a ripe apple. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look at anyone, shy yet captivating. Rao Shuqing said seriously, "Qin Hao, don't bully Yin Yin." Qin Hao chuckled, letting it go in one ear and out the other. "Just kidding, counselor," he said. "I'll be bullying you two later." Just then, a sound of weeping came from the air, filled with sorrow. "Wah, I've been scratched by a zombie. I feel like I'm gonna die, wah," a girl cried, looking at the scratches on her arm. She knew that after being scratched by a zombie, the zombie virus would infect her entire body and turn her into a new zombie. Although being scratched is less dangerous than being bitten, it is still extremely dangerous. As soon as the girl spoke, Luo Yunshi and the others quickly checked themselves to see if they had been scratched, as it would be dangerous if they were. Among them, one girl was even scratched. After the girl had her medical examination, she saw the laceration on her shoulder and immediately burst into tears. "Wah, I got scratched too. I don't want to become a zombie. I want to live. I want to go home. I miss my mom and dad. Wah." The cries of the two girls echoed here, sounding incredibly desolate. Upon seeing this, Luo Yunshi was so anxious that tears almost welled up in her eyes. She took out a bottle of mineral water and quickly said, "Sun Tong, Li Jing, quick, wash the wound with water and we'll think of something else." Then, she kept rinsing their wounds, trying to slow the spread of the virus. Sun Tong sobbed uncontrollably. "I've never been in a relationship before. I've never even kissed anyone. I don't want to die so young," sob. For some reason, after she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Hao, the only boy in the room. Wah, handsome brother, you are my benefactor, but I have no way to repay you. This is my first time. If you take a fancy to me, I am willing to give myself to you. After she finished speaking, she burst into tears again, crying so hard that it broke people's hearts. Luo Yunxi and the other girls were also deeply saddened upon hearing this. How cruel it was. These women, who were once young and promising, gradually withered away. Li Jing quickly replied, "Me too. It's my first time too. I don't want to die with such regrets. I haven't experienced that kind of thing between a man and a woman yet. You should have me." The other girls felt uncomfortable upon hearing this. It would be such a shame to leave this world without ever having experienced something like that. Among Luo Yunxi's group, one of them looked at Qin Hao and pleaded, "Kind-hearted person, why don't you do me a favor and fulfill Sun Tong's last wish before she died? She's really too pitiful." Yeah, that's just too tragic. Qin Hao was also stunned. He couldn't believe such a thing existed. It was both pitiful and absurd. He checked the two female models. They were both quite good-looking. Sun Tong should also score over 80 points. She was pretty good-looking. It's not unreasonable to sacrifice oneself to fulfill a lifelong wish of theirs. He's a pretty good person. Then Qin Hao subconsciously said, well, it's not impossible. Can we just do it here? Or should you leave for a moment? After saying that, Qin Hao felt something was wrong. It seemed like he remembered who could cure it. Was it Kong Linger's purification, or Su Jiejia's potion? His memory was a bit confused by this sudden turn of events. Luo Yunxi thought it was outrageous, but she didn't want to stop it. After all, it really was a lifelong wish. She could only gently persuade them. Sun Tong, Li Jing, don't give up on yourselves. Cheer up. Maybe there's still hope for survival. Luo Yunxi remembered that someone had cancer before, but managed to survive for more than 10 or 20 years through sheer willpower and optimism. Sun Tong said with a mournful face, "How could we possibly survive? Last time, one of the girls on our spaceship was bitten by accident and became a zombie, boo-hoo." As she spoke, she began to pull at her clothes, continuing, "If you feel sorry for me, turn away. I'm about to die. Even though I've given up all pretense of dignity, I still feel ashamed." Upon hearing this, the girls couldn't bear to look and turned their heads away. Some of them even looked at Qin Hao with pleading eyes, hoping he would agree. These are long stories, but they all happened in the blink of an eye. During this short period of time, Zhao Zihan and the others, who were watching the deep sisterly bond between the sisters, were unable to get a word in edgewise. Now, Zhao Zihan watched Sun Tong begin to undress, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Zhao Zihan quickly and cautiously said, "Actually, I should be able to treat it." After she connected with Qin Hao, she activated the Hahuan system, which greatly enhanced her talents. This zombie virus should be curable. Looking at the snow-white expanse and listening to Zhao Zihan's words, Qin Hao suddenly remembered that Zhao Zihan had indeed said that. Oh no, this is so embarrassing. Luo Yunxi and the other girls were also incredulous. What a joke. Is the zombie virus so easy to treat? This doesn't make sense. Even with Lan Xian's top medical skills, it would be difficult to recover. Zhao Zihan shook her head and said, "They've already come to a survival world and awakened their talents. So what's the point of science?" Sun Tong and Li Jing froze as they took off their clothes. Was this girl joking? Really? Really? Their trembling voices came out, filled with disbelief, shock, and fear that it was all an illusion. But they noticed that neither the boy in the lead nor the older sister, who seemed to be a teacher, seemed to refute them. Could it be that they really have a talent for curing the zombie virus? If it were really possible, wouldn't they be saved? Thinking about this, Sun Tong felt that it would be better to die. She actually said those things, took off her clothes, and even started drooling. "I'm so embarrassed." Qin Hao really wanted to ask, "Does that promise still stand?" Even with his thick skin, he felt embarrassed. Otherwise, these girls would probably have died on the spot. Chapter 62. The Great Wall Watcher's ID captures the heart of a junior schoolgirl. Zhao Zihan nodded shyly and said, "What I said is true." She felt that if they had slowed down any further, it would have felt like they were staging an action blockbuster right there. But women are selfish. She knew that Li Mengmeng and the others might have already succeeded, but she still didn't want to share Qin Hao's love with others. Therefore, she may have just watched these women succeed. Sun Tong and Li Jing were immediately embarrassed. Their first instinct was to pull up their clothes to cover up their exposed areas. This made them feel utterly ashamed. They looked at Qin Hao, feeling a strange flutter in their hearts. Just now they almost did that, feeling both shy and a little, what a pity. Zhao Zihan quickly said, "There's no time to lose." before the virus spreads too far. You can relax, and I'll come and treat you right away. Sun Tong and Li Jing immediately relaxed. They were at their wits' end, so embarrassed they could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Zhao Zihan placed her hands near their wounds and quickly activated her innate talent. Soft lights shone on them, like a fairy casting a spell. With Zhao Zihan's treatment, Sun Tong and Li Jing soon felt their palpitations gradually disappear until they were completely gone. Their eyes widened, and the tremor that had gripped their souls vanished. They didn't have to die. Both Sun Tong and the other person were so happy that they cried. Wah, it seems like we don't have to die. It feels so good to be alive. They kowtowed to Zhao Zihan and said, "Beautiful lady, thank you so much. We are truly grateful. It seems we have really been healed." The other girls were also shocked. They really had such incredible talent. This group of people are all extraordinary individuals. Zhao Zihan smiled and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Qin Hao." Her talent became stronger because of the captain's blessing. Sun Yin and the others might not understand what this meant, but Rao Shuqing and Lin Mingyao showed expressions of sudden realization. Sure enough, this girl had also fallen for it. The two girls quickly thanked Qin Hao. This boy named Qin Hao had helped them so much, it was like a second life, and they almost wanted to repay him with their bodies. Luo Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the two of them were all right. Thankfully, they hadn't encountered the worst possible outcome. Afterwards, she and Qin Hao and the others told each other their names. In this chaotic world, it is really not easy to meet some normal people. To Qin Hao's surprise, Luo Yunxi and the others were a year below them, and were actually their juniors. Qin Hao actually admired these girls quite a bit. Although they were a bit clever, they were also really brave, daring to secretly try to steal supplies from so many zombies. Luo Yunxi looked at Qin Hao, considering that Qin Hao was a year older than her, and although they were not from the same school, he was still her senior. She said gratefully, Senior Qin Hao, can we add each other's friends? We'll do everything we can to thank you. We'll never forget your kindness. Luo Yunxi is definitely not the kind of person who is heartless and ungrateful. She will repay kindness with gratitude. Qin Hao casually replied, Great Wall Watcher, that's my ID. Although Qin Hao spoke casually, his words caused a huge uproar among Luo Yunxi and the other girls. What? You're that Great Wall Watcher boss. Wow, Senior Qin Hao, that's amazing. Surpassing Special Forces soldiers and others, becoming the first level 3 and level 4 spaceship in Zone 1. Yeah, I heard they're so powerful that they even use the body enhancement fluid for bathing. My god, there are reports that they killed thousands of zombies. At the scene, Luo Yunxi, Sun Tong, and others were all shocked. They were all college students, so how could this group of people be so powerful? Luo Yunxi was also extremely shocked, and the way she looked at Qin Hao was somewhat different. Qin Hao, this powerful man, saved them with his overwhelming strength at their first meeting and became their benefactor. In addition, the rumors about him on the Blue Star channel gradually seemed more impressive to Luo Yunxi. A desire for strength quietly blossomed in her heart. Such outstanding men were truly too tempting. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, he had inadvertently won the hearts of a whole bunch of young female fans. Sun Tong and Li Jing suddenly felt a pang of regret. If they had given themselves to each other back then, wouldn't they have been able to latch onto a powerful figure and avoid living in constant fear? A level 4 spaceship can practically roam freely here. Luo Yunxi, the top student, also had a crush on him. Senior Qin Hao, so you're the Great Wall Guardian. You're amazing. Luo Yunxi murmured to herself. This feeling is like the strongest player in the entire game appearing in front of you, which is extremely shocking. This feeling of exposing one's true self really pierces the soul. Qin Hao felt secretly pleased as they kept praising his senior for being so amazing. He smiled slightly, but remained low-key, displaying the demeanor of a master, unmoved by the praise of the crowd. Qin Hao said slowly, This is nothing, you can do it too. Wow, I'm requesting to add you as a friend. Qin Hao glanced at it and realized that this should be Luo Yunxi, so he clicked agree without thinking. To be honest, this junior high school girl's online name does have a kind of innocent foolishness, befitting a girl who has just become a college student. Qin Hao looked at Luo Yunxi and the others and said, Time is of the essence. We plan to continue searching for supplies. Please do as you please. Since this is a factory, even if it's been damaged, there should still be a lot of supplies here. When Luo Yunxi and the others heard that Qin Hao and the others were leaving, they were a little reluctant to part with them. But all good things must come to an end. unless they were also part of Qin Hao's spaceship. Of course, that's impossible. There are so many girls on Qin Hao's spaceship, he wouldn't even be able to get a turn with them. Among Luo Yunxi's group, a girl timidly said, "Senior Qin Hao, can we follow behind you? We won't hold you back. There are too many zombies here. It's too dangerous. We want to stay behind you. If there are supplies, we only need 10% of them." Upon hearing this, Luo Yunxi, Sun Tong, and the others' eyes lit up. If it were really possible, they would be much safer. All the girls were staring at Qin Hao with longing eyes. Rao Shuqing felt a pang of pity looking at these students who were a year younger than Qin Hao. She said to Qin Hao, why don't you take them with you? If you have any supplies, you can share some with them later. To be honest, Qin Hao didn't really want to bring them along, since they weren't his women. But since his beloved Shuqing has said so, he'll take them along for a while. Alright, just don't cause any trouble, or you'll regret it. Luo Yunxi and the other girls immediately nodded obediently, thanking Qin Hao, Senior, bite. At this moment, Qin Hao was unaware of the implications of bringing these girls along. Perhaps his kidneys would suffer later. However, with his enhanced kidneys, comparable to those of gold, he should be able to withstand it. Chapter 63, Can Toys Be Eaten? I'm guarding outside. Luo Yunxi and the other girls were extremely grateful to Rao Shuqing and Qin Hao. Senior Qin Hao and their counselor, these people are so kind. I must repay them when I have the chance. If Qin Hao were to hear this, he would definitely quote the words that Patriarch Bodhi said to Yukon. What's with all this talk about repaying a debt of gratitude? Just don't mention Brother Qin Hao when you cause trouble in the future. In the following time, Qin Hao first hacked all the frozen zombies to death, gained 48 energy cores. Then, he led a dozen or so girls and began to scavenge for supplies. This factory is actually a bread factory with all kinds of bread. More importantly, there's a lot of undelivered inventory in the warehouse. Qin Hao had a relatively large supply of supplies. He kept some of them and put them into his system space, choosing to give 20% of the share to Luo Yunxi and other junior students. I'll take some first, and you can have a rest. Although it's only 20%, there are quite a few here, so there are nearly 20 or 30 boxes. Luo Yunxi was shocked to see Qin Hao distribute 20 or 30 boxes of bread to them. Are you trying to raise Deadpool? She asked. Do we still want their bodies? It's not entirely impossible. They quickly said, Thank you, Senior. Qin Hao and the others continued on their way, and the next factory turned out to be a place that looked like it was making 8 treasure porridge. However, the number of zombies in the factory left Qin Hao speechless. There were only 11, which they easily wiped out by working together. I don't know why Luo Yunxi and the others are so unlucky. As soon as they arrived here, they went straight to the bread factory, which is probably the place with the most zombies. If you come across this kanji factory, you might be able to give them a piece of your mind. Luo Yunxi also noticed this, and she said with a worried look, I found that there seemed to be fewer zombies here than in the previous factory. There were too many zombies in that bread factory. It was too scary. The other girls were helpless. They had no choice but to pick a place teeming with zombies. Their luck was truly unbelievable. A clothing factory may contain fabric. A workshop that produces auto parts may contain blocks of iron. A place that manufactures game consoles might have game consoles. A place that produces chili sauce may have unused chilies. Qin Hao swept through the factories, going to the clothing factory and taking a lot of fabric, and then to the auto parts workshop and collecting a lot of iron blocks. Surprisingly, there were relatively few zombies in these places, with some places having only a few, which Qin Hao and his group easily dealt with. Received 2,000 pieces of cloth. Received 4,000 iron blocks. Qin Hao currently has more than 1,000,000 pieces of wood that he can't possibly spend, but he is still quite short of iron. This opportunity has just filled that gap. Luo Yunxi and the others were overjoyed to have received 20% of the fabric. They now had better clothes to wear and wouldn't have to worry about getting cold. Qin Hao quite enjoys collecting supplies and likes to hoard them. He only feels at ease when he has enough goods. However, the next factory building really stunned everyone. It turned out to be a factory that produced adult products. Qin Hao looked at the molds and other items, and his lips twitched. It was these things that made him inexplicably angry. Rao Shuqing and Luo Yunxi, along with more than a dozen other women, also blushed slightly as they watched. Looking at the items, Zhao Zihan thought to herself, this doesn't seem to work either. It's not as impressive as Brother Qin Hao's. Upon recalling the scene, she turned pale. It was terrifying. Do you guys need some? Or you can exchange them for food on the Blue Star channel. They'll definitely be very popular. In this awkward situation, Qin Hao suddenly said something that brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. The scene was extremely bizarre, and the group of girls were so embarrassed they were practically prostrating themselves. Lilia looked at the items. She seemed to spend all her time in the lab and didn't quite understand what they were. She asked in confusion, "What are these things? Can we eat them?" Lilia's words made everyone extremely embarrassed. Although Sun Yin was a bit of a homebody, she did know a little about it, because her roommate had seen her using it once. She explained, "Lilia, this is not edible, it's a toy." After saying that, she seemed to remember something and added, "No, it seems like it can be eaten too." "Forget it, Lilia. You're still young. Don't try to understand so much." Lilia, the white-haired girl from the Twin Stars, looks very young, probably just turned 18. She's quite a genius, as she researches longevity potions. Lilia and Sun Yin's words made everyone blush, but they all understood without saying a word. Qin Hao was also extremely embarrassed, but just watching wasn't an option. Qin Hao also stepped forward and collected the cups and other items. Goodness, these could definitely fetch a good price. The items are good, very useful, and will definitely be useful in the future. Junior sister Yunxi, you can take some too. Oh, I want one too. Luo Yunxi and the others saw that Qin Hao had accepted them. In the end, several girls in Luo Yunxi's group pushed her, insisting that she take some food with her, saying that she could exchange it with other people's food on the Blue Star channel later. Luo Yunxi had no choice but to accept it. It was just too embarrassing. Qin Hao continued, "Ahem, let's continue looting." Okay, Luo Yunxi and the other girls said, their faces flushed. This factory area, neither too big nor too small, was basically ransacked by Qin Hao's men during this period, who eliminated all the zombies in the factory buildings. They received bread, iron blocks, cloth, ate treasure porridge, toys, and other items. A very bountiful harvest. Qin Hao looked at the women who had been running around for so long and fighting with zombies. They were all panting and obviously exhausted. He said, "Then everyone should take a rest, eat something, and replenish their energy." "Great. Let's take a break and wait for the enemy to tire themselves out." Upon hearing this, they were overjoyed and chose to rest in a former clean room. They were all exhausted. Rao Shuqing and the others were all right because they had the physique enhancement liquid, but Luo Yunxi and the other girls were somewhat weak. Rao Shuqing suddenly said, "You guys eat first, I'm going to the restroom." After hearing this, Qin Hao's mind started working. He said in a serious tone, "Teacher, to prevent the possibility of zombies and to ensure your safety, I'll go with you." After hearing this, Rao Shuqing's heart pounded. What was Qin Hao doing here? With her strength, taking down a zombie wouldn't be difficult for her. But after thinking about it, I realized that Qin Hao was probably doing it for her safety, and I couldn't let him down. She nodded and said, "Okay, alright, Qin Hao, you can keep watch outside the toilet for a while." Chapter 64, Going to the Toilet in the Clean Room. Rao Shuqing thought that Qin Hao wouldn't do anything reckless, since there were more than a dozen girls here. The other girls, including Sun Yin and Luo Yunxi, didn't feel anything was wrong either. After all, Qin Hao was so powerful that protecting the teacher when he went to the toilet was a perfectly normal thing. Zhao Zihan was somewhat suspicious. As a woman herself, she sensed something was off. Why did her counselor's expression look so similar to her own in the past? She muttered to herself, "I hope it's just my imagination." After all, Rao Shuqing is Qin Hao's tutor, and teachers are usually so serious. Thinking of this, Zhao Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. They definitely wouldn't do anything reckless. She wasn't just scaring herself. Then, Rao Shuqing and Qin Hao headed towards the restroom. Rao Shuqing was about to step into the women's restroom when she noticed that Qin Hao was still following her. She asked doubtfully, "Qin Hao, you could just stay outside and keep watch." Qin Hao said seriously, "Teacher, what if there's zombies inside? I have to go with you." Rao Shuqing blushed instantly and said shyly, "Qin Hao, are you trying to take advantage of me again?" When Qin Hao first tried to sneak off to the toilet on the spaceship, he gave him special instructions. Qin Hao touched his nose and said, "Teacher, please don't think of me in such a despicable way. I'm only thinking about your safety. Your words are making me feel disheartened." After hearing this, Rao Shuqing immediately realized that it made sense. How much had Qin Hao sacrificed for this group? Moreover, she has already been seen, and even those things have been done to her. But I'm still a little shy. Could you turn your head away in a bit? No way, Qin Hao said firmly. After listening, Rao Shuqing said helplessly, "Qin Hao, you're too domineering." Qin Hao was somewhat moved by Rao Shuqing's mature and sophisticated voice. He leaned down, supporting her knees with one hand and wrapping his arms around her back with the other, and gave her a princess carry. He grinned mischievously and said, "I have something even more domineering to offer." He had just been aroused by those toys and was restless. Qin Hao, why are you hugging me? Put me down." Rao Shuqing pressed against Qin Hao's thick chest muscles, struggling slightly. That scoundrel Qin Hao. Is he going to carry her to the toilet? However, her struggles resembled a little rabbit begging in front of a hungry wolf. Qin Hao smiled. Since there was no one else around, he led Rao Shuqing into the women's restroom. This was also the first time he had ever seen a women's restroom. He was a little stunned. He had come all the way to the Twin Towers, and there were still small advertisements, which seemed to be for helping people get pregnant. Qin Hao felt fortunate that this was a survival world. Otherwise, on Earth, he might have been banned from social media that very night. Rao Shuqing felt a tingling sensation as Qin Hao hugged her. This student of hers was so domineering, yet she also felt a strange fondness for him. He was so captivating. "Qin Hao, you don't really want to carry me to the toilet, do you?" she said shyly. Qin Hao asked with great interest, "Isn't that enough? Does the instructor want to do something else?" He gently leaned down and kissed Rao Shuqing's lips. "No, ooh." A seductive, mature woman's voice groaned in the women's restroom. Rao Shuqing felt a tingling sensation all over her body, and in this environment, she was becoming increasingly aroused. Qin Hao noticed that the women's restroom even had a full-length mirror. How high-tech. No wonder the girls took so long to use the restroom. Qin Hao kissed her for a while, then put Rao Shuqing down, took her arms, and let her admire her beautiful body. Looking at herself in the mirror, Rao Shuqing blushed and said shyly, "Qin Hao, I still need to pee. Please spare me." Qin Hao ignored him, pretending not to hear. "Qin Hao, stop. What if the commotion we're making is noticed?" "Qin Hao, a girl will come to use the restroom soon. It will be inappropriate. Leave here immediately." Rao Shuqing said breathlessly. Qin Hao was helpless. He thought this place was fine, so why stop? However, he still held Rao Shuqing in his arms and quietly walked out of the women's restroom, heading toward another empty cleanroom. He was now holding onto Rao Shuqing's leg tightly, unable to separate from her. Inside the cleanroom, the sounds of a fierce fight suddenly erupted. Rao Shuqing, who had been holding back her voice in the women's restroom, finally let it out loud at this moment. An hour later, Rao Shuqing collapsed onto a table in a cleanroom, looking at Qin Hao with resentment. She just said she was holding her pee. Qin Hao said guiltily, "It's okay, it's not a spaceship anyway, so there's no need to clean it. This place is basically abandoned, but they have left some traces on the site of the twin stars." "But those marks." Rao Shuqing seemed to have thought of something and said urgently, "Qin Hao, let's go back quickly. Don't keep them waiting." Qin Hao nodded and helped Rao Shuqing, who was having trouble walking, toward the clean room where Lin Mengyao and the others were. At this moment, Rao Shuqing was also filled with remorse. She had actually been with his student again. What a sin. Furthermore, Qin Hao showed no mercy to women, leaving her barely able to walk. If her students discovered this, she would be finished. With the arrival of Qin Hao and Rao Shuqing, the group of girls immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yin asked with concern, "Counselor, why did you take so long to go to the restroom? We were a little worried that something might have happened to you." Luo Yunxi also asked in confusion, "Yes, where did you guys go?" "I just went to the restroom and didn't see Teacher Rao." As their words were spoken, Qin Hao and Rao Shuqing were immediately embarrassed. Could they really say that? Rao Shuqing was also blushing with embarrassment. Luo Yunxi had actually gone to the toilet. Luckily, they left halfway through, otherwise it would have been incredibly embarrassing if they had been seen. Qin Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he gone out then. Otherwise he probably would have scared that junior student Luo Yunxi to death. Rao Shuqing stammered. "After we finished using the toilet, yes, that's when we saw zombies, and then we went to fight." After hearing this, Sun Yin suddenly realized that they had gone to fight, which explained why they had been gone for more than an hour. Looking at Rao Shuqing's expression, she was also very shocked and said, "But these zombies are too powerful, aren't they?" Even with Qin Hao protecting her, Rao Shuqing still looked so weak, which speaks volumes. Her weak appearance must be the result of overexertion in the battle. Lin Mingyao's big eyes darted around, somewhat puzzled. She felt that her advisor's expression didn't seem like that of someone who had just fought a zombie. Having been through it herself, She felt that this expression looked like the reaction after fighting with brother Qin Hao. The shy girl thought to herself, could it be that my counselor has also fallen for Qin Hao? She's Qin Hao's teacher, after all. And they seem to be in the toilet. It was so exciting, it felt just as thrilling as being on a small boat. Chapter 65, The Vanished Spaceship, Days of Hope. Lin Mingyao blushed as she thought about it, and dared not think any further. Moreover, she was naturally quite shy, so she absolutely dared not ask. Zhao Zihan was also somewhat puzzled. Women are the most sensitive, and she always felt that something was amiss. Qin Hao glanced into the distance, pretending to be nonchalant, but he seemed a little guilty. He could already imagine how shocked they would be when they found out about his relationship with Rao Shuqing. In fact, what Qin Hao didn't know was that what shocked Li Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, and the others even more was that Lin Mingyao, the shy school beauty, had actually beaten them to it. That was truly explosive. Feeling very uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, Rao Shuqing quickly said, "It's all right. It's all over now. Let's continue searching for supplies." Just then, Qin Hao received a broadcast from a spaceship. "Greetings, players. Our stopover will end at 8 p.m. tonight. We will depart promptly at that time. Please plan your time accordingly. Those who miss their chance to board the spaceship will have to say goodbye to this world." Qin Hao and Sun Yan exchanged glances, all somewhat tempted. Zhao Zihan asked in surprise, "Has the stop finally ended after all this time?" To be honest, with so many zombies here, it's quite dangerous. If they weren't so strong, they would probably be in danger, just like Luo Yunxi and the others. On Luo Yunxi's side, as the captain, she also seemed to have heard the announcement. Luo Yunxi looked at Qin Hao and the others and said, "Our spaceship will take off promptly at 8 o'clock tonight." Qin Hao laughed and said, "So are we." Sun Tong and the others were a little reluctant to part. She thought to herself, are we really going to have to say goodbye already? I hope we can meet our seniors again at the next stop. However, it was just a thought in my mind. The two were not related, and it was impossible for the senior to take them to run around the map every time. Qin Hao said directly, "It's getting late. Let's part ways here. Life is full of unexpected encounters. We'll meet again someday, if fate allows." Hearing those words that sounded like an order to leave, Luo Yunxi felt too embarrassed to stay, no matter how reluctant she was. Luo Yunxi, the junior student, nodded obediently and said, "Senior Qin Hao, Yunxi will definitely do everything she can to repay you in the future. Their current situation is really not good. They can only hope that one day they will become successful and then repay Qin Hao and the others." Luo Yunxi felt somewhat helpless. Her talent was called Holy Radiance, but she had found it to be useless and didn't know if she would ever have a chance to use it in the future. Sun Tong and the others quickly said, "Goodbye, seniors, thank you." Sun Tong felt a pang of regret. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She probably wouldn't meet such a high-quality man again. She was so close to succeeding. As Luo Yunxi and the others left, Qin Hao looked at Rao Shuqing and the other women, including Lilia, and said, "We still need to go to a place to find Zheng Chong and the other spaceship and see if we can annihilate them. These guys dare to attack you. They'll pay a heavy price." Upon hearing this, Rao Shuqing and the others immediately nodded. Zhao Zihan waved her little pink fist and said, "Brother Qin Hao, let's go. We must teach them a lesson." Qin Hao nodded, took out a map of the town, glanced at the approximate location marked, and realized it was quite far from them, so he hurriedly headed in that direction. Their physical fitness had all improved, so they moved quite quickly. After a long time, Qin Hao followed the route on the map and arrived at the edge of the town. The area is adjacent to what used to be a primeval forest, where you can still see huge logs, all traces of extensive logging. However, to Qin Hao and the other's surprise, there seemed to be no spaceship here. That's not entirely correct. The spaceship should be missing from here. They could see traces of a spaceship here, and signs of a struggle, including not only zombies but also human corpses. Zhao Zihan exclaimed in shock, "My God, what on earth happened here?" They frowned deeply as they looked at the chaotic scene. Qin Hao also looked solemn. He had come here hoping to reap some rewards, but he didn't expect this outcome. He thought to himself, "I think there must be a spaceship here. Based on the corpses here, I guess they may have been overrun by zombies, and then another team happened to pass by and retrieve the spaceship. Or perhaps the spaceship encountered the enemy, was forcibly breached, and then recovered." Rao Shuqing exclaimed in shock. "Doesn't that mean there's a spaceship here with the potential to be upgraded to a level 4 spaceship?" Upgrading a tier 4 spaceship is difficult not only because upgrade fragments are hard to find, but also because the spaceship heart is relatively hard to obtain. Energy cores are here. As long as you are strong enough, you won't lack them. Lilia said, I hope they mean us no harm. She guessed that this team must be very strong. Now, that Lilia has integrated into Qin Hao's group, she has learned a lot of information and has adapted quickly with her intelligence. Qin Hao waved his hand and said, since the spaceship has been taken away, there's nothing we can do. We can go back now. Looking at the many corpses on the ground, he guessed that the remaining people on Zhengchang's spaceship must have been killed. Oh well, that put his mind at ease. Moreover, he knew that a level 5 spaceship no longer needed a spaceship heart, but rather upgrade blueprints. Materials required for upgrading a spaceship to level 5, 500/1180 energy cores, 150 tenths upgrade fragments, 150 50ths divine iron, 1/0 level 5 spaceship upgrade blueprint. Qin Hao remembered that he obtained 50 pieces of this divine iron from the spaceship's recovery. He wondered if refined iron could be used to synthesize it. Currently, it seems that 10 iron blocks can be combined into one piece of refined iron. Does that mean 10 pieces of refined iron need to be combined into one piece of divine iron? However, it seems that the synthesis method has not yet been opened, or it is simply not possible to synthesize it. Qin Hao shook his head, clearing his mind. It was time to return to the spaceship to prevent any accidents. Let's go back to the spaceship. Okay, Zhao Zihan said with a sweet smile. They acquired many good things on this trip and also encountered normal people from other spaceships, putting them in an extremely good mood. Finally, after a long and arduous journey, they returned to the spaceship. I saw a group of very beautiful girls greeting me. Li Mengmeng, dressed in her little chef outfit, greeted everyone cheerfully. Ling Xiaoke changed into another pretty short skirt, making the young girl look fresh and refined. As a talented tailor, she never wore the same clothes twice. And then there's Chun Xiao, wearing a tight-fitting bodycon dress that perfectly outlines her full hips, as if she had just finished working out. Clearly, they had all ordered custom-made clothes from Ling Xiaoke. Brother Qin Hao, you're finally back. Captain, welcome home. Qin Hao was immersed in the pleasant sounds of Brother Qin Hao, feeling overjoyed. These days were truly full of hope. Chapter 66, Rare Item, Lettuce Rice. Qin Hao's lips curled up slightly. This is the kind of life that's wonderful. Then, Li Mengmeng on his left pulled his arm and swayed it, while Ling Xiaoke on his right massaged his shoulder, leaving everyone else stunned. Brother Qin Hao, I miss you. Brother Qin Hao, let Xiaoke give you a shoulder massage. You've worked hard. The other girls on the spaceship couldn't bear to watch, and, as time went on, the two of them completely stopped pretending. Many people even suspect that Li Mengmeng and her partner have already succeeded. Lin Mingyao, standing behind, unconsciously pouted. She was still a little shy and not proactive enough. Otherwise, she would have liked to hug Qin Hao. Rao Shuqing looked at her former obedient students, now reduced to this state, and shook her head. Fortunately, she had just succeeded too. Moreover, the forbidden feeling between teacher and student made her somewhat unable to resist. After that time in the women's restroom, her talent improved further, gradually increasing, and her physique also became stronger. The saying goes, once you've had a first time, you'll have countless more. Unbeknownst to her, Rao Shuqing had already been intimate with Qin Hao twice, and who knows, they might even go further in the future. In the back, Leng Shi remained silent. She always had this aloof demeanor and rarely spoke up. Looking at Li Mengmeng and the others being so proactive, Leng Shi suddenly wondered if she was too quiet and if Qin Hao no longer wanted to play with her. Did she need to change? In the days leading up to this, Qin Hao would occasionally tease her, which made her both annoyed and a little fond of him. But Qin Hao hasn't been playing around with her these past 2 days. Does he hate me now? If Qin Hao were to hear Leng Shi's words, he could only say, you're overthinking it. You just have too many women around you and can't handle them all. Amidst the welcoming crowd, Qin Hao returned to the spaceship. Sun Yin also felt a sense of urgency because Qin Hao, this high-quality guy, was just too popular. As the only male on the ship, and so outstanding, it's only been a short time, yet he's already showing promise. Just then, a girl jogged over. It was Song Weiniang. She happily told Qin Hao and Rao Shuqing, Captain, Counselor, the rare lettuce I cultivated has grown up, and we can eat it tonight. In addition, other fresh vegetables have also been cultivated. Qin Hao looked at the girl with a satisfied expression. This girl is not bad. She looks all right and knows how to cultivate plants. He laughed and said, not bad, Wanning. Then we'll eat the vegetables you grew tonight. Li Mengmeng chimed in, great. I'll cook some dishes for everyone. She happened to be wearing a little chef's outfit, and with her talent, the dishes she made might taste even better. Ling Xiaoka pouted and said, Ming Ming, then make more food for me. I'm gonna make you some pretty clothes. Ling Xiaoka's talent as a tailor was originally her advantage, allowing her to change into beautiful clothes in rotation. If she were to make clothes for other girls, her advantage would be greatly diminished. In fact, Ling Xiaoka both loved and hated her talent. It was quite useful in the early stages, since everyone needs to wear clothes. But once the clothes are made, it seems like they're no longer of any help. They can only make some pretty clothes to please everyone's eyes. Could it be that my mom taught me to knit sweaters, and I knitted scarves for myself in college, and that's how I suddenly developed a talent for tailoring? That's too hasty. Actually, her talent could be further improved, but she needs the captain to help her. By working hard day and night, one can improve their talent and even create inner armor. But Qin Hao is simply too powerful. Last time, he had knocked her unconscious with his magic, so she dared not let him use it on her again. She was somewhat terrified. Just then, the spaceship took off and embarked on its journey. Spaceship is about to take off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spacecraft launched successful. Next stop, unknown. Qin Hao and the others glanced at it but ignored it, as they were already used to it. Afterwards, Qin Hao, led by Song Weiying, visited her small garden in the flower room. Qin Hao discovered that the flower room was quite large, 2 or 3 times the size of normal room, and contained a lot of fertile black soil, which must have been collected by her counselor. On the black soil, there are many vegetarian dishes and flowers, all of which are Song Weiying's proud creations. The largest of them all was the lettuce, which looked to be over a meter tall. Each leaf was enormous, plump, and full of essence, seemingly containing a magical power. Qin Hao exclaimed in astonishment, Is this the rare lettuce? It truly is full of vitality and endless life. He felt that this kind of thing, which improves physical fitness through continuous consumption, might be better than the body-strengthening liquid. It would gradually improve his vitality and physical condition, making it an absolute treasure. The difference between it and body-strengthening liquid is that one has a significant effect, while the other is continuous. Song Weiying also laughed and said, Yes, Captain, I even suspect that the physique enhancement fluid is made from something similar to lettuce extract. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. If they use this lettuce to experiment with Su, Jiejia, and Lilia, they might actually come up with something interesting. Song Weiying continued, Captain, we could just pick off all the leaves now. In just 2 days, it will grow back, and it will be of even better quality. As expected of a rare item, tisk tsk, Qin Hao praised. Then, they removed all the leaves and handed them to Li Mingming. Qin Hao looked at Li Mingming and smiled. Mingming, can you cook rice? I want to eat rice. They had already obtained some rice from opening treasure chests, and with what they'd scavenged from the supermarket, they had a huge pile of rice. If conditions weren't so bad right now, Qin Hao would have decided to eat rice with every meal. He felt that if you don't eat rice, can you still call it eating? Li Mingming hummed, Of course. My talent is amazing. Li Mingming was very happy. Finally, her talent could be put to use again. Moreover, after connecting with Qin Hao several times, her talent became even stronger and cooking was no longer difficult. By combining these techniques multiple times in the future, your talent will be upgraded. You might even be able to use this cooking rule in your imagination to make water boil to fight your enemies, turn people into roast meat, and create a combat-type talent. Finally, with Li Mingming's tinkering, a sumptuous feast was cooked. Rice, stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, grilled yellow croaker, pan-fried ribbon fish, lettuce with oyster sauce, shredded potatoes, tuna, 3-cup chicken, roast duck, rice wine, etc. Some of the frozen meat was seized from the supermarket. Inside the restaurant, everyone was practically drooling over the delicious food on the table. It was just too good to be true. Qin Hao swallowed hard. He was so hungry. To be able to eat such good food during his life of survival was like eating the finest delicacies. Let's dig in. After Qin Hao finished speaking, the people sitting at the 3 tables in the restaurant couldn't wait any longer and began to feast. Jagged rice. My goodness, this is so delicious. Wow, the fragrance is making me dizzy. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Qin Hao accidentally took a picture and posted it on the Blue Star channel. Great Wall Watch. Eating.jpg. Chapter 67 Moral Blackmal. Breakthrough. Awakening of supernatural abilities. When Qin Hao posted a photo of a huge table of food on the Blue Star channel, it was like a bolt from the blue. The previously sparse comments section instantly exploded. Wow, Overwatch is so amazing. I'm so envious. I need food, you beasts. Wall watchers, how could you be so cruel? I'm starving. Leezy, bro, I advise you back out. I really can't stand it anymore. My eyes are about to turn red. I almost got bitten by a zombie just now, trying to grab a bowl of instant noodles. Meichuan clothes. Oh my god, so much delicious food. I want to eat too. My tummy is rumbling. Special Forces soldier. As expected of our Overwatch brothers, you're really capable. Qin Hao looked at the comments section, where some people were praising him. Wahaha, seemed to be Luo Yunxi's online name. Her internet speed was quite fast. The vast majority of people cursed him, calling him a beast for eating all the good food by himself. Qin Hao felt fortunate that he hadn't casually sent the picture of the beautiful woman next to him. Otherwise, he would have been bombarded with criticism. You know, Qin Hao was sitting with Meng Meng on his left, Ling Xiaoke on his right, and Lin Mingyao directly opposite him, along with Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, Leng Shi, and other beauties. It was practically paradise on Earth. Not a fairy. Great Wall Watchers, I think those of you who are doing well should all give away some food to help everyone for free. The comments section took a completely different turn after this comment, which was not from Fairy. Generally, the first few comments determine the values expressed in the comment section. Once someone speaks, others immediately follow suit. Xian Hai. Yes, as fellow human beings, we should help each other. We are also fellow Chinese. Don't eat cilantro. That's right, Great Wall Watch, Special Forces, Black Wolf Guild, Fairy Alliance. Aren't you guys among the best performing ones? You're either a level 3 or a level 4 spaceship. You should help your fellow humans and give us some food when we're lacking it. Below, there are many group tours. In fact, not everyone is as well off as Qin Hao and his group. Most people are still struggling with hunger and cold, scrambling for a sip of water or a bite to eat. However, these foods were earned through their own hard work. Why should they be given them for free when they did nothing? Civil engineering guy, how can you use moral blackmail? If you don't eat cilantro, come to my spaceship. I guarantee you'll have a good meal. Leezy, can't you support yourself? All you do is try to manipulate others in the comment section. Not a fairy. I'm not trying to morally blackmail you. Why are you in such a hurry? I just mentioned it casually. Those who are able can give it away. Leezy, who's in a hurry? If the little fairy doesn't have any food, I can give you some. Come to my spaceship and fuck her. Qin Hao watched the comment section shift and change, and a smirk twitched at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, this is really interesting. He doesn't like pressure. I'll have to be more low-key next time, so they don't keep nagging. Great Wall Watch. Want a freeload? Why should I give you food when we're complete strangers? If you really want some, well, you'll have to kneel down and beg me, and you'll have to pay a price. Qin Hao directly confronted the situation forcefully and fearlessly. Since everyone was trying to survive, who was afraid of whom? Not a fairy, what do you want? Great Wall Watch. Drug testing and brand verification, French slang. Not a fairy. Photo JPG. Great Wall Watch. Sorry, you're rejected. You won't even have a chance to pay the price. Not a fairy. Are you kidding me? The person on the other side was truly furious. The physical damage wasn't significant, but the insults were extremely strong. Qin Hao looked at the tank in the photo and shuddered. It was so ugly, he refused to accept it. He shook his head, trying to forget those images. Looking at Lin Mingyao and Su Tueda and the others, I felt much better. Sure enough, looking at beautiful women can be pleasing to the mind and body. Although Rao Shuqing and the others were eating, quite a few people were still reading the comment section. Zhao Zihan's chest heaved as she said, Pa. They have such high hopes, wanting to give them food for free? What a pipe dream. If we weren't strong enough, we would have been eaten by zombies. And those scumbags were also Chinese last time. They even beat me up. This is something I got by risking my life in a fight. I'm not going to give it to them. Zhao Zihan's words reached everyone's ears, and they all nodded in agreement. No one objected. After all, Zhao Zihan, the wet nurse, was almost always present whenever she went out to find food, making her an extremely competent caregiver. Whenever someone sprains their ankle, gets injured, or is feeling unwell, she offers help. You know, the first time she went out after arriving at Songling Grassland, she went out. At that time, even the dutiful class monitor, Leng Shi, didn't go out because she was afraid of running naked. Qin Hao agreed, and said with a smile, Zihan is right. I support you. Qin Hao hadn't expected that mentioning Zihan in front of everyone would be so damaging. Rao Shuqing, Li Meng, and others were all a little jealous and extremely envious. Baby Zihan, you call her, that's so sweetly. Lin Mingyao thought for a moment, then secretly rejoiced. The captain had also called me Mingyao baby. After eating and drinking his fill, Qin Hao let out a comfortable burp. He had thoroughly enjoyed the meal, finding it both delicious and entertaining. He laughed and said, I'm full. You guys take your time eating. I'm going to rest for a bit. Go ahead, brother Qin Hao. Ling Xiaoke and the other girls replied. At this moment, Qin Hao came to the sofa in the hall and lay leisurely. After eating so much lettuce, he was showing faint signs of a breakthrough. Could it be that I'm about to break through level 2, surpass the limits of humanity, and become a Superman? He swallowed a golden, shackled fruit, and a feeling of breaking free from genetic constraints welled up within him. Immediately afterwards, Qin Hao felt a lightness throughout his body. His body was slowly being transformed, his physique was being enhanced, and his whole body was undergoing a metamorphosis. It's done. I've done it. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao exclaimed in surprise. His body underwent a transformation, reaching the level 2 strength. Moreover, he seems to have awakened something. He immediately activated the Eye of True Sight. Name, Qin Hao. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Combat strength, capable of defeating level 2 low-level monsters, elite. Talent, 11-fold amplification. Special ability, King's Seal. Entries, copying, Eye of True Sight, Danger Sense. Qin Hao stared at his screen, his eyes wide. He exclaimed in shock, what? Could it be that breaking through the limits of humanity and becoming an elite human allows one to awaken superpowers? He could already imagine how shocking it would be to deliver the King of Men's seal to those Godzillas and stone men in the battle that followed. But now, he needs to take a shower first. After the transformation, he's covered in dirt. Without thinking, he ran straight to the bathroom. However, to Qin Hao's utter surprise, some of the girls had already finished eating and were even taking a shower inside. Chapter 68, Does the ethereal and otherworldly Kong Linger need purification? At this very moment, in that bathroom, or rather, in that large public bathhouse, there was a sweet-looking girl with skin as white as jade, taking a bath. Water droplets flowed down her body, outlining her alluring curves, giving her an ethereal and otherworldly air. Her large, clear eyes, seemingly sparkling with light, were extremely beautiful. Qin Hao was just about to take a shower when he bumped into a girl taking a shower. The girl was slightly taken aback when she saw Qin Hao and said somewhat unexpectedly, Captain, what brings you here? She only expressed confusion, seemingly unaffected by Qin Hao seeing her. That girl was none other than Kong Linga, who possessed the talent for purification. It is said that she was the only daughter of a scholarly family, lived in a villa on a hillside since childhood, was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and seemed to be an idealist. During his school years, Qin Hao actually paid some attention to Kong Linger. He found that this girl had a pure heart and seemed to have her own inner world. Qin Hao glanced at her and said awkwardly, Ahem, I came here to take a shower. I thought you were all eating. I didn't expect you to be in there too. After learning the reason, Kong Linger seemed uninterested and said indifferently, Oh, okay. Qin Hao's eyes widened. Why was he reacting like this? Normally, shouldn't he be incredibly shy and scream loudly? He asked, Little Linger, aren't you shy when I look at you? You've been seen naked. Unexpectedly, Kong Linger's reaction was beyond Qin Hao's expectations. The seemingly untouched girl said, Captain, actually, I was quite shy when you saw me naked for the first time. But this seems to have happened more than once. I'm used to it. Then, she glanced at Qin Hao and said, Captain, do you enjoy watching me stare at you with such wide eyes? Qin Hao was taken aback by the question, scratched his head, and still shamelessly admitted, Who told you to be so beautiful? I quite enjoy looking at you, cough cough. At this moment, Qin Hao had already thought about how he would leave the stage if he were forced to do so. Unexpectedly, this little girl, Kong Linger, gave us another small shock. Kong Linger said blankly, Oh, Captain, if you like watching, then watch more. Kong Linger felt that Qin Hao, as a busy captain, had made so many contributions to everyone and was a good captain. Besides, since they had all been seen before, there was no harm in looking at them a few more times. In Kong Linger's world, she believed that the body was just a shell, natural and genuine, without dirt or shame. As long as one's heart was pure, nothing could move her. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately felt that Kong Linger's realm was quite profound. Kong Linger seemed to sense Qin Hao's doubts, and she explained, I am also influenced by the philosophy of Laozi and Zhuangzi. I believe that heaven and earth gave me life, and my body is naturally formed. What is there to be ashamed of? Qin Hao exclaimed, Wow, it seems I'll have to let all the women on the spaceship read Laozi and Zhuangzi's philosophical books from now on. Look at Kong Linger's level of enlightenment. Qin Hao felt that Kong Linger seemed to have absolutely no concept of matters between men and women, completely unaffected by worldly affairs, and he felt somewhat embarrassed to lead her astray. Okay then, my body is too dirty, I need to take a shower too. He brazenly began to take off his clothes and shower, but he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Kong Linger out of the corner of his eye and thought to himself, what a sin. Qin Hao didn't mean to look, but his eyes seemed to have a special ability to pinpoint locations. However, given Kong Linger's level of understanding, she wouldn't mind if she thought about it more openly. But the more she looked at it, the angrier she became, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. Kong Linger looked over and said to Qin Hao, Captain, why are you looking at me with such malice? Being targeted by Qin Hao's malicious intent made her feel uncomfortable and caused a reaction, which she couldn't even suppress with her own thoughts and awareness. Qin Hao was actually trying to restrain himself, but the allure of Kong Linger was simply too great. This pure and innocent girl, untouched by the world, has a graceful figure and snow-white skin. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by her? Qin Hao twitched the corner of his mouth and said, I can't help it. You're just too good-looking. Do you need me to purify it for you? Kong Linger asked. Need. Then, Kong Linger actually walked over amidst the swirling water mist. Under Qin Hao's shocked gaze, she began to unleash her talent. However, just when Qin Hao thought it was just a normal display of her talent, his eyes widened in surprise. This girl actually knew how to use it. Kong Linger said elegantly, I seem to know what Brother Qin Hao is thinking. You want to purify yourself like this, so I will purify yourself like this. Qin Hao's eyes widened in shock. Linger, you're amazing. That's incredible. He couldn't resist kissing her pretty face. The overwhelming affection she felt was making her somewhat restless and unsettled. Kong Linger sensed Qin Hao's turmoil and also accurately noticed the greasy hair that reflected that turmoil. She seemed to have made a decision, since the captain liked it. Then she gently bent down. Unconsciously, a slight blush flashed across her face. Qin Hao felt as if struck by lightning, leaving his mind blank. He thought to himself that he was too bad, considering how innocent Xiao Linger was. He questioned in his heart, Do Bao, you said you'd build a bathroom, so why build a huge public bathhouse? These are all custom-made according to the owner's requirements. Qin Hao also touched his nose. It was his first time using a public bathhouse, and it was even unisex. Name, Kong Linger. Awakened talent, purification. Strength, level 1 medium. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 95. Size C. Number of users charging, 0. Kong Linger is quite tall, but not heavy, probably because Lazy isn't very big. But, as time went on, Qin Hao became increasingly restless. Then he separated Kong Linger, pinched her chin, and pinned her against the wall. Then she whispered, Linger, is it alright? Kong Linger was also experiencing some emotional fluctuations at this moment, so she realized that a healer cannot heal herself. She felt as if she was about to succumb to his influence. She could only nod slightly and give a barely audible With Kong Linger's consent, a fierce battle unfolded in the steamy bathroom. Linger, my darling, am I amazing? I really want to make you cry. Then, Qin Hao discovered that Kong Linger had indeed been brought to tears by the magic. An hour later, Qin Hao looked at Kong Linger, who was somewhat dizzy from his magic, and silently apologized. He's so mean. Actually, it's also because Kong Linger's ideological awareness was too high, which caused him to lose his lychee after looking at it for so long. Otherwise, if he had looked at it less, he could have restrained himself. While still somewhat dizzy, Kong Linger said incoherently, Captain, after you finish your bath, please carry me back. It would be even better if I could put on some clothes. Kong Linger felt that her cultivation level was still not high enough, and she was even afraid of being found out. But it's just a shell. If the captain likes it, what's wrong with that? Fortunately, Qin Hao didn't expect Kong Linger's true feelings. Otherwise, he would have been even more guilty. What a pure and innocent young girl she was. After a quick wash, Qin Hao dried Kong Linger off, dressed her, and quietly carried her out of the bathroom. Chapter 69. 5.14 billion people remaining as spaceship information officers. Qin Hao felt that it might also be due to his recent breakthrough. At this moment, he was full of energy, as if he possessed a golden kidney and had powerful energy, seemingly capable of fighting for 300 rounds. Just as Qin Hao came out of the bathroom and was about to carry Kong Linger back to the room, by sheer coincidence, Su Wanqing, who had just finished eating, saw them and bumped into them. Last time, when he carried Lin Mengyao back to her room, this girl ran into him. When Su Wanqing saw Qin Hao holding the weakened Kong Linger in the bathroom, something suddenly occurred to her. Could it be that they? She quickly turned around and walked in another direction, pretending not to have seen it. Su Wanqing muttered awkwardly to herself, I think I just drank some rice wine, and I'm a little drunk. Where am I? Qin Hao was also having a headache. He was always keeping a secret now, but if everyone found out, wouldn't the harem be in chaos? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. During this process, Qin Hao thankfully didn't encounter any other girls, otherwise it would have been quite awkward. After placing Kong Linger on the bed, he looked at her pretty face and couldn't help but kiss her. Pop! Qin Hao said softly. Our Linger is such a good baby. Sleep well, good night. After being kissed by Qin Hao, Kong Linger seemed to hear his gentle voice again and immediately fell into a sweeter sleep. At this moment, Qin Hao was somewhat moved and almost closed his heart off love. How could these girls be so perfect? The shy school beauty Lin Mengyao and the ethereal Kong Linger are both enough to make him seal his heart and lock away his love. Unfortunately, as the captain of this chaotic world, it was impossible for him to protect everyone while also improving the strength of all the women. He knew that Kong Linger definitely also had the secret of the Hawan system, and that her purification should have been enhanced after her talent was upgraded. Qin Hao regained his Dao heart and muttered to himself, Yes, I was right. I did it all for everyone, so that our class could survive in the apocalypse. After leaving Kong Linger's room, Qin Hao was somewhat dazed. As more and more women became involved with him, his desire to become a playboy actually diminished. This may be because he hasn't fully adapted yet, but it's also possible that Qin Hao's time to become a sage has come. At this moment, Qin Hao returned to the hall and casually found a sofa to lie down on. There were quite a few girls in the hall, who were obviously all full. When they saw Qin Hao arrive, they smiled and waved as a greeting. Some girls choose to go swimming, some go to the gym, and some go dancing. Those who come to the lobby usually come to check what events are happening on the Blue Star channel, or to discuss survival strategies, or just chat for a while. Bai Shuer sighed. I don't know where we'll be next. There are so many zombies at this stop. We feel like we can't really help much. Su Wanqing glanced at Qin Hao guiltily before sighing. Maybe the next stop will be even harder. Rao Shuqing was also there. She glanced at the small numbers in a corner of the Blue Star channel. Number of people, 5.14 billion/8.28 billion. She guessed, indeed, each station might be more difficult than the last. We are now in a level 4 spaceship, which is considered one of the top groups. It's hard to imagine how difficult it must be for those who are still in level 1, or even level 2. I checked the Blue Star channel, and this seems to show the total number of users and the number of users remaining. That means nearly 3 billion people have died in the past few days, leaving 5.14 billion people remaining. As Rao Shuqing's words were spoken, the group of girls were immediately shocked. Many of them looked towards the corner of the Blue Star channel, and indeed, it was just as she said. Even Qin Hao, who was leisurely lying on the sofa, was slightly startled. Had so many people died in just a few days? This was a bit too terrifying. He said in a deep voice, the vast majority of people here are probably elderly, children, sick, or disabled. The other girls nodded in agreement, agreeing that it was definitely true, but it was still terrifying. Rao Shuqing continued. Moreover, I obtained some very useful knowledge from the Blue Star channel, which should be the result of a knowledge-sharing organization. For example, how do you obtain the core of a level 4 spaceship? By recycling broken spaceships. If you are infected with the zombie virus, you can eat an energy core to break the zombie virus. Bai Shuer, Qin Hao, and the others also moved slightly. This is absolutely essential survival knowledge. Qin Hao immediately said, Instructor, this knowledge is indeed important. It seems that we should assign a spaceship information officer to be responsible for collecting information. This is of utmost importance. Rao Shuqing nodded and said, We do need to. Let's gather our classmates and see who is suitable. She felt it was best to choose companies that stayed indoors and didn't go out often, and that were reliable. After all, if permissions are granted, not only can they view the Blue Star channel, but they can also open the spaceship's doors and windows. Then, she started calling over the students who weren't busy. Following that, A number of girls entered the hall one after another. Li Mingming, Ling Xiaoke, Zhao Zihan, Lin Mingyao, Lung Shi by Ruashi, by Riao, Tu Yi, Song Weining, Lilia, and Su Tueda, along with a group of other girls, quickly arrived in the hall. Kong Ling didn't come this time, because Qin Hao had coaxed her to sleep. Lying on the sofa, Qin Hao felt a pair of white, fleshy thighs sitting on his right. It turned out to be Sun Yin's thighs. He lay there leisurely, gazing at those fair, firm, straight, and slender legs, and naturally reached out his right hand to touch them. As soon as Sun Yin sat down on the sofa, she saw Qin Hao, who was lying lazily, reaching out to touch her thigh with remarkable ease. She was immediately furious. How could a captain touch her thigh? The counselor told him to come to a meeting, but there are so many people here it's so embarrassing. She dared not resist, fearing it would attract more attention, and muttered to herself, Sun Yin, don't make a sound, don't make a sound. If they notice, it will be even more embarrassing. Li Mingming watched as Qin Hao touched Sun Yin's thigh, pretending not to see it, and quickly sat down at Qin Hao's left before Ling Xiaoke could. Then, without blushing or skipping a beat, she took Qin Hao's left hand and placed it on her white stockings. Seeing this, Ling Xiaoke felt helpless and immediately said angrily, Mingming, you green TB *TC, you want to steal everything. I'm not going to argue with you. Then, she casually found a place to sit down. At this moment, Rao Shuqing looked at the girls arguing over each other and helplessly rubbed her forehead. It's just a small meeting to select a spaceship information officer, and they all have to get so close to Qin Hao. These students are not behaving themselves. However, as a teacher, she naturally didn't want to argue with them. Qin Hao touched Su's thigh with his right hand and placed his left hand on Li Mingming's white stockings. He felt that this was simply living like an emperor. He chuckled and said, the instructor called everyone here mainly to select the spaceship's information officer, who will be responsible for collecting knowledge and information within the channel. Who do you think is capable of doing this? Chapter 70 Information Collector organizes supplies. Qin Hao continued, ideally, they shouldn't go out often, and they should be able to work meticulously and at a high intensity. Qin Hao was stunned for a moment. He felt like he was being hired, and he'd become the heartless boss. As Qin Hao spoke, the girls present looked at each other thoughtfully. Li Mingming spoke first. Brother Qin Hao, I can do it. Besides cooking, I can also keep an eye on the messages on the channel. After hearing this, Rao Shuqing thought for a moment and said, Mingming, you work so hard cooking, I'm afraid you can't do two things at once. I think it's better to leave the job to other students. We can select 2 or 3 and have them take turns. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao shook his head and smiled, wondering how it was becoming more and more like those unscrupulous factories. Among the crowd, a girl with a sweet appearance raised her hand. She was the class's academic representative and also the student with the best grades in the class. Her name is Ruan Qingran. She usually likes to wear glasses, but in fact, her nearsightedness is very mild and has no effect on her. Now that the spaceship has taken it away, his glasses are gone, and he looks dazed. Ruan Qingran said, Captain, I am capable of this job. I enjoy learning, and I don't usually sleep much, so I am well suited for this position. In fact, now that everyone has taken the body-strengthening liquid, everyone's rest time has been shortened considerably, but they are still as energetic as ever. Qin Hao, who was lying down, sat up slightly, stared at the former bespectacled girl Ruan Qingran, and nodded, saying, Okay, you count as one. Then he looked at the crowd and asked, Is there anyone else who wants to take up a position? 2 more people in the crowd raised their hands. Those were actually by Ruashi and by Riao, those 2 silly sisters. Bai Ruashi smiled and said, Captain, my silly sister and I are both night owls, so we can handle it. When Rao Shuqing and the other girls heard this, they also smiled slightly. These 2 silly twin sisters always brought a kind of comical charm. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated, saying, All right, I'll trust you 2 for now. He thought, these 2 silly sisters shouldn't mess things up, right? He continued, then it's settled. The 3 of you can take turns collecting them. Just look at them occasionally. Don't overwork yourself. Just treat it as browsing videos online when you're bored. Qin Hao didn't want to put pressure on them. This wasn't a shady company, so he let them wander around whenever they had time. Yes, we will definitely collect them carefully, Ruan Qingran and Bai Ruashi replied. They don't have any special talents these days, but they will try their best to help others and play their part in whatever way they can. Rao Shuqing thought for a moment and said, Don't be sad if there are other students who weren't selected. There will be times when you can help us. As everyone's teacher, and with Qin Hao delegating authority to her, Rao Shuqing's words are easily believed by everyone. The other girls had no objections either. They understood that obeying orders and uniting the group was a useful thing in itself. Afterwards, Rao Shuqing also told everyone that consuming energy cores could cure the zombie virus. As for how to obtain the heart of the spaceship, they already knew from Qin Hao. Wow, I never imagined that energy cores could be used like this. This thing used for the spaceship's kinetic and defensive energy can actually absorb energy. They hadn't expected that, due to their preconceived notions, this energy core could be used to replenish the spaceship's laser power and subconsciously regarded it as a source of energy. Moreover, it was obtained from zombies. I wonder which genius came up with the idea that it could be consumed. Qin Hao laughed and said, I didn't expect this either. It seems that to survive, we need to brainstorm together. In the future, we can also share some trivial things and exchange information with each other. The group of girls nodded. That mutual aid organization must have the same idea. He took the initiative to share, and some of those who benefited from it also shared some useful knowledge in return. Qin Hao granted the authority to the class monitor Ruan Qingran and the twin sisters by Ruashi, allowing her to collect information from time to time. It would be even better if I could get some tips on dealing with goblins, werewolves, and the like. After that, Qin Hao began to organize the supplies. Materials: 4,000 iron blocks, 90 refined iron, 50 divine iron, 1 million wood, 600 stone. Food: yellow croaker 19,000, ribbon fish 6,000, tuna 74. Household necessities: fabric, 2,000 kilograms of fabric, 80 caddies of cotton. Upgrade materials: 1,500 energy cores, 10 upgrade fragments. Rare items: 1 talent stone, 1 concentration fruit, 1 talent fruit, 2 dragon spirit fruits, 5 happy fruits, 8 shackle fruits, 50,000 constitution enhancement fluid. Copying in progress. Other: Arctic Storm Treasure Chest Map 1, Rare Weapon Material 1, Iron Greatsword, Iron Axe, Log Pistol, Spirit Helmet, Life Extension Potion. Treasure chests: 6 bronze chests, 3 silver chests, 1 gold chest. Since the supermarket and stores had so much stuff, with plenty of water, food, and small items, Qin Hao was too lazy to even look at them. Mainly look at the unusual items and other things. To Qin Hao's delight, he now had 10 treasure chests, making him a little rich. He planned to ask Suda Tue to open them and see what good stuff he could get. He also gave the rare materials to Lu Shuang, asking her to use her talent to craft a weapon for him. Qin Hao pinched Sun Yin's smooth thigh and laughed. Yin Yin, we've collected 10 treasure chests. Why don't you open them all and do a 10 pull? He felt that Sun Yin was a lucky star. Not only was it fun to open her legs, but she could also get good things from opening treasure chests. Moreover, it seemed that she herself had obtained several treasure chests. Then he laid the treasure chest flat on the ground. Sun Yin felt a little shy as Qin Hao pinched her leg, her face turning red. There were so many people around, and even though she had feelings for Qin Hao, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. She quickly got up, looked at the treasure chest on the ground, and nodded blankly, saying, "Okay, then I'll open it." Other girls also gathered around. They pretended not to see Qin Hao pinching Sun Yin's thigh, as it was nothing new to them. It was just a pity that it wasn't them he was pinching, but Sun Yin's legs were something Qin Hao really liked. Li Mengmeng, with her arm around Qin Hao's, also watched. Opening treasure chests is quite exciting. It's like opening blind boxes. Under everyone's gaze, Sun Yin began to unleash her luck talent. Soft light shone on the 10 treasure chests, and she was going to do a 10 pull. Chapter 71. 10 consecutive draws yield treasures. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Sun Yin opened each treasure chest one by one. The soft light made the treasure chests glow with a golden light. The first bronze treasure chest received 10 iron blocks, 5 3L bottles of water, 20 compressed biscuits, and 1 20 kilograms bag of rice. The second bronze treasure chest received 1 L of peanut oil, 5 10 clothing items, 2 energy cores, and 1 rare talent fruit. The third bronze treasure chest gained 5 energy cores, 10 refined iron, an iron short blade, and 1 speed boots, rare. The fourth bronze treasure chest gained 2 energy cores, 20 ham sausages, 5 pork ribs, 1 pound, and 10 beef, 1 pound. The fifth bronze treasure chest obtained 100 wood, 50 iron blocks, and 1 rare, special bulletproof vest. The sixth bronze treasure chest received 30 stones, 10 eggs, 1 whole chicken, and 50 instant noodles. The first silver treasure chest. Gained 15 energy cores, 10 upgrade fragments, rare, and 1 antidote, rare. The second silver treasure chest. Gained 20 energy cores, 50 pieces of 1 gene, 500 G, pork belly, and 1 rare 3 cubic meter space ring. The third silver treasure chest. Gained 10 energy cores, 30 upgrade fragments, rare, and a talent stone, precious. The first golden treasure chest. Obtain 12 by 500 milliliters milk, 50x upgrade fragments, rare, 20x divine iron, precious, and 1x recycle invisibility charm, excellent. As the 10 treasure chests were opened, the ground was filled with glowing treasures, and Qin Hao and the others stared wide-eyed. Then, things instantly exploded. Wow, we found so many amazing items. Wow, Nian, you're amazing. The drop rate is so high. So many treasures. The girls chattered excitedly. Qin Hao was also pleasantly surprised. There were so many good things. He also discovered that it was normal to get ordinary items from bronze treasure chests, while getting rare items was purely a matter of luck. Silver treasure chests almost always contain rare items, with a chance to contain valuable items. The same applies to the golden treasure chest. It has a high probability of containing valuable items and a very low probability of containing top-tier items. Of course, this is based on the probability of Sun Yin being a player with exceptional luck. For an ordinary person, the probability is definitely much lower. You might open 10 bronze treasure chests and get 1 rare item. That would be incredibly lucky. Qin Hao gave Sun Yin a thumbs up and laughed. Yin, you're amazing. You're such a lucky star. Qin Hao began to look at the items and exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that divine iron could only be obtained from a golden treasure chest. He then looked at other rare items he had never seen before and activated his true sight. Speed Boots 1. Rare, wearing these boots gives you a feeling of flying, greatly increasing the user speed. Antidote 1. Rare, helps the user detoxify and can resolve most toxins. Special Bulletproof Vest 1. Rare, an extremely powerful bulletproof vest that provides excellent protection for the body. 3 cubic meter storage ring 1. Rare, a rare storage ring with 3 square meters of storage space. Obtain circular invisibility charm 1. Superior, a superior invisibility charm that grants invisibility for 12 hours upon use. Invisibility is lost upon being attacked by a physical force. This charm has a 7-day cooldown and can be used again, but it cannot be used again if destroyed. After receiving feedback from the Eye of True Sight, Qin Hao gasped in surprise. These were all amazing items. He might come in handy in the future. Sun Yin was overjoyed by everyone's praise. She laughed and said, I'm not that great. All the good stuff I got is thanks to everyone collecting the treasure chests. Rao Shuqing was also surprised. Sun Yin was incredibly lucky. She smiled and said, Yin, you're amazing. No need to be modest. Everyone in our group knows that you were the one who found all 3 treasure chests we were looking for. Those who didn't know about Qin Hao and the others were also extremely surprised. When Rao Shuqing and her group went out, the 3 treasure chests they found were all found by Sun Yin. Although Rao Shuqing's prophetic talent played a role, it was still quite impressive. Qin Hao was also surprised. Sun Yinjin truly lived up to her reputation for good luck. She was simply a super lucky star. He thought for a moment, then looked at everyone and said, Then I'll take care of these rare items. We can put it into the spaceship's storage space then, and everyone can use it according to their own needs. Do you have any objections? The other girls shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Rao Shuqing looked at Qin Hao and said supportively, Qin Hao, just leave it here. It's safest here. Qin Hao nodded. The spaceship is actually quite large, 25 square meters, but it can only be used by people authorized by the captain. Qin Hao seems to have only authorized Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, Li Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, Ruan Qingran, and the twin sisters by Ruashi and by Royale. When they go out normally, it's a bit inconvenient. Some people need to carry bags, while others need Rao Shuqing and others to take their belongings out. He felt that in the future, he could delegate authority to more trustworthy people, especially those who frequently travel. At this point, Qin Hao also gave a brief explanation of the functions of these items. Although the others were somewhat shocked as to how Qin Hao knew about these rare items, none of them asked. Everyone has secrets, and Qin Hao might have some kind of totem. After all, every girl present had a hidden Hahuan system within her. Qin Hao looked at everyone and regained his captain's authority, saying, All right, this little meeting is over. The main purpose was to select a few information gatherers and open the treasure chests. Now that everything is done, let's disperse. Go do what you need to do and get some rest. Nobody knows if the spaceship will dock tomorrow, so keep an eye on the spaceship's announcements. Lu Shuang, stay here for a moment and use your talent to forge a weapon for me. Upon hearing this, all the girls nodded. Meeting adjourned. Time for a nice bath. Wow, I'm going swimming. I'm going to the gym to exercise. I'm going to the bathroom. The group of girls chattered excitedly. They had always gotten along well before, and now their relationship was even closer and more harmonious. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. They had to explain everything they did. They really didn't treat him, the captain, like an outsider. Swimming, huh? He should practice more after he finishes forging the weapon. Of course, he wasn't there specifically to see bikinis. He genuinely wanted to become stronger. Soon, the hall was almost empty. Lu Shuang walked over and looked at Qin Hao, asking, "Captain, what kind of weapon do you want to forge?" At this moment, Qin Hao took out the rare material and said, "Can you use this rare material to forge a large cleaver for me?" Chapter 72, Rare Material Production. General Yuan recruits people. Lu Shuang glanced at the special material, examined it, and said, "It's fine, Captain, but this is a special material, so it will take a little time." Qin Hao waved his hand and said, "It's all right, Lu Shuang. You can refine it slowly when you have time. I'm not in a hurry." "Okay, I will speed up the refining process as much as possible." Lu Shuang nodded. Afterwards, Lu Shuang left with the rare material. Qin Hao smiled slightly. There were quite a few talented people in their line of work, and they were all quite useful. That's why they can live so comfortably in this apocalyptic world. There weren't many people left in the hall at this time. At this moment, Rao Shuqing had not yet left. She walked over and said, "Qin Hao, after my talent became stronger, I roughly had some premonitions. The spaceship probably won't dock at the station tomorrow." Qin Hao's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that the spaceship will travel for a long time and then arrive directly 7 days later? He remembered that the berserk state would begin in 7 days. If the next stop was 7 days later, he might run into it, which would be quite difficult. Rao Shuqing said, "I think it's very possible." After some thought, Qin Hao realized that with his current level 2 elite strength, his combat power would increase further once Lu Shuang finished crafting the weapon, giving him enough confidence to deal with the situation. Moreover, there are now many more treasures. He glanced at Rao Shuqing, and taking advantage of her inattention, suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Rao Shuqing's eyes widened. Qin Hao was openly flirting with her. There were other girls in the hall too. She quickly broke free. The other girls were also incredulous when they saw Qin Hao kiss their counselor. Good heavens, even the teacher can't escape the captain's clutches? TSK, this is so ambiguous. I'm starting to ship them. The remaining girls chattered amongst themselves before quickly making their escape. They couldn't bear to watch such a scene. Qin Hao smiled. These girls were still so naive. If they knew he had already raped Rao Shuqing twice, I wonder what they would think. How embarrassing. Rao Shuqing scolded playfully, then ran off as well. She couldn't possibly act all coy with Qin Hao in front of the students. That would be too embarrassing. In a short time, the hall was completely empty except for Qin Hao. He was quite talented at clearing out the place. Out of boredom, Qin Hao opened the Blue Star channel to see what the latest news was. However, before he could even open it, he saw a lot of private messages. "Wow, Qin Hao, thank you for protecting us today. I have new clothes to wear today. Can you help me see if they look good?" JPG. Qin Hao saw that Luo Yunxi was wearing a white long dress, the hem of which was swaying in the wind, which, combined with her beautiful face, created a unique charm. TSK, this junior schoolgirl is quite pretty. Moreover, Luo Yunxi is a top student, which makes her appear exceptionally beautiful. Great Wall Watch. Beautiful. I love watching. Please share more. On the other end of the screen, Luo Yunxi replied instantly, as if she were addicted to the internet. Wah! Shy JPG. At this moment, Luo Yunxi's face was flushed. After sending the photo to Qin Hao, she stayed in front of the holographic screen. When she saw Qin Hao say that she looked good and loved it, she was overjoyed. Her senior praised her for being beautiful. Yay! Qin Hao looked at Luo Yunxi's shy expression that came back in an instant and rubbed his forehead. She's already getting shy. No wonder she's a junior. He then checked his private messages. I don't understand. Great Wall Watch. I salvaged a spaceship heart, but I don't have enough upgrade fragments. I have a rare item called the Powerful Sword. Can I trade it with you? Obviously, this one, which I don't understand, is extremely powerful, having obtained a spaceship heart. However, it seems he doesn't have as many treasure chests this time, and he doesn't have enough upgrade fragments. If he had enough upgrade fragments, he could probably upgrade directly to a level 4 spaceship. Great Wall Guardians. Sorry, I don't have enough upgrade fragments either. Qin Hao shook his head. Upgrade fragments were hard currency, and he wanted to save them for building a level 5 spaceship. And I don't understand this. It seems like they know some information and definitely want to upgrade to a level 4 spaceship as soon as possible to improve their strength. They must have some skills. Qin Hao then checked his private messages and was shocked to see what he saw. Little Wildcat, Brother Watcher, I'm sending you some photos. I want to upgrade my spaceship to level 3. Can you give me some upgrade fragments? Full body, JPG. White Rabbit JPG, Forest JPG. Holy crap, is this even possible? My god, how can I post anything? Will my account get banned? However, Qin Hao would not be tempted by beauty. Even if someone offered him a bed, he would not give up upgrade fragments, let alone just send him photos. He has no shortage of women. He then checked. Little Widow, Great Wall Watcher, I'm also in Server 1, and I'm so lonely. Can you chat with me? We can meet up in person. Qin Hao sighed helplessly. This guy must be a flirt. How come his private messages contain all sorts of people? Moreover, even without adding each other as friends, you can still send a few messages. Qin Hao glanced down and saw some private messages, including one from someone who didn't like cilantro. He didn't read any further, afraid that the more he read, the angrier he would get. These women think they're doing well, so they try to seduce him with their looks, but he's not falling for it. Did you really think he was that kind of innocent, gullible Shao Chun-in? He opened the Blue Star channel to see what the viewers were talking about. To Qin Hao's surprise, the Blue Star channel was extremely lively at this moment. He quickly checked it out and scrolled up. He knew that the reason the comments section had exploded was because of the message posted by General Yuan. General Yuan, not bad, not bad. We have a talented person who has successfully met with us and joined our spaceship. Tonight, he will be placed after me. Let me reiterate, those who are willing to follow me will all get a share of the spoils. JPG. Qin Hao noticed that there were several beautiful women behind General Yuan, with General Yuan in the first position and a newly joined talented person behind him. Clearly, General Yuan is a person who can be managed. Qin Hao was also somewhat tempted, and they actually managed to meet with him. That's true. Didn't he also take Lilia into his spaceship? And he even ran into Luo Yunxi and the others. If he wanted, there would probably be quite a few girls who wanted to board his spaceship. Netizen, I'm willing to follow General Yuan to the death. I have a talent. I can breathe fire. After learning that Qin Hao doesn't accept male suitors, this bystander also chose another suitable candidate, and General Yuan is indeed a very good choice. Little fairy, shameless, recruiting people in such a despicable way. General Yuan, little sister, you can't just say things like that. They all did it voluntarily. They're well-fed, warmly dressed, and enjoying themselves. They're already doing very well in this environment. Civil engineering man, General, we also swear to follow General Yuan to the death. Chapter 73, The Awkward Moment. Rao Shuqing and Zhao Zihan's inappropriate words. Qin Hao smiled wryly. This General Yuan was indeed quite something. Although the recruitment method is a bit bizarre, it seems to actually attract people. The more talented people he recruits, the more powerful their spaceship will become, and the safer they will be on their path to survival. This is indeed a very good method, as it effectively utilizes the greed and desires inherent in human nature. Qin Hao felt that if he had the opportunity in the future, he could recruit some talents to expand his spaceship. In the comments section, countless messages were praising General Yuan, essentially drowning out any dissenting voices. Little Fairy Alliance. What is General Yuan? He probably can't even withstand a level 3 spaceship. Our Fairy Alliance has already reached level 3 spaceship, and level 4 is not far off. We are recruiting talented girls and male concubines. As the Fairy Alliance's word spread, the comment section was immediately thrown into an uproar, overshadowing General Yuan's influence. Little Fairy, I'm applying to join. We're all the same kind of people. Emptiness is form, defying the heavens. You guys keep male concubines. Aren't you just asking for trouble yourselves? Little Fairy Alliance, what do you mean by squeezing needles? We ladies are lucky if we don't squeeze them dry. And don't think it's so great. There's fry among us. You're going to have a hard time. Emptiness is form. I'm not going. I thought I'd enjoy myself, but it turns out I'll have to endure this. I'm not gay. In fact, besides Qin Hao watching their exchange, the class monitor Wan Qingran was also browsing. At this moment, Wan Qingran was lying in bed, looking at the holographic screen. After being appointed by Qin Hao, she was eager to work hard and contribute to the team. The result was that I blushed from reading, but I didn't get any useful information. Instead, I learned some strange and unusual things. Finally, she concluded, well, if you meet someone in the same area who has the same website, you can hire people, but you still need to put up an attractive advertisement first. Qin Hao was truly impressed by the comment section. It was incredible how the Little Fairy Alliance members could be both dominant and submissive. No wonder they were doing so well. Incompetent man. Are you all from Zone 1? Are there any big shots from Zone 2? Please take my family in. My wife and daughter are both talented, and we hope to unite and help each other, sharing both good fortune and bad. Gang leader. Interesting, finally we see his second district. I'm very interested in your family. If you encounter any similar sites, you can come and join us. We're a level 3 spaceship, currently searching for level 4 spaceship materials. Pervert. Holy crap. Is this mob boss trying to eat rice bowls? Even I, a pervert, find it perverted. Now that the protection period has ended, most people have been brutally beaten and have witnessed how cruel it is. You should know that more than 3 billion people have already died. Those people on those ships, who were already quite weak, began looking for a way out. As for those who died at the hands of the monster, they didn't even have a chance to find a way out. Qin Hao shook his head. At this moment, all he could do was protect his own little family. He couldn't worry about anything else. After that, Qin Hao closed the chat channel and stopped watching their conversation. Although it was interesting, he didn't want to waste too much time. But just as he was about to shut it down, he saw that there were still people chatting in a large group of spaceships, and the content of their conversation was rather awkward. Rao Shuqing. Classmates, is anyone online? We're out of toilet paper, and I need it urgently. Help! Ling Xiaoka. Teacher, you often tell us to overcome difficulties, and now it's time for you to set an example. Ling Xiaoka. This young girl probably had nothing better to do, as she replied almost instantly. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated by the girl's reply. This girl was really naughty, but for some reason, she hadn't come to him to sleep lately. If Ling Xiaoka could hear Qin Hao's true feelings, she would definitely say, how could we dare to look for him again? After the last time the sun never sets, I was terrified. It was too scary. Her small frame couldn't withstand it. Rao Shuqing. Xiaoku is naughty, not a good student. Rao Shuqing was a little angry at this moment. Her students were really too disobedient. Sun Yin. Teacher, I want to help you too, but I'm too sleepy. Please ask someone else. Qin Hao shook his head and sent the message. Qin Hao. Teacher, I can help you. Rao Shuqing. No, Qin Hao, I'm all better now. Rao Shuqing immediately replied anxiously. She dared not let Qin Hao come over. The last time she needed to pee, Qin Hao followed her and made a fool of herself. Now, I'm at Shanghai University. Lin Mingyao. Teacher, let me help you. Lin Mingyao also noticed the message and quickly replied. Qin Hao is a boy, so this isn't very convenient. Rao Shuqing. Mingyao, come over here. Qin Hao also gave a faint smile. He wasn't even keen on going, it was bound to smell. Since we don't need him, let's just forget about it. He decided to take a break now that he had some time. Although the chances of stopping at a station tomorrow were slim, it was still possible. However, Qin Hao, who originally intended to return to his room to rest, seemed to get lost. His direction was actually towards a swimming pool. At this moment, there were still a few people swimming in the pool. Zhao Zihan, Chun Xiao, and 3 other girls. Zhao Zihan and Chun Xiao are best friends, and they are currently chatting away. Chun Xiao asked in confusion, Zihan, did you go to see the captain that night? How did you know? Zhao Zihan asked in surprise. You didn't ask me to sleep that day, I guessed. And the next day, I noticed something was wrong with you. Your legs were weak. Zhao Zihan blushed instantly. She was embarrassed that her best friend had found out. She said guiltily, Xiao Xiao, you're really perceptive. You noticed that. Yes, I did go to see Brother Qin Hao that day. Chun Xiao asked in shock. Then you two had sex? Zhao Zihan was shocked to hear Chun Xiao's outrageous words. How could he say such a thing? What are you afraid of? We're still best friends, aren't we? Zhao Zihan nodded and said, yes, he's really amazing. Chun Xiao also looked surprised. She hadn't expected Zhao Zihan to succeed so quickly. She asked gossipily, Zihan, what was it like? At this point, Zhao Zihan was no longer so shy. Since everything was already known, it didn't matter anymore. She whispered, it feels like flying. That's amazing. Chen Zhao's eyes widened, and she blushed slightly. Seeing her state, Zhao Zihan thought for a moment and said, "Don't blame your best friend for eating alone. If all else fails, you can hide under my bed next time, and we'll switch the food out." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao was stunned. She briefly considered the meaning of the sentence and realized that this tactic was actually used after a substitution on the spot. She blushed instantly and pinched Zhao Zihan's thigh hard. "Zihan is so naughty. This won't do. It'll be so embarrassing." Chapter 74. A Substitution? Coach Qin Hao. Chen Xiao was also incredibly impressed by Zhao Zihan's wild imagination. It was so explicit and stimulating. But deep down, why did she feel a faint sense of anticipation? Of course, she certainly wouldn't dare show it. After being pinched, Zhao Zihan immediately complained, "Humph, I treat you like a best friend and even thought about sharing happiness with you, and you still pinch me." She pinched it back. Chen Xiao snorted. "This will definitely be discovered. We're all different." The two started playfully fighting. They were good friends and often played together. Qin Hao, who was in the swimming pool at the time, was still able to hear everything, even though he was some distance away. This was because he had become a level 2 elite, which greatly enhanced his strength, as well as his vision and hearing. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Zhao Zihan was incredibly audacious. She actually dared to consider changing partners halfway through. She must have eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard, right? Did Fish Liang give her the courage? It seems he'll have to punish her properly in the future. Qin Hao said helplessly, "What kind of wild and inappropriate words are these?" He went inside and saw the swimming pool. His eyes lit up immediately. There were several beautiful women in the swimming pool. Chen Xiao was wearing a white one-piece swimsuit, her flowery thighs extending all the way to her upper thighs, completely bare, creating a unique allure. She and Zhao Zihan sat by the pool, playfully splashing each other with their toes, lightly touching the water, displaying a unique charm. Zhao Zihan probably didn't ask Ling Xiaoke to make a swimsuit. She came out wearing only her underwear. The thin and minimal fabric of her clothes made her extremely alluring. Her sexy and explosive body was on full display, with large swaths of snow-white skin exposed. Qin Hao swallowed hard. Chen Zhao's swimsuit was quite nice, while Zhao Zihan was too tempting. Her lingerie couldn't contain her hot figure at all. In the distance, there were several students. Some were swimming in the water, some were teaching other students how to swim, and some had just emerged from the water, looking as beautiful as lotus flowers. After Qin Hao arrived, Zhao Zihan and Chen Xiao, who were playing around, as well as several girls in the distance, all saw him. A hint of shyness appeared on their faces, but then completely disappeared. Anyway, Qin Hao had already seen everything, so what difference would it make if he watched them swim? They were well aware of this. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Zhao Zihan blushed instantly. She looked at Qin Hao sweetly and asked, "Brother Qin Hao, what brings you here? When did you get here? Did you hear anything?" Qin Hao glanced at Zhao Zihan indifferently and smiled. "What do you think?" The moment Qin Hao spoke, Zhao Zihan covered her mouth in alarm. Oh no, Qin Hao had heard her. How embarrassing. Qin Hao ignored him and said, "Come here and take off your clothes. Let's go swimming together." After hearing this, Zhao Zihan obediently tiptoed to take off Qin Hao's clothes. Chen Xiao was left feeling awkward. Zhao Zihan was already Qin Hao's woman, but she wasn't. How could she talk to Zhao Zihan about such vulgar topics? It was truly shameful for her. She looked shy and bashful, her face flushed, and she dared not face Qin Hao. As Zhao Zihan was undressing Qin Hao, she secretly exclaimed, "That's terrifying." But why point a gun at her as soon as she arrived? If Qin Hao knew, he would definitely be speechless. Who told you girls to dress so sexy and seductively? He was helpless too. Well, he simply couldn't control the gun. Then, Qin Hao asked, "Zihan, I remember you guys aren't very good at swimming, are you? Go down there, I'll train you. You can't do it if you can't swim." "Oh, Brother Qin Hao, you want to be a swimming coach?" "Captain, you won't put pressure on us, will you?" Zhao Zihan and Chen Xiao asked separately. Qin Hao, his face darkening, said, "Why do you think so badly of me? Get out of here." Next, Zhao Zihan and Chen Xiao went into the swimming pool together. Qin Hao held their feet and taught them how to kick their legs. However, while they held onto the edge of the pool, Qin Hao took turns holding their bodies and continued practicing kicking and breathing. Chen Xiao thought it looked quite plausible. Why was Qin Hao holding me so tightly? Zhao Zihan also chided, "Coach Qin Hao, don't hug me so tightly. It's a little hard to breathe. Qin Hao's lips twitched slightly. This girl was even playing role-playing games. Qin Hao wasn't one to tolerate this. He said sternly, Zhao Zihan, I'm going to punish you for not training properly. Smack! He slapped Zhao Zihan on the buttocks. Zhao Zihan's eyes widened. Qin Hao was bullying her again. Chen Xiao quickly looked over as well. This coach was a bit strict. Qin Hao looked at Chen Xiao and scolded him. What are you looking at? You should be punished for not training properly. As he spoke, Qin Hao slapped her again. No. Smack! Chen Xiao blushed instantly. It was one thing for Qin Hao to hit Zhao Zihan, but why did he hit her? It was so embarrassing. Her buttocks were a private matter. Did Qin Hao have feelings for her? Several girls in the distance were also incredibly shocked when they saw Qin Hao instructing the students. Could he really be like that? He was too strict. At that moment, one of the girls being trained in the distance was Long Shi. Long Shi is a good swimmer, and as the class monitor and prettiest girl in the class, some of her female classmates have invited her to give them lessons. Long Shi felt uncomfortable after seeing Qin Hao spank Zhao Zihan and the others. She thought of when Qin Hao spanked her and felt inexplicably sour. She shook her head and continued teaching the female students. Long Shi, unusually speaking up, said, Stop looking and focus on training, or he'll come and spank us later. Wu Qian said instinctively, Class monitor, this is a good thing. Long Shi was stunned for a moment, looking at the girl who usually didn't talk much. She was a little confused. Did Wu Qian like Qin Hao? After Wu Qian finished speaking, she looked at Long Shi's expression and immediately realized that Long Shi had subconsciously said the wrong thing. She quickly explained, Ahem, class monitor, I misspoke. We really do need to train hard. Just as Long Shi had guessed, Wu Qian did indeed secretly like Qin Hao. Qin Hao is so handsome and talented, ensuring everyone has enough to eat and wear. He's simply perfect. Unfortunately, she lacked talent and could barely speak. Long Shi also truly realized just how sought after Qin Hao was. Just as the rumors in the class said, Long Shi's family was actually a group that had gone from being involved in organized crime to being legitimate. This is a repressive and cold family. On the road to clearing her name, her family instilled in her the idea that silence is safety. Therefore, her reluctance to speak became a protective mechanism and ultimately became part of her personality. Taciturnity became her defining characteristic. She always appeared as an ice queen, making it difficult for others to approach her. Only in this apocalyptic world would Qin Hao dare to flirt with her so brazenly. At this moment, Qin Hao was holding Zhao Zihan, their bodies pressed tightly together as they swam. Chapter 75, Where did you all go? Long Shi left behind. After teaching them the basic movements, Qin Hao began to teach them the advanced movements. At this moment, Qin Hao leaned over Zhao Zihan from behind, hugging her tightly with his chest against her back, and taught her the breaststroke. After swimming for a while, he began to teach her how to swim underwater. The two were face to face and pressed tightly together in the water, and Qin Hao could even feel Zhao Zihan's heartbeat. Zhao Zihan's heart was pounding. She could feel Qin Hao's breathing getting heavier and bubbles constantly forming. The two swam in an arc, and with Qin Hao's encouragement, they swam quite fast, heading into the distance. Zhao Zihan realized that they seemed to be gradually fading out of their sight. She said, bubbles coming out her mouth. Coach Qin Hao, what are you doing? This isn't allowed. Qin Hao was instantly enraged by Zhao Zihan's words, and his hands began to get restless. Zhao Zihan panicked and immediately said, Coach Qin Hao, this won't do. Qin Hao chuckled, bubbles rising from his mouth. This is what happens when you don't train properly. After saying that, he couldn't hold back any longer. This hot girl, the tallest in the class, was indeed extremely tempting. And they even do role-playing? Qin Hao began the ritual. Zhao Zihan stared wide-eyed at the strange sight of someone swimming in the water. But after thinking for a while, she panicked completely. There were still people here. If she was discovered, wouldn't she be too ashamed to face anyone? She nudged Qin Hao and said, I was wrong, coach. Please let me go. We'll be found out, boo-hoo. Upon hearing Zhao Zihan's words, Qin Hao hugged her even tighter, and the two swam in the water like fish. Only occasionally would Qin Hao let Zhao Zihan come out for some fresh air, since she wasn't as strong as Qin Hao and still needed to breathe. Zhao Zihan was sulking. Brother Qin Hao is so mean. Zhao Zihan came out for some fresh air, looking shy and radiant, her face flushed. Every time she came out, she had to gasp for breath and make soft moaning sounds. Qin Hao looked at the blurry figures of Zhao Zihan and Qin Hao, scratched his head, and wondered how the two of them had swum further and further away and even dived to the bottom of the swimming pool. Where did they go? They swam so far. Qin Hao muttered to himself. She felt somewhat helpless. Qin Hao and the others weren't including her in their activities. In the distance, Long Shi, Wu Qian, and the other girls also noticed something amiss. They looked at Qin Hao and the other person wriggling and wondered, how can they teach swimming like this? What an incredible coach. Wu Qian asked in confusion. Sure. Did you hear Zihan moaning? That was the sound of heavy breathing with a hint of allure. She was a little confused. Wasn't this swimming? It was strange that he could make such a sound while panting so heavily. Long Shi responded, I don't know either. Maybe Qin Hao's training method is a bit unusual. At this moment, Zhao Zihan was exhausted from swimming. Even with treatment, I can't withstand it. Nearly an hour later, Qin Hao led her slowly toward the shore. Because Zhao Zihan was so exhausted, she could only lie on her back in the water, looking at the ceiling with a melancholy expression. Qin Hao stood on the shore, watching Qin Hao and Zhao Zihan slowly swim towards him, feeling utterly helpless. They actually swam for almost an hour. But upon closer observation, she noticed the blush on Zhao Zihan's face and her exhausted state. Thinking back to the splashing water just now, Qin Hao suddenly got a shocking answer. They had just had a big battle in the water. She swallowed hard. No wonder they didn't bring her along. It turned out they were doing that kind of thing. Qin Hao was also a little embarrassed and said to Qin Hao, secretary of the youth league, Zihan is tired from practicing swimming. Why don't you take her back to her room to rest? As he spoke, he picked up Zhao Zihan and handed her to Qin Hao. At this moment, Qin Hao looked at Zhao Zihan, who was like a stagnant pool of water, her whole body limp, as if she could fall at any moment. She nodded blankly and said, Okay. Then, Qin Hao blushed and said, Captain, you're so naughty. After saying that, she picked up Zhao Zihan and left quickly. What's wrong with the captain here? She was so embarrassed. At this moment, Zhao Zihan said weakly, Xiao, walk slowly, I'm exhausted. She felt she was about to be. Qin Hao was speechless and said, You guys are playing really weird. Are we swimmers also part of your playing now? Is it exciting to do this in front of us? She was a little sullen. Zhao Zihan, feeling guilty, said he insisted. Do you really have to give it to me? Qin Hao was also furious. Her best friend was really dishonest, showing off to several girls here. She felt that Long Shi and the others, who were far away, might also know something. Qin Hao rubbed his nose at this moment. He had originally planned to come here to swim and look at the beautiful women. I never expected Zhao Zihan to be so tempting. I couldn't resist for a moment. Just then, Long Shi and the others finished their practice and happened to pass by. Qin Hao also turned his gaze to Long Shi, this aloof and icy goddess, who was like a pure white lotus flower. She didn't seem to be wearing a swimsuit either, only a sexy pink panty, which made her look extremely alluring. Qin Hao greeted her, Sure, it's you guys over there. Why didn't you call me over so I could teach you some training tips? As Qin Hao spoke, Long Shi and the others listened and looked at him. They noticed that Qin Hao was staring at them, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Long Shi said, Thank you, Captain. I can swim, so I won't trouble you. Her tone of voice seemed much better, less cold. Qin Hao nodded and said, I see. After saying that, he looked at Wu Qian and the other two girls and said, You two go back first. Long Shi, stay. I have something to talk to Long Shi about. We need to discuss how to deal with the situation if we stop at the next station. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian and the others nodded without any objection and then left the swimming pool. They lacked talent and were somewhat of a help, so they could only obediently follow orders. At this moment, Long Shi's heart trembled. Why did Qin Hao ask everyone else to leave, leaving only her behind? The entire swimming pool was empty except for the two of them, a man and a woman alone. Considering Qin Hao's lewd nature, it was hard for her not to have wild thoughts. She asked somewhat fearfully, Captain, is there something you need? Chapter 76, Cold Poetry's Elusive Wake-Up Service. Qin Hao glanced at Long Shi, who was dressed in a sexy outfit and was only wearing underwear. But he still put his arm around Long Shi's waist and pulled her close to him. After being held tightly by Qin Hao, Long Shi, even with her calm and composed demeanor, hurriedly tried to break free. Because they were wearing so little clothing, their embrace resulted in direct skin-to-skin contact, giving her a tingling, numb feeling. However, Lungshi was no match for Qin Hao's clutches. Their power was simply not on the same level. Qin Hao gave her a top-notch kiss on her delicate body, and then breathed sweetly in her ear. Sure, you smell so good. Lungshi was also extremely anxious. She asked Qin Hao what was wrong, but Qin Hao said that he smelled very good. What was that all about? Lungshi said, Captain, please let me go. What is it? Let me go first, and then we can talk. Their close contact was too much for her to bear. Qin Hao continued to whisper in her ear, like a devil's whisper. Sure, if I'm not mistaken, you have a Hahuan system, right? Just by having sex, you can increase your talent and strength, and even get some rewards, right? These words immediately took Lungshi by surprise. She was trembling violently. How did Qin Hao know that she had a love system? She had never mentioned such a shameful thing to anyone, and she felt that, given her personality, it would probably be difficult for her to ever rekindle it in this lifetime. Lungshi was extremely embarrassed. She lied and said, No, how could I have such an embarrassing system? Upon hearing Lungshi's words, Qin Hao knew that she definitely had them. Moreover, there is one person on the spaceship who has awakened a talent. He slapped Lungshi on the buttocks. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Hao felt that the clothing was so thin it was practically invisible. It was almost like fighting naked. Qin Hao snorted. You still dare to lie? Let's see if you dare again. At this moment, Qin Hao said with a slightly serious tone, Sure. As you know, the reason we're doing so well now is basically the result of the hard work of this small group of people. The counselor, Meng Yao, Han, Meng, and others have made contributions that are beyond your imagination. It is because of their sacrifices that we have enough to eat and wear today. If you have a system, I hope you can help me activate it, so I can contribute to this community. You should know that the stops ahead will be even more difficult. I hope you won't let that worthless shame cause any casualties in the future. After saying that, Qin Hao let go of her and strode out of the swimming pool, leaving Lungshi alone in a daze. Lungshi was somewhat tempted. The fact that her damned Hahuan system had been discovered was shocking. Could it be that Qin Hao has been teasing me all this time just to complete my system mission? Have I wronged him? She thought Qin Hao was just a lecherous man who only wanted her body. She never imagined he was so noble. It was just to help her complete the system activation task and make her even more powerful. Lungshi was disheveled in the wind, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. For a moment, she even considered giving herself to Qin Hao. In this way, she can become stronger and live a better life with everyone in the future. As Qin Hao left, he nodded slightly, quite satisfied with his words and actions just now. In fact, he had just finished, which could be considered a moment of enlightenment. But he didn't have many thoughts. He simply thought it was fun and liked to tease Lungshi. Little did she know that, after Qin Hao's repeated teasing, the icy goddess Lungshi seemed to be on the verge of falling for him. After leaving the swimming pool, Qin Hao went straight back to his room. To Qin Hao's surprise, Li Meng had secretly come over. Upon opening the door, one sees Li Meng, dressed in a little chef's outfit, lying on her side on the bed. She has her hair tied in pigtails, looking obedient and adorable, a true little loli. Li Meng seemed to have been waiting for Qin Hao for too long. She was already half asleep and almost fell asleep. Li Meng was also awakened by Qin Hao's arrival. She looked at Qin Hao and said with delight, Brother Qin Hao, you're finally back. Meng was almost asleep waiting for you. She was overjoyed to see Qin Hao. Li Meng felt that she had often sent Qin Hao black and white stockings, suggesting an ambiguous relationship. Now that she wants to be the boss, she naturally needs to be more proactive. In recent days, her talent has been improving day by day, and her culinary talent may be developing in other areas. Qin Hao was in a great mood as he looked at the cute little girl. Meng was a good girl, well-behaved and obedient. He stepped forward, hugged Meng, and patted her head. He smiled and said, Meng, did you miss me? Yes, I miss Brother Qin Hao. I couldn't sleep because I missed you, so I came to find you. Li Meng buried her head in Qin Hao's chest and said in a sweet voice. Qin Hao said softly, Then sleep with me tonight, but you can't sleep in your clothes. Although it's very clean, you still have to take off your clothes before you can get into bed. Li Meng blushed and said, Then, Brother Qin Hao, please help me take it off. Qin Hao gave Li Meng a look, thinking, this girl's got some nerve. As he spoke, he began to remove Li Meng's armor. To Qin Hao's shock, Li Meng actually put the car in neutral. Qin Hao looked at Li Meng with a wicked smile. This girl was too good at seducing him. Their eyes met, almost sparking an argument. Qin Hao understood and covered the two of them with a blanket. Then, the blanket began to thrash. Occasionally, it will emit a low groan. Ah, be gentle. An hour later, Qin Hao held the exhausted Li Meng Meng in his arms and fell asleep peacefully. In the endless void, the spaceship seemed to be shuttling through the darkness, appearing extremely silent, as if it had fallen into a world without light. Only those on night duty know that once the spaceship takes off, windows are generally not allowed to be opened. If a window is opened, you'll find it's completely dark outside. This is interstellar travel. It's worth noting that Earth's technology is so advanced that it's difficult for them to even leave the solar system. So you can imagine how shocked they were. The next day, Qin Hao was still in a light sleep when Li Meng Meng woke him up first. When he woke up, he saw Li Meng Meng eating breakfast. Qin Hao was also somewhat speechless. Li Meng Meng, this little girl, was surprisingly sensible. Qin Hao, naturally wanting to be a good guy, offered Li Meng Meng a drink. I'm full, Li Meng Meng said shyly. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated, saying, "You little glutton, you're so greedy." Li Meng Meng said, "Brother Qin Hao, I'll go first, otherwise people will be jealous if they see me." And she has to brush her teeth. Chapter 77 Information about the next stage of strength. After Li Meng Meng left, Qin Hao stretched and got out of bed. Fortunately, he is strong enough now, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to handle it every day. If it were before he came here, even if he worked out, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. He shook his head, feeling that he couldn't judge it that way. Without this survival game, how could he be so happy? Then, Qin Hao entered the hall. The hall was already quite full of people. They were clearly well-rested. Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, Lin Mingyao, Ling Xiaoke, and others were all there. Kong Linger was also there at this moment. She glanced at Qin Hao somewhat uncomfortably, and her face flushed as she recalled what happened that night. They were actually doing that kind of thing in a bathroom. No, in that big public bathhouse. If someone came in to take a shower, they'd be in big trouble. After Qin Hao came out, a group of girls greeted him. At this moment, the class monitor, Ruan Qingran, walked over. She was now the spaceship's information collector. She looked at Qin Hao and the other women present and said, "Captain, teacher, I've been browsing the Blue Star channel lately. Although there's a lot of useless information, I've also found some useful stuff." Among them, everyone agreed that in addition to consuming treasures, one can also improve one's strength by slaying monsters and killing zombies. The higher the level of the monster, the greater the rewards we get from killing it. Perhaps because most of these zombies are ordinary, and some are low-level level 1, it's hard to see the difference. She had some understanding of these strengths. The captain had previously mentioned that Su Wanqing possessed strength close to the middle level of level 1. After hearing this, the group was somewhat tempted. This information was indeed very important. Killing monsters can increase your strength, which seems illogical, but after arriving here, everything has become illogical. If this is a consensus result from the Blue Star channel, then it must have some credibility, because it's the result of discussions among many players. Chun Xiao asked in surprise, "Then won't we have to go outside to fight monsters from now on? Otherwise, some people would improve too slowly. If we go out together and fight a boss, maybe everyone can improve their strength quickly." Qin Hao seemed to be thinking about this as well, and indeed it was true. If you encounter a powerful boss, he can be the main fighter, while others can either assist or provide support, and they should also benefit from it. The girls here started to get lively. In today's environment, only by improving everyone's strength can we survive better. Rao Shuqing also looked at Qin Hao and asked, "Qin Hao, can you tell her strength?" She knew Qin Hao was very powerful, and it seemed that one of his strengths was the ability to see through people's abilities. Qin Hao nodded and began to use his true sight. Name, Rao Shuqing. Awakened talent, Prophet. Strength, level 1 high. Then he looked at Lin Mingyao and the others. Name, Lin Mingyao. Awakened talent, Beast Taming. Strength, level 1 high. Name, Lung Shi. Awakened talent, Freeze. Strength, approaching high level 1. Name, Sunyan. Awakened talent, Luck. Strength, level 1 medium. Name by Schwer. Awakened talent, None. Strength, low level 1. Qin Hao looked at the profiles of several representative female students. He discovered that the most formidable among them were Rao Shuqing and Lin Mingyao, who belonged to the top tier. They not only awakened their talents and killed zombies, but also, crucially, awakened the Hahuan system after sleeping with him, gaining enhanced abilities. The second tier consists of Lung Shi and Chun Xiao. They are powerful and have killed many zombies, including some of them who are at the intermediate level 1. However, they did not activate the Hawan system, so they were not as powerful as Lin Meng Yao. The third tier consists of those who only have talent, haven't killed many zombies, and haven't activated the system, such as Sun Yan and others. The fourth tier consists of those who haven't activated their talents, but possess physique enhancement fluid and the ever-regenerating lettuce, which forcefully raises their strength to the low-level one. Qin Hao informed everyone of the situation. Rao Shuqing and Lin Meng Yao, who often went out to kill zombies, were slightly surprised when they learned of their current strength. Unexpectedly, they are even slightly stronger than Leng Shi. The only possibility is that they have awakened the Hawan system. Rao Shuqing looked at Lin Meng Yao and said, "Meng Yao, I didn't expect that we are equally strong. You are quite amazing too." The other girls were also somewhat surprised. Lin Meng Yao and Rao Shuqing were actually stronger than Leng Shi. You should know that Leng Shi once killed a level 1 mid-level zombie with 2 arrows. Lin Meng Yao said timidly, "I'm not good at it. You guys, the counselors, are much better." Qin Hao chuckled to himself. He knew all too well why Lin Meng Yao was so formidable. He felt that among these girls, Lin Meng Yao was the strongest, even stronger than Rao Shuqing. "Do you really think Xiao Meng Yao is a weakling?" He boasted. "Teacher, what do you think? Meng Yao is amazing. When she controls a few monsters, you'll definitely be no match for her. Don't even mention you. I'm afraid even Leng Shi can't beat her. Only Chan Xiao, with his pure combat talent, can have a slight edge." Lin Meng Yao was the first to activate the Hawan system, and she also killed many zombies. Last time, she even controlled the spirit tiger, making a huge contribution. Therefore, she is quite strong in combat. Wan Qingran nodded and said, "That's right. In my opinion, one cannot judge one's strength solely by physical power. Although Leng Shi's strength may not seem as strong as the counselors, her talent can play a powerful role. Anyone with even a hint of combat talent can close the gap between them. I think if a big battle were to break out, Leng Shi should be no weaker than the counselor, and her chances of winning would be extremely high." After hearing Wan Qingran's words, the group of girls nodded in agreement. Her analysis was reasonable. If they were of equal strength and had the talent for combat, they would almost certainly win. Rao Shuqing twitched her lips. "You students, if you're going to do an argument, why do you all use her as the subject of your arguments?" "So, I can't beat Leng Shi, and I can't beat Lin Meng Yao either?" "That's true, because their talents are directed in different directions." Many of the girls present had gained some understanding of the strength involved. The basic levels are divided into normal, level 1, beginner, level 2, elite, etc. Both level 1 and level 2 are further divided into low, medium, high, and top grades. Besides consuming treasures to increase strength, you can also gain experience by killing monsters. Just as the women were discussing, the spaceship's announcement came over the loudspeaker. The spacecraft will not dock at any station today and will continue its journey until it stops at the next station at 8 a.m. tomorrow. For the lucky surviving players, here's a preview of where you'll stop at the next station. There might be level 2 elite monsters or even higher waiting for you deep inside the map. Good luck. Chapter 78: Qin Hao's Strength in the Clothing Shop. The women, who were discussing combat strength, were slightly surprised when they heard the announcement. Just as the counselor predicted, "We won't be stopping today." That's not a big deal, but the preview is a bit scary. A level 2 elite monster actually appeared deep in the map. Study committee member Wan Qingran pondered, "So, as long as we don't go deeper, we should have a hard time encountering level 2 elite monsters." Qin Hao nodded in agreement. This was an implicit message within the rules. Zhao Zihan pouted and said, "Then we're all at the intermediate high level 1. So let's not go deeper, we can't beat them." Rao Shuqing looked at Qin Hao. This student of hers was mysterious and powerful, and she didn't know his combat strength yet. She asked, "Qin Hao, what is your current strength?" The other girls also looked over, curious about how powerful Qin Hao was. His strength was undeniable. Qin Hao smiled slightly and said, "My strength is at the level of a second-level elite." As Qin Hao spoke, the girls present were all shocked. His strength was so great that he had reached the second-level elite level. It should be noted that some of them were only at the lowest level, while Qin Hao's strength was a whole realm higher than theirs. Sun Yan's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Qin Hao, you're amazing," she exclaimed. Ling Xiaoka's eyes were also glazed over. Qin Hao was not only terrifyingly powerful in that area, but also incredibly strong in terms of physical strength. Qin Hao smiled without saying a word. He still had a 10-fold boost left. No, it was already an 11-fold boost. If he activated it, his strength would be qualitatively improved. His talent was born for battle, much like the secret of the fighting technique. Longshire was also very surprised, not expecting Qin Hao to be so strong. In fact, she also had doubts about the abilities of her instructors, Rao Shuqing and Lin Mengyao. They should have killed more zombies themselves, so they should be stronger. They're actually better than me? Could it be that they had something going on with Qin Hao? Longshire thought of Qin Hao's words. The sacrifices made by Rao Shuqing, Lin Mengyao, and others are beyond your imagination. Could this be what he meant? Rao Shuqing, quick-witted, said, "If we're not as strong as you, Qin Hao, then it's not impossible for us to covet the monsters deep inside. You're the one who advocates for war, and we'll assist in the battle. Once we kill the elite monsters, I believe our strength will experience a qualitative leap." The other girls also thought about it for a while and felt it was feasible. Wan Qingran nodded and said, "I think it's feasible. Now that our spaceship is a level 4 spaceship and we are so powerful, we can make full use of this advantage to open up even greater advantages and achieve a situation where the strong get stronger." After hearing Wan Qingran's words, the group of girls nodded in agreement. Their class monitor, who usually doesn't talk much, has started to demonstrate her excellent learning abilities now that she's become an information collector. Qin Hao nodded and said, "I think it's feasible. I'm invincible among those of the same level." Qin Hao was very confident. With an 11-fold increase in power, he was probably capable of taking on a level 2 elite monster. Rao Shuqing said, "Then it's settled. When the time comes, I will use my prophetic talent to develop a strategy together, and we will surely win a great battle." After the system was activated, Rao Shuqing became more confident as her talent grew stronger. She would make a prediction based on her own talent, and if she was truly outmatched, she certainly wouldn't let her students take the risk. At this moment, Qin Hao looked at Li Mengmeng and said, "Mengmeng, when you stay on the spaceship in the future, you can act as the spaceship's trader. I'll leave most of the physique enhancement fluid for you. Keep an eye on the trading hall. If there are any rare items for exchange, you can trade them." Li Mengmeng, as Qin Hao's second woman, is obedient and sensible and often stays behind on the spaceship, so she can be entrusted with important tasks. Li Mengmeng immediately smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, Brother Qin Hao, I will keep that in mind." Afterwards, Qin Hao encouraged the girls to exercise to improve their physical fitness. Please encourage Wan Qingran and Bai Ruoxi to pay more attention to information from the Blue Star channel when they have time. They have now obtained a lot of important information. 1. After the spaceship captain dies, a new captain will be selected. 2. In the absence of serum, energy cores are an important strategic resource. Consuming them can neutralize the zombie virus. 3. Within the same region, you can join other people's spaceships and recruit talented individuals. 4. Beside treasures that can enhance your strength, defeating monsters can also increase your power, etc. This shows how important information asymmetry is. If Sun Tong, Li Jing, and the others had known about this back then, such an embarrassing incident wouldn't have happened. Moreover, the number of people who perished on Earth could not possibly be that many. If it had been discovered earlier, the loss of more than 3 billion people could probably have been reduced by 30%. With the girls gone, Qin Hao suddenly had some free time. Not stopping at the platform today gave him a rather leisurely time. He planned to visit Kong Linger, this little girl. He felt a bit guilty towards her, this innocent and naive girl. What a wonderful girl she was. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it was all for the sake of the group. Kong Linger's increased talent would definitely help everyone, and his sins would be lessened. In this survival environment, he has no choice but to be a scumbag. Kong Linger was already awake in her room. I saw Qin Hao arrive with breakfast, a control panel, and a bottle of milk. These are all spoils from the Gemini supermarket. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Linger, I brought you breakfast. You worked hard last night." Even with Kong Linger's calm demeanor, the thought of what happened last night made her blush slightly. She said, somewhat touched, "It's no trouble at all. Thank you for breakfast, Captain." She was touched that the captain was so kind to her. She remembered that the captain had never brought breakfast for anyone before. Qin Hao patted her head and said softly, "Linger, the captain was too rough with you last night, and he feels really guilty. I'm sorry." Kong Linger was somewhat flattered and said, "It's nothing, Captain. Thank you." Qin Hao smiled and said, "I'm relieved to see that you're all right. I came here mainly to check on you, in case you had any psychological trauma." "Yes, I'm fine, Captain. You can go ahead with your work," Kong Linger said with a sweet smile. Qin Hao nodded and then left. He was relieved to see that Kong Linger was all right. Kong Linger watched Qin Hao leave, deeply moved that she had received such care from the captain. After obtaining Qin Hao's consent, Ling Xiaoke had an extra room to use, which became the tailor's room. Its main purpose is to make clothes for everyone. After all, her dormitory is her private room, and it doesn't feel right for others to keep going into her dormitory. After all, it would be very inconvenient for Brother Qin Hao to contact her. At this moment, several girls were there, shaking Ling Xiaoke's little arm and wanted her to make clothes for them. Chapter 79, a new twist of cold poetry knocks on the door. Among them are Li Mengming, Sun Yin, Bai Shuer, and the Bai Ruoxi sisters, and even their counselor Rao Shuqing. Li Mengming shook Ling Xiaoke's little hand and said sweetly, "Xiaoke, you're the best. I'm your best friend, so please help me make some clothes." Ling Xiaoke sighed and said, "Mengming, haven't I been good to you? I even made a little cook for you." Li Mengming pouted and said, "Xiaoku, please make me another Lolita dress." Ling Xiaoke said somewhat reluctantly, "Okay." She knew that Li Mengming was there to seduce Qin Hao, but there was nothing she could do but let her do it because she was still terrified after the last time she flipped a wok. Qin Hao was just too good. Seeing that Ling Xiaoke was relenting, Rao Shuqing continued, "Xiaoke, why don't you make one for the counselor too? I want a teacher's uniform." She felt that wearing a teacher's uniform made her look authoritative and gave her an aura that could command respect. Bai Shuer continued, "Xiaoku, please make me a dance outfit. I need it for dancing and yoga." Bin Pin Riao also said, "Xiaoku, please make matching clothes for me and my sister." Sun Yansu also said, "I want to wear a skirt." Ling Xiaoke was both amused and exasperated by everyone's requests. They all had clothes of all kinds, but it wasn't difficult for her. She laughed and said, Okay, everyone gets a share, I'll do it." Then, she took out some fabric and began to demonstrate her sewing skills. As long as she has a picture of the clothes in her mind, she can make them, and they are exceptionally good. Then Lolita fashion, backless tank tops, halter tops, high-waisted tight yoga pants, short skirts, black stockings, white stockings, teacher uniforms, sister dresses, and so on began to emerge. The girls were overjoyed when they saw the beautiful clothes. As girls, who wouldn't love pretty clothes? After thanking Ling Xiaoke, they all left with their beautiful clothes. It's easy to imagine that in the future, there will be many more girls asking Ling Xiaoke to make clothes for them. Just as Ling Xiaoke predicted, after Li Mengming put on the Lolita dress, the first thing she did was look for Qin Hao. At this very moment, Qin Hao, who was patrolling the spaceship, was leisurely strolling around. Occasionally I'd go to the plant room to see the plant Song Waining was cultivating, and occasionally I'd go to the swimming pool to see if anyone was swimming. Just then, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. He saw Li Mengming, the little girl, who was dressed in a very beautiful Lolita outfit, looking just like a soft and fragrant little cake. After finding Qin Hao, Li Mengming was overjoyed. She then threw herself into Qin Hao's arms and said coquettishly, "Brother Qin Hao, am I pretty? This is a Lolita dress that Xiaoku just made for me." Qin Hao smiled and said, "It looks great." After saying that, he hugged the sweet and soft Li Mengming and gave her a top-notch kiss, which made him completely dizzy with the fragrance. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Li Mengming whispered in Qin Hao's ear, "Brother Qin Hao, it's a pity I'm on my period. Do you want to try something new?" Qin Hao was somewhat puzzled. "A new trick? My period is here, so how can we have sex?" In an instant, he thought of that aspect. Could it be something like that? Mengming, what's the new trick? He has watched countless films and knows there are many different styles, but with so many styles, he really doesn't know which one it is. Li Mengming, her face flushed, said, "Come to my room and play together." Li Mengming felt that since Qin Hao wasn't going to develop her, she would take the initiative to let Qin Hao develop her. After all, with so many girls on the spaceship, she'd get tired of the same taste all the time. She needed to find a way to make Qin Hao remember her. Li Mengming already knows that Ling Xiaoke and Zhao Zihan have become Qin Hao's women, and there will definitely be more in the future, which makes her feel a sense of crisis. Then, she pulled Qin Hao and quietly walked towards her room. Qin Hao was also somewhat excited, wondering what new trick Li Mengming was talking about, and inexplicably looking forward to it. He also admired Li Mengming's audacity. She was truly remarkable. As soon as Li Mengming returned to her room, she lay half lying on the bed. Qin Hao saw that under the huge and fluffy Lolita dress, the girl was actually in neutral. Seeing through her at a glance ignited her anger. This girl, it seems she won't know fear if she's not punished properly, daring to seduce me. However, Qin Hao was puzzled. Although it was tempting, it wasn't exactly a new trick, was it? At this moment, Li Mengming said shyly, "Brother Qin Hao, Lubricant can work now. As Qin Hao spoke, his head buzzed with excitement. The lubricant, which he'd gotten from the treasure chest, hadn't been put to use until now, and Li Meng Meng had suggested it. Cough, cough. Qin Hao was no longer willing to back down. Since he had been so warmly invited, he would not stand on ceremony. A blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from inside the room. This sound was unlike anything before. It was much sharper. An hour later, Qin Hao held the exhausted Li Meng Meng in his arms, feeling both amused and exasperated. This girl is really bad at this and loves to play around, and she even dared to seduce me. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time going to the bathroom. Time flew by, and Qin Hao, having arranged some more things for the day, went back to his room to rest. Qin Hao had just returned to his room when he was surprised to find that someone was already there. At this moment, Rao Shuqing was wearing her teacher's uniform and standing there waiting for Qin Hao. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Rao Shuqing greeted him. Qin Hao, your teacher has come to be your private tutor. Qin Hao's eyes widened as well. Rao Shuqing, wearing this uniform, actually possessed a unique charm. Forget about personal trainers. Have you figured it out? Qin Hao took the initiative the first 2 times, but this time it was Rao Shuqing who did. Perhaps she likes this kind of thing. Qin Hao laughed and said, Counselor, are you here as a private tutor to tutor me privately? His eyes were filled with a wicked smile as he stared blatantly at Rao Shuqing's figure. Rao Shuqing's figure is second only to Zhao Zihan's, making her even more alluring in her uniform, which barely conceals her ample bosom. Rao Shuqing's heart was pounding. She wanted to improve her talent and strength so that she could fight monsters properly and protect everyone. So, she came to find Qin Hao. She had no choice. She wanted to improve herself. Rao Shuqing blushed and said, Qin Hao, I'm the biology teacher today, so I'm here to brush up on my biology knowledge. Qin Hao asked instinctively, Teacher, I have a lot of biological postures. Have you developed any new ones? However, he was quick to act, immediately going forward to pick up Rao Shuqing and giving her a kiss. Rao Shuqing said shyly, I can't take it anymore, be gentle. Just then, there was a knock on Qin Hao's door. Thump, thump. Qin Hao was taken aback. Who would be so presumptuous so late at night? Rao Shuqing also shrank back suddenly. It seemed that Qin Hao was looking for excitement and didn't even lock the room. If her students saw this, where'd she put her face? The ship captain, are you there? Qin Hao and Rao Shuqing were slightly taken aback upon hearing the voice. It was actually the voice of the icy goddess Long Shi. Chapter 80, A Prophecy Come True. Su Wanqing's gossipy heart. Qin Hao was speechless. What was Long Shi doing here in the middle of the night, interrupting his good time? Rao Shuqing blushed with embarrassment. If Long Shi came in and saw them doing a live broadcast, it would be disastrous, because they have already established a connection. Qin Hao said with some displeasure, Long Shi, why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? He already has one. Having another one doesn't seem quite right. Long Shi, standing outside the door, felt a little nervous upon hearing Qin Hao's somewhat displeased voice. She had finally mustered the courage to confront the situation, but then she realized that Qin Hao seemed busy, and she could hear other girls' voices coming from inside. Does that mean everyone is working that hard? Long Shi said shyly, No, it's nothing. If Captain is busy, I'll be going now. After saying that, Long Shi was extremely embarrassed and quickly ran back to her room. She's recently become somewhat submissive to Qin Hao's teasing and the devilish whispers of the swimming pool, but Qin Hao seemed to be quite busy. At this moment, Qin Hao, who was holding Rao Shuqing, was also deep in thought. Could it be that Long Shi, this ice-cold beauty, had been teased by him and fallen for him, and had come to a realization? But he wasn't going to indulge her. Just as he'd thought, even if you figured it out, you still have to wait in line. Shuqing, my darling, now that no one's bothering us, let's continue. Rao Shuqing nodded shyly, her face flushed. Inside the room, bursts of pleasurable sounds suddenly filled the air again. 2 hours later, Qin Hao held the unconscious Rao Shuqing in his arms, feeling both amused and exasperated. She tried to hold on longer, but she couldn't take it anymore, and he coaxed her to sleep. Nothing happened that night. The spaceship traversed the silent universe, and Qin Hao also fell into a light sleep. In fact, given his ability, he basically doesn't need to rest or replenish his energy. But resting for a while is still more refreshing. The next day, before dawn, Qin had already gotten up feeling extremely refreshed and stretched. Looking at Rao Shuqing, who was still sleeping, he smiled. The counselor did a great job of providing guidance and was a competent teacher. He slapped Rao Shuqing's shapely buttocks. Teacher, get up now. The sun's about to shine on your bottom. Ah. Rao Shuqing was startled awake by the sudden slap. She glared at Qin Hao angrily and said, Qin Hao, you bad guy. How could you hit the teacher? Qin Hao laughed and said, Aren't you going to get up? What if they find out later? Rao Shuqing replied fearlessly, So what? It's happened more than once already, so let them find out. Rao Shuqing felt that if things were done the other way around, they would be discovered eventually, and some people had become quite bold. However, fate is often so mysterious. Rao Shuqing's words proved prophetic. At this moment, Ling Xiaoke, wearing a pink dress, opened Qin Hao's door with breakfast in hand. As Qin Hao's woman, she had a certain relationship with him, so she didn't need to be so reserved and opened up directly. However, she was immediately shocked when she saw the scene inside. She saw that their counselor, Rao Shuqing, was actually in Qin Hao's bed. Crucially, her clothes were disheveled, and the black stockings under her teacher's uniform showed signs of tearing and had several large holes. Counselor, what are you doing in Qin Hao's bed? Ling Xiaoke was startled by the shocking scene and exclaimed in a sharp voice. Because of her shocked words, her voice was louder. This caused a girl passing by nearby to also come over, unaware of what was going on. Wearing high-waisted, tight-fitting yoga pants, Bai Schwerer practiced yoga early in the morning to maintain her good figure. She looked over and saw the shocking scene inside the room. Zhao Zhan also came over skipping and hopping, her body trembling slightly. She exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Counselor, you've been so discreet, and you've already hooked up with Brother Qin Hao? At this moment, several more female students quietly looked over. Although they were timid, with so many people around, it wasn't unreasonable for them to join the fun. Rao Shuqing felt like the sky had fallen. She would never be arrogant again. Her words had come true. They had all found out. She was so embarrassed. She quickly said to Ling Xiaoke, Xiaoke, why didn't you knock? Close the door quickly. Oh, I'm so sorry, Counselor, I interrupted your good time. Ling Xiaoke belatedly realized that so many people had gathered behind her without her noticing. She awkwardly closed the door. Then he faced a group of women who were looking at each other in bewilderment. Ling Xiaoke, Zhao Zihan, Bai Schwerer, Su Wanqing, Song Weining, Hu Meyer, and Lilia, among others, stared at each other in shock. Am I seeing things? Is that really the counselor inside? Their usually proper counselor was found disheveled on Qin Hao's boat. They knew without a doubt what they had done last night. Fox Charm was also surprised. Were they actually her counselor and the captain? She had fallen asleep last night and missed a mining opportunity. Su Wanqing, the hunter girl, was even more shocked because she knew many of Qin Hao's secrets. She had seen Qin Hao carry Lin Mengyao on his back, and she had seen Qin Hao hold Kong Linger in his arms. Now she saw her counselor. Su Wanqing knew that all of these women had already become Qin Hao's women. Besides them, Li Mengmeng, Ling Xiaoke, and Zhao Zihan should also be Qin Hao's women. It's only been a short time, and already 6 women have become Captain Qin Hao's women? That's too fast. Her gossip instincts were already running high, and she couldn't contain herself any longer. Since the counselor already knew, it shouldn't matter if a few more people knew, right? Zhao Zihan sighed. The counselor was so discreet, I didn't expect he'd already succeeded. Ling Xiaoke also asked gossipily, Zihan, tell me honestly, did you succeed in getting her too? The name Ling Xiaoke sounds quite spiritual, as if it's declaring sovereignty. All the girls present immediately looked at Zhao Zihan and Ling Xiaoke. Zhao Zihan blushed slightly and said, Brother Qin Hao insisted. Actually, it was Zhao Zihan who took the initiative to say that the cat in the room could do backflips, but out of shyness, she told a little lie. Upon hearing this, all the girls present immediately understood. Ling Xiaoke also seemed to be deep in thought. She felt that she should be the second oldest, while Zhao Zihan, who is so fast, should be the third oldest. Su Wanqing's gossip instincts reached their peak, and she feigned surprise, saying, My goodness, Xiaoku and Zihan, I never thought you two would also become the captain's women. How lucky you are! Upon hearing this, the group of girls immediately cast curious glances at her. Could it be that Su Wanqing knew something else? Bai Schwerer asked curiously, Wanqing, what do you mean by also becoming the captain's woman? Do you know anyone else? Tell me secretly, I want to hear. The other girls were also chattering, all wanting to know. Lilia, the white-haired girl, was also extremely anxious when she heard the discussion. These girls were usually so gentle and unassuming, but it was unexpected that so many people had already succeeded. As the seed of hope for the continuation of civilization on the Gemini stars, she could no longer wait and had to take the initiative. Otherwise, as Qin Hao's master has more and more women, her opportunities will become fewer and fewer. Chapter 81, The Gossipy Women's Spaceship Docks at the Tribal World. Ling Xiaoke and Zhao Zihan also looked at Su Wanqing. After everyone found out about their relationship with Qin Hao, they were a little shy, but overall they were okay. After becoming a real woman, she lost some of her naivety and gained more of a woman's charm. Wanqing, hurry up and tell us. Everyone wants to know. Tell us before Captain Qin Hao and the instructor come out. Zhao Zihan also urged. She also wanted to know who had become her sister. Although there was some rivalry and jealousy between her, Ling Xiaoke and Li Mengmeng, they had all come to regard each other as sisters, and their relationship had improved considerably. If there is a conflict of interest, they will definitely gravitate towards becoming Qin Hao's women. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Su Wanqing's gossip instincts reached their peak. She waved for everyone to come over and spoke softly. Several girls understood and walked towards Su Wanqing, forming a scene where several girls surrounded Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction, then covered her mouth slightly and whispered, I saw Qin Hao carrying Lin Mingyao, the school beauty, on his back. Their destination was Lin Mingyao's bedroom. Another time, I saw Brother Qin Hao carrying a completely exhausted Kong Linger out of the bathroom. My sixth sense tells me that something must have happened between them. The blush on Linger's face can't be faked. As soon as Su Wanqing spoke, all the girls present went wild. His face was full of disbelief. What a joke. Lin, the most beautiful girl on campus, was so shy and demure. How did Qin Hao manage to win her over? Even the ethereal and otherworldly Kong Linger, who seemed untouched by worldly concerns, was captured. You know, they are all incredibly beautiful women, and also innocent and well-behaved girls. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zihan and Ling Xiaoke were immediately taken aback. What? They become Qin Hao's women too. If that's the case, the competition will be extremely fierce. Brother Qin Hao, I'll definitely visit those two when I have time in the future. Zhao Zihan thought to herself that, apart from being a little older, she didn't seem to have any other advantages. Ling Xiaoke felt even more bitter. Her figure wasn't great. She was the petite type and couldn't compare to them at all. Moreover, after performing Sun Never Sets with Qin Hao last time, she didn't dare to go to Qin Hao again. Bai Schwerer, Song Weining, and the others were also digesting this shocking information. Ling Xiaoke subconsciously asked, I wonder who the fourth and fifth brothers are. She knew that Li Mengmeng was probably the first, herself the second, and Zhao Zihan the third, but she didn't know about the others. She never expected that someone would beat Li Mengmeng to it. The group of girls also turned their gazes to Ling Xiaoke, revealing meaningful smiles. Xiaoke, it seems you know a lot. Who do you think you are? Song Weining teased. Ling Xiaoke then realized that she might have said something wrong, since there were so many people here. She laughed awkwardly and said, I misspoke. I was sleepwalking. At the same time, inside the room, Rao Shuqing was extremely anxious, her face flushed, as she paced around the room in a flustered manner. Qin Hao laughed and said, Shuqing, my darling, didn't you say you weren't scared? Well, now you've really been discovered. You'd better get out of here. Rao Shuqing said angrily. Qin Hao, what time is it? You're still teasing me. The students saw me like this, and now I'm so ashamed to face them. Qin Hao said helplessly, then throw away that ripped stocking later. It's getting late, we should go out. I reckon the spaceship will be broadcasting a message soon. Rao Shuqing was also very bitter. She threw away the ripped stockings, straightened her clothes to cover herself up completely, and at the same time composed her facial expression. Then, she and Qin Hao slowly walked out. As soon as Rao Shuqing opened the door, she saw a group of girls chattering outside. Zhao Zihan chuckled and said, Good morning, counselor. Why did you get off Qin Hao's bed? After hearing this, the girls couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Zihan, that girl really doesn't give the counselor any face at all. Can we say that? Even though Rao Shuqing was very shy, she suppressed it. She calmly replied without batting an eye. What are you thinking? The counselor just wanted to discuss with Qin Hao how to handle things today. If there's nothing else, everyone can disperse and get ready. The spaceship will probably make an announcement soon. The other girls just smiled secretly without saying anything, as if we all understood. What kind of decent person would go through all that trouble, ending up in Qin Hao's bed? and with their clothes disheveled no less. Even her black stockings were torn. Okay, counselor, we don't know anything. We'll be going now. One can imagine that after today, the spaceship will be exceptionally lively, and the names of the instructor and Lin Mingyao will be widely circulated throughout the spaceship. Their gossip will definitely keep coming. It's only been a few days, and so many girls have already fallen for it. Almost one a day. This is terrifying. Ling Xiaoke and the others are concerned about who is first and who is last. Men, of course, care more about their first woman. Rao Shuqing looked at the women gradually dispersing and sighed in relief. It seems I really can't be so arrogant in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, her words came true, leaving her extremely embarrassed. Just then, the spaceship's announcement came over the loudspeaker. The spaceship is about to arrive at its destination. In the tribal world, you may encounter other spaceships. This stop will last for 7 days. A red moon will appear tonight. Players are advised to proceed with caution. Spaceship A-1001, you're the first captain to upgrade to a level 4 spaceship. You have the privilege of arriving 30 minutes early. You can decide whether to use this privilege. A group of girls and Qin Hao immediately gathered in the hall. They all looked somewhat solemn after hearing the spaceship's announcement. They remembered that the red moon would go berserk, at which point the monsters of this tribal world would be extremely difficult to deal with. All the girls turned to look at Qin Hao, wondering if he had decided to arrive at the station early. Chapter 82, Preparing to Arrive at the Tribal World, Arriving 30 Minutes Early. Yes, if we had arrived at the station earlier, we probably would have been besieged like last time. They were all a little nervous at this moment. They had just spent a relaxing day, and now they were facing this violent tribal world. They were still a little scared. This might be part of a plan to lower your guard first, and then bring you a major challenge. Rao Shuqing also looked at Qin Hao and said, Qin Hao, although there might be level 2 elite monsters deeper in, it doesn't guarantee they won't come out. Can you handle them? The other girls also looked at Qin Hao. With their strength, they would have a hard time dealing with a level 2 elite monster, and they would have to rely on Qin Hao's powerful combat strength. Qin Hao thought for a moment and said, I think I'm invincible among those of the same level. Level 2 elite monsters are manageable as long as they're not top-tier level 2 monsters. He wasn't just talking nonsense. With the strength of a second-level elite, plus the human king seal, and an 11-fold amplification, anyone would be full of confidence and high spirits. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin and the others' eyes lit up. Qin Hao's strength was so great that it made them feel extremely safe. Captain, I've finished making your greatsword too. At this moment, Lu Shuang handed a large cleaver to Qin Hao. She had spent a lot of time finally completing the crafting of this special material and forging a powerful cleaver. Qin Hao looked at the large cleaver made of special materials and showed a look of delight. It is entirely purple and features some design details from Lu Shuang. The hilt has an exquisite copper ring, and the blade gleams with a cold light, making it both imposing and beautiful. What a fine knife, he couldn't help but exclaim. Afterwards, he stored it in the system space, and with the help of this sword, his strength could be improved slightly. He glanced at everyone and said, I've decided to use my privilege of arriving 30 minutes early. Everyone, get ready. Qin Hao made the decision immediately. Dobao, I want to use my 30-minute arrival privilege to speed up the spaceship to the tribal world. The bean bun has been received. Route planning is underway, and speed is being increased. It is expected to arrive at the tribe world site in 2.5 minutes. Immediately afterwards, they began discussing who would go into battle. For everyone's safety, only one team was deployed this time. The rest of the personnel will defend the spaceship. They are Qin Hao, who is powerful in combat, Rao Shuqing, who is a prophet, Zhao Zihan, who is a healer, Lin Mingyao, who is a beast tamer, Leng Shi, who is frozen, Sun Yin, who is lucky, Lu Shuang, Lilia, and Su Wanqing. A total of 9 people were mobilized, 2 of whom were specifically sent for training. As for Chun Xiao, as a combat-type talent, she serves as a powerful force to defend the spaceship and ensure its safety. There's also Su Jiejie, the alchemist, who has concocted many poisons, also serving as a line of defense. Actually, the 2 of them could be deployed as a team, but considering the weak defenses inside the spaceship, someone needs to stay behind. Later on, if all the girls awaken their talents, 2 or even 3 teams can be deployed. Rao Shuqing and the others were also somewhat nervous as they watched the spaceship speeding away. They could already see the view outside the spaceship. It was a dense forest with extremely tall trees. Boom! Finally, with a slight rumble, the spaceship came to a steady stop. The group quickly walked out, looking somewhat out of place, as if they had just gotten off a plane. Suited to exclaimed in surprise. It's not like last time where we were surrounded and attacked directly. Rao Shuqing, after a moment's thought, said, these monsters are all deep inside. We are currently on the outer edge of this tribal world. Qin Hao nodded and said, that should be the case. It's impossible for them to be surrounded and attacked by level 2 monsters right away. Otherwise, they could probably destroy a large number of spaceships in one go. It's important to know that Qin Hao and his crew were on a top-tier spaceship, and his strength was definitely among the best, which gave him the confidence to deal with level 2 elite monsters. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat them. He suspected that 99% of the people on the Blue Star channel were weaker than him. The group nodded and then followed Qin Hao as they slowly disembarked from the spaceship. After greeting the women inside the spaceship, he began his exploration. Their spaceship docked 30 minutes earlier than the others, and those 30 minutes were definitely the best time to search for the treasure chest. Qin Hao and his group also learned that in this world of survival, after water and food were secured, the most important thing was to upgrade the spaceship and their own strength. Treasure chests are an important strategic resource for upgrading spaceships and enhancing overall strength. Their goal was extremely clear: to obtain treasure chests as their primary objective, supplies as a secondary objective, and to try and kill monsters if possible. After all, you gain experience points for each boss you kill. Rao Shuqing, after some foresight, said, keep heading east. There might be treasure chests there. After hearing this, Zhao Zihan shouted with high spirits, charge! Charge! Pick up the treasure chest with your left hand and fight the monster with your right. Rao Shuqing also smiled. Zhao Zihan was such a lively and energetic person, good at livening up the atmosphere. Sun Yin seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be that people with large breasts are more outgoing? She nuzzled against Zhao Zihan and asked, Zihan, did you eat some kind of talent fruit? Your healer talent can actually cure the zombie virus. I don't believe you can become more talented just by sleeping. I also want to become more talented, so tell me quickly. She didn't believe Zhao Zihan's claim that her talent would become stronger after a night's sleep. She wanted to ask if her talent would also become stronger, and maybe she could really find a treasure chest just by going out. Among those present, Rao Shuqing and Lin Mengyao were somewhat tempted, as it seemed that it really was possible to enhance one's talent by simply taking a nap. At this moment, Rao Shuqing felt that she could not only use her prophetic talent multiple times, but also that it was more concrete. Lin Mengyao is the same. With her current level 1 high strength, her talent has also been enhanced. She can probably tame level 1 mid, or even level 1 high monsters. Zhao Zihan said helplessly, Nian Nian, I'm telling you the truth, but you don't believe me. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Qin Hao. After listening, Sun Yin looked at Qin Hao, wanting to find the answer. She really wanted to become stronger, and was already fantasizing about the wonderful days when she could use her talent for luck to find treasure chests as soon as she went out. Qin Hao looked at Sun Yin with a meaningful gaze. Could it be that Sun Yin had also figured it out? He wasn't afraid at all. With his current physique so formidable, he could be considered a golden kidney warrior, so he naturally had his confidence. Qin Hao laughed and said, come to my room next night, and I'll tell you. At this moment, Sun Yin felt Qin Hao's meaningful gaze and realized what was going on. Although she was a two-dimensional otaku, she still knew a little about those things. Her head was buzzing. So, this really was just taking a nap? But it was different. It was napping with Qin Hao. Qin Hao, you scoundrel. At this moment, even Lung Shi's usually placid face showed some interest. That night, she finally mustered the courage to take that step, but this act of initiative resulted in a lifetime of introversion. Moreover, she had heard some rumors that morning, and that the counselors seemed to have been in the captain's room that night. In other words, she almost ruined the teacher's good time. Chapter 83, Sun Yin, blessed with good fortune, goes to war with the barbarians. At this point, Lung Shi was no longer as naive as before. She had learned a great deal. It seems even they who are counselors have willingly offered themselves up. No wonder she has such talent. She didn't take the talent fruit, and she seems to have become even more powerful. Qin Hao stopped talking to them and got to work. Now is the perfect time to search for treasure chests while he was out and about, so he had to hurry. After this period, or perhaps when I go back, I can have a proper conversation with him about life. The environment Qin Hao and his group were in at this moment was different from the forest they had seen from the spaceship. They were in a plain. This may be because it is located on the edge of the tribal world. The forest may be located at the core of this world. Broken jungles, cracked deserts, abandoned battlefields, winding underground caves, and rough, broken stone buildings make up the face of this world. It made Qin Hao and the others feel as if they were in a wild wilderness. Qin Hao muttered to himself, "Is this the tribal world? It seems somewhat dilapidated." Rao Shuqing and the others also frowned. Just looking at this environment, they felt that this world was extraordinary. No wonder there were level 2 elite monsters. They must be much more difficult to deal with than zombies. They walked on, very fast, their feet rustling as they stepped on the uneven, rough ground. After traveling about a few miles, Qin Hao suddenly stopped. His true-sight eyes had seen something. A treasure chest is hidden in a thicket of bushes. Surely no one will notice it. Qin Hao was quite surprised that a treasure chest had been found so quickly. He wondered if it was due to Sun Yin's luck or Rao Shuqing's foresight. Qin Hao, who was just wondering, then noticed that Sun Yin was walking with a swaying gait, looking nonchalant, and was kicking small stones around unintentionally. Then, she kicked the little stone into the bushes, which broke the balance of the treasure chest inside. A golden treasure chest fell in front of everyone. In that instant, the air froze. How did a treasure chest end up here? And it seems to be of pretty high quality, like a silver treasure chest. Zhao Zihan exclaimed in shock. What the heck? What happened? How did a treasure chest suddenly fall out? Did it just deliver itself to my doorstep? Qin Hao explained, "You might not have seen it, but I did." Sun Yin kicked a small stone into the jungle, and then the treasure chest just happened to fall down. Qin Hao was also embarrassed. If he didn't have the true sight cheat, he might have missed it. However, Sun Yin, being gifted with luck, could indirectly obtain it. Everyone present stared at Sun Yin with wide eyes. How could this work? What kind of luck is this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's a chosen one. Lilia exclaimed in surprise. Sister Sun Yin, your luck is incredible. It's like this treasure chest was waiting for you. Sun Yin was also pleasantly surprised. She had received another treasure chest. She said happily, maybe it's because of my luck or talent. The treasure chest is attractive to me. Qin Hao also praised him highly, saying that Su Tuigu is truly talented. He saw it too. It was actually a silver treasure chest. Obtain silver treasure chest 1. Qin Hao laughed and said, "It seems that with Nian Yin around, we won't be short of treasure chests. Let's take advantage of having 30 minutes ahead of us and loot as much as possible." Now, this is a new map, and they're the first to arrive, so there are bound to be many treasure chests and plenty of opportunities. You know, the last time they came to that dilapidated town, it was the same. The first group of people went straight for the soup and meat. Qin Hao felt that once these girls had all acquired their talents and become stronger, he planned to split them into 2 teams. This would maximize their benefits and reduce the risk. Each team is equipped with combat-type talents and various support talents. They continued their advance without slowing down, determined to loot the area before other teams arrived. Just then, Rao Shuqing stopped and said, "My prophet told me that there's a life force on our left, which seems to be a kind of barbarian." Some of the people were tempted. Qin Hao said, "Let's go take a look." He waved, signaling everyone to follow. After walking for a while, they saw a camp made of animal hides standing in a recessed valley. Outside the camp, there were honey badgers with yellow fur, strong muscles, and sharp teeth. They wore only animal skin clothing and carried a large sword, patrolling the surroundings. They were barbarians from a tribal world. The creatures within the tribal world, known as barbarians, all possess low-level strength, level 1. The 3 leaders possess mid-level strength, level 1. Once a battle begins, they enter a berserk state, significantly increasing their combat power. Qin Hao also showed curiosity. These barbarians were quite weak. No wonder they were on the periphery. It must be because they didn't have any territory in the core area. Lu Shuang whispered, "There's a treasure chest at the top of their camp. Should we steal it?" At the top of the barbarian camp, there was a brightly lit treasure chest, a bronze-quality chest. Just as they were discussing it, the barbarians, having noticed Qin Hao and his group's movements, rushed over. They were carrying a large sword and were determined to kill Qin Hao and the others. Roar! Barbarians charged forward, seemingly unleashing a berserk mode, moving at incredible speed, their eyes bloodshot. Seeing them charging towards him, Qin Hao naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He quickly ordered Rao Shuqing, Sun Yin, and others to take out bows and swords to fight the enemy, and distributed the weapons. After thinking for a moment, Qin Hao decided to grant access to the spaceship to Lin Mengyao and everyone else. This would be much more convenient, and all the good stuff would be on my person, since there's not much treasure in the spaceship. Qin Hao said, I have granted you access to the spaceship. You can take the weapons yourselves. They're all at the low and medium level 1 strength, so we're not worried at all. Let's finish the battle quickly. Qin Hao originally intended to let them take action, but thinking of a quick victory, he joined the battle as well. The other girls nodded in agreement after hearing Qin Hao's words. Having space on the spaceship made things much more convenient, and they all began to take out their weapons. Holding an iron sword in combat mode, Sun Yin gritted her teeth and said, You guys wanted to rush up here, so don't blame me for taking action. Since the barbarians are killing themselves, there's nothing we can do but see who has the greater skill. Chapter 84 quickly resolves various spaceship docking issues in the tribal world. Battle is imminent. Lin Mengyao didn't say anything at this moment, but she also took out a sword and charged forward blankly. There was no other way. She hadn't tamed any monsters, and she had also released that giant tiger monster back then, so she had to fight it herself. However, she wasn't afraid because the captain said that her strength was at the advanced level 1, and she should be able to defeat them. She's amazing. The captain praises her every day. She quickly engaged a barbarian in battle and firmly gained the upper hand. Lung Shi had come out with Qin Hao so many times, and like Lin Mengyao, she didn't waste any words when it came to starting a war. She instantly switched to combat mode, transforming into the ice archer Qin Hao had described. She drew back the bowstring, squinted as she aimed, her freezing talent activated on the arrow, a chill spreading around her. Combined with her cool expression, she looked extremely dashing. Call out! With a swift and skillful use of her talent, she fired an arrow that struck the barbarian with remarkable precision. The sharp iron arrow pierced directly into the barbarian's flesh, rapidly cooling and solidifying it until it froze, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Zhao Zihan and her group also demonstrated their formidable combat abilities. As a member of the spaceship, Lilia also received the physique enhancement fluid and is now at the low level of level 1. Although they appeared weak in the battle, they actually gained a certain advantage. Among them, Qin Hao was the most powerful. He took out his large cleaver and charged forward first. With sweeping, powerful strikes, he took the life of a barbarian with a single blow. His speed was incredible. He was practically a human harvester, instantly turning the tide of battle. In just a few moves, he killed a level 1 mid-level barbarian. It was like a game changer. Qin Hao swung his sword again and killed the barbarian. He turned to look at Rao Shuqing and the others. At this moment, relying on the suppression of their cultivation levels, they also defeated their opponents without any pressure. On the spot, nearly a dozen or 20 barbarians were all wiped out in one fell swoop. As for words of appeasement, he couldn't be bothered to say them. Since they dared to take action, they were destined to have no good end. Gained 18 energy cores. He leaped up and landed on the top of the camp, then took the treasure chest. Obtained bronze treasure chest 1. In a short time, they got 2 treasure chests. It's great to arrive at the station early. At this moment, Rao Shuqing looked at the women present. Although some of them looked unwell, they quickly recovered. She said with satisfaction, "That's good. You are all good students." Many of these people had already come out several times before, which is why they were so calm. Lin Mengyao, Zhao Zihan, Lung Shi, and Lu Shuang are almost always present when they go out. If even they can't stand it, then no one else needs to play. Zhao Zihan pouted and said, "What's so special about this? Even if they didn't dare to attack us, we'd still rush in. That's a treasure chest." Sun Yin and the others echoed, saying that they shouldn't underestimate them, as their mental fortitude was incredibly strong. Qin Hao laughed and said, "That's good. Time is running out. I'm afraid some spaceships have already docked. Let's continue forward and try to loot as much as possible." He checked the time, and it seemed that half an hour had passed, mainly because the journey was quite time-consuming. However, having come so far, they're still ahead of others. As Qin Hao had expected, many spaceships had already docked at the edge of this tribal world. Inside their respective spaceships, everyone quickly disembarked with grave expressions, scanning their surroundings to check for any danger. Outside a spaceship, a group of men standing upright quickly assembled. As if well-trained, they first surveyed the surroundings before splitting into 2 teams. The leader said, As powerful special forces representing the highest combat strength in the past, we must be fully prepared and let the people of Blue Star Channel know how powerful we are. If Qin Hao were here, he would definitely know something about it. Isn't this the team that's known as the Special Forces? That is indeed the case, and the reason they chose this username was to bring some light to the already fragmented Dragon Kingdom, which was caught in the struggle for survival. At the same time, it is also to give people in the end times some hope. In the exhausting and hungry world of survival, many people are not killed by monsters or zombies, but by their own will. Moreover, the Blue Star Channel is a major region of the entire Blue Star, and there are also people from other countries causing trouble, which also serves as a deterrent. After all, once war breaks out, people will definitely prioritize uniting with their own countrymen to attack those of other countries. Currently, many Level 3 spaceships have appeared in foreign countries on the Blue Star Channel, creating immense pressure. Yes, squad leader. Several members of the team responded in unison. Suligwa nodded and continued. Even if we're all caught up in interstellar survival, if we see any people from the Little Japan Kingdom, we must kill them all. This is not only about old scores, but also about new ones. Recently, several successful spaceships from the Little Days Kingdom have been making a lot of provocations on the Blue Star Channel. They have claimed that they have already wiped out more than one team from the Dragon Kingdom. I've disliked them for a long time, and I'll fight them to the death whenever I see them. In another peripheral area, inside a spaceship, some people emerged who looked different from those in the Dragon Kingdom, and even different from those on Earth. Although they are humanoid, they have a tail, extremely cute faces, and fluffy ears, just like a kitten. If any knowledgeable person from the universe were to come here, they would discover that they are actually cat people. This survival game brought them to this tribal world. If Qin Hao and the others searched the chat channel in Zone 1 of the Endless Starfield, they would find that there had been messages left by them in the lobby. Meow, interesting. Is this a tribal world? I wonder how strong these natives are. Are they level 2 elite monsters? They seem pretty powerful. Also on the edge of the area, another spaceship produced rows of tall, imposing figures. They were upright and extremely fierce-looking, resembling giants, but they were not giants. They belonged to a civilization called the Luo-Man Star People. The people on the entire planet are extremely strong, with an average height of 3 meters, and they look just like barbarians. Their footsteps could even cause the ground to vibrate slightly and make a few sounds. Roar! Several Roman aliens pounded their fists into their chests and roared, displaying extreme, domineering power. That roar alone would probably scare away some weaker creatures. The Red Moon 7 days from now seems to be a significant turning point, attracting not only people from various countries on Earth, but also many unknown races and civilizations. This trip to the world of tribes is destined to be anything but peaceful. These 7 days are sure to be unforgettable for all players. Chapter 85, All Parties Gather Before the Waterfall. Qin Hao and his group were still busy collecting supplies and treasure chests, unaware that in addition to the people from the Blue Star Channel, there were also some visitors from outside the Endless Starfield 1. This is a meeting between two parties. It's unclear what kind of sparks will fly. Inside a spaceship, a gloomy-looking man said coldly, "Now that we have the heart of the spaceship, we must find more treasure chests in this tribal world so that we can upgrade the spaceship. Also, I suspect that Brother Dao was killed by the enemy. They are not stupid enough to fight against an army of zombies." Li Fei was also somewhat solemn. After Dao Ji's death, he became the new captain. If Dao Gu and the others were killed by the enemy, they would definitely be in trouble. Given the ruthless nature of Brother Dao and his gang, they must have provoked him. One of them said coldly, "Captain Li, what are you afraid of? We're not pushovers. Why would we be afraid of them? We're almost at level 4, which means we're probably among the top in the entire Blue Star Channel." The others nodded in agreement. A ruthless glint flashed in Li Fei's eyes as he said, "Yes, we should strike first. We've been given a second chance at life, so we should prioritize our own interests. Hurry up, the number of treasure chests at each station is limited. First come, first served." If Qin Hao and the others were here and heard these people's words, they would definitely be surprised, because they were the same spaceship that Brother Dao was on when it docked at Gemini. Dao Gu and his gang wanted to reap the benefits and prepared to shoot Rao Shuqing and the others, but Qin Hao swept them away. It can be said that there are now a great many spaceships docked in this tribal world. Apart from some spaceships that want to survive and won't take risks unless they starve, the people on the remaining spaceships are gradually moving towards the core, because that's where you'll find more treasure chests and supplies. but the core area is inevitably accompanied by danger. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and his group had arrived at an area close to the core area. As the first level 4 spaceship in the region, they were able to arrive 30 minutes early, which allowed them to arrive so quickly. Guided by Rao Shuqing's prophetic vision, they arrived at their destination. She said this place was a treasure trove, and that there might be a treasure chest there. Although Qin Hao and his group may not seem to have particularly strong talents, each of them actually plays a very important role. In particular, Rao Shuqing's prophetic abilities, after being enhanced, allow her to discern with a little divination which areas are advantageous and which are disadvantageous to them. Sun Yin's luck is also an indispensable factor. In some way, the acquisition of these treasure chests is related to her. This time, Qin Hao's true sight was slightly faster than Sun Yin's. Within a waterfall lies a reward for the brave. Perhaps a treasure chest lies hidden. This is a shallow pond. Don't even think about swimming. Be careful, a monster might pull you in. They were now in a dense, grassy area, with a path that seemed to have been made by animals. They continued forward until the path forked. At the fork in the road, there's a small waterfall, and below the waterfall is a deep pool. This is very likely the place where the creatures of this world drink water. Qin Hao also seemed to be deep in thought. Following the instructions of the Eye of True Sight, the good stuff was actually inside the waterfall. Could this be the water curtain cave of the Monkey King? But there seems to be a monster lurking in that water pool. I wonder which old monster is crouching there, waiting for some creature to come and have a buffet. At this moment, as if sensing something telepathically, Sun Yin said to everyone, I think there should be something inside that waterfall. The girls were used to it, so Sun Yin's feeling was probably right. Rao Shuqing could sense the general location, while Sun Yin could pinpoint it more precisely. Rao Shuqing nodded and said, let's go take a look. They arrived at the waterfall. Gazing at the small waterfall, he pondered for a while. Zhao Zihan asked doubtfully, does it mean I have to jump into the waterfall like Monkey King? She exclaimed, these treasure chests are amazing at hiding things. If every treasure chest is hidden this well, it will be so hard to find. Apart from our team, where everyone has their own talent, it would be difficult for others to find them, right? Some treasure chests are very well hidden, unlike those in barbarian camps where they are openly displayed. Qin Hao laughed and said, it might really be hidden inside. Sun Yin pondered, Zihan, you've never played those exploration games, have you? There's a waterfall on this ordinary road. Anyone would come back and loot it. A smart person should know that this is a resource point. Lu Shuang also laughed and said, maybe it's really the same as what Sun Yin thought. After all, this is also a survival game. I just don't know who has such great ability to create this game by considering the survival strategies of countless civilizations and races. Just then, Lin Mingyao, the shy and quiet school beauty, suddenly spoke up. She said timidly, this little Tan makes me feel malice. He seems to be an untamable monster. Lin Mingyao's words stunned everyone. Does danger and opportunity coexist? Qin Hao said, is that so? Then let's think of a way to lure it out and take it out. Although he could dive for long periods of time without being affected by high pressure after his elder brother, the devouring whale, gave him the blue spirit fruit, this place was, after all, the territory of that monster. While it's unlikely to result in a complete disaster, it's still best to be cautious. They were pondering how to lure the monster out. Lin Mingyao said blankly, should I control a small animal and lure it up? Qin Hao laughed and said, little Mingyao is really smart, but it seems there are no usable animals around. I'll catch a fish to catch her. After he finished speaking, he said to Long Sure, sure, can you use your freezing talent to freeze the fish meat? When the monster eats it, it will be frozen instantly, haha. Long Sure thought for a moment and said, I should be able to do it. I've become much more powerful at using my talent. In recent days, whenever she has time, she has become extremely skilled at using her talent. Qin Hao took out the fishing rod that Lu Shuang had made earlier, placed a large piece of tuna meat on it, and then cut a slit in the middle of the tuna. Long Sure slowly stepped forward and began to circulate her talent. The biting cold spread out and gradually condensed into an ice bead, which she placed inside the fish meat. She nodded and said, this ice bead contains immense freezing power, but I can't control it if it's attacked by external forces. Qin Hao nodded in approval of Long Shure's abilities. He was surprised that she could do something like that. Without further delay, he began casting his line to catch the monster. Chapter 86, Killing the Monster and Obtaining Zhongling Milk on Sun Yin's back. Qin Hao started fishing, and large chunks of tuna meat meandered down the small pond, sinking to a sufficiently deep depth. This small pool may not look deep, but it is probably more than 10 meters deep. If someone were to fall in by chance and fight with a monster that is skilled in water, they would probably not be able to escape. The tuna meat lay 2 meters away, waiting quietly for the monster to take the bait. After waiting for a long time, Qin Hao, with his immense strength, vaguely saw a dark shadow appear. It moves extremely fast, rushing swiftly towards the tuna flesh in the flowing pool without disturbing the surface of the water, demonstrating its excellent swimming ability. The dark figure opened its blood-red maw and bit directly at the tuna flesh. It melts in your mouth, and with that one bite, the fishing line on the fishing rod snaps. However, it was at this moment that the ice bead began to take effect, spreading frost across the monster's abdomen until it froze the flesh and blood, rendering it lifeless. If the freeze were imposed from the outside, there might still be a way to survive, but a freeze from the inside out is something that is hard to withstand. The monster let out a painful roar, and after struggling violently, it gradually fell silent. Zhao Zihan looked delighted and said, "That monster seems to have been frozen unconscious by sure. Qin Hao also noticed this and came closer to the deep pool. Looking at the black monster, it looked just like a water monkey. It was already somewhat unable to move and gradually floated upwards. He took advantage of the situation and directly chopped off the monster's head with a single stroke. A water ghost with level 1 medium strength. Its combat power will be enhanced in water. Qin Hao was speechless. It was only level 1 intermediate? Even if he went down there, he could easily defeat it. These monsters are too weak. They're not even enough for them to gain experience. He shook his head and said, "It's just a level 1 mid-level monster. Not worth mentioning. Let's go find the treasure chest." The group of girls nodded in agreement. Qin Hao led the women to a rock very close to the waterfall. He could vaguely see that there was indeed a cave entrance inside the waterfall. He laughed and said, "I have the strongest combat power, so I'll go scout ahead first." Rao Shuqing said with some concern, "Be careful, because we don't know if there are any monsters like the ones we just saw inside." Zhao Zihan then playfully said, "Captain, if you're the first to jump in, we'll crown you the Monkey King." Zhao Zihan's words amused all the girls. Did she think Qin Hao was Sun Wukong? Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He jumped in and saw the scene inside. There is indeed a cave here, but it doesn't have the words Water Curtain Cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain on it. The opening was quite deep, and the inside was not affected by the water flow, so it wasn't wet. He greeted them. "There's no danger. You can come in too." After receiving the body-enhancing liquid, the girls' bodies were strengthened. Although the rock was still quite far from the cave entrance, they jumped with all their might and narrowly made their way across. Without wasting words, they entered and began exploring the cave. Deep inside, Qin Hao and his group saw that there was no danger, only 2 gleaming treasure chests. 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 silver treasure chest. Lilia exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected there to be 2 treasure chests hidden inside." Lu Shuang was also very happy and said, "We got it. It's so great to arrive at the station 30 minutes early. We found all the good stuff." It is precisely because of these rights that Rao Shuqing and others' talents can play a significant role. Qin Hao was overjoyed and immediately accepted both treasure chests. Obtain bronze treasure chest 1. Obtain silver treasure chest 1. They began to observe whether there were any other treasures in the cave. Qin Hao's true sight, "I actually spotted something good. A 10,000-year-old stalactite has been discovered, which may contain precious spirit milk that can enhance one's strength after consumption." Qin Hao saw that in a corner of the cave, there were several stalactites hanging, unusually white and serene. At its tip, a milky white liquid slowly condenses. The milky white liquid looked extremely impressive. That must be the stalactite's spirit milk. The other girls noticed Qin Hao's gaze and looked over as well, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that some kind of stalactite?" Qin Hao nodded and said, "Yes, let's work together to collect the spirit milk from these stalactites. These spirit milks must be very precious and need to be preserved in containers." During their raid on Gemini, they not only obtain a lot of supplies, but also many useful items. Among them are many jade bottles, which are the best place to store the Zhongling milk. Sun Yin and the others were overjoyed. They had discovered something good again. Immediately afterwards, Qin Hao began distributing the jade bottles to the group of girls. Sun Yin said, It's so high. It seems like I can't reach it." Qin Hao laughed and said, "That's easy, Sun Yin. You can ride on my shoulders to collect them. The rest of you, pair up in pairs. Huh, this isn't very appropriate. Sun Yin was stunned for a moment. How embarrassing. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Stop dawdling. Sun Yin, come up here quickly. Qin Hao had already squatted down at this moment. Sun Yin gritted her teeth, her face flushed, and climbed onto Qin Hao's shoulders. Qin Hao felt that Sun Yin was quite light, and carrying her wouldn't be tiring at all. Mainly, he liked Sun Yin's slender, fair legs, so he decided to carry her, albeit reluctantly. Sun Yin's legs were wrapped around Qin Hao, and Qin Hao touched Sun Yin's thighs to stabilize her, so that she could just reach the top of the stalactite. The way they acted made them seem like deeply in love, as if they could find each other right away. The remaining girls awkwardly followed suit. Rao Shuqing straddled Zhao Zihan, pressing down on her and causing Zhao Zihan to cry out in pain. Counselor, why are you so heavy? It's all because your thunderbolt is too big. When Rao Shuqing heard her students say such things, she became furious. Her students were becoming more and more disobedient and unruly. Back in school, we were all well-behaved girls, but now we say whatever comes to mind. Zihan, you have no respect for your elders. Zhao Zihan chuckled to herself, feeling a bit unrestrained. She said somewhat embarrassedly, Advisor, I'm sorry, I misspoke. On the other side, Lin Mengyao was riding on Long Shi. One was a school beauty, the other a class beauty. One was shy and didn't like to talk, the other was an ice queen. They were a unique sight. Lilia, the white-haired girl, rode on Lu Shuang's back, leaving Su Wanqing to idly watch the drama unfold. She knew a lot about Qin Hao and his friends. At this moment, while supporting Sun Yin, Qin Hao didn't forget to do something more important, touching her fair thigh. Su's long, straight, and beautiful legs were fair and supple, like a delicious dish, making Qin Hao's mouth almost water. It would be a real shame not to touch such beautiful legs. Sun Yin felt Qin Hao's restless hands and couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't help but pinch Qin Hao's hands, punishing him for being so naughty. Qin Hao felt the power emanating from Sun Yin's beautiful legs and couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl dared to fight back. She'd really gone too far. Unexpectedly, Sun Yin's punishment didn't stop there. She boldly lowered her head, blushing, and whispered, Brother Qin Hao, if you bully me again, don't blame me for peeing on you. Chapter 87. How hot? Danger arrives, blocked at the exit. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was quite impressed with Sun Yin. She had grown bolder and dared to be so arrogant. He regretted that his tongue wasn't long enough. Otherwise, he could have used his spiraling tongue to show her his power. Yin, don't do anything foolish, Qin Hao advised. At this moment, Qin Hao noticed that his neck was already soaking wet. Could it be that Su Tuigu really peed himself? He was startled and blurted out, Yin, you didn't actually pee, did you? However, his voice, instead of being lowered, became quite loud and was heard by the other girls as well. A group of girls looked over, their faces filled with great confusion. That's too incredible. What? Su Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She was once again watching the drama unfold. She has more and more secrets. She was there when Bai Schwerer and the others made those lewd remarks, and now she's there when Sun Yin does something bad. Sun Yin was immediately startled and exclaimed, Brother Qin Hao, I didn't do that. Why are you slandering my innocence? If you keep slandering me, I'll cry boo-hoo. She really didn't urinate. It was just that her heart was racing and she was secreting some sweat. Qin Hao felt that it probably wasn't urine, otherwise there wouldn't have been so little. Thank goodness, it was a false alarm for him. Qin Hao then said in a gentle tone, That's good. Maybe I was wrong. Let's continue collecting spirit milk. Sun Yin, still fuming, continued collecting spirit milk. They took a small knife and dug into the core of the stalactite. Immediately, some white spiritual milk slowly flowed down and was collected into a jade bottle. The process went extremely smoothly, and the group of them gradually collected the 20 or 30 strands of Zhongling milk. Towards the end, Qin Hao felt a burning sensation on his neck, and he almost thought that Sun Yin had a fever. Then, they all came down. Zhao Zihan cried out, Counselor, you almost exhausted me. Without the physique enhancement fluid, I couldn't have carried you. Rao Shuqing also looked annoyed and said, Zihan, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He remembered that Zhao Zihan's breasts were bigger than Rao Shuqing's, and she was heavier than his advisor. At this moment, the other girls also looked at Qin Hao and Sun Yin, revealing meaningful smiles, eager to know if Sun Yin had peed just now. Sun Yin felt the gazes of the other women and was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. She smiled bitterly and said, "No, it's all the captain's fault. He's wronged me." Qin Hao explained, "Yes, I was wrong." Although they said that, the group remained skeptical but did not pursue the matter further. Su Wanqing secretly made a note of it. She really wanted to go back and gossip about it with them. Zhao Zihan also had a naughty idea. She remembered how Qin Hao bullied her at the swimming pool, and she would get revenge later and spit him in the face. At this moment, Qin Hao also put aside his chaotic thoughts, collected the spiritual milk, and put it away for safekeeping. Obtained 36 units of the eternal spirit milk. These stalactites are extremely precious and rare, with only one small bottle produced from each stalactite. He continued, "Let's go, this is a great harvest. Let's head to the next stop." At the same time, outside the waterfall, a group of uninvited guests appeared. Those who came saw the lifeless state of the spirit in the small pool and seemed to be deep in thought. A tall man said in a deep voice, "A place guarded by spirits must contain treasures. I didn't expect someone to get there first. After exploring, if you encounter a leader, plunder him directly." After he finished speaking, the other big guys nodded in agreement. Then, they began to examine the traces. The footsteps stopped abruptly, the grassy area serving as evidence. Those clues indicated that those who had arrived first did not seem to have left. Finally, their destination was a large rock, where the traces disappeared. Several burly men turned their sharp gazes toward the waterfall. They were extremely tall and had a tremendous sense of oppression. A burly man said hoarsely, "The leader's probably inside." Qin Hao felt uneasy inside the cave, and then his sense of danger alerted him. The exit is heavily fortified by biological forces. Venturing out rashly could be dangerous. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao made a shushing gesture and then stopped in his tracks. Rao Shuqing and the others were also a little confused, but they still stopped. Qin Hao beckoned them to the side and said in a very low voice, "Danger is approaching. There are powerful creatures blocking the way outside. Don't move. I'll go and investigate first." Sun Yin and the others nodded, their hearts pounding with fear. Now that they are in this cave, if they are surrounded, they will be at a disadvantage from the start. So, they must not act rashly. Qin Hao was slowly walking towards the exit, his steps light and without making a sound. He started looking around a corner. They come from a civilization known as the Luoman Star people. They are all tall and powerful, possessing superhuman strength, and believe in the supremacy of strength. They are born with level 1 mid-level strength. 2 of them possess top-tier level 1 strength, while the other 4 possess high-level level 1 strength. With their innate divine power, they are virtually invincible among those of the same level. Qin Hao's eyes widened as he looked at the description of the Eye of True Sight. There were already aliens here, and they were incredibly powerful. These Luo Man aliens, with their innate superhuman strength, he thinks they're top-tier level 1, capable of fighting level 2 elite monsters. They're really overpowered. He slowly moved back and quickly informed the women of what he knew. Rao Shuqing and the others were extremely shocked. For level 1 advanced level and 2 level 1 top level, and they were all born with divine strength. Apart from Qin Hao, they probably had no match for them. Even Lung Shi might not be able to beat him. How is this possible? There are such powerful creatures. After becoming friends with them, the white-haired girl, Lilia, also became quite thoughtful. She quipped to herself, "Wow, we Geminis are all aliens, so why are we so weak?" Chapter 88, Distributing Items and Starting a War with the Luo Man aliens. Their planet is inhabited by white-haired humans, and their physical abilities are even weaker than those of Qin Hao and his fellow Earthlings. Rao Shuqing also said gravely, "They're not only powerful, but they're also blocking the exit, which is extremely disadvantageous to us. This is going to be difficult." Although Qin Hao is at the level of a second-level elite, he is probably no match for 4 people. It would only take 1 first-level top-tier and 1 first-level advanced tier to stop him. There is still 1 top-tier level 1 and 3 advanced level 1 remaining. They are likely doomed to defeat. The girls all looked solemn. This situation was so oppressive that it made it hard for them to breathe, completely shattering the joy they had felt from obtaining the treasure chest. Lin Mingyao and the other girls also looked to Qin Hao, letting him make the decision. "Captain, what should we do?" "Let me think about it." Qin Hao frowned. He was quite confident in his current strength, but he had never fought against these Luo Man Star people before, so he didn't know their strength. Most importantly, the opponents are generally very strong, and Rao Shuqing and her companions are just women. At the same level, they are very likely no match for those strong people. Lungshi looked at Qin Hao and said, Captain, how about we use our combined technique? Her meaning was that Qin Hao was responsible for splashing water, while she was responsible for using her freezing talent to freeze these Luo Man aliens or delay their attack. Qin Hao shook his head and said, it probably won't work for these naturally strong Roman people, unless your strength reaches level 2 and your freezing talent is enhanced. Longshi's strength is still somewhat weak. He hasn't reached level 1 yet, so he probably doesn't have the power to freeze the Luo Man star people. Lungshi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Her strength was still too weak. She couldn't do it. He looked at his backpack, intending to distribute any useful items. Common items, 12 special axes, 3 longevity potions, tuna. Rare items, talent fruit 2, special material greatsword, dragon spirit fruit 2, shackle fruit 8, spirit helmet 1, speed boots 1, special bulletproof vest 1, antidote 1, 3 cubic meter space ring 1, upgrade fragment 100, constitution enhancement fluid 60,000. Copying in progress. Rare items, talent stone 2, Glock pistol 1, divine, iron 70. Rare items, extreme cold storm treasure chest map 1, recycled invisibility charm 1. Treasure chests, 2 bronze chests, 2 silver chests. Instructor, put on the 3 cubic meter space ring. In a moment, you will lead them to a complete area. Mingyao, put on your speed type combat boots. When I start the battle, you should run away first and see if you can tame some monsters to provide support. If there are no monsters nearby, hurry up and meet up with the instructors. Sun Yan, your strength is insufficient. Here, take the Glock pistol. Lungshi, you have the freezing talent. Make good use of the circular invisibility rune nearby. If you have the opportunity, you can use the talent. If you don't have the opportunity, run away and meet up with the instructors. Zhao Zihan, put on the special bulletproof vest. You will retreat with the counselor, Sun Yan, Lu Shuang, Lilia, and Su Wanqi in a while. Qin Hao quickly distributed the items. Then he continued, I'll go out first and fight them. If I can't win, I'll run away to lure them after me. You can leave when the time is right. Upon hearing Qin Hao's arrangements, Rao Shuqing, Sun Yan, and the others immediately became anxious and began distributing the treasures, acting as if they were making their final arrangements, displaying extreme tension. Lin Mingyao's eyes were misty. She, who is usually not talkative, spoke up with concern. Captain, I don't want to be separated from you. I want to stand with you through thick and thin. I am a level 1 advanced expert. Qin Hao patted Lin Mingyao's head and said with a smile, Don't worry, little Mingyao. I'm just randomly distributing some treasures. I also believe in you. You can tame the monsters and bring them back to support us. Rao Shuqing, her face pale, said anxiously, Qin Hao, don't worry. I'm doing a divination. If we can't win, we'll escape together. There are 6 powerful guys outside, and she doesn't feel comfortable letting Qin Hao go out. Zhao Zihan handed the specially made bulletproof vest to Qin Hao, saying, Brother Qin Hao, as a proponent of war, you should be wearing this bulletproof vest, which is equivalent to inner armor. Qin Hao thought for a moment, and then accepted the specially made bulletproof vest and put it on. He laughed and said, Don't be nervous. I'm just giving you a brief explanation. I'll lead them away in a bit, and then you can retreat. Don't worry, with my speed, they definitely can't catch up. Lin Mingyao said worriedly, Brother Qin Hao, I'll give you these speed boots. I don't need them. Qin Hao waved his hand and said, I'm fast enough. You go find the spirit to tame later. I'm worried about you, so just put it on, Mingyao. After he finished speaking, he stopped him, saying, No need to say more, I'm going out now. He had to get out quickly, otherwise being blocked at the exit and being outmatched would be truly dangerous. Lin Mingyao and the other girls watched Qin Hao gradually leave, all feeling very worried. At this moment, Longshi also took out the top-grade invisibility talisman, infused it with a trace of her innate power, and began to recite the incantation that Qin Hao taught her. Misai Misai, Huabilaji, if you don't Liji, I can't Misai. After she finished speaking, a miraculous scene unfolded. Longshi's figure vanished before everyone's eyes. As long as she wasn't attacked, she could maintain this state for a long time. Longshi was also stunned, but she quickly came to her senses and ran towards the exit. She wanted to find the right opportunity to see if she could help Qin Hao. Is there any danger inside the waterfall? After their research, the Roman aliens discovered that the last clue to the leader was this waterfall. But they didn't know what was inside the waterfall or what was inside. Faced with the unknown, even they, with their domineering nature, hesitated. The leader, named Man Biao, said, "It's all right, let's go in together." As he spoke, he took the lead and prepared to head toward the rock. With just a leap, they could enter the waterfall. However, at that moment, a strong figure leaped out of the waterfall and landed precisely on the rock. Man Biao and the others were slightly taken aback when they saw this. But then they realized what was happening and said, "This should be the leader," but it turns out to be a weak human. That person was Qin Hao, who rushed out quickly. The other Luo man aliens, upon seeing Qin Hao's physique, relaxed their brows but also felt somewhat disheartened. He was just a weak human. How boring. A large creature said, "Treasures belong to the capable. Weak humans should just hand over the treasures." Chapter 89, The Bewildered Barbarians and Others at the Start of the War. Qin Hao could actually understand their words. These big guys had come to seize the treasure. What a fine example of the capable take it all. He began to examine these Luo man aliens. They were extremely tall and robust, probably over 3 meters tall, with strong muscles on their bodies, which must be the reason for their innate superhuman strength. Such powerful muscles must contain immense strength. Those Luo man aliens were also sizing up Qin Hao. Qin Hao was small in stature, but very handsome and dashing. He had some muscles, but not exaggerated ones. Compared to the Luo man people, he was not even in the same league. However, they sensed a mysterious and powerful aura emanating from Qin Hao, which didn't seem to be innate talent. What they didn't realize was that this feeling was a unique characteristic of level 2 elite monsters. I've only just come into contact with them, and I don't even know how the strength of a level 2 elite is manifested. I suppose that after getting to know them better, I'll understand that this kind of supernatural aura is exclusive to level 2 monsters. Qin Hao said in a deep voice, "Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Do you really think you've got me cornered?" Upon hearing this, Man Biao also shouted, No, this is not arrogance. In the eyes of us Luo Man Xing people, this is powerful self-confidence. Besides, looking at your small frame, how could you possibly be a match for us?" The other Luo Man aliens nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Everything is decided by strength. Barbarian 2 nodded as well. He and Man Biao were the only 2 top-tier level 1 individuals in this group. He said, "You are quite a warrior. With such a small frame, it is extremely rare that you did not run away when you saw us. Although I have some respect for you, I still advise you to hand over the treasure, or don't blame us for being ruthless." Qin Hao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but the word surrender doesn't exist in my dictionary." Man Biao said emotionlessly, "Then let's start the war. We Luo Man Xing people don't have so many tricks up our sleeves. If they won't give it up willingly, then we'll just take it from them." Man Biao felt that the Luo Man Xing people were straightforward and believed in the principle of the capable should rule. Since they wanted the treasures here, they should just take them openly and honestly. Then, Man Biao charged forward, while the others formed a line. In their eyes, Man Biao was already showing respect to those weak humans. They were so weak that they didn't deserve their joint attack. Qin Hao seemed to be deep in thought. They didn't have the eye of true sight, so they didn't seem to have the ability to see through his strength. He's a level 2 elite, so even though these big guys are indeed very strong, does he really have no presence? Thump, thump. As Man Biao charged in, the ground shook violently, emitting dull thuds and a strong sense of oppression. Man Biao roared, "Take this punch!" His voice, like a roar, pierced straight to the soul. Qin Hao did not underestimate his opponent. He mobilized his second-level elite strength, which was amplified 11-fold. He gathered all his power in his right fist, stepped on the ground, and pushed off to meet the attack. Boom! The two immediately clashed. Qin Hao's fist and by Man Biao's fist collided instantly. Their fists were not even in the same league. Man Biao's fist was more than twice the size of Qin Hao's. Behind them, Man Tu and the other Luo Man star people also shook their heads. With Man Biao's strength, he could easily crush most of them, let alone this weak human whose fist was much larger. The barbarian said, "Do you think that weak human can withstand even one blow?" The 4 Roman star people with the strength of a level 1 advanced cultivator next to him shook their heads. "I think they couldn't even withstand a single move. The gap between them is too great. It's like a child fighting an adult. The child easily crushes the adult." As Qin Hao and Man Biao clashed, a loud bang rang out, and dust billowed up before they even knew what was happening. A figure was retreating at a speed visible to the naked eye, falling to the ground in the distance, raising a cloud of dust and making a loud rumbling sound. When Man Tu and the others saw it clearly, Their eyes widened in disbelief. As the smoke cleared, they saw that the human who should have been sent flying by a punch had not been knocked away, but stood firmly in place, like an unyielding war god. On the other hand, Man Biao, whom they thought was sure to win, was nowhere to be seen and not in the same spot. What's going on? Where's Man Biao? A burly man scratched his head in shock, seemingly not very bright. Barbarian Butcher seemed to have a sharper mind and exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? The figure that was just knocked away was the same Barbarian Biao who was fighting a human just now. Their intelligence seems to be low, and it took them a while to realize this. Perhaps it's because God gave them strong bodies but weakened their intelligence. Several Luo Manxing people looked at the figure flying backwards in the distance. After seeing the face clearly, they gasped. It really was a barbarian. My God, in their fight just now, Man Biao was far from being a match for him. This is unbelievable. At this moment, Man Biao was knocked away and fell to the ground, completely stunned. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, expelling 2 mouthfuls of dust, followed by fresh blood. He seemed to have suffered a minor injury, and his internal organs were aching. If the bullet had hit his chest, it could have been fatal. He was completely bewildered. What had just happened? I think I was just fighting that human. How did I end up here? Man Biao found it hard to accept the fact that he had been punched and sent flying. His face was full of disbelief, but the pain from his arm and body told him that this was reality. Man Biao exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? I am a top-tier level 1 fighter, twice the size of him, and possess superhuman strength. How could I not be his match? He felt that even if the opponent was a level 2 elite, he might not be able to defeat him. At this moment, as the dust settled, Qin Hao stood gracefully in place, striking an extremely handsome pose. He blew on his fur, looking cool and like a master. He sneered, so-called the strongest warrior of the Luo Man Star people is nothing more than this. He is utterly insignificant in front of me, Emperor Qin Hao. In fact, Qin Hao's fist was still a little numb. After all, the force he exerted was enough to send that barbarian flying, and the reaction force was also considerable, making him feel numb. He was also aware of his own strength. As a low-level second-level elite, he should be on par with a naturally powerful Man Biao, but with his 11-fold amplification, he was far superior. The men, including Man 2, gradually became serious and even wary of Qin Hao's dismissive gaze. They probably could only defeat that seemingly unremarkable but exceptionally powerful man by working together. Chapter 90, The Powerful Qin Hao's King's Seal. The fallen Man Biao was also shocked. He had indeed been no match for Qin Hao in their previous battle. Who the hell is this person with superhuman strength? His screen was filled with question marks. However, he seemed to have just heard Qin Hao's praise, and he was still quite happy. But he is not the strongest warrior of the Luo Man Star people. The strongest is their Captain Manga. Man Biao endured the pain and got up, swallowing the blood that flowed out. He even pounded his chest and let out a low growl, as if to encourage himself. Man Biao said, That Qin Hao, I was careless before, but now I'm going to go all out. Unfortunately, the talent he awakened was useless and had little effect on combat. Man 2 also looked at Man Biao and said, Let's attack together. Man Biao shook his head and said, I want to fight him first, and if I can't beat him, then we'll gang up on him. He doesn't subscribe to the idea that there's no need for a one-on-one fight when you can gang up on someone. He wants to prove his own strength. Man 2 and the others did not try to dissuade him. They decided to wait until Man Biao was truly outmatched before taking action. Roar! At this moment, Man Biao was fully focused, his fighting condition was at its best, and his strength had risen to a powerful level. Then, he took out a pair of boxing gloves, put them on, and charged directly at Qin Hao, determined to defeat him. At this moment, Qin Hao also looked at the charging barbarians, revealing a faint smile. He had originally been wary of their strength, thinking that one person might not be able to defeat them all. So he made some arrangements so that even if he was no match for them, he could have Rao Shuqing and the others retreat first, and he would catch up last. Since these guys are so arrogant, he'll see if he can defeat them one by one, and then join forces with Lung Shi to defeat these Luo Man aliens directly. Qin Hao was also surprised that this guy was so weak. In reality, Qin Hao himself was unaware of just how powerful and monstrous his strength truly was after activating the 11-fold amplification. At this moment, a large cleaver appeared in Qin Hao's hand. It was made of special materials, and combined with Lu Shuang's talent, it made the cleaver extremely powerful. Qin Hao charged towards the savage thug, dragging his sword along, the tip scraping against the ground with a hissing sound and even sparks. After the 11-fold increase was activated, Qin Hao moved extremely fast and quickly arrived in front of Man Biao. Looking at Man Biao, who seemed to be moving in slow motion, he shook his head. Man Biao was not on the same level as him. Kill! Qin Hao's broadsword slashed horizontally, much like Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, displaying immense power. How can he be so fast? Man Biao exclaimed in shock. He felt the danger coming from his waist and could only subconsciously raise his left hand to resist. Bang! That sharp cleaver, with unstoppable force, cut straight through Man Biao's gauntlet and embedded itself in his fist. Man Biao cried out in agony. He endured the excruciating pain and swung his right fist fiercely, about to strike Qin Hao's chest. Since he was already injured, he was going to trade blows. Qin Hao was quick-witted and agile, possessing both a keen sense of danger and incredible speed, and naturally dodged the attack. Too slow. Qin Hao sneered, dodging the attack, and then kicked Man Biao in the thigh because this big guy was just too tall and burly. Bang! Qin Hao's kick not only nearly broke Man Biao's leg, but also sent him flying backward. Since the large cleaver had just embedded itself in his fist, this was a secondary injury. After exchanging only 3 moves, the difference in skill between the two was already apparent. Qin Hao achieved a near-complete victory, without any pressure whatsoever. He continued charging forward, ready to end the man's life. At the same time, Man Tu and the others, upon seeing Qin Hao and Man Biao, knew that Man Biao was no match for the skinny man and had already rushed forward to rescue him. At this moment, Qin Hao took a leap and jumped more than 3 meters high, preparing to unleash a wildfire, 100 slashes to kill the guy in one blow. Just as Qin Hao's broadsword was less than a meter away from Man Biao, Man Tu arrived in time. His weapon was a powerful club, which he used to sweep horizontally from bottom to top, creating a cross-shaped attack with Qin Hao's large cleaver. Bang! In their battle, Qin Hao was far superior, and Man Tu was repelled by this force. But it was this obstacle that allowed Man Biao to escape death and narrowly avoid Qin Hao's attack. Man Biao was terrified. If it weren't for Man Tu's help, he would probably have already become a victim of this man's blade. Man Biao looked at Qin Hao with deep apprehension. This man was far too powerful, exceeding everyone's expectations. Kill! At this moment, the attacks from the other 4 Luo Man star people also followed one after another. 2 Luo Man aliens flanked Qin Hao from the left, and 1 Luo Man alien flanked him from the right. As for the remaining one, he used his powerful strength to draw his bow to its fullest extent, pointing the arrow at Qin Hao. He wanted to take advantage of Qin Hao being attacked from both sides and strike him unexpectedly. At this moment, Qin Hao also saw the people attacking him. Only the one on the right had a sword. The other 2 were unarmed and posed little threat to him. Fists and sword attacked him swiftly, but there were no enemies behind him, so he quickly retreated, dodging their attack and making their assault miss. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration, Qin Hao began to unleash his special ability, raising his right hand to the sky, and powerful energy began to emanate from it. The seal of the human king, appear before me. Suddenly, the weather changed dramatically, and a storm seemed to be brewing above everyone. Amidst the storm, a seal gradually formed, a large, golden seal, inscribed with intricate runes and emanating a mysterious aura. Beneath the seal were the words King of Man. This is Qin Hao's elite-level Awakened King's seal ability. Man Biao, Man Tu, and the others were also shocked when they saw the king's seal forming in the sky. That seal brought them a huge threat and a strong sense of oppression. What? How could an ordinary person possess such abilities? Could he be a native of this tribal world, with elite strength? Man Biao exclaimed in shock. Qin Hao's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, and that scene is unforgettable for them. They didn't know if the strength of a second-level elite was really that great. Such strength is probably considered high-level even among second-tier elites. The Roman aliens who were drawing their bows noticed the defeat of their close combat comrade and saw Qin Hao take advantage of the opening to unleash a powerful skill. He immediately stopped gathering his strength and unleashed a powerful arrow straight at Qin Hao. This is really troublesome. The enemy had too many people. During this brief interval, not only would arrows be fired, but the second wave of attacks from Man Tu and his men would also be aimed at him, trying to stop his king seal. Call out! Using his sense of danger, He judged the arrow's target area, quickly moved his body, and dodged the arrow. However, his right hand raised to the sky was not affected, so the human king seal had already been fully activated. Qin Hao was amazed as he watched the human king seal ability that had just been used. This was the first time he had used it, and he was not very skilled at it. It looked somewhat unsatisfactory, but it was already very powerful. He looked at the approaching barbarian slayers and sneered. "Taste the flavor of my human king's seal." After speaking, he slowly pressed down with his right hand, and the king's seal in the sky above also slowly fell down, carrying a powerful force. Chapter 91 Reinforcements deployed from all sides. Man Biao, Man Tu, and the remaining Luo Man Star people were all shocked to see the powerful human king's seal pressing down. This golden seal was so large that it could encompass everyone within its attack range. They tried to escape, but the king's seal seemed to possess the power of rules, drawing them in and making it difficult for them to break free. Man Tu shouted, "Let's work together and hold this seal. Help me break the seal." The Luo Man Xingren present suddenly unleashed their full power. The 6 powerful figures looked up at the sky with firm and sharp eyes. They were determined to use their own arms to withstand this powerful seal. Meanwhile, not far from the waterfall and not far from where Qin Hao and his group were fighting, a group of people were also deeply attracted after sensing the battle fluctuations. Such powerful fluctuations indicate a battle between exceptionally strong individuals, and it must be incredibly exciting. This group of people exchanged glances and charged towards them, eager to see what was going on. They loved fighting, and only the strong could pique their interest. The leader, named Manka, ordered, "Let's go and join in the fun. We don't need to get involved. After they settle their scores, we could try to have a friendly spar." The others nodded in agreement. They were all battle enthusiasts who loved fighting. However, when they got closer and saw the battle scene, they were greatly shocked, because that king's seal was simply too dazzling. The powerful seal and the intricate runes displayed immense power. To their astonishment, they recognized and were very familiar with the people below who were opposing the owner of the seal. "Isn't this man Biao and his gang? How did they get involved with such ruthless people?" Manka exclaimed in shock. He later learned that those who could use such methods and possess that mysterious aura were all second-level elites, extremely powerful. Even with his formidable strength, the captain's boost, and the treasures he plundered, he still hasn't broken through the shackles of a level 2 elite and is just a hair's breadth away from achieving that level. "Captain Manka, let's hurry and help them. They seem to be dying." Manka also realized what was happening. Their team, consisting of 7 Luo Manxing people, rushed towards the battlefield to provide support. Manka said loudly, "Young hero, please stop. Is there a misunderstanding between you? Let's talk it out." He didn't want to make an enemy of that powerful man. On the contrary, he greatly admired him, a pure admiration for the strong. At this moment, Lung Shi, within the invisible talisman, watched as Qin Hao gradually defeated his opponents, even unleashing powerful techniques like the seal, just as he was about to defeat those Luo Man Star people. Unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned. There was a group of Luo Man aliens nearby, prompting them to come and provide support. Her initial joy instantly turned to despair. Qin Hao was in danger, and she couldn't let these people go to his rescue. Ignoring the possibility of being discovered, Lung Shi began shooting arrows. Each arrow was imbued with her powerful, freezing talent, carrying a chilling coldness. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" Arrows flew towards Manka and his men, attempting to intercept them. There are more helpers. Manka and the others were also shocked. How could arrows be shot out of thin air? Could it be that the powerful man had reinforcements? Such stealth techniques were truly astonishing. If you accidentally get too close, you'll definitely be a powerful assassin. They'll catch you off guard and deliver a fatal blow. Manka's strength is far superior to that of Mondiao and the others, and his talent is a combat-type talent, which allows him to increase his speed. The Luo Man Star people are born with superhuman strength, which is incredibly powerful, but they are also relatively clumsy. This talent can make up for their shortcomings. Moreover, the faster the speed, the stronger the power. Speed is also a part of power. Manka's weapon was also a knife. He rushed forward first, using his speed to deflect or break the arrows one by one. After the arrow was severed, it shot towards the ground, spreading a bone-chilling cold that almost froze the ground. The powerful innate energy caused the once lush green grass to instantly wither and die. Captain Manka was also somewhat shocked. It was actually a freezing talent, and it was so powerful that it was clearly being used to its fullest potential. He ordered, harass and obstruct the source, force him out of stealth, and prevent him from launching sneak attacks. Two of the Luo Man aliens behind them took out bows and arrows. The plan was to shoot at Lung Shi to interfere with her archery. Meanwhile, Rao Shuqing and the others were observing the situation on the scene. Qin Hao said that if he couldn't defeat them, he would lure them away and then let them retreat. But he proved with his overwhelming strength that he was not afraid of these people and could defeat them. Unfortunately, the Luo Man aliens had reinforcements nearby, putting Qin Hao and Lung Shi in danger. They couldn't sit still any longer. They knew they couldn't escape now, so they might as well go out and fight them. That would give them a better chance of winning. They are all basically at level 1 intermediate and level 1 advanced strength, and they also have bows, crossbows, and pistols, making them a formidable fighting force. Rao Shuqing looked at the women who had been waiting impatiently and said, "Let's go out. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We need to stop the reinforcements and buy Qin Hao some time." Zhao Zihan and the others nodded quickly, each holding a bow, an arrow, or a crossbow, their faces solemn. Sun Yan, holding a Glock pistol, led the group out of the cave. They never expected to encounter such a powerful team. Moreover, this team also has reinforcements, and those reinforcements from the rear seem to be even more powerful, bringing a strong sense of oppression. This forced them to come out and provide support. Qin Hao's side currently holds a significant advantage. If they can hold off their rear reinforcements, they still have a very good chance of winning. Rao Shuqing and her group also jumped out of the cave and came to the rock, quickly closing the distance between them and the enemy. It's a long story, but it all happened in the blink of an eye, and their every step had a ripple effect. Just as Qin Hao was about to unleash the Human King seal, reinforcements from Manka and others arrived. Lung Shi shot an arrow to block it, and Rao Shuqing led a team to intercept them, all of which were completed in close coordination. Qin Hao also noticed the situation at this moment, and his brows gradually furrowed. This group of Luo Man aliens who came to provide support had completely disrupted his rhythm. Chapter 92, The Power of the King's Seal, Manka's Persuasion. Qin Hao felt that the only way to turn the tide was to kill Man Biao and his men. Once these people are eliminated, Lung Shi, Rao Shuqing, and others should be able to fight against Manka and his group. Even if they are defeated, they can still leave safely. Ingrained. Pressure. His right hand pressed down faster, and the powerful King's seal, carrying domineering power, slowly pressed down, encompassing Man Biao and the others within its attack range, making it impossible for them to break free. However, he was not very proficient in using the Human King seal for the first time, and it seemed that he had not yet unleashed its full power. At this moment, Rao Shuqing and the others also used arrows to harass Manka and his group. Arrows were shot at them one after another, carrying a hint of threat. Call out. Lu Shuang also took out an iron axe, intending to engage in close combat and stop these people. The scene was extremely chaotic. Manka and his group's advance was slowed considerably by the arrows fired by Rao Shuqing and her group. They had to distract themselves from dodging the arrows, and they all frowned. "I didn't expect them to have reinforcements too," Manka said, frowning. These people's obstruction affected him, so he became quite aggressive towards them. On Lung Shi's side, although she was being targeted by two archers from the Luo Man Star people, she was in stealth mode and moved to another place after each draw, narrowly dodging the arrows. As time went on, Manka and his team were also delayed in getting the best time to rescue them. In front of him, Lu Shuang and Zhao Zihan stood blocking his way, one wielding an axe and the other a sword. Zhao Zihan hadn't expected Lu Shuang to be so brave. In order to buy time for Qin Hao, she swung her axe and charged forward. Zhao Zihan had no choice but to follow so that she could receive treatment after being hit. Manka was also helpless. Looking at the two who were rushing to attack, he sighed, "You are too weak. I don't want to bully you." Lu Shuang sneered, "If you want to go to the rescue, you'll have to get past us first." She possesses a talent for weaponry, and the weapons she crafts for herself are all meticulously designed, resonating with her soul, and capable of unleashing even greater power. Moreover, the reason she got close was because Sun Yin gave her the Glock pistol. If she caught them off guard, she might be able to launch a surprise attack on these Roman aliens. The close-range power of a Glock pistol is extremely strong. If they can't react in time, they'll definitely suffer a minor loss. However, given their strength, they shouldn't pose a threat if they're too far away. The only option is to launch a close-range sneak attack. In the distance, beneath the King's seal, Man Biao and the others were nearly crushed, coughing up blood and their lives hanging by a thread. From afar, the powerful king's seal pressed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. With a single blow, its immense power forced them to their knees, their bodies embedding themselves half a meter into the ground. As you can see, they're kneeling and sinking into the ground, with all 6 Luo Man-Star beings raising their hands to the sky, barely resisting the human king's seal. If they relax their guard, the human king's seal will press down, and their bodies may be shattered by this power, causing them to disappear from the world forever. Hold on. How can it be so powerful? Man Biao and the others roared, their bodies mangled and bloody, struggling to hold on. These guys are really tough. They didn't utter a single word of begging for mercy. Manka, Lu Shuang, and the others all noticed this shocking scene. It should be noted that the Luo Manxingren were born with superhuman strength, and even the 6 of them combined were far from being a match for their opponent. With just one move, he was enough to overwhelm them, even when they joined forces. Manka originally planned to rescue them first, then cease hostilities, communicate, and apologize. He didn't know what had happened between them. However, he knew that although Man Biao and his group were tyrannical, given the straightforward and generous nature of the Luo Manxing people, they probably wouldn't do anything too despicable. Therefore, he still had to save them. However, he was stopped by Leng Shi, Rao Shuqing, and others, and Lu Shuang and the other 2 women also blocked his way. He couldn't bear to make a move. If he hit that mysterious man's women, he would really be in trouble. Once a feud is formed, it will inevitably escalate into a life-or-death struggle. Manka hurriedly said, "Young hero, please spare their lives. I am Manka, a Luo Man-Star person and the captain of this spaceship. I don't know what wrong they have committed, so please give me some time to apologize. As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. If we haven't done anything that would kill us, please be merciful, and I'm willing to apologize to you." He really didn't want to make a deadly enemy. Instead, he wanted to befriend this powerful man and was very willing to spar with him. In the distance, Qin Hao was pressing down on Man Biao and the others with his right hand. He was almost successful, and they were struggling to hold on and could hardly resist. Hearing Captain Manka's words, he gained a new understanding of these Roman aliens. In his opinion, their captain was not bad. They didn't kill Leng Shi and Lu Shuang, presumably because they didn't want to create a grudge. Otherwise, they could have used their lives to threaten Man Biao and the others in exchange for their lives. If it weren't for some past grievances between them, they might have become friends. Actually, he and Man Biao weren't exactly mortal enemies. It was just that Man Biao and his gang were rather domineering, saying things like the capable should own it, and trying to steal his treasures, which led to him fighting back. Qin Hao sneered, "You don't actually think you can get away with this just because of your words, do you? They attacked first, trying to forcefully seize my treasure. They deserve to die." After hearing this, Manka cursed inwardly, thinking that Man Biao and his ilk were just causing him trouble. He also knew that the Luo Manxingren had a bad habit. They believed in the supremacy of strength and that treasures belong to the capable, and they thought themselves invincible. If they see a treasure they want, they'll want to snatch it, but they're not inherently bad. At most, they'll fight someone, beat them up, steal the treasure, and shamelessly leave. He knew about more than one of these things. Their previous stop was where they encountered members of the same Luo Manxing people. Man Biao and his group did the same thing, giving them a sound beating before arrogantly leaving. They were practically repeat offenders. Before leaving, he couldn't resist a little grumbling. "Bro, you still have a lot of practice to do. I'm taking this treasure with me." Manka said helplessly, "It is indeed their fault, but they are not bad at heart. At most, they will take things, but their lives will not be in danger. I am willing to make compensation. Please spare their lives." Although he cursed Man Biao and his gang in his heart, he still wanted to save their lives. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Although these big guys were arrogant and domineering, they did not show any murderous intent. They just wanted to take the stuff and fight him. Unfortunately, Qin Hao was too monstrous and ruthless, and he suffered a setback. Rao Shuqing and the others also looked at Qin Hao, wondering if it was a ceasefire or a complete blood feud. These Luo Manxingren were extremely powerful, and there was no guarantee that they didn't have any helpers nearby. They seemed to have deployed several teams, which is a bit too powerful. Having formed a deadly enmity could be detrimental to one's own side, and could be dangerous. Chapter 93, The Silver Treasure Chest, ends the war. The snake people arrive. Qin Hao seemed to be deep in thought at this moment, and he didn't care much about compensation. The main concern was the safety of Rao Shuqing and the others. Otherwise, they would have chosen to fight to the death. After all, they are my women. I shouldn't put them in danger for the sake of these petty scoundrels. He originally had some murderous intent. If it weren't for the support of Manka and the others, he probably would have already killed these guys. Just as Qin Hao was pondering, his danger perception alerted him. A powerful aura is emanating from the distance. Please be on guard. Clearly, there are already two forces here. If a third force were to appear, it could pose a threat to him, and the danger has been detected and warned. Qin Hao thought about it, and decided it was best to stop the fighting and not fight to the bitter end. These people don't seem to be all bad, just a bit domineering and thuggish. The main reason he was wary was that another force was about to arrive. His right hand, which had been pressing down, relaxed slightly. Seeing this, Manka knew he had a chance, and said, "Thank you for your mercy, young hero. I am willing to offer a silver treasure chest as compensation." Manka was also helpless. After arriving in this tribal world, his group had made great strides. Whenever they encountered monsters or unusual places, they would investigate and finally obtain this silver treasure chest. Now, in order to save Man Biao and the others' lives, they have no choice but to offer something as an apology. Otherwise, Man Biao and the others' lives will be in grave danger. Qin Hao was also somewhat tempted. There really was a treasure inside, a silver treasure chest. With Sun Yin's luck, he was sure to get something good from it. Since they've backed down and given him a way out, Qin Hao can't refuse them. He sneered. "Humph. Since Captain Manka has kindly advised you, I'll spare your lives. But don't be so arrogant next time. There are plenty of people in this world you can't afford to mess with. These Luoman aliens, relying on their innate superhuman strength and powerful bodies, actually thought they were invincible. Now they've stumbled." Man Biao and the others felt the oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls gradually disappear, and the suffocating power slowly receded, giving them a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. They were no match for Qin Hao. If it weren't for the pleas of Manka and the others, they would already be dead. Although Man Biao and Man Tu were in great pain, they both knelt down before Qin Hao, coughing up blood as they said, "Cough. Thank you for sparing our lives. We have offended you greatly before. Please forgive us." In the distance, Manka reluctantly tossed a silver treasure chest directly towards Qin Hao. They searched for so long and only found one treasure chest. Qin Hao didn't even bother to look at Man Biao and the others, but quickly took the treasure chest. He was somewhat pleased. These guys were quite capable. They only managed to obtain 2 bronze and 2 silver treasure chests thanks to Rao Shuqing's foresight, Sun Yin's luck, and their own true sight. He casually put it into the system space. Obtain silver treasure chest 1. Once we've collected 10 treasure chests, let Sun Yin do another 10 pull. Just then, the group of people that Qin Hao sensed as a threat quietly arrived. Qin Hao looked in that direction and saw a group of about 5 or 6 people passing by on the lawn in the distance. Those people looked like ordinary humans and wore human clothes, but their legs seemed to have not completed their transformation. Instead, they had snake tails. They moved around using their snake tails, gliding through the grass with great ease. This looks like a snake that has become a spirit. Qin Hao's true sight, I swept over it. A group of creatures known as the snake people can transform into human form upon reaching adulthood. Do not be deceived by their cold and beautiful appearance. They are cold-blooded at heart. They're very fast. Be careful not to get ambushed. 1 level 1 high level, 2 level 1 mid level, and 3 level 1 low level. Qin Hao was stunned. It was actually a snake woman. That was very cold-blooded. If they had continued fighting, they might have been the ones to take advantage of the situation. Among the 6 snake people, the snake woman who was the strongest looked at Qin Hao and the others, licked her lips, and looked just like a snake flicking its tongue. Xingji looked at everyone and smiled. "We were attracted by that powerful combat strength, so we came to admire it. We hope we haven't disturbed you. Please continue." At this moment, Manka and the others also looked over and saw the snake woman group. These snake women seemed to be not very strong, far inferior to themselves. However, the snake woman in the lead was quite powerful. A chilling feeling ran down one's spine whenever her gaze swept over them. Manka bluntly stated, "We were just sparring. Now that you've come, wouldn't you like to have a match as well?" Often, the appearance of a third party will cause people to unleash their hostility. Normally, when 2 sides are in a standoff, the appearance of a third party is considered a declaration of war. Rao Shuqing, Lung Shi, and the others also turned their attention to the snake woman Qin Ji and the others. They hadn't expected that in addition to the arrival of the Luo Man Star people, there was also a snake people race in this tribal world, making things even more complicated. The Luo Man Star people possess spaceships, so these snake women must also be people from those spaceships. They are all from a civilization that was assigned to Zone 1 of the Endless Starfield. Qingji smiled and said, "We didn't have such thoughts. We're just going to take a look and admire the strength of the powerful." Qin Hao looked at Qingji. These snake women were quite beautiful, and their waists were really slender. He said with great interest, "Oh, you seem quite confident in your own strength, huh? You even dare to watch battles between powerful individuals. Aren't you afraid of dying?" These snake people seem a bit arrogant, perhaps because they're so fast. When Qin Hao swept his gaze over Qingji, her delicate body trembled slightly. This man's gaze seemed too powerful. Could it be that the intense aura she had just experienced was caused by this man? She also saw that the miserable state of Man Biao and the others kneeling on the ground seemed to be caused by him. Qingji was also surprised to find that there was such a powerful person in Zone 1 of the Endless Starfield. She quickly said, No, I'm new here and have offended you. Please forgive me. If that person is that powerful, then if they lose their temper, things could get really terrible. Qingji secretly made a mental note of this, knowing she couldn't be so reckless next time. They had come here to take advantage of the chaos because they sensed the fighting going on. At this moment, a delicate atmosphere emerged among the three parties, with them locked in a standoff. Rao Shuqing, Lu Shuang, and the others returned to Qin Hao's side. Qin Hao nodded to himself, looking at the snake women. It seemed that these snake women were not particularly powerful except for their speed, unlike the monstrous Luo Man Xingren. If Longshi were to fight them one-on-one, she might have a slight advantage due to her freezing talent. Feeling a little uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, Qingji changed the subject, saying, "I'm sorry. I'm new here and don't know any manners. Are you all from the Endless Starfield 1? You don't seem to be natives of the tribal world." Illustrations have been added gradually. Chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, and 20 have all been illustrated. More illustrations will be added. Please feel free to provide feedback and suggestions for improvement. Chapter 94, The Departure of Civilization in Zone 1 of the Endless Starfield. Upon hearing this, Manka and his group said with great interest, "It seems that you're also a civilization from the first region of the Endless Starfield, and it just so happens that we have met here. At our first stop 3 days later, we only encountered our own kind. Now, at our first stop 7 days later, have we finally encountered other civilizations?" Manka was also deep in thought. This must be the various civilizations in Zone 1 of the Endless Starfield. They had actually encountered these aliens. Qin Hao could tell from his words that these snake people and Luo Man people were both civilizations from Zone 1 of the Endless Starfield. The fact that so many civilizations had gathered in the tribal world after just 7 days put him under some pressure. If the snake people and others are relatively weak, they don't seem that powerful. However, if there are many powerful civilizations like the Luo Man Star people, they would be very difficult to deal with. These guys have an innate advantage. If they were at the same level, they would definitely be stronger than those on Earth and other weaker humans. At the same time, Qin Hao also realized one of his weaknesses. He muttered to himself, reaching the second level elite level and unlocking the King of Superpower seal is incredibly powerful, but the commotion it caused was too great. It not only attracted Manka and the others, but also the snake people race. In future battles, he should pay attention to reducing his fluctuations. Rao Shuqing was also surprised and said, "I didn't expect that we would encounter civilizations from other planets in just 7 days. It seems to be a critical juncture. The first 3 days were a safe period with little danger. However, at the first stop after 3 days, we encountered zombies and other spaceships from Earth. Now, 7 days later, the depths of the map not only contain monsters of level 2 elite strength, but also other civilizations, the key being people like the Luo Man Star people, who are far too powerful." Longshi also said in a deep voice, "This is troublesome. There are already 2 different civilizations here alone. There must be many more civilizations in the tribal world." She was deeply shocked. Their group was incredibly powerful. They had almost killed Man Biao and the others, but this was mainly due to Qin Hao's formidable fighting strength. Longshi looked at Qin Hao, wishing she had made love to him earlier and unlocked the aphrodisiac system. This will not only make one's talent even stronger, but also enhance one's strength, which will likely have many more uses. Zhao Zihan sighed. "I should have let Xiao Xiao come out to help too. After she turned into a giant, she should have been able to beat them." Chun Zhao's pure combat talent does indeed give him some strength. Qin Hao laughed and said, "That's true, but we still need a line of defense on the spaceship side. We can't let our base be destroyed. The spaceship has crossbow turrets, lasers, and mortars, which makes it even safer with the addition of Chun Xiao and Su Jejia." He looked at Rao Shuqing and Sun Yin and reassured them. "It's all right, as long as I'm here, they won't be able to touch a hair on your heads." The group of girls behind them were both moved and emotional. Faced with such a powerful being as the Luo man Xingren, they were indeed powerless to help and felt a deep sense of helplessness. If it were these snake people, they might still have a fighting chance. They couldn't help but sigh that the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Back then, when they fought against other people from Earth, they had the absolute upper hand. After learning some details about each other, Qin Hao's side, Manka's side, and Qin Ji's side all seem to have something to say. The ones who are actually the most panicked here are Qin Ji and the others. At this moment, Qin Ji looked at Qin Hao and Manka and the others, revealing deep fear. She had initially come here, hoping to take advantage of the chaos of the fight, but she was surprised to find that the battle had already ended when she arrived. Moreover, they all seemed to be stronger than him. As the captain of this snake people clan, not only did her strength increase, but she also enjoyed most of the treasures first, thinking herself invincible. However, she overestimated herself. Qingji smiled awkwardly but politely and said, "You are all heroes. The battle aura you displayed is truly admirable. Having witnessed your heroic figures, I have no regrets. We'll be on our way now, so we won't keep you any longer. We haven't found a single treasure chest yet, so farewell." She changed her intention to admire the strong, while also stating that her side had no treasures and was not worth fighting, making her words seem watertight. After speaking, Qingji and the others, without thinking twice, gestured to the snake people and quickly retreated. Qin Hao felt that these snake people were actually quite shrewd in their speech. People say that speaking is an art, and they're quite like that. He had originally been thinking about whether there was a chance to take them out, but the appearance of a third party disrupted his plans. But since they've escaped, it's not worth chasing them. Manka and his group were even more indifferent. They didn't care about the treasures, so it wasn't worth fighting for. Besides, although they were strong, they weren't as domineering as Man Biao and his group. He looked at Qin Hao and said, "Thank you again for your mercy, young hero. Manka will remember this." This human, who looked so frail, possessed such strength, which truly shocked him. Therefore, he never intended to antagonize him from the beginning, but chose to stop the fighting. Qin Hao waved his hand and said, "If everyone in the world were as reasonable as Captain Manka, there wouldn't be so many disputes." Man Biao and his gang were simply too arrogant, forcing him to take drastic measures. Manka laughed and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, then we'll take our leave." After saying this, he began to give orders to the group, leading the injured Man Biao and the others away, slowly fading from everyone's sight. Not long after Manka left, he slapped Man Biao hard across the face and yelled, "All you ever do is cause trouble. If it weren't for the magnanimity of that man, you would be dead by now." Man Biao had no choice but to suffer in silence. They were used to being arrogant and domineering, but they had run into a tough opponent. He scratched his head and said, "I know I was wrong. I will definitely repay your kindness in sparing my life next time I have the chance." After they left, the people behind Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Yin was almost scared to tears, but thankfully Qin Hao pulled through. She said, "We